Chapter 1. The Initial Encounter with the Stone Mill. In the dead of night, Peng Yuyin was engrossed in watching the television adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He had just witnessed Zhang Fei's servant explain to the crowd that lifting the stone mill would grant them access to the meat below. Suddenly, the light bulb in his home flickered erratically, and the monitor followed suit, dimming and brightening. With a sigh, Peng Yuyin remarked, "This monitor is truly subpar. I shall replace it with a better one in a couple of days." No sooner had he spoken than the brightness of the monitor surged, illuminating the entire room. Instinctively, Peng Yuyin shut his eyes, yet the intense light penetrated even through his closed lids, rendering his vision a stark white. As the brightness diminished slightly, Peng Yuyin prepared to open his eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness, is the monitor leaking electricity? It seems I won't have to wait for days. I can replace it at dawn." When he finally opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth? Have I truly traversed through time? Is this real? At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. "Welcome, host, to the parallel world of the Three Kingdoms." This version closely resembles the narrative in the novel and diverges from the official history of the main world. "You may act freely here." Peng Yuyin mused, "The system, indeed. How splendid. If I were to arrive in the Three Kingdoms without any knowledge of papermaking or combat skills, and with an intellect lesser than that of Guijia or Kong Ming, I would merely be a refugee. If the timeline here does not affect the main world, does that not mean I am essentially playing an ultimate VR version of Dynasty Warriors?" Just as he reveled in his excitement, the system's voice interrupted. "Due to your origin from a millennium hence, the bacteria from your time could trigger an incurable plague in this world. Therefore, the system has eradicated the pathogens from your body while retaining your antibodies. Moreover, as the phonetics of ancient Chinese differ from modern Mandarin, the system has selected a parallel world with a pronunciation similar to that of the main world, so you need not worry about feeling out of place. New task. Remove the stone mill from the well. Reward. 1 lottery chance." "Ah, a classic task lottery. What a splendid system," Peng Yuyin exclaimed. He then turned his gaze to the system marker that had suddenly appeared, hovering above the stone mill. At that moment, the servant from Zhang Fei's household was still explaining to the crowd, mirroring the progression of the television drama Peng Yuyin had just watched. The servant gestured to the crowd, declaring, "Our master has proclaimed, whoever manages to remove the stone mill may take as much meat as they desire from below." Among the throng, a kindly man with large earlobes was scanning the crowd, searching for challengers. This was none other than Liu Bei. Another figure, a robust man with a red face and a long beard, stroked his beard. This was Guan Yu. Just as Guan Yu was about to speak, Peng Yuyin raised his hand from the back of the crowd, exclaiming, "I shall do it." He squeezed through the throng until he stood before the servant. The crowd scrutinized Peng Yuyin, who stood at a height of 176, not particularly tall by ancient standards, but his attire was peculiar, and he did not resemble a Xiongnu or Goguryeo individual. His physique seemed ill-suited for lifting the stone mill. Liu Bei shook his head, deeming him merely a show-off. Guan Yu let out a dismissive grunt, lowering his eyelids to scrutinize the young man before him. Peng Yuyin inquired of the servant, "Regardless of how I do it, as long as I move the stone mill, I can take the meat below?" The servant replied, "As long as you do not use a horse to pull it, any method will suffice. However, considering your slight build, perhaps you should reconsider to avoid embarrassment." With a grin, Peng Yuyin said, "Very well, could you fetch me 2 wooden rods, 1 thick and 1 thin, both long and sturdy?" The servant chuckled inwardly, thinking, what can this foolish lad accomplish with 2 wooden sticks? Is he planning to use them as chopsticks to lift the stone mill? That mill weighs over 200 pounds. Only the likes of Shichu's overlord could manage such a feat. Despite his internal ridicule, the servant replied outwardly, "No problem, we have plenty of wood in the shed. They'll retrieve them at once." Moments later, the servant returned, cradling a thick and a thin wooden rod in each arm, and he tossed them down before Peng Yuyin. Peng Yuyin asked, "Might I borrow a hatchet?" The servant nodded and handed the hatchet to Peng Yuyin. The crowd had not diminished, rather. It swelled with curiosity about this young man who claimed he could lift the stone mill weighing over 200 pounds. Without hesitation, Peng Yuyin took the thicker rod and deftly carved a notch into one end, the size of which matched the thinner rod. He then shortened the thicker rod slightly, ensuring it extended just above the well's opening without being excessively tall. Afterward, he stood the thicker rod upright, threading the thinner rod through the notch, and secured one end of the thinner rod to the stone mill with a rope. Before the astonished onlookers, Peng Yuyin slowly lifted the stone mill. It's rising. He truly lifted it. To think he could raise the stone mill with just 2 wooden rods, how impressive. This lad possesses genuine skill. I had thought he was merely seeking attention. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Liu Bei watched with wide eyes. Guan Yu, however, silently acknowledged the young man's capabilities, confident that he could have lifted the stone mill directly himself. Yet his expression remained unchanged, though his eyelids involuntarily blinked. Author's note. Chapter 2. System Reward Wing Chun Kung Fu. Peng Yuyin grinned as he surveyed the crowd, searching for Liu Bei and Guan Yu. It wasn't long before he fixed his gaze upon Liu Bei, whose distinctive large earlobes made him easily identifiable. Then, spotting Guan Yu was even simpler with his red face and long beard. He was unmistakable. With a chime of ding-dong echoing in his mind, the saturation of colors in the world around him abruptly diminished by 80, and time came to a standstill. The system's voice then announced, "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Remove the stone mill from the well. You have received the following reward: 1 lottery chance." In front of Peng Yuyin appeared a cyan-blue, translucent panel of advanced technology. He tapped the panel with his index finger to claim his task reward. The panel displayed a series of terms that expanded and bounced: Super Rice, Pandora's Box, Owen's Forging Technique, Desert Eagle Handgun, Stand, the Hermit Purple, and more. After a brief moment, the scrolling text halted, leaving the words Wing Chun Martial Arts at the center of the screen. Wing Chun Martial Arts, how formidable. Perhaps I could film a movie inspired by Bruce Lee in this world, given the opportunity. Soon, Peng Yuyin felt a transformation within his body, the techniques of Wing Chun integrated into his muscle memory, and he sensed a notable enhancement in his physical abilities. As he closed the system panel, the vibrancy of the world returned, and time resumed its flow. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Fei approached with a jovial stride. This scene can be likened to the classic portrayal of Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms television series, filled with exuberance. Previously, when the servant had gone to fetch the wood, he had informed Zhang Fei that someone intended to lift the stone mill, requiring 2 wooden rods, though it was unclear how they would be utilized. At present, Zhang Fei, having indulged in wine, contemplated approaching but decided to finish the fine drink first before joining. Upon seeing the relatively slender Peng Yuyin, his excitement diminished considerably. Zhang Fei clapped Peng Yuyin on the shoulder, saying, "How do you intend to move this stone mill with your delicate frame?" Peng Yuyin felt the force of Zhang Fei's hand and involuntarily gasped. He thought to himself, "This brute seems intent on crushing me with such force." Although Peng Yuyin had gained strength from acquiring Wing Chun, he was still no match for Zhang Fei's raw power. Glancing at Zhang Fei, Peng Yuyin addressed the crowd. "My ability to lift this stone mill is not due to boundless strength, but rather the application of principles I have learned, known as the lever principle." He proceeded to explain for a while, but most in the crowd struggled to comprehend, only understanding that a longer lever would yield better results. Zhang Fei, however, found himself increasingly bewildered, and when Peng Yuyin ignored him for too long, he bellowed, "You rascal! Are you saying this isn't a testament to your martial prowess?" With newfound confidence from his mastery of Wing Chun, Peng Yuyin replied, "I may indeed possess martial skills, but isn't it preferable to accomplish a challenging task with simpler methods?" He then beckoned a young man of similar stature, who appeared scholarly and refined, to try lifting the stone mill using the makeshift lever. Initially, the scholar scoffed, believing it impossible. Yet, as he pulled down on the lever, the stone mill gradually rose, and the scholar's jaw dropped in disbelief. After setting the stone mill down, the scholar clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I am a genius of both literary and martial arts?" Excitedly, he hurried away. As more individuals came forward to try, even Liu Bei attempted it, astonished to find he could lift the stone mill as well. Guan Yu, however, remained proud and aloof, choosing not to participate. Upon witnessing that this individual merely employed underhanded tricks to elevate the stone millstone, Zhang Fei, disheartened, prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Peng Yuyan seized the opportunity and called out to Zhang Fei, "Hey, brave warrior, does your word hold true that one may take the fine meat beneath the stone millstone at their leisure?" Zhang Fei had originally intended to use this condition to seek a worthy opponent for a contest. Though he was not in want of money, he could hardly tolerate Peng Yuyan's insolent tone. He bellowed, "To hell with that. If you wish to claim that piece of meat, you must first best me in a fight." Peng Yuyan retorted, "You brutish fellow, with your dark visage and unreliable words, I dare say your establishment must also be a den of deceit." Infuriated, Zhang Fei stomped his foot upon the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Peng Yuyan's nose as he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your parents." Just as Zhang Fei swung his fist toward Peng Yuyan, the latter assumed a stance ready to receive the blow. However, before Zhang Fei's fist could make contact, it was seized by Guan Yu. In a fit of rage, Zhang Fei exclaimed, "Who dares to impede your grandfather Zhang?" Guan Yu replied calmly, "Brother, since you have declared that whoever can move the stone millstone may claim the meat from the well, how can you go back on your word?" Zhang Fei retorted angrily, "This is my establishment, and I shall make the rules. Your opinion is unwelcome." With that, Zhang Fei exerted even greater force, yet his fist showed no inclination to advance. In an instant, his fury transformed into delight. Though this pale-faced man was not a martial arts master, he found that the strength of this red-faced giant was indeed no less than his own, and he felt a surge of joy, believing he had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Chapter 3. Battling Zhang Fei with Wing Chun. Zhang Fei exclaimed with delight, "The red-faced warrior possesses considerable strength. Your grandfather Zhang is no pushover." As he spoke, he intensified the force in his right hand, eager to outmatch Guan Yu. Guan Yu, refusing to be outdone, likewise increased the strength of his grip. Meanwhile, Liu Bei watched the contest with growing excitement, his eyes darting back and forth, pondering his next move. Observing that a fight was about to break out between Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Peng Yuyan stepped forward and addressed Zhang Fei, "Rough fellow, weren't you eager to engage me? What is this handshake with another?" Zhang Fei, focused solely on his contest with Guan Yu, dismissed Peng Yuyan's call, swinging his other hand to deliver a punch to Peng Yuyan's face. Peng Yuyan, anticipating Zhang Fei's strike to demonstrate his own prowess, blocked the punch with his left hand and countered with a direct, powerful jab to the side of Zhang Fei's face, executing a textbook Wing Chun combination. The force of the blow momentarily stunned both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, leaving Liu Bei and the surrounding onlookers equally astonished. Zhang Fei was taken aback, as he expected his punch to intimidate the youth into retreat, even though he had not used his full strength. To his surprise, this little white face not only withstood his blow, but also retaliated effectively. Guan Yu was equally astonished that this individual could absorb a punch from Zhang Fei, knowing the latter's immense strength. Clearly, this young man possessed remarkable abilities. Liu Bei was impressed by this person's intellect and skill, capable of lifting a stone millstone with mere wooden beams, and now demonstrating formidable combat skills by countering Zhang Fei's punch. Showcasing his exceptional capabilities in both literature and martial arts, the onlookers were astonished that this young man dared to confront Zhang Fei, given the significant disparity in their physiques. Did he not fear being sent tumbling by a single slap from Zhang Fei? Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Fei addressed Guan Yu, "Red-faced hero, do not leave just yet. Allow me to finish with this little white face before we engage in another 300 rounds." Guan Yu nodded in agreement, curious to ascertain the extent of the young man's abilities, and released Zhang Fei's wrist. In the instant Guan Yu let go, Zhang Fei swung his previously restrained right fist toward Peng Yuyan, exclaiming, "Take this." Aware of the punch's tremendous force, Peng Yuyan dared not take it head-on. Instead, he pivoted, raising his left elbow upward and his palm downward to deflect Zhang Fei's blow. Nevertheless, he was jolted back 2 steps by the punch's sheer power. Emboldened by the clash, Zhang Fei shouted, "Come again." Peng Yuyan then employed Wing Chun techniques to absorb Zhang Fei's subsequent punches, ultimately delivering a swift hand chop to the side of Zhang Fei's neck during the final exchange. Zhang Fei, feeling the sting, coughed twice and remarked, "Good fellow, your martial skills are commendable, but alas, you rely on underhanded tactics. At that moment, Guan Yu regarded Peng Yuyin with newfound respect, as few could catch his attention. Liu Bei's smile grew ever more pronounced. Zhang Fei swung another punch, but Peng Yuyin deftly leaned back, evading the blow while simultaneously delivering kicks to Zhang Fei's left calf, that as Zhang Fei's last punch whizzed past him. Peng Yuyin clicked the button to receive his reward, and a silver stainless steel staff materialized in his hand. The staff was quite heavy, measuring 2.7 meters in length. Upon acquiring this weapon, Peng Yuyin immediately recalled a set of techniques, known as the six-point staff method. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that both ends of the staff featured clasps, which, when opened, allowed him to unscrew the ends. Furthermore, the system panel presented options to replace the ends of the staff with various heads, such as spear tips, blade tips, halberd tips, and so forth that as he had anticipated, the staff could also be customized with different colors and spray paint designs. The painting system even provided several beautifully rendered presets, particularly stunning in their ginkgo motif, that moment. Peng Yuyin had yet to decide on a paint scheme, so he opted to use the default silver color. He then extracted spear tips, blade tips, halberd tips, and other less frequently used or peculiar heads, such as sickle tips and scissors tips, without further examination. After closing the system panel, time resumed its normal flow. Burdened with several items, Peng Yuyin called upon Liu, Guan, and Zhang for assistance as the system notified him that the mission was complete. The four were departing from the Peach Garden, with Liu, Guan, and Zhang leading the way, while Peng Yuyin followed behind. Consequently, the trio did not notice the weapon that had materialized in his hand. Hearing Peng Yuyin's call, they turned simultaneously, astonished to see him carrying multiple iron implements. Liu Bei was the first to speak. Exclaiming, "Fourth brother, whence came these iron implements? Their appearance is remarkably exquisite." He was taken aback by the gleaming silver, reflective steel staff. Chuckling, Peng Yuyin replied, "Oh, this? Well, I just happened to take my weapon while you weren't paying attention. You know, a fellow's gotta eat, right?" Liu, Guan, and Zhang nodded in apparent acceptance of this explanation and began to examine the steel staff. Guan Yu inquired, "Fourth brother, why do these weapons lack handles? Are they merely half-finished products?" Zhang Fei remained silent, gazing at the three with a bemused expression, turning his head to follow whoever spoke. "Not at all, second brother," Peng Yuyin clarified. "This is my exclusive weapon, the only one of its kind in the world. It can interchange its ends with spear tips, blade tips, and more, allowing for a multitude of uses." With that, he released the clasp at one end of the staff and unscrewed it. Liu, Guan, and Zhang stared wide-eyed at the threaded connection. Guan Yu remarked, "What a finely crafted piece of ironwork." After unscrewing the end of the staff, Peng Yuyin proceeded to attach various weapon heads, prompting further exclamations of awe from the three, especially Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who found themselves enamored with this weapon. However, having only recently sworn brotherhood, they hesitated to ask their fourth brother for one. Finally, Zhang Fei spoke up, "Fourth brother, which blacksmith forged this divine weapon? I too wish to commission one for myself." Guan Yu and Liu Bei echoed his sentiment, recognizing that a capable weapon was essential for their adventures, and Peng Yuyin's weapon undoubtedly bore the mark of a master craftsman, that if they could find this blacksmith, their combat prowess would surely be greatly enhanced. Observing the eager expressions of his companions, Peng Yuyin chuckled softly and fabricated a tale, saying, "This was gifted to me by an elder of our school. It is said that this weapon was crafted by the celestial blacksmith Aeon, who designed it with mortals in mind, a mere imperfect version that eventually fell into the mortal realm, discovered by the elder of my sect." The ancients held a profound belief in the divine, and upon hearing this, Guan Yu stroked his beard, stating, "Indeed, this weapon could not possibly have been forged by mortal hands, even as a flawed creation. It is exquisite and rare." Zhang Fei interjected, "Fourth brother, please tell me how I might find this blacksmith Aeon." Peng Yuyin inhaled sharply, thinking to himself, "Zhang Fei is getting a bit too carried away. How on earth could I locate Aeon? I haven't even drawn his forging technique yet." Yet he continued to weave his tale, "Third brother, Aeon is a legendary figure. I have not seen him myself. Only heard tales of his existence. How could I possibly know where he is?" Zhang Fei remained unconvinced, insisting, "Then tell me the tale of Aeon." Sighing, Peng Yuyin continued, "Legend has it that the divine blacksmith Aeon originally forged artifacts in the far north of the mortal realm. Standing 35 zhang tall, that he crafted many divine weapons for celestial soldiers. After creating numerous weapons, his forge became too hot, prompting him to cool it with the ocean, resulting in several centuries of snow in the far north, transforming it into a land of ice and snow. However, even the harshest of winters could not quell the fame of his divine craftsmanship. Mortal craftsmen flocked to learn from the master, drawn by his renown. Thus, many followers journeyed to the far north to study the art of forging under Aeon. Initially, Aeon looked down upon mortals, allowing them only to observe his work atop the snowy peaks. He refused to teach them directly. Over time, he occasionally descended to critique the creations of these mortals. However, one fateful day, his brother Obey, the gatekeeper of the southern heavenly gate, led a rebellion, demanding that Aeon forge divine weapons for his celestial army. Aeon declined. This led to a bitter feud between the brothers, with Obey roaring, "If I cannot obtain your divine weapons, then no one shall." Thus commenced a cataclysmic battle between them that raged for 5 years, during which all of Aeon's followers perished. The conflict concluded with both brothers severely wounded. Heartbroken, Aeon retreated to the mortal realm, while Obey was imprisoned for his treachery. Lu, Guan, and Zhang were thoroughly captivated by the tale, as ancient peoples held a deep reverence for the divine, making them particularly fond of such stories. Guan Yu remarked, "If a mortal apprentice could learn from the divine blacksmith in return, he would surely be a master craftsman." Zhang Fei, however, vented, "That Obey is truly despicable, daring to lay hands on his own brother." Liu Bei added, "Indeed, we 4 brothers stand united, unlike them." Peng Yiyin smiled silently. Zhang Fei then lamented, "Alas, the divine blacksmith resides in the far north, making him difficult to find. By the way, 4th brother, what is the name of this weapon?" Peng Yiyin replied, "It is called the Thousand Mechanism Staff." The 3 praised, "What a splendid name." Chapter 5. The 4 brothers proceed to the alliance. Zhang Fei squandered his fortune to forge weapons for each of his companions. Though the finished products did not quite match the quality of the staff wielded by 4th brother Peng Yiyin, they were nonetheless decent weapons. The blacksmiths who crafted the weapons for Liu, Guan, and Zhang were equally enamored by Peng Yuyin's iron staff, inquiring about its divine origins and expressing a desire to apprentice under the master. Seeing the eager expressions of the blacksmiths, Peng Yuyin recounted the tale once more, and they lamented Aeon's retreat, declaring that even if he resided in the far north, they would seek him out to learn his craft. As the Yellow Turban Rebellion erupted, wreaking havoc upon the populace, the 4 brothers roamed the land, upholding justice. That on one occasion, they encountered a military force engaged in battle against the Yellow Turbans and joined the fray, aiding the general in delivering a crushing defeat to the enemy. Guan Yu even saved the general's life. The general, clasping his fists in gratitude, addressed the 4. "Thank you for your assistance, noble warriors. May I inquire about your esteemed titles?" Liu Bei, holding his sword with its tip pointed downward, clasped the hilt and bowed, stating, "We are but humble men." Instantly, the general's expression darkened, and he scoffed, "Humble men? Humph." Liu Bei felt embarrassed and at a loss for words, while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei seethed with indignation, but refrained from expressing their anger in light of their elder brother's presence. Peng Yuyin, however, was unfazed and launched into a tirade. "How dare you, ungrateful wretch! We came to assist you and even saved your life. Yet you scowl at us? Truly disgraceful behavior." Taken aback by the commoner's audacity to rebuke him, the general's face flushed with rage, and he bellowed, "Do you seek a fight, you insolent brat?" Peng Yiyin handed the Thousand Mechanism staff to Zhang Fei, saying, "3rd brother, hold this for me." That he then charged at the general, ready to teach him a lesson. Liu Bei shouted, "4th brother, come back," but his arm merely pointed towards Peng Yuyin's direction without any other substantial action. Liu Bei and Guan Yu were amused to watch as Peng Yuyin prepared to deliver a sound thrashing to the general, while Zhang Fei felt a twinge of envy, thinking, "I was too slow. 4th brother beat me to it." The general, smirking to himself, thought, "This mere commoner dares to challenge me without a weapon. The battlefield knows no chivalry. I'll skewer you with my spear." He lunged forward, aiming to thrust his spear into Peng Yuyin's chest. Yet, Peng Yiyin was quick-witted. That as the spear had approached, he deftly deflected it with his left wrist, then clamped the spear shaft with his left elbow, before delivering a powerful strike with his right elbow. The general, unable to maintain his grip on the spear, staggered back 2 steps. Zhang Fei shouted, "My fourth brother faces you with bare hands, and you resort to a long spear. You coward." Peng Yin tossed the spear to the ground and beckoned the general with a wave of his hand, declaring, "Come on then, you scoundrel. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." The general unleashed his full strength and swung his fist towards Peng Yin, who effortlessly caught it with his left hand. With his right hand, he executed a swift and fierce punch directly to the general's nose, combining both deflection and attack. Before the general could react, Peng Yin tripped him to the ground and mounted him, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that left the general utterly disfigured and unconscious. The other soldiers of the general remained preoccupied with clearing the battlefield and were oblivious to the events unfolding nearby, allowing the 4 men to depart with nonchalance. Due to his performance during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Allied forces appointed Liu Bei as the county magistrate of Anxi. However, owing to Liu Bei's consistent demeanor, he managed to win the hearts of the people in Anxi, albeit through somewhat deceptive means. After leaving Anxi, Peng Yin and his companions learned that Cao Cao had raised the banner of righteousness, calling upon various warlords to unite against Dong Zhuo, prompting them to attend the alliance meeting to as Yuan Shu withheld supplies, and Sun Jian suffered defeat at the hands of Hua Xiong. Liu Bei and the others arrived at the gathering through the assistance of Gongsun Zan. At that moment, Yuan Shao, sitting as the alliance leader, expressed his frustration. The other day, General Bao's brother, disobeying orders, advanced recklessly and perished, not to mention the loss of many troops. Today, General Sun Wentai has also been defeated by Hua Xiong. Truly, our campaign is ill-fated, and our morale has been severely dampened. An unsettling silence enveloped the assembly. "Why do you not speak, my lords?" Yuan Shao glared at the assembled warlords, who remained unresponsive. Only Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Peng Yin exchanged amused glances. Peng Yin whispered to Zhang Fei, "Third brother, did you see?" He is getting anxious. Zhang Fei beamed in agreement, nodding vigorously. Peng Yin continued, "He may not possess great skill, yet his temper is quite formidable." Guan Yu, upon hearing this, struggled to suppress his laughter, his face reddening even further. Yuan Shao caught sight of this and directed his ire at Gongsun Zan. "Governor Gongsun, who are those standing behind you?" Gongsun Zan replied, "These are my childhood brothers Liu Bei, here to join the fight against Dong Zhuo." Cao Cao interjected, "Could it be that this is the Liu Xuanda who fought against the Yellow Turbans?" Liu Bei respectfully acknowledged, "Indeed, it is I." Gongsun Zan added, "Xuanda is a descendant of the Jing King of Zhongshan, the great-grandson of Emperor Jing." Yuan Shao, scratching his head, softened his tone. "Since he is of royal blood, grant him a seat." Liu Bei responded, "Thank you, Alliance Leader." Suddenly, a report came in. "Report. Alliance Leader, Hua Xiong is challenging us outside." Yuan Shao inquired, "Who dares to face Hua Xiong?" Yushi stepped forward, only to meet his demise. The formidable General Pan Feng also attempted to engage, as Pan Feng exited. Peng Yin remarked to Guan Yu, "Second brother, wait and see. Pan Feng will soon fall. Once he does, you shall take his place." Guan Yu nodded in agreement. Soon, news of Pan Feng's defeat reached them, inciting Yuan Shao to fury as he sat atop the leader's dais. Who else dares to face Hua Xiong? Silence prevailed until Guan Yu stepped forward, declaring, "This young general is willing to battle Hua Xiong." Yuan Shao asked, "Who are you, and what is your position?" Guan Yu remained silent, looking towards Liu Bei. Gongsun Zan interjected to clarify. "This is Guan Yu, known as Guan Yun Chang, currently serving as a cavalry archer under Xuanda." Yuan Shu rose, roaring, "Who dares to mock my forces? A mere cavalry archer speaks so boldly. Seize him and throw him out." Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were deeply concerned, while Peng Yin remained composed, fully aware of the impending outcome. Chapter 6. The reimagined battle of the 3 heroes against El Bu. Cao Cao commanded. "Hold! I see this man possesses remarkable bearing. How could Hua Xiong know he is merely a cavalry archer?" Yuan Shao was still contemplating when Guan Yu decisively stated, "If I cannot take the head of Hua Xiong, I shall bring my own head to present." Liu Bei then stepped forth, asserting, "We 4 brothers have sworn brotherhood. If my second brother fails to claim Hua Xiong's head, the alliance leader may take the heads of all 4 of us as recompense." Cao Cao responded, "Excellent, what valor! Bring forth the wine. Yin Chong drank the warm wine to bolster his courage. Set the wine down. I shall return shortly. With that, Guan Yu strode out of the tent, as anticipated. Moments later, Guan Yu returned carrying Hua Xiong's head. The entire alliance was left in shock, with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei wearing expressions of pride, while Peng Yuyin displayed a smug grin. Cao Cao's admiration for Guan Yu became evident as he approached, wine cup in hand, saying, "This wine is still warm. Please." Guan Yu drank it down in one gulp, and Zhang Fei exclaimed, "My second brother has slain Hua Xiong. The morale is high. Why does the alliance not seize this momentum and charge into the capital to capture Dongjua?" Yuan Shu slammed the table, bellowing, "How dare a mere county magistrate's cavalry archer boast so brazenly here? Seize them and throw them out." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, unable to contain their indignation, charged at Yuan Shu, prompting Cao Cao to urgently intervene. Those who achieve merit should be rewarded. Why quibble over status? Yuan Shu retorted, "If you all only value a county magistrate, then I shall take my leave." Liu Bei, incensed, declared to his brothers, "Let us go." Cao Cao continued to plead, "Xuanda, how can you let one word jeopardize such important matters?" Nevertheless, Liu Bei stormed off with his brothers to that moment. Dongjua dispatched El Bu to challenge them. As the four brothers approached the battlefield, Peng Yuyin suggested, "Brothers, shall we stay here and witness the alliance's folly?" They all agreed. Inside the tent, Yuan Shao, alarmed by El Bu's arrival, inquired, "I have heard that El Bu's martial prowess is unparalleled in the world. Who dares to face him?" A general stepped forward, clasping his fists. Declaring, "I shall go," he then turned and exited the city to engage. Yuan Shao asked, "Who is this?" Someone replied, "This is Fang Yu, the ghost general of Hunan." Before long, Fang Yu was slain. Zhang Fei, watching the spectacle, remarked, "Killing that fellow is as easy as chopping vegetables." Peng Yuyin chuckled, "Third brother, do not rush. The alliance will surely send more grinding stones for El Bu soon." Guan Yu, realizing he quite liked Peng Yuyin's humor, smiled and said, "Look how swiftly they are collecting the bodies." Liu Bei inquired, "Who among you will take the field next?" Zhang Fei immediately responded, "Eldest brother, I shall go meet this three-surname villain first." Liu Bei nodded in agreement. Then another general, Mu Shun, rode forth, shouting, "El Bu, do not flee." This caused Peng Yuyin to burst into laughter. "Brothers, this is what we call. If you do not accept my challenge, do not expect to leave." The three brothers laughed heartily as Mu Shun was dispatched with a single spear thrust. Next, a warrior named Wu and Guo appeared, but lost a hand in his attempt to flee. Gong Sunzan engaged El Bu for a few rounds before retreating. Zhang Fei, unable to bear the embarrassment of the allied forces any longer, charged into the fray. Still riding high on their earlier amusement, he shouted, "Three-surname villain, come and die. Yin Renjiangida is here." El Bu, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "What does three-surname villain even mean?" He then called out to Zhang Fei, "I, El Bu, am a man of honor. Why would you label me as such?" Realizing he had misspoken, Zhang Fei bellowed back, "Your grandfather El has taken two adoptive fathers. You are but a three-surname villain." El Bu's rage ignited, and he charged at Zhang Fei with his famed halberd. Zhang Fei met him with his 8-foot serpent spear, and as the battle wore on, he began to find himself at a disadvantage. Just then, Guan Yu joined the fray, cleaving through El Bu's halberd aimed at Zhang Fei, and added his strength to the fight. Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and the assembled warlords watched from the city wall, applauding the display. The three warriors engaged in a fierce battle for over 100 exchanges, remaining evenly matched. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Peng Yuyin's mind. New mission. The three heroes battle El Bu mission content. Join forces with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to confront El Bu. Completion requirement. Capture El Bu alive. Mission reward. 1 system lottery draw. Unlock Score Mall, 1,000 points in Score Mall. Upon accepting the mission, Peng Yuyin eagerly proclaimed to Liu Bei, "Eldest brother, I shall subdue El Bu." Liu Bei had initially intended to make an impressive entrance, but, seeing his brother's enthusiasm, decided against competing for glory and nodded in agreement. Peng Yuyin rode swiftly towards El Bu, having previously been unable to ride a horse. However, during the battles against the Yellow Turbans, he had learned to ride under the guidance of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Employing the staff mode of the Qinji staff, he thought it would be easier to capture El Bu alive this way. If Liu Bei and the others could turn back Elbu, surely he could do the same. With that, he thrust the Qinji staff towards Elbu's face, engaged in battle with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Elbu caught a glint of silver in his peripheral vision. Suddenly, he heard Peng Yin's battle cry, "WRYYYY," as he lunged forward with the staff. With a sweeping motion, Elbu swung his halberd to fend off Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Using the smaller prong to intercept Peng Yin's staff, Peng Yin positioned his right hand forward and left hand back, gripping the staff, then pivoted on his right hand to execute a half circle. Withdrawing the staff from Elbu as halberd, the staff then came crashing down towards Elbu's thigh. As Elbu prepared to defend, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei launched their attacks. Instinctively, Elbu blocked their strikes. But his left thigh was struck by Peng Yin, causing him to cry out in pain and push back against Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's assault, thrusting his halberd toward Peng Yin. Peng Yin immediately mounted a defense, his staff still lodged against Elbu's thigh, as he lifted the other end to parry. Observing that his initial attack had been thwarted, Elbu redirected his focus to countering the assaults from Guan and Zhang. The ensuing clash of the three heroes against Elbu lasted over 50 exchanges. Noticing that Peng Yin wielded merely a staff, which posed little lethal threat, Elbu concentrated entirely on fending off Guan and Zhang's relentless strikes. However, Peng Yin's 630 staff technique proved to be quite vexing, and in concert with Guan and Zhang's assaults, they struck Elbu's joints repeatedly. Ultimately, Elbu was knocked off his horse and, as Peng Yin had wished, was captured alive. Chapter 7. The Culinary Lottery. Upon witnessing Elbu's capture, the morale of the Shiliang army plummeted. Upon receiving the news, Dong Zhuo was equally astounded, exclaiming, "Impossible! My son, Feng Xian, is unrivaled in the world. How could he be captured?" However, the soldiers delivering the news were adamant, affirming they had witnessed Elbu being apprehended by 3 generals, leading Dong Zhuo to reluctantly accept this grim reality: Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. Upon hearing the news, prepared to mount a rescue, yet were halted by Dong Zhuo, who stated, "My son Feng Xian must be rescued, but we must not act recklessly. This matter requires thorough deliberation." Meanwhile, the allied lords atop the city walls rejoiced at Elbu's capture. Applauding with glee. In Peng Yin's mind, a notification confirmed the completion of his task. 3 heroes battle Elbu. Task reward: 1 lottery draw, unlocking the point store, and 1,000 points. He proceeded to engage in the lottery, where the system presented various options, ultimately landing on the mastery of culinary arts. Upon realizing he had drawn culinary proficiency, Peng Yin could not help but exclaim, "Chow!" Yet he refrained from lamenting about the system's shortcomings, recognizing that having a system versus not having one constituted entirely different gaming experiences. Still, acquiring culinary skills seemed of little immediate utility. Would he prepare a feast of 4 dishes and a soup while others engaged in battle? Although the cuisine of this era paled in comparison to the sumptuous delicacies of modernity, it was not entirely insipid. Having something was better than nothing, he thought, and thus he opened the system store. Most items obtainable through the lottery were also available in the store, with only a few exceptions, varying in point cost according to rarity. Since he had acquired culinary skills, he resolved to purchase some seasonings and cooking utensils once he found a place to settle. As Peng Yin was about to close the system panel, he noticed a lottery option in the lower left corner of the store, allowing him to draw once more for 1,000 points. He extended his finger toward the draw button but quickly retracted it, declaring, "However, I must decline. One of my pleasures is to say no to schemes that deplete my system points." It remained unclear whether this statement was directed at the system or himself. Consequently, Peng Yin closed the system panel, and time resumed its flow. Elbu, bound and restrained, was brought before the allied forces. Cao Cao, who had previously witnessed Elbu's valor from the city walls, felt envious of Liu Bei's remarkable trio of martial brothers. Following the recent battle, Cao Cao found himself increasingly favoring Guan Yu, and thus chose to stand beside the 4 brothers. Yuan Shao, recognizing the 4 brothers' capability in capturing Elbu, disregarded Yuan Shu's discontent and generously awarded Liu Bei 1,000 troops, which Liu Bei graciously accepted. Yuan Shao acknowledged Elbu's prowess, noting that his martial skills were on par with his own capable generals, Yin Liang and Wen Chou, that if he could reclaim Elbu, his position as the League's leader would be further solidified. Yuan Shao addressed the bound Elbu, I have long heard of General L's unparalleled martial skills. Today, it appears the rumors hold true. Haha, observing Yuan Shao's intentions to sway El Bu, Peng Yuyan surmised that such an endeavor was unlikely to succeed. His initial goal in capturing El Bu was solely to complete the system task. Who El Bu served was of little concern to him. Completing several system tasks would bolster his strength, enabling him to confront El Bu with ease. That he imagined the scene where El Bu, brandishing his halberd with finesse, challenged the two armies, only for Peng Yuyan to draw a firearm and deliver a swift headshot that I drew, and with one shot, he's done for. What more is there to say? Let the bullet convey to El Bu that, dear sir, the times have changed. He had no doubt that with a few more lucky draws, he could obtain practical rewards. Cao Cao, recognizing Yuan Shao's intent to win El Bu over, did not wish to see such a formidable warrior fall into Yuan Shao's hands. That he bluntly inquired, does El Bu wish to submit to our Lord Yuan and serve under him? Yuan Shao, taken aback by Cao Cao's forthrightness, felt a tinge of displeasure but refrained from reprimanding him, acknowledging that Cao Cao was merely attempting to persuade El Bu. El Bu scoffed. A true man born of heaven and earth cannot remain subservient for long. In response, Peng Yuyan interjected, so, you intend to avoid lingering under Dong Zhuo's command. Then, do you aspire to establish your own rule? The lords present, hearing El Bu's heartfelt declaration, sensed that the possibility of his surrender was nearly non-existent. Yet Peng Yuyan's words seemed to carry some weight. El Bu, momentarily rendered speechless by Peng Yuyan's retort, could only grunt. Yuan Shao, recognizing that he would not persuade El Bu immediately, commanded that El Bu be taken away and closely guarded, intending to coax him later after the assembly adjourned. Once El Bu was removed, Yuan Shao remarked, now that El Bu has been captured, do any of you have strategies for breaching the Tiger Prison Pass? Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha, declared, with El Bu in our grasp, our morale is high while the Shiliang army spirit is low. If we do not attack now, when will we? Jibei Xiangbao Xi encountered. That is unwise. I have heard that Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, under El Bu's command, are equally skilled warriors and fiercely loyal to him. They will undoubtedly strive to rescue El Bu, and thus we must deliberate further. Pan Feng, the ultimate general of Jizhou Muhan Fu, who had suffered significant losses, concurred, indeed, my lord, that I have heard that Gao Shun's elite troops are unmatched, capable of taking on 100 foes on their own. I too support General Bao's view that we should deliberate further. Yuan Shao nodded in agreement, eager to engage with El Bu, and thus accepted the proposal for extended deliberation, hastily dispersing the assembly to seek out El Bu. After the meeting, Cao Cao approached Liu Bei, inquiring, Xianda, what are your thoughts on the assault on the Tiger Prison Pass? Liu Bei replied, I concur with General Sun Wentai's assessment. We should pursue the victory. Cao Cao nodded, sharing the same sentiment. The Allied forces are filled with ulterior motives. To squander such a prime opportunity for attack is truly foolish. Cao Cao further asked, what do you believe should be done regarding El Bu's capture? Chapter 8. Cao Cao's capricious heart. Liu Bei responded, this matter of El Bu should be left to Lord Yuan to handle. He is capable of making his own decisions. Liu Bei harbored thoughts of subduing El Bu himself. Yet El Bu's wild disposition made it a difficult task. Moreover, his three brothers were quite formidable, leading him to entrust the situation to Yuan Shao. Cao Cao chuckled. Ha ha ha, Xianda, with three exceptionally skilled sworn brothers. You surely look down upon El Fengxian. Peng Yuyan stepped forward and addressed Cao Cao. I believe handing El Bu over to Yuan Shao will yield only two outcomes. Point 1. He feigned submission to Yuan Shao, coordinating with Dong Zhuo from within. Point 2. He successfully escapes from confinement and returns to Dong Zhuo's side. However, at present, the situation leans toward the latter. Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of skepticism as he furrowed his brow at Peng Yuyan, asking, what leads you to believe El Bu will escape? Peng Yuyan elucidated, El Bu is a mere martial man, with a straightforward mind, yet not devoid of intelligence. Currently, Yuan Shao's power pales in comparison to Dong Zhuo's. Whatever Yuan Shao can offer El Bu, Dong Zhuo can match, and what Yuan Shao cannot provide, Dong Zhuo can still supply. El Bu is capable of assessing the pros and cons. Thus he will not pledge himself to Yuan Shao. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, with a simplistic mindset, El Bu would not conceive of feigning submission, and even if he did, he would lack a means to contact Dong Zhuo. Without a way to communicate, the ruse becomes futile. It appears Yuan Shao has no intention of executing El Bu. Since he will not kill him, the only option left is to confine him, which presents an opportunity for Dong Zhuo to rescue him. Li Ru, Dong Zhuo's strategist, is clever enough to devise a suitable plan for El Bu's rescue. Hence, I assert that the likelihood of El Bu's escape is significantly higher. Upon hearing Peng Yuyin's reasoning, Cao Cao's eyes brightened as he began to feel a sense of infatuation. Liu Bei nodded in agreement, thinking how his fourth brother truly excelled in both literature and martial prowess. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also admired their fourth brother, pleased to see Cao Cao and their elder brother appreciating his strategic acumen. Cao Cao, beaming with joy, addressed Peng Yuyin, "Your words resonate as if a refreshing balm to my mind. May I inquire about your esteemed name and age?" Peng Yuyin replied, "I am the youngest among the four brothers, surnamed Peng, named Peng Yuyin, courtesy name Yunfei, and I am 20 years old." Zhang Fei interjected, "My fourth brother's martial skills are on par with mine and second brother's. His talents are exceptional. I have always said that anyone who underestimates him due to his fair complexion and slight stature will surely regret it. Today, those three surname lackeys underestimated our fourth brother and thus fell prey to our elder brother's cunning capture." Ha ha ha. Cao Cao chuckled and nodded, silently committing the name of Peng Yuyin to memory, before saying, "Indeed, ha! Brother Yunfei's talents are truly exceptional. He is indeed a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Earlier today, from the city walls, I witnessed the weapon in Brother Yunfei's hand gleaming with silver light. Might I borrow it for a closer inspection?" In truth, many lords had also taken note of the Qinji staff. But compared to a mere weapon, it was El Bu who captured their greater interest. Moreover, they were not well acquainted with Peng Yuyin, making it somewhat awkward to request a closer look at the weapon. Peng Yuyin nodded and demonstrated the staff's head-switching mechanism, leaving Cao Cao astonished by its exquisite craftsmanship. Thus he inquired, "This weapon is truly remarkable. It is a work of divine artistry, may I ask? What is its name?" "The Qinji staff," Peng Yuyin replied, "that a splendid name. The Qinji staff, with 1,000 applications and 1,000 mechanisms that I wonder, from whose hands did this divine weapon originate?" Peng Yuyin, feeling somewhat helpless, prepared to recount the tale once more. Yet Zhang Fei preempted him, launching into the story of the god of forging while disparaging Ao Bei. Cao Cao was quite fond of the tale, but regrettably, he had yet to find a blacksmith capable of crafting such exquisite weaponry. Reluctantly, he returned the Qinji staff to Peng Yuyin. Subsequently, each returned to their respective quarters, seeking rest in their military camps. And the night passed without incident. The following day, Yuan Shao convened a meeting of the various lords. Not long into the assembly, Sun Jian stood up. Yuan Shao had been observing him intently, seemingly aware that Sun Jian was about to speak. Sun Jian clasped his hands and declared, "I, Jian, have been afflicted by a minor ailment and wish to return to Changsha. Thus I beseech the alliance leader for permission to resign." Despite Sun Jian's claim of illness, a smile could not be suppressed upon his visage. Peng Yuyin turned to Liu Bei beside him and remarked, "Elder brother, look at Sun Jian. He appears happier than on his wedding day. How could this be an ailment? Clearly, he has received some benefit and wishes to withdraw while he can. Judging by the alliance leader's expression, he seems to be aware of Sun Jian's true condition. Let us await the unfolding drama, that in truth." Peng Yuyin was aware that Sun Jian had obtained the imperial seal, yet he could not voice this directly. For someone as unremarkable and lacking in strength as he, it would be absurd to possess such knowledge. Until he could strengthen himself with the system, it was wise to remain discreet. Liu Bei whispered, "Fourth brother speaks truly. We shall simply observe." Yuan Shao then scoffed. "It seems he has been afflicted by the illness of possessing the imperial seal." Yuan Shu, overhearing this, was astonished, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Sun Jian, for the imperial seal was a treasure in his eyes. Sun Jian was taken aback by Yuan Shao's insight, but feigned ignorance. Saying, "What seal? I know not of it." Yuan Shao continued, "We raise our arms to quell Dong Zhuo and eliminate the scourge for our nation. Since Wentai has obtained the seal, it should be placed within the alliance's care, to be returned to the court upon the defeat of Dong the traitor. Today, your desire to abscond leads one to question your intentions." Sun Jian maintained his pretense of ignorance. "I possess no seal. Why does the leader persist in troubling me?" Yuan Shao, unwilling to waste further words, summoned Sun Jian's subordinate, who had witnessed the entire process of obtaining the seal, to confront Sun Jian. Yuan Shao stated. Was this person present when you acquired the seal yesterday? Seeing his subordinate betray him, Sun Jian, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, prepared to slay the traitorous soldier. Yuan Shao, witnessing this, drew his own sword to block him, sternly admonishing, Sun Wentai, do not overstep your bounds. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Sun Jian retreated with his troops. Peng Yuyin sighed. Sun Jian is in dire straits. Although his voice was barely audible, it was overheard by Cao Cao, who was nearby. Cao Cao harbored a strong discontent towards the scheming of the alliance forces, having initially intended to restore the Han dynasty, but the triggering catalyst of his dark transformation had been the 18 lords. Seeing Sun Jian depart in such a manner, Yuan Shao's anger boiled over, rendering the meeting regarding the assault on Hulao Pass futile, and he decided to adjourn it. Cao Cao, observing Yuan Shao's intention to dismiss the assembly, stepped forward and said, Alliance leader, I propose we march forth to attack Hulao Pass, capturing Dongzhuo alive for the good of the nation. Yuan Shao sighed. Currently, the forces of the lords are weary. I fear that moving forward would yield no benefit. Peng Yuyin found Yuan Shao's excuse infuriating and interjected. We weary. Elbu is already in our grasp. The various armies merely provide support. Are your lords so feeble that they tire from a mere meal? I believe we ought to. Before Peng Yuyin could finish, Liu Bei intervened, scolding. Fourth brother, do not be disrespectful. The lords murmured in disarray, voicing their opinions that advancing was futile, while simultaneously chastising Peng Yuyin. Seeing Liu Bei's intervention, Peng Yuyin fell silent. Zhang Fei, initially eager to join Peng Yuyin in speaking out, suppressed his emotions upon witnessing his elder brother's restraint. Cao Cao, witnessing the only ally he had in Peng Yuyin being reprimanded, too ceased to speak, seething. After this battle, the realm shall be settled. Our morale is high while the enemy's is low. Yet we do not advance. You are unworthy of counsel. With that he stormed off. Chapter 9. Establishing authority over the soldiers that day, Cao Cao returned to his tent, preparing his troops for the assault on the Shiliang army. Liu Bei and his 3 brothers returned to their 1,000-man camp to rest. This 1,000-man force had been forcibly assigned by Yuan Shu. The brothers had assumed that the troops assigned by Yuan Shu would be frail and decrepit. Yet upon arrival, they found them to be robust and tall, albeit with unfriendly expressions. Yuan Shu, disliking the 4 brothers, sought to make their experience unpleasant during the troop assignment. However, upon reflection, he realized that even if he assigned weak and sickly soldiers, they could still be trained to possess combat effectiveness. Yet if he assigned seasoned veterans who had committed offenses in battle and were isolated from other units, it could lead to chaos, where the soldiers might rebel against their commander, usurping authority for themselves. Although these seasoned veterans had seen their fair share of battle, they were a headstrong lot, notoriously difficult to manage. Guan Yu sighed at the unfriendly demeanor of the soldiers, stroking his beard as he slowly said, Yuan Shu has indeed posed a challenge for us 4 brothers. Zhang Fei, however, scoffed. What are these unruly veterans? A good thrashing will render them obedient. Indeed, Peng Yuyin shared this sentiment. Liu Bei, noticing the seasoned veterans, furrowed his brow and turned to Peng Yuyin. Fourth brother, you are resourceful. Do you have a method to bring these soldiers into line? Peng Yuyin confidently replied. Naturally, I do. Liu Bei's expression softened considerably as he continued. Then, fourth brother, the task of training these soldiers shall be entrusted to you. Peng Yuyin patted his chest, assuring him it would be no problem, after which Liu Bei retired to the military tent for rest. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei surrounded Peng Yuyin, inquiring, Fourth brother, has the elder brother assigned you the task of training the soldiers? With a smile, Peng Yuyin affirmed, Indeed. Guan Yu asked, Do you have a method to make these stubborn soldiers comply? Peng Yuyin confidently asserted, I certainly do. Shall I assist you in beating them into submission? Zhang Fei eagerly proposed. Peng Yuyin replied, That would be advisable, but you must heed my arrangements that we are civilized individuals. We must reason with them. Zhang Fei laughed in agreement. Of course, of course. I, Zhang Fei, am the most reasonable person around. Guan Yu, amused by Zhang Fei's jest, chimed in. Indeed, third brother, all the world's reasoning resides with your 8-foot serpent spear. Zhang Fei chuckled but said nothing further. Peng Yuyin patted Zhang Fei's back and instructed. Third brother, your voice is loud. Later, please help me call out. All personnel assemble. Although Peng Yuyin wished to shout himself, Zhang Fei's booming voice would establish authority over the seasoned veterans right from the start. The trio approached the group of seasoned veterans, and Zhang Fei bellowed, "All personnel, assemble." It must be noted that Zhang Fei's voice was indeed thunderous. With that shout, everyone began to gather in their direction. Zhang Fei chuckled. "Fourth brother, how is that? My voice is sufficiently loud, is it not?" Peng Yuyin shook his head. "Not quite." Zhang Fei, puzzled, wondered why his loud shout was deemed insufficient. He then queried, "Could it be that my voice is not loud enough?" Peng Yuyin explained, "Your voice is already quite loud, but these soldiers lack discipline. Upon hearing the command, they are lethargic and devoid of military decorum." Thus, Peng Yuyin turned to the soldiers and shouted, "I am your new commander. My name is Peng Yuyin, courtesy name Yunfei. You may refer to me as Commander Peng or Captain Peng henceforth. Do you understand?" The soldiers remained silent, merely staring at Peng Yuyin. Peng Yuyin shouted again, "Have you not eaten? Or are you mute? If you lack the strength to speak, then do not enlist as soldiers. Pack your belongings and return home to suckle from your mothers." Only then did they murmur a fragmented response. "Understood." Peng Yuyin continued, "You claim to be seasoned veterans. If you cannot muster the strength to speak, how can you hope to fight? I ask you, do you comprehend?" "Understood," they replied, albeit weakly. "Speak louder. I cannot hear you." Only then did they collectively muster a response. "Understood." Peng Yuyin continued addressing them. "Very well, displaying spirit. This is what a group of seasoned soldiers should be like. I believe many of you are still unconvinced. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. Whoever among you can best any one of the three of us, I will relinquish my position as leader and present you with this exquisite wine." With that, Peng Yuyin produced a bottle of white liquor from his sleeve, a spirit distilled and refined from the ancient green ant wine that is sold at a remarkably low price in the system's marketplace. Merely 1 point for 10J IN. Contrast, Maotai is exorbitantly priced at 100 points per bottle, while the bottle itself is a complimentary gift upon purchasing from the system's marketplace. As Peng Yuyin uncorked the bottle, an alluring aroma of liquor wafted into the air. Since the liquor was warm, the alcohol evaporated rapidly, allowing its fragrance to travel far and wide. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei puffed out their chests and raised their heads to appear more imposing. Yet the intoxicating aroma soon dampened their spirits. Observing their demeanor, Peng Yin offered them a reassuring glance, signaling his intent to share the liquor with them. Consequently, Guan and Zhang regained their bravado. At that moment, a towering figure emerged, standing nearly 2 meters tall, robust and formidable, exuding an air of ferocity that he boldly challenged Peng Yin to a duel. Chapter 10. Subduing Dian Wei and Zhou Tsang. Recognizing the man's intimidating stature, Peng Yin did not dare to underestimate him, but he assumed the Wing Chun stance, declaring, "Wing Chun, Peng Yin." The burly man reciprocated with a fist salute. Saying please with a swift charge, the giant bore down on Peng Yin, his rapid approach radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a powerful bull. The man unleashed a mighty punch. Peng Yin quickly defended himself with his elbow. Although he successfully blocked the blow, the force was indeed tremendous, surpassing even that of Zhang Fei, causing Peng Yin to stagger back 2 steps. Understanding that he could not absorb such power directly, Peng Yuyin recognized that his strength and endurance were inferior to that of the towering man. However, with his expertise as a seasoned Wing Chun master, he was confident in his ability to outmaneuver him. In the ensuing exchanges, Peng Yuyin employed a knife-hand technique to strike the man's forearms in defense. The giant attempted to integrate a kick into his punches, but as he extended his right leg, Peng Yuyin deftly stepped on his calf, forcing him to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Yuyin followed through, stabilizing his weight on the ground while delivering a kick to the giant's waist. The man clutched his midsection and retreated 2 steps, bellowing in pain, as he crossed his arms defensively and charged at Peng Yuyin. Peng Yin countered with a kick, but the force was insufficient to halt the giant's momentum, resulting in him being knocked back several paces. Believing he had the advantage, the giant prepared to deliver a kick to Peng Yuyin's face. Unaware that this was a deliberate feint as the kick was about to be executed, Peng Yuyin pivoted on his right hand, launching a kick aimed at the giant's leg. The giant, unable to maintain his balance, found himself supported by a single leg to in that fleeting moment. Peng Yin executed another kick, tripping the giant and sending him crashing to the ground. Rising swiftly, Peng Yin positioned his foot just before the giant's face, halting mere millimeters away, while the giant's arms were still several fist lengths from blocking him. The victor was clear. Zhang Fei erupted in exultation. Shouting, "Well done! Excellent work, fourth brother!" Guan Yu stroked his long beard, nodding with approval. The other soldiers applauded, recognizing the giant's prowess and holding Peng Yin in high esteem for his victory. Peng Yin withdrew his foot and extended a hand to the giant, who grasped it firmly. Peng Yin helped him to his feet. The giant, now standing, clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, declaring, "I have lost. I wholeheartedly admire your martial skills, General." Through this contest, Peng Yin discerned that the man's skills were likely on par with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, prompting him to inquire, "You are quite formidable. I found our exchange most challenging. What is your name?" The giant responded with humility, "I am Dian Wei, without a courtesy name." Peng Yin's eyes brightened at the name. Reflecting, Dian Wei, a top-tier warrior of the Three Kingdoms, I had not anticipated that Yuan Shu would bestow such a gift upon me. I must repay him with fervent efforts in our upcoming battles. With a smile, Peng Yin proposed, "Shall I bestow you a courtesy name?" "Please grant me a name, General," Dian Wei replied. "From now on, you shall be known as Eli, the ancient Eli Dian Wei." "Thank you, General," Dian Wei acknowledged, kneeling on one knee in gratitude. Peng Yin then offered the bottle of liquor to Dian Wei, who hesitated to accept, saying, "My lord, I have been defeated. According to the rules, I cannot accept." Peng Yin chuckled, "I admire your martial skills. Consider it a reward for your prowess." "Take it." Dian Wei, a lover of fine spirits, licked his lips, expressed his gratitude once more, and pocketed the liquor. Zhang Fei, observing this, exclaimed, "Hey!" Peng Yin understood his intent and grinned, replying, "Third brother, I have more." Zhang Fei nodded in agreement, smiling. Following the duel with Dian Wei, another individual approached Guan Yu, introducing himself. "I am Zhou Tsang. The other day, I witnessed your valor in slaying Hua Xiong and contending with El Bu. Your martial prowess is unparalleled, and I wish to spar with you." Guan Yu, pleased, nodded in assent, and thus began their spirited exchange. The duel between Guan Yu and Zhou Tsang was equally thrilling, though Guan Yu, akin to a master guiding an apprentice, allowed Zhou Tsang to demonstrate his skills before decisively concluding the match with a single maneuver. Guan Yu was quite satisfied with Zhou Tsang's performance and welcomed him as a subordinate. Soon after, several others came forth to challenge Peng Yin, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, but as expected, they were all swiftly defeated within 3 exchanges. After successfully taming these seasoned warriors, Peng Yin suddenly received a system task. New task: rescue Cao Cao. Task details: Cao Cao is ambushed by the Shiliang army and trapped in a dire situation. Proceed to rescue him. Completion conditions: Cao Cao must escape unscathed. Task reward: 3,000 system points. Peng Yin opted to accept the task, subsequently entrusting this band of seasoned warriors to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei before preparing to depart. Liu Bei had, in fact, been observing from the sideline since the outset of Peng Yin's duel with Dian Wei, silently lamenting that perhaps Peng Yin's true prowess remained concealed. Noticing Peng Yin hand over the troops to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he approached and inquired, "Brother, where are you headed?" Startled by Liu Bei's sudden appearance, Peng Yin exclaimed, "Elder brother, please do not startle me like that. How do you walk without making a sound?" Liu Bei chuckled, "I shall be more cautious in the future. Where are you off to, dear brother?" Peng Yin replied, "It is nearly mealtime. I'm going to procure some wine and food. Tonight, I shall personally cook a splendid feast for our 4 brothers." Liu Bei, taken aback, exclaimed, "Fourth brother, you can cook?" Peng Yin smiled, "Elder brother, I possess many skills. You will gradually discover them." With that, he turned to leave. As Liu Bei watched Peng Yin's retreating figure, he mused, "I originally believed the strongest among my 3 brothers was the second. But it appears it is you, fourth brother. Peng Yin, what other abilities do you possess that I am yet unaware of?" Chapter 11. System lottery for new abilities. Peng Yin hastened toward Cao Cao's location. Finding Cao Cao was relatively straightforward, guided by the sounds of clashing weapons and thundering hooves. Soon, he beheld a contingent of troops surrounded by the Shiliang army. It was indeed Cao Cao's forces. Peng Yuyan adjusted the ends of his Qinji staff to accommodate spearheads that he then accessed the system's point marketplace and purchased a strength enhancement inspired by Zhang Fei, spending 799 points. As a precaution. He also expended 200 points to acquire mastery of the Qinji staff, thus depleting the 1,000 points he had recently earned. Closing the system panel and feeling the surge of physical enhancement, Peng Yin let out a wild cry, "Wii!" as he spurred his steed toward the Shiliang army. Cao Cao, hearing the familiar cry, mistakenly assumed it was Liu Bei and his brothers come to his aid. However, upon closer inspection, he found only Peng Yuyan, his expression darkening with disappointment as he sighed. What use is it for Yun Fei to arrive alone? He may well lose his life in vain. Cao Cao's morale plummeted. He had briefly entertained hope, only to be met with disillusionment as he realized that only Peng Yuyan had come to his aid. The Shiliang army, seeing only Peng Yuyan, dispatched merely 10 soldiers to confront him. Peng Yuyan chuckled inwardly. At least I am the one who captured your esteemed Elbu. Are you underestimating me by sending only 10 to block my path? His Qinji staff, now transformed into a dual-headed spear, had been painted in the colors of a silver dragon. The shaft gleamed like silver dragon scales. The base of the spearhead resembled a dragon's head, and the tips exuded flames, creating a strikingly formidable appearance. With a few deft flourishes of the staff, the 10 soldiers dispatched by the Shiliang army had already lost their heads before they could fully comprehend the silver dragon's dance in Peng Yuyan's grasp. As he drew nearer, more soldiers recognized his figure and reported to a nearby Shiliang commander, "General, this man is one of those who captured General Elbu." The commander, dismissive, retorted, "It was merely 3 against 1. Perhaps his strength is only average." As Peng Yuyan swiftly approached, a general raised his long blade, preparing to strike at the crown of Peng Yuyan's head. "No use, no use, no use, no use, no use," Peng Yuyan bellowed. The general brought down his sword, but with a deft flick of his Qinji staff, Peng Yuyan deflected the long blade to the left, immediately following up with a lethal strike aimed at the general's neck. In an instant, the general's head flew off, crashing onto another general's head nearby. The second general, reacting swiftly, charged at Peng Yuyan with his troops, only to meet the same fate. Gradually, the encircling forces began to converge on Peng Yuyan, rendering their own side increasingly vulnerable. After slaying over 100 foes, Peng Yuyan shouted towards Cao Cao, "Mingda, quickly break through." Cao Cao, realizing the gravity of the situation, rallied his forces towards the weak point in the enemy lines. Within mere minutes, they successfully broke free from the encirclement. However, upon glancing back, Cao Cao saw Peng Yuyan gradually being surrounded and felt a pang of guilt. Today, Yun Fei saved me, yet he finds himself in peril. We must return to rescue brother Yun Fei. Cao Ren urgently intervened. "My lord, you must not. We have just escaped the siege. We cannot engage again." Yet Cao Cao spurred his horse towards the Shiliang army, prompting Cao Ren to quickly dismount and block his path. Kneeling, he clasped his hands and solemnly declared, "My lord, General Yun Fei came to our aid. If we return now, shall we not betray his selfless sacrifice?" Tears streaming down Cao Cao's face, he lamented, "What a tragedy for brother Yun Fei, a man of such exceptional skill. Heaven seems to envy such talent. Had he been under my command, I would never have allowed him to risk himself thus." With tears in his eyes, Cao Cao led his troops away. Meanwhile, within the thick encirclement, Peng Yuyan fought valiantly, but found it impossible to break free. After all, an individual's strength is limited, especially against the overwhelming numbers of the Shiliang forces. As he continued to resist, he muttered to himself, "Why hasn't the MD system notified me of task completion yet? Now of all times." Just as he was lamenting, the system chimed. "Task completed. Rescue Cao Cao. Task reward, 3,000 system points." With the completion of the task, Peng Yuyan exhaled in relief and promptly spent 2,000 points on 2 lottery draws. The system interface flickered with text, culminating in a burst of golden light as Peng Yuyan joyously exclaimed, "Here it comes!" The final outcome revealed a blueprint for a modern, luxurious villa. Frustrated, Peng Yuyan shouted, "What use have I for a villa now? Am I to descend from the heavens proclaiming, 'Here comes the steamroller'?" The text continued to dance on the screen and erupted in another flash of gold. This time, Peng Yuyan was less enthusiastic, half in disbelief as he mused, "Just received a house. It can't possibly be a vehicle this time, can it?" If it is, let it at least be an armored car. So I can crash through. When the golden light faded, the remaining text read, Stand-in. The ability of Star Platinum. Overjoyed, Peng Yuyin cheered. Here it is. A fine gift. Time stop. Upon inspecting the detailed description, he found that he had only received the time stop ability of the stand, not the stand itself. Reciting the incantation, Star Platinum the world, he could halt time for 5 seconds, a different kind of time stop from the System S, allowing him to act freely during that period, albeit with a cooldown of 3 breaths. Closing the system panel, he charged towards the Shiliang forces, who mistakenly believed Peng Yuyin had surrendered and prepared to meet their doom. Yet with a deep voice, he shouted, Star Platinum the world. Instantly, time froze throughout the world, except for Peng Yin's horse, which continued its gallop. After the 5 seconds elapsed, time resumed its flow. The Shiliang troops, bewildered, exclaimed, Where did he go? Where is he? How did he suddenly vanish? Soon, one of the Shiliang soldiers spotted Peng Yuyin and called out, He-s over here. He-s here. He can perform sorcery. He can teleport. Kill him. Waves of Shiliang soldiers surged towards Peng Yuyin, who retaliated fiercely. After a few breaths, he again shouted, Star Platinum the world. Utilizing the 5 seconds of halted time, he galloped out of the encirclement. When time resumed, the Shiliang soldiers could only watch as Peng Yuyin had miraculously teleported beyond their grasp. Riding away. Faced with such a surreal spectacle, the Shiliang soldiers hesitated to pursue, erupting into frantic discussions. He used sorcery. I heard him chant an incantation. I heard it too. He must be a sorcerer. How else could he have vanished from the encirclement? The silver dragon spear he wields must be a magical artifact. Quick, report this to the Prime Minister. Amidst their terrified chatter, Peng Yuyin galloped towards Liu Bei's camp. Author's note. Chapter 12. The safe return of Peng Yuyin. Having arrived within 100 meters of Liu Bei's tent, Peng Yuyin had already used system points to procure some kitchenware and seasonings. Spending 80 points, that he then spent another 20 points on a set of glass wine utensils, along with the previously unclaimed refined white wine. Upon returning to Liu Bei's camp, he found no sign of Liu Guan or Zhang and inquired after Dian Wei. Dian Wei, indulging in the wine gifted by Peng Yuyin, rose to embrace him, exclaiming, My lord, this wine is truly divine. Strong yet delightful. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. But my lord, why are you covered in blood? Peng Yuyin, taken aback by Dian Wei's drunken demeanor, pouted and replied, I went out to find food and encountered the Shiliang army. I defeated them all before returning. Where have my brothers gone? They have all gone to the rear tent for a banquet. Dian Wei pointed in that direction. Carrying his belongings, Peng Yuyin made his way to the rear tent. Half an hour earlier, Cao Cao had returned to the Allied forces, and news of his ambush and defeat had reached Yuan Shao's ears. Yuan Shao lamented, Had Mengda heeded my counsel sooner, he would not be in this predicament, that he thus ordered a grand banquet in the rear tent to console Cao Cao. Seated with a sullen expression, Cao Cao was reassured by Yuan Shao, who said, Mengda, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Do not be too disheartened. Cao Cao sighed deeply, remaining silent. At that moment, Liu Guan and Zhang arrived to join the feast. Liu Bei was the first to bow to the assembly and spoke. Due to my fourth brother's absence in search of wine and meat, we are late, and I apologize to everyone. That he then addressed Cao Cao, saying, Victory and defeat are commonplace. The fact that Brother Mengda returned whole and unscathed is indeed fortunate. There is no need for despondency. Upon hearing Liu Bei mention returned whole, Cao Cao's composure shattered as he wept. Xianda, I have wronged you. Xianda, Liu Bei, perplexed by Cao Cao's outburst, inquired, Why do you say such a thing? Mengda, Cao Cao hesitated before murmuring, Xianda, I fear your fourth brother may never return. This revelation shocked not only Liu Bei, but also Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who exclaimed in unison. What? Cao Cao began recounting the events of the day. Today, I fell into a trap set by Dong Zhuo and was besieged. Your fourth brother likely heard the sounds of battle and rushed to our aid alone, inflicting heavy damage upon the enemy, which allowed me to escape. Yet he now finds himself in peril, surrounded by the relentless Shiliang forces, and I fear he has already met with disaster. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out, Fourth brother, my dear brother. He then collapsed weakly backward. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei rushed to support Liu Bei, with Guan Yu gritting his teeth and declaring, Brother, I shall go rescue our fourth brother. Zhang Fei, equally resolute, shouted, I will go. Even if our fourth brother is dead, I will bring back his body, as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei prepared to leave. Liu Bei called out to stop them. Second brother, third brother, do not act rashly. The Xiliang army is numerous. I cannot afford to lose either of you after already losing my fourth brother frustrated and unable to avenge their fourth brother or retrieve his body. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei felt a deep sense of indignation. Just then, Peng Yin entered, shouldering his Qinji staff, drenched in blood, swaggering into the tent with a hearty demeanor. One side of his staff bore kitchenware wrapped in thick cloth, while the other held the wine utensils and white wine, secured against falls with thick cloth and clay for cushioning. Upon entering, he announced, I apologize for my tardiness. Everyone. Seeing Peng Yin standing intact, Cao Cao trembled. Reaching out to him with a shaking voice, Brother Yunfei, you have returned safely, you really live. Peng Yin placed his belongings on the ground and bowed to Cao Cao, saying, Mingda, I have returned. The Xiliang army is nothing to be concerned about. Liu Bei, relieved to see Peng Yin safe, smiled broadly. My fourth brother possesses unparalleled martial prowess. How could the Xiliang forces hinder his steps? He approached and grasped Peng Yin's hand, saying, It is good to have you back. You must not recklessly endanger yourself again. Seeing Peng Yin alive and well, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei realized their fourth brother had not perished and had sustained minimal injuries. Without any disdain for the blood-soaked figure of Peng Yin, both elder brothers laughed joyously and enveloped him in a bear hug. Guan Yu, grasping Peng Yin's hand, guided him to sit aside and inquired, Fourth brother, are you unscathed? Shall we fetch the military physician for a checkup? Zhang Fei, with his characteristic boisterousness, plopped down beside Peng Yin and heartily patted his back, exclaiming, Look at my fourth brother, though his stature may be slight. He is undeniably sturdy. How could mere blades and swords harm him? Peng Yin, thumping his chest with pride, declared, Indeed, your younger brother is exceptionally gifted. He shall not perish. Seeing that Peng Yin was unharmed, Zhang Fei shifted the conversation to the matter of wine. Fourth brother. Today I witnessed that Dian Wei relishing your wine. It delighted him immensely that I suggested he let me have a taste, but he refused, claiming it was a gift from you, meant solely for him. I asked, Fourth brother, do you have any more of that exquisite wine? I thought my brother was discussing something serious, but there it is. Peng Yin pointed to a pile of items on the ground. Laughing heartily, Zhang Fei was overjoyed. His brother had returned safely, and wine was in abundance that he felt so elated that he began to swing his fists in the air. Subsequently, Peng Yin stood and bowed to the lords and Yuan Shao, stating, I initially set out today to procure some fine wine and meat to prepare a splendid feast for my three elder brothers. Unexpectedly, I encountered an ambush laid by the enemy while on my way, and thus I went to their rescue, which caused my tardiness to the banquet, that I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Yuan Shao, observing Peng Yin's courteous demeanor and formidable strength, amiably replied, Brother Yunfei, you are too modest. Had it not been for your assistance in helping Meng to break through, he may not have returned at all. Peng Yin bowed to Yuan Shao and then produced exquisite glassware that as he unveiled it. The lords gazed in astonishment. Although the utensils were still speckled with dirt, their beauty and clarity could not be concealed. Gongsun Zan was the first to speak, exclaiming, Such purity in this glassware. Yuan Shu, greedily lifting a wine cup to weigh it, initially intended to stealthily pocket it, but upon noticing all eyes upon him, he felt ashamed and merely toyed with the cup, remarking, This entire set of glassware is truly priceless. Peng Yin then opened a jar of white wine, and the fragrance wafted through the entire military tent, tantalizing every individual's senses. Yuan Shao inhaled the aroma and remarked, Ah, what a delightful fragrance of wine. I happen to possess some fine wine as well. If the esteemed lords would be patient, might you allow me an hour to prepare a sumptuous feast, for only the finest dishes are worthy of such exquisite wine. The lords unanimously agreed, prompting Peng Yin to gather his cooking utensils and ingredients as he made his way to the kitchen, assigning the task of cleaning the wineware to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, for he feared it might vanish if entrusted to others. Chapter 13. The full pig feast in the rear tent. As Peng Yin approached the kitchen, he suddenly remembered he had not procured any meat from the system. He decided to head towards the granary to see if any was readily available. Just then, he encountered a soldier leading a pig and approached him, asking, "Hey, brother, what is this pig for?" The soldier responded, "Ah, General Peng, this is a gift from the common folk, who learned that our allied forces are to march against Dong Zhuo to eliminate a great menace." That a smile spread across Peng Yuyin's face. This meant he would not have to squander system points on purchasing pork. This pig could be used for an extravagant feast. "Perfect. I shall take this pig to the kitchen for the feast," Peng Yuyin declared. However, the soldier reacted vehemently, saying, "General, that won't do. The pork has a strong odor. If we serve it as a dish at the banquet, the various lords and generals will be furious." In ancient times, there were no suitable methods to process pork adequately, leading most people to dislike it due to its peculiar smell. Are you not aware? There are indeed methods to eliminate the strong odor of pork nowadays. Peng Yuyin cleverly persuaded. The soldier, convinced by this reasoning, apologized, acknowledging, "General, you are well informed. I was indeed lacking in knowledge." Peng Yuyin had then spent 10 points in the system shop to purchase some vegetables, retrieved a carrot, and fed it to the pig, which happily followed him. Thus, Peng Yuyin led the pig into the kitchen, where loud squeals erupted. The military cooks had already prepared dinner for the soldiers and lords and were now outside chatting. Suddenly, they heard a pig's mournful cry, as if someone was deceiving the poor creature. The cooks rushed back into the kitchen to find Peng Yuyin slaughtering the pig. Upon seeing them, Peng Yuyin smeared some pig's blood across his face and exclaimed, "You came just in time. Quick, lend a hand. This pig is rather feisty." The cooks, familiar with Peng Yuyin's reputation, did not hesitate to assist in slaughtering and preparing the pig. Once they learned that Peng Yuyin intended to serve pork to the lords, they all urged him against it, citing the strong odor. However, as Peng Yuyin displayed his culinary skills, knife techniques, and unfamiliar seasonings and vegetables, they were captivated, genuinely enjoying the experience of assisting him an hour later. The full pig feast was complete, that a total of 28 dishes were prepared, not only aromatic but also visually enticing. Some of the cooks expressed a desire to apprentice under Peng Yuyin to learn culinary arts. Although he declined their requests, he mentioned that he would eventually open a tavern where they could work as chefs and promised to impart his culinary knowledge to them. The cooks expressed their heartfelt gratitude, vowing to come and work under Peng Yuyin when the time came. The 28 dishes were served by 27 soldiers, each salivating at the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the rear tent. As the full pig feast commenced, every lord's table was adorned with a glass wine cup. The final dish was presented by Peng Yuyin himself, featuring his favorite dish, fish-flavored shredded pork, which he placed closest to himself for easy access. After setting the dish down, Peng Yuyin wiped his hands with an apron, removed it, and took a seat beside Liu Bei. Liu Bei smiled at Peng Yuyin, saying, "I never expected fourth brother to be such a talented chef. And the dishes are so delectable that just the aroma makes my mouth water." Peng Yuyin replied, "These are just a few dishes. There will be many more delights to come. You three brothers are in for a treat." Guan Yu laughed heartily, saying, "My fourth brother is truly a polymath. His literary and martial prowess is extraordinary, and his culinary skills are equally impressive that I feel humbled in comparison." Zhang Fei, though eager to eat, was still fixated on the wine, urging, "Fourth brother, where is the wine? Bring it forth." Peng Yuyin nodded, preparing to fetch the wine, but upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Yuan Shao drooling as he picked up chopsticks, ready to dig in. Peng Yuyin quickly interjected, "Wait, Alliance leader Yuan, the fine wine is yet to be served." Yuan Shao snapped back to attention, chuckling, Yes, the fine wine has not yet been presented. General Yunfei, hasten and bring forth your celestial brew. Good wine deserves good meat. Everything must be perfect." Under the watchful eyes of all, Peng Yuyin retrieved the wine and directed soldiers to distribute it among the lords. Once everyone received a cup, the banquet officially commenced. All present praised Peng Yuyin's culinary talents, raising their glass wine cups filled with the finest and most potent white wine, savoring the most aromatic and delectable pork. Their hearts were filled with joy. Even Yuan Shu, who often clashed with the four brothers, couldn't help but commend Peng Yuyin. Kong Rong laughed heartily, declaring, "General Yunfei is indeed a man of many talents, excelling in accord on the battlefield and in the kitchen. Truly a versatile individual." "I admire you," Yuan Shao echoed. "Indeed. Not to mention the dishes, even the wine deserves praise, that I have tasted the finest wines across the world." Yet General Yunfei's celestial brew is the strongest and most delightful I have ever encountered. Cao Cao added, Brother Yunfei's wine is indeed celestial, and this meat is simply exquisite. Until today, I, Cao, have scoffed at pork. But under your skilled hands, I now realize how delightful it can be. Thus, Cao Cao began to drink and compose poetry. With wine in hand, I sing, how fleeting is life, like morning dew, the passing days are filled with sorrow. After Cao Cao recited his poem, the lords applauded and praised his literary prowess. Kong Rong remarked, Brother Mingde, you possess remarkable literary talent. Cao Cao chuckled in gratitude, taking a sip of wine, then turned his gaze to Peng Yuyan. Setting down his cup with a smile, I have heard from Xuanda that Brother Yunfei possesses extraordinary literary skills. Might you compose a poem for us today? Author's note. Chapter 14. A night of drinking among four friends. Peng Yuyan thought to himself. Here it comes. The classic poetic challenge of crossing over to my apologies, Li Taibai. If I exhaust your verses over the years, do not hold it against me. If Li Bai were to exist in the same era as Peng Yuyan, he would undoubtedly feel, I seem to live in his shadow. With a hiccup, Peng Yuyan stood and began to recite his poem. In the flowers, a pot of wine, I drink alone, with none to share. I raise my cup to beckon the bright moon, and my shadow forms a trio. The moon cannot comprehend drinking, and my shadow merely follows me. For a while, I'll keep my moon and shadow company. For joy must seize the spring that I sing as the moon lingers. I dance as my shadow sways. In wakefulness, we share joy. In drunkenness, we part ways. May we share a bond beyond emotion as we meet in the distant sky. The lords present meticulously savored this poem, each one astonished by the literary talent of Peng Yuyan. They collectively pondered, though your martial prowess may rival that of El Bu, and your culinary skills are commendable, your literary brilliance is simply extraordinary, truly excessive. Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with delight. The more he contemplated the poem, the more he found it exquisite that moment. He felt an acute pang of envy towards Liu Bei. Realizing that with such an exceptionally versatile talent in his ranks, he could scarcely contain his admiration for Peng Yuyan, that he exclaimed, What a marvelous poem! Brother Yunfei's literary talent is indeed remarkable. Historically, those who excel in both literature and martial arts have only managed to achieve proficiency in both. Yet none have reached the zenith of excellence in either. Brother Yunfei may very well be the foremost individual in history. Liu Bei's heart swelled with joy, feeling as though he had struck gold by forming a brotherly bond with Peng Yuyan. He laughed heartily, declaring, My fourth brother is truly a paragon of martial and literary prowess, a veritable genius. Yuan Shao approached, raising his cup. General Yunfei, I toast to you. Peng Yuyan reciprocated the gesture, clinking cups with Yuan Shao. Then Peng Yuyan remarked, Since you all have been so generous with your praises, allow me to present you with a token of my appreciation. These wine cups I bestow upon you, upon hearing this. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. That Ting spoke up. General Peng, this glassware is of the finest quality, worth a considerable sum. Are you truly giving it to us? Tao Qian echoed, Indeed. General Peng, the value of this glass cup surpasses all treasures I have ever encountered. Are you truly bestowing it upon us? Liu Bei, feeling less than pleased with Peng Yuyan's generous gift, contemplated how selling these cups could sustain hundreds of thousands of troops, but he inquired, Fourth brother, is it truly wise to give such valuable glass cups to these lords? Peng Yuyan whispered reassuringly, Fear not, brother, I possess many such cups. Gifting them one poses no issue. Liu Bei, though skeptical, nodded in reluctant agreement. Yuan Shu, though eager to accept the glass cups, harbored suspicions, asking, General Peng, do you perhaps seek something from us? Peng Yuyan shook his head. Not at all. I merely wish to leave you with a cherished memory from this fortuitous encounter. Tao Qian respectfully bowed to Peng Yuyan, saying, It seems we have been narrow-minded. General Yunfei's generosity is truly admirable. After half an hour, the banquet concluded, and each lord returned to their respective camps with their glass cups. Some flaunted their newfound treasures, while others tucked them away as heirlooms. And some tenderly placed them beside their pillows as they slept. As Liu Bei and his three brothers entered their camp, they were greeted by Dian Wei, who rushed towards them. Peng Yuyan had only granted Dian Wei a small cup of wine, which he had already consumed. Dian Wei approached, hoping to win favor with Peng Yuyan, seeking more wine, that he playfully began to massage Peng Yun's shoulders, chuckling, "General, do you have any more of that divine brew?" Peng Yun chuckled at Dian Wei's comical expression, replying, "Dian Wei, I just bestowed a cup upon you today. It's all gone," Dian Wei confessed straightforwardly. Peng Yun continued, "There is more wine. What, didn't you drink enough?" Zhang Fei, overhearing this, chimed in, "Fourth brother, is there still wine? Quickly, bring it out. I haven't had my fill." Guan Yu, also fond of wine, had a face even redder than before from the banquet's libations. And he echoed Zhang Fei's sentiment, "Yes, fourth brother, your wine is exquisite. I too have not had enough." Liu Bei, whose tolerance for alcohol was modest, felt drowsy after consuming a cup and a bit. Said to the others, "You all should rest after your drinks. I will retire to my tent." Zhang Fei replied, "Of course, big brother. You rest first. We'll drink until we're done." Liu Bei, too weary to engage further, waved his sleeve and retreated to his tent for sleep. Subsequently, Peng Yun suggested to Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Dian Wei that they find a suitable spot while he fetched more wine, that he then sought out a secluded area to extract additional white wine from the system. Carrying the wine jug, Peng Yun entered the tent where the three awaited, placing it on the table, that he then produced smaller glass cups, specifically designed for drinking white wine. Dian Wei, astonished by the pristine glassware, remarked, "General, is it wise to drink from such delicate cups? What if they break?" Before Dian Wei could finish, Zhang Fei interjected, placing his hand against Dian Wei's face. "Enough. Fourth brother has as many of these cups as he desires. Drink freely." Upon hearing Zhang Fei's assurance, Dian Wei turned to Peng Yun, who nodded, prompting him to pour himself some wine. Just as the group began to sip, Peng Yun mused, "Gentlemen, is it truly satisfying to drink in silence?" Guan Yu, touching his flushed cheeks, inquired, "Oh, fourth brother, what do you propose?" "We lack two essential elements for our drinking," Peng Yun stated. The trio queried in unison, "What two?" "Snacks and drinking games," Peng Yun replied, before they could respond. He rose, declaring, "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Exiting the tent, he spent 10 points in the system store to procure 30 dice cups, 150 dice, and a large bag of boiled peanuts, extracting provisions for 4. He lingered for about 10 minutes before returning to avoid raising suspicion. Upon his return, Zhang Fei asked, "Did you manage to procure snacks, fourth brother?" Peng Yun replied, "I had the kitchen prepare something special for you." He then opened the bag of boiled peanuts and spread them on the table, that in the flickering candlelight. The boiled peanuts appeared unremarkable, resembling mere seeds. Dian Wei queried, "General, what is this?" "This is boiled peanuts. A delightful snack we savor while drinking. Do try some," Peng Yun instructed. Guan Yu grabbed a peanut, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Zhang Fei, eyes fixed on Guan Yu, asked, "Second brother, how do they taste?" Guan Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Fixated on the peanuts. "Delicious, soft yet crunchy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Perfect for pairing with wine." Dian Wei and Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, began to indulge in the peanuts, praising their flavor, observing their naïve delight. Peng Yun reminded them, "Don't just eat the snacks. Drink as well." "Oh, right. To drinking?" Zhang Fei exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with peanuts. That author's note. Chapter 15. Zhang Fei drinks himself into a stupor. Zhang Fei raised his cup, pouring wine into his mouth, provoking a suppressed laugh from Peng Yun at Zhang Fei's foolish antics, that he then produced the dice and cups, placing them on the table. "Come, let us roll the dice." Dian Wei, examining the square objects adorned with dots, asked, "General, what are these? What purpose do they serve?" Peng Yun explained, "These are dice, used to shake within this cup." Demonstrating, he tossed 5 dice into a cup, shook it for a moment, and then opened it to reveal 2 ones, a 3, a 4, and a 5. That he continued, "Each of us has 5 dice to roll, keeping our results secret. The numbers facing up represent our scores, for instance. I rolled these." That he pointed to his numbers. "Then we can call out numbers. For example, I might declare 6 fours. That my next player can either challenge my call or raise it. That if I call 6 fours, you can claim 6 fives, 6 sixes, or 7 fives, and so forth, as long as it's higher. That if you're bold, you can even challenge someone's call, and they may retaliate. The penalty for losing is as follows. Drink half a cup for losing, a full cup for a challenge, and 2 cups for a counter-challenge. Following this, all participants open their cups. A 1 serves as a wild die, usable as any number. That if the total of all players' dice matches or exceeds the claimed amount, the challenger drinks. Otherwise, the caller drinks. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei and Jian Wei were initially confused but felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of fun. They began to drink and roll the dice, playing more than 10 rounds, with each participant experiencing wins and losses, while Peng Yuyan emerged victorious in every round. Noticing his companions growing familiar with the rules, Peng Yuyan decided to reveal his competitive spirit. Zhang Fei, seeing the cunning expression on Peng Yuyan's face, resolved to get him drunk this evening, declaring, "Fourth brother, you've won every round. I will ensure you drink until you cannot rise tomorrow," in response to Zhang Fei's boldness. Peng Yuyan, without hesitation, vowed to intoxicate Zhang Fei until he could not awaken the following day. As Peng Yuyan began to call out numbers, he boldly declared, 10 sixes. Zhang Fei, upon witnessing this, was overjoyed and thought to himself, having rolled 2 ones and 3 sixes. According to the rules of the game, he could count an additional 6, totaling 6 sixes, that if the fourth brother dares to call 10 sixes, he must possess at least 3 sixes himself. Surely, the second brother and Jian Wei together must have at least 3 or 4 sixes. Right? I have 12 sixes, Zhang Fei exclaimed. Peng Yuyan, with a stoic expression, made a chopping gesture with his hand and said to Zhang Fei, "Chop you." Zhang Fei was taken aback. "What? You're going to chop me so soon? Aren't you afraid of my 6 sixes?" Unwilling to be outdone, Zhang Fei shouted, "Counter-chop." He then opened his dice cup and declared, 6 sixes, I am certain to win. Seeing Zhang Fei's cup containing 6 sixes, Guan Yu stroked his long beard and chuckled. "Fourth brother, you are still too hasty." Guan Yu opened his own dice cup, revealing 2 twos, 1 1, and 2 sixes, which according to the game's rules amounted to 3 sixes. He swung his cup toward Zhang Fei and said with a smile, "Third brother, the second brother assists you with 3 sixes." Zhang Fei clasped his fists and gratefully replied, "Thank you, second brother. This time, I will finally make fourth brother drink. Ha ha." Subsequently, Zhang Fei turned to Jian Wei and inquired, "Brother Jian, how many sixes do you have?" Jian Wei scratched his head, opened his dice cup, and made a peace gesture that he had won 3, 2 fives, and 2 sixes. Zhang Fei laughed even louder. "I have 6, second brother has 3, brother Jian has 2, totaling 11. Fourth brother, let us drink, 2 cups each." Peng Yuyan chuckled. "Third brother, I have yet to reveal my cup. Did you not call for 12 sixes? You are still 1 short." Zhang Fei responded with a grin, "We 3 together have 11. You called for 10 sixes. Could it be you cannot roll a single 6? Ha ha." Peng Yuyan opened his cup and slowly said, "No sixes." Zhang Fei stared in astonishment at Peng Yuyan's dice, which showed 2 twos, 2 threes, and 1 5. No sixes. Zhang Fei, now agitated, exclaimed, "Hey, fourth brother, you have no sixes. And yet you called for 10? You are deceiving us. It doesn't count." Guan Yu and Jian Wei, equally shocked by Peng Yuyan's lack of sixes, were quick to react. Guan Yu, chuckling, said, "Third brother, this is called the art of war. One must accept the bets and face the consequences. It is your turn to drink." Jian Wei, also impressed by Peng Yuyan's maneuver, raised his cup to him and said, "General Peng, I toast to you." Seeing this, Peng Yuyan suggested, "Let us all accompany third brother for his first cup. Let him drink the second cup on his own." Guan Yu agreed with a smile. "That sounds splendid. Come, cheers." Zhang Fei, still chuckling, said, "I concede. Fourth brother is both brave and cunning, leaving me utterly bewildered that I wholeheartedly submit. Come, cheers." The 4 of them raised their cups to drink, and from that moment on, Peng Yuyan found himself battling against 3. With Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Jian Wei consuming considerable amounts of alcohol. Though Peng Yuyan also drank, it was only a few cups under unfortunate circumstances. Zhang Fei drank the most, eventually losing consciousness and collapsing onto the table, knocking over a candle and spilling liquor everywhere, nearly igniting the entire tent. That night, Peng Yuyan reveled in joy, marking his first time fully enjoying himself in this world. The next day, Guan Yu and Jian Wei woke up on time. The metabolism of ancient individuals was relatively quick, and their sleep did not resemble that of modern people, who often wake up groggy after long hours. 5 or 6 hours of sleep sufficed. Peng Yuyan, however, could not abide such a schedule. He needed at least 8 hours of sleep. Zhang Fei, having lost consciousness, woke up slowly around lunchtime, much like Peng Yuyan. The author has a word to say. If you enjoy this novel, please leave a 5-star review. That IT helps attract more readers. which encourages the author to write faster, leading to more content for you to enjoy. The more you read, the happier you become, creating a win-win situation for all. Chapter 16. Li Ru's strategy to rescue Liu Bei sat silently at the dining table, facing several dishes of food. Guan Yu, seated beside him, closed his eyes in meditation. Unable to restrain himself, Liu Bei spoke. Yun Chang, could you check on Ida and Yun Fei? Why haven't they come to eat yet? Guan Yu, aware of Zhang Fei's state from the night before, believed that Zhang Fei would take a while to rise. However, he hesitated to inform Liu Bei about Zhang Fei's drunkenness, fearing reproach since Liu Bei had also partaken in the drinking. Guan Yu replied, Elder brother, perhaps the third and fourth brothers are concocting something new or experimenting with new dishes. Liu Bei frowned and said, even if they are experimenting, they still need to eat. No, Yin Chang, you must go and call them, but we cannot wait for them. Guan Yu nodded and rose to head towards Zhang Fei's tent. Upon arrival, he found Peng Yuyan assisting Zhang Fei, who was sitting up and drinking water while Peng Yuyan rubbed his back and fed him, resembling the care given to an elderly person, which was quite amusing. Seeing this scene, Guan Yu could not help but laugh. Zhang Fei pouted and, not pleased, remarked, second brother, how can you laugh at me? You and the fourth brother were the ones who got me drunk. At least fourth brother came to help me up after waking, but you only know how to laugh at my expense. Noticing Zhang Fei sulking, Guan Yu sat beside him and gently massaged his shoulders, saying, third brother, fourth brother, elder brother has been waiting for you both to eat for quite some time. Hurry and join him, that I haven't mentioned last night's events to elder brother, so don't let anything slip. By the way, fourth brother, do you still have that wine and those boiled peanuts? Yes, there is still some. Second brother, would you like to drink more at noon? Peng Yuyan replied, no, I told elder brother that you two were delayed because you were experimenting with new dishes. Let us show him the dice cup and the boiled peanuts, so we can explain ourselves, Guan Yu said. Peng Yuyan widened his eyes, assessing Guan Yu, thinking, this thick-browed, big-eyed Guan heir is quite the deceiver. All right, I still have wine. I'll fetch it shortly. Let us drink a little less at noon, though we had too much last night. A little sip this morning should suffice to soothe our throats. That is called a morning drink. Otherwise, we might feel unwell for several days, Peng Yuyan agreed. Thus, the three brothers made their way to Liu Bei's tent. Upon entering, Liu Bei said irritably, what were you two doing? Why did it take you so long to come for a meal? Zhang Fei chuckled, elder brother. I was helping fourth brother concoct something new that we just finished and have come over. Liu Bei, half believing, nodded and asked, what did you concoct? Peng Yuyan presented the boiled peanuts and the dice cup. Liu Bei propped his chin on his hand, staring at the boiled peanuts, and asked Peng Yuyan, fourth brother, what kind of seeds are these? Peng Yuyan explained, elder brother, these are not seeds. They are snacks to accompany drinks, and they are quite delicious. Zhang Fei chimed in, indeed, elder brother, these are truly delightful to eat this moment. Guan Yu grabbed a boiled peanut, tossed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and said to Liu Bei, elder brother, these seed-like things are remarkably tasty. You must try some. Peng Yuyan and Zhang Fei stifled their laughter as they watched Guan Yu's performance, surprised to discover that the renowned Guan heir was quite the actor. Unable to contain himself, Peng Yuyan let out a snort of laughter, followed by Zhang Fei bursting into hearty laughter as well. Liu Bei, puzzled, inquired, what are you laughing about? I recalled something amusing. Peng Yuyan replied, what amusing thing? Liu Bei asked, I am getting married, Peng Yuyan said, trying to suppress his laughter. Then what are you laughing about? Liu Bei turned to Zhang Fei. I am also getting married, Zhang Fei replied, also trying to hold back laughter. Are you two marrying the same person? Liu Bei tilted his head and spread his hands, asking, yes, indeed. Ah no, wait, we're getting married on the same day. Peng Yuyan nearly laughed out loud. Liu Bei's expression turned serious, and his voice rose a notch as he demanded, what exactly is going on with you two? Ultimately, Zhang Fei revealed the truth, and unsurprisingly, all three received a stern reprimand from Liu Bei, which lasted for half an hour, with admonitions about decorum and the perils of drunkenness. That moment, Peng Yuyan finally understood why Sun Wukong from Journey to the West found Tang Sung so unbearable. After half an hour of scolding, Liu Bei felt a bit parched and poured himself a cup of Peng Yuyan's wine, taking a few sips before continuing his lecture. While lecturing, he casually tossed a boiled peanut into his mouth. As Liu Bei chewed, the flavor of the boiled peanuts grew more delightful, leading him to crave more, and soon he could not stop eating them. Thus, Liu Bei's scolding fell silent, replaced by the sounds of four men rolling dice and calling out numbers. Meanwhile, in Dong Zhuo's camp, Dong Zhuo erupted in anger in the court. "You useless bunch! You couldn't even handle Cao Cao, and now you've let Peng Yuyan, who came to rescue him, slip away. And you dare to make excuses about sorcery and teleportation? All nonsense. Truly useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. A waste of space." Li Ru stepped forward to advise, "Your Excellency, Peng Yuyan is indeed formidable. Even General Liu was captured by him in conjunction with his two brothers, proving his extraordinary martial prowess. This." Dong Zhuo grew even angrier, bellowing, "What of it? What good does it do to tell me this now? My son Feng Xian is currently imprisoned among these 18 good-for-nothings, and the rest cannot even capture Cao Cao. What good is that?" Li Ru spoke slowly and deliberately. "Prime Minister, please do not be angry that I have a plan that may rescue General L and potentially eliminate Peng Yuyan in the process." Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo was overjoyed and asked, "You truly deserve your reputation as my foremost strategist. What is your brilliant scheme?" Li Ru replied, "Yuan Shao's uncle, Yuan Wei, is the grand tutor in court. The Prime Minister could dispatch troops to besiege Yuan Shao's residence, using the lives of his entire family as leverage to compel his surrender. At this moment, Yuan Shao is the leader of the allied forces. Should he capitulate, the other warlords will surely abandon him, leaving Yuan Shao isolated and without support. That if he refuses to surrender, he will bear the infamous label of disloyalty, rendering his position as leader hollow." Dong Zhuo recognized the flaw in this strategy, but this merely poses a minor inconvenience for Yuan Shao. How can it rescue Feng Xian and eliminate Peng Yuyan? Li Ru chuckled, a cunning smile gracing his face as he said, "According to the intelligence I have gathered from my informants within Yuan Shao's camp, Yuan Shao spends his days drinking with General L in the prison, attempting to persuade him to surrender. However, General L remains unwaveringly loyal to the Prime Minister, engaging only in conversation and revelry, yet refusing to yield to Yuan Shao. Once the news of the threat against his family is released, I will have my informants discreetly inform General L to feign surrender." Hearing of the Prime Minister's threat, Yuan Shao will undoubtedly become flustered and will likely discuss this matter while drinking with General L that moment. General L can feign surrender under the pretense of the Prime Minister's heinous actions and share strategies for attacking Hulao Pass. Yuan Shao will surely mobilize his forces for the assault on Hulao Pass, and given Peng Yuyan's valor, it is highly probable that he will designate Peng Yuyan as the vanguard. Thus, we shall set an ambush at Hulao Pass. And when the Allied forces arrive to attack, we will coordinate with General L to annihilate the 18 warlords and that damned Peng Yuyan in one fell swoop. Dong Zhuo, upon hearing this, was filled with elation, all his worries dissipating as he laughed heartily. "You are indeed my most esteemed advisor." Author's note. Having reached this point, dear readers, might I ask for some reviews? I check for comments every few minutes, and it pains my heart to see none. Chapter 17. He harbors feelings for the Lord. Meanwhile, on Cao Cao's side, he had just welcomed Guojia and was in high spirits, preparing a grand banquet, eager to treat Guojia to pork. However, the thought of pork reminded him of Peng Yuyan, thus slightly dampening his mood. Guojia sensed Cao Cao's unease and inquired, "Could it be that the Lord is contemplating matters concerning brother Yunfei?" Cao Cao, hearing this, displayed a look of confusion and responded, "Does Feng Xiao know Yunfei? General Yunfei, renowned for breaking through 100,000 troops single-handedly, is indeed well known, but he does not know me," Guojia replied. Cao Cao had assumed that Guojia was acquainted with Peng Yuyan and had hoped to foster a closer relationship between them, aiming for a day when Peng Yuyan might serve under him. However, upon learning that Peng Yuyan did not recognize Guojia, he sighed, "I envy Liu Bei. He has both Yunfei and Guanzhong, not to mention that fierce warrior, Zhang Ida, whose skills are equally formidable. Moreover, Yunfei is my savior, and I lament my inability to recruit him." Guojia chuckled, and Cao Cao, puzzled by his reaction, asked, "Why do you laugh, Feng Xiao?" Guojia, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "I believe the Prime Minister still has a chance to recruit Peng Yuyan." Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly probed Guojia. "What do you mean, Feng Xiao?" Guojia, pleased by Cao Cao's anticipation, smiled and said, It is said that General Peng was merely out seeking wine and meat when he fortuitously encountered the Prime Minister's ambush. Hence his timely assistance. Cao Cao nodded in agreement. Guijia continued. When the Prime Minister saw General Peng come to your aid, did he happen to bring wine and meat? Cao Cao shook his head. How long after the Prime Minister returned to the Allied forces did General Peng follow? Guijia asked. Approximately 2/4 of an hour, Cao Cao replied. Guijia grinned. Indeed, it is remarkable that General Peng could break through 100,000 troops in just 2/4 of an hour. How could he possibly have had time to seek wine and meat afterward? Even if given another 2/4, he may not have returned in time. That in my view, General Peng must have already secured wine and meat beforehand and hurried directly to the battlefield to assist the Prime Minister. Cao Cao, upon hearing this, was filled with joy, laughing heartily. Ah, Feng Xiao, you are indeed a genius strategist. If this is the case, does it not imply that Yunfei harbors a certain fondness for me? Guijia replied with a smile. Precisely. This is why General Yunfei came alone to support the Prime Minister. Thus, I maintain that the Prime Minister still has a chance. Cao Cao smiled and said, I am grateful to Feng Xiao for alleviating my concerns. Send out orders. Tonight, we shall hold a grand banquet. Bring forth the half-jar of celestial brew I procured from General Yunfei last time. I intend to drink with Feng Xiao until we are both inebriated. Guijia was elated. He had heard tales of the exquisite taste of Peng Yuyan's celestial brood. As a lover of fine wines himself, he was eager to discover the flavor of Peng Yuyan's brew. While both Dong Zhuo and Cao Cao were immensely pleased, Peng Yuyan found himself in less favorable spirits. Having again intoxicated Zhang Fei at midday, Liu Bei was also inebriated. Guan Yu, however, remained sober, knowing well of Peng Yuyan's exceptional dice-throwing skills, and thus refrained from challenging him, managing to drink just the right amount. Yet with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei both heavily intoxicated, he had to tend to them, leaving the task of training to Peng Yuyan. Peng Yuyan had originally intended to take a day of rest, planning to train the next day instead, and had intended for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to handle the training today. However, he did not anticipate that in a moment of distraction, he would end up putting his elder brother and third brother out of commission. Thus, the responsibility of training naturally fell upon him. Peng Yuyan strode into the barracks and bellowed, All personnel, assemble. The scattered soldiers began to converge towards him, and Peng Yuyan continued, From this moment forth, the titles of ranks within our army will be revised. There will be no more of those titles such as 100-man commander or 1,000-man commander. Instead, all 1,000 of you will belong to a single regiment, of which I am the commander. Below me, there will be company commanders, platoon leaders, and other ranks that I will now select 3 individuals to serve as my company commanders. The method of selection is simple. You will stand at attention. In essence, I will observe who stands properly, straight, and with spirit. At this point, whispers began to circulate among the soldiers. Who cannot stand? How absurd to select company commanders based on standing. Exactly, it seems this general is not suited for training. In a few days, he'll be reassigned elsewhere. He clearly lacks the ability to train troops. Noticing the murmurs, Peng Yuyan pointed out 3 individuals who were particularly vocal. You, and you, step forward, the 3 approached. Still with expressions of discontent, Peng Yuyan addressed them. You 3 will perform frog jumps around our regiment for a duration of 2/4. The 3, initially fearing punishment or expulsion, were taken aback by the relatively light directive. Deepening their belief that this general was unfit for command, one of them asked, Commander, what are frog jumps? Watch closely, I will demonstrate, Peng Yuyan replied, squatting down to illustrate a few frog jumps, upon seeing how simple it was. The trio's expressions relaxed, and they began to frog jump around the 1,000-strong regiment. After they began, Peng Yuyan turned to the entire regiment and declared, Now, I will teach you how to stand at attention. Stand by. Upon issuing the command, he immediately assumed a perfect position, eyes fixed forward, exuding an aura of command. He maintained this stance for a considerable time, utterly still, thanks to the military training he had received throughout his education. After a while, Peng Yuyan stated, This is how one stands at attention. When you hear me call stand by, you will assume this posture for a duration of 1/4. Your feet should be positioned similarly to mine. Legs straight, thumbs touching the second joint of your index fingers, arms hanging naturally at your sides, abdomen in, chest out, head held high, eyes forward and shoulders back. Now begin. Stand by. Peng Yin shouted, prompting all to mimic his stance. He then began to weave through the crowd, correcting their postures. While navigating, he spotted an individual scratching his nose and bellowed. "You, what are you doing?" Startled by the sudden shout, the man replied, "I was scratching my nose." "It's itchy," Peng Yin retorted. "An itchy nose is acceptable, but scratching it is not. Whatever action you undertake must be reported to me. Only upon my approval may you proceed. You come with me." That he then led the individual to the forefront and instructed him to face the assembly, because this individual failed to report to me while standing at attention. "The time for all of you to stand will be extended from 1/4 to 2 to furthermore. From now on, during training, you must report any actions to me. Only after my approval may you execute them." Initially, standing at attention seemed easy to the soldiers, but as time dragged on, they discovered just how exhausting it truly was. Naturally, they were displeased at having their standing time extended due to one person's oversight. At this moment, someone voiced, "Commander, it is unfair that we all suffer because of him." Peng Yin retorted, "Why is it unfair? On the battlefield, you will be comrades back to back, sharing both fortune and hardship. How many times has one person's folly led to the downfall of an entire army?" Chapter 18. Peng Yin was currently overseeing military drills. After reprimanding a soldier, the latter lowered his head. And Peng Yin chose not to continue his admonishment. Instead, he resumed supervising the formation, occasionally adjusting the stance of an individual by pulling at their arm. Should the arm yield easily to his tug, that soldier would be summoned to join 3 others for frog jumps. They maintained their military stance for approximately 3/4 of an hour, 45 minutes. The soldiers engaged in frog jumps began to complain, with the one at the rear lamenting, "Commander, I beseech you to let me return to the military stance. My legs are utterly fatigued." The other soldiers, experiencing the rigors of standing at attention, looked on with a mixture of envy and joy towards the frog-jumping group, who appeared to be enjoying a far easier task. Upon hearing the groans of the frog jumpers, they realized that this exercise was undoubtedly more taxing than standing at attention, prompting them to stand even straighter, fearful that Peng Yin might notice their form and assign them to join the frog jumpers. Disregarding the soldiers' pleas, Peng Yin called out to all present, "If anyone finds this too arduous, I implore you to leave my camp at once. My camp has no need for the weak. If you cannot even endure hardship, what right have you to be a soldier?" Upon hearing this, groups began to depart, leaving only one from the frog jumpers. The remaining contingent of 1,000 had dwindled to 783. Those who remained continued to stand at attention, intermittently requesting permission to wipe sweat or scratch their heads. Although they shared a silent lament, they steadfastly obeyed Peng Yin's commands, maintaining their military posture at that moment. Guan Yu rushed over, alarmed to see the mass exodus. This was the foundation of his elder brother's authority. He hurriedly approached Peng Yin to inquire about the situation. After a detailed explanation of the circumstances and the nature of the training, Peng Yin spent over 10 minutes elucidating the matter to Guan Yu. Once Guan Yu had processed the information, he closed his eyes, stroked his beard in contemplation for 2 to 3 minutes, and then opened his eyes to speak. "Fourth brother, I have faith in the training methods of your school, as well as in your ability to mold this group of soldiers. Should they each become capable of taking on 10 adversaries or even more, then the 200 who have departed are of no consequence to us. Fourth brother, proceed with your training as you see fit, that if my elder brother reproaches you, I shall bear the brunt of it." Peng Yin felt deeply touched by Guan Yu's trust and embraced him warmly, stating, "Rest assured, second brother, I shall train this battalion to become the finest army in the world." Guan Yu nodded and took a seat on a nearby stone to observe Peng Yin's training regimen. Peng Yin then shouted to the remaining soldiers, "Attention, take a 15-minute break." Once the command was given, all soldiers ceased their military stance, many shaking their arms and massaging their calves to relieve tension. The soldier who had been frog jumping also halted, slowly sitting on the ground to rub his legs. After Peng Yin issued the command to rest, Dian Wei stopped standing at attention but refrained from relaxing. Instead, he stood rigidly with his hands on his hips and legs apart, awaiting Peng Yin's next command. Zhou Tsong similarly relaxed for only half a minute before adopting the same position as Dian Wei. A quarter of an hour later, Peng Yin issued another command. "All personnel, assemble." The soldiers promptly moved toward Peng Yin, and this time, the assembly was notably quicker than before, demonstrating the effectiveness of their military training. Guan Yu, watching from the side, was astonished by the rapid transformation of the soldiers in such a brief period. Peng Yuyin continued solemnly. Today, those of you who remain are commendable. Each of you possesses the potential to become part of the finest army in the world. Only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. After an hour of training, I can already envision your glorious performances on the battlefield. Our current strength is only 783. We shall be reorganized from a regiment to a battalion. Henceforth, you shall no longer refer to me as commander, but as battalion leader. Below the battalion leader are the company commanders, and I shall now divide you into 3 companies and select 3 individuals as company commanders. Dian Wei, Zhou Tsang, step forward. Yes, they shouted in unison. Dian Wei and Zhou Tsang jogged to the front, and Peng Yuyin addressed the assembly. Dian Wei and Zhou Tsang have demonstrated exceptional performance during this training and possess formidable martial skills. Therefore, I am promoting them to the rank of company commanders. Does anyone have any objections? A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Peng Yuyin then pointed to the lone soldier who had remained from the frog jump group. This soldier was not among the trio who had initially whispered to one another, but was the one who had been penalized for not maintaining his arms tension. Throughout the ordeal, he expressed no dissent towards Peng Yuyin's orders. When told to frog jump, he complied without hesitation. Yes, you step forward, yes, the soldier responded, jogging to Peng Yuyin's side. What is your name? Reporting to the battalion leader. My name is Li Hong. Well done. Among all the frog jumpers, you are the only one who chose to remain. Tell me, why did you decide to stay when the others left? Because I believe following the battalion leader leads to a promising future. Good, I shall now grant you that future. Peng Yuyin proclaimed. You are now my 3rd company commander. Do not fail in your mission. Understood, Li Hong shouted. Thus, the remaining time was spent as Peng Yuyin began instructing the soldiers in proper marching. Jogging, saluting, and standing at attention. Guan Yu, observing from the side, found himself perplexed, wondering the utility of such training. However, as time passed, the soldiers' movements began to synchronize, and their discipline slowly manifested, leading Guan Yu to increasingly admire his 4th brother. After training until 9 in the evening, Peng Yuyin dismissed the assembly, allowing everyone to return to their quarters for rest. At 4 in the morning, Peng Yuyin awoke from a pressing need to relieve himself. After a refreshing trip to the restroom, he pondered, these soldiers should be sleeping soundly, that I shall prepare a surprise for them. With that thought, Peng Yuyin dashed to the barracks, fervently banging a gong and shouting, Assemble! 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 All personnel, gather! Everyone, bewildered, wondered what urgent matter could possibly warrant their awakening at such an hour. They groggily made their way to the training ground, many still half asleep and yawning. Once all had assembled, Peng Yuyin nodded. Zhou Tsang stepped forward to inquire. Battalion leader, is there an important matter for summoning us at this late hour? With a smile, Peng Yuyin replied, there is no pressing matter. I merely wish to address the slow pace of your assembly. Return to your quarters and get some rest. This sudden turn of events left many disgruntled. What is the meaning of this? You woke us at night just to play. Murmurs of discontent began to rise. Dian Wei stepped forward, stating, Pardon my ignorance, but what is the meaning of this summons, battalion leader? Peng Yuyin responded, The enemy will not grant you the luxury of waking up at your leisure. If it were not me calling you tonight, but an enemy force, you would have already faced annihilation at your current pace. From now on, whenever you hear the sound of my gong, regardless of the time, be it during meals, while sleeping, or even in the restroom, you must hold it in and assemble. Cultivating this habit will ensure that you respond swiftly to any enemy ambush in the future. Initially, the soldiers were quite displeased with Peng Yuyin's midnight antics, but upon hearing his rationale, they began to see the merit in his words. Thus, they dispersed and returned to their quarters for sleep. Author's note: Chapter 19 Results of a day's training. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Peng Yuyin awoke the next day at 5:30, noticing that it was still dark outside. He instinctively glanced at his wrist. Oh right, I forgot. I don't have a watch. Consequently, Peng Yuyin accessed the system mall and exchanged for a metallic wristwatch. The watch was a splendid amalgamation of gold and silver, with a golden bean depicted on the inner base. Each numeral was accompanied by a sparkling, transparent plastic bead, while the hour and second hands were pure gold, and the minute hand was pure silver. The watch exuded an air of luxury, though in modern times, one could procure a similar item for merely $20 to $30. After adorning the watch, he checked the time. It's 5:34. Time to freshen up and prepare for today's trials. Training done at 6 o'clock. Peng Yuyin began ringing the gong and calling for everyone in the barracks to rise for the day's training. After assembling them, he instructed them to stand at attention for an hour before following Dian Wei to his tent. Upon entering, Peng Yuyin was met with an overwhelming odor of foot and sweat that assailed his senses. Goodness! This stench is even more intoxicating than wine. How do you all coexist in such an environment? He exclaimed, grimacing as he waved his hand in front of his face. Dian Wei, sheepishly chuckling, said nothing in response. Peng Yuyin exchanged for an air freshener from the system and began spraying it liberally throughout Dian Wei's tent. Dian Wei watched in awe as the strange object emitted a mist, causing his impression of Peng Yuyin to elevate significantly. Could it be that the battalion leader had the ability to command clouds and mist? Unable to contain his curiosity, Dian Wei inquired, "Battalion leader, what is this miraculous object that produces fog?" Peng Yuyin playfully swatted Dian Wei's head and replied, "It's merely because your tent is too fragrant. I need to counteract the odor. This is called an air freshener. To put it simply, it involves crushing flowers and mixing them with water, then spraying it to release a pleasant aroma. And how does it manage to produce mist?" Dian Wei pressed further. Peng Yuyin unscrewed the nozzle of the air freshener. Instructing Dian Wei to fetch a cup of water, Peng Yuyin submerged the hose beneath the nozzle into the water and pressed the button on the sprayer, releasing a fine mist. It turned out that this was the main body. Dian Wei remarked, "What main body? Even a skilled carpenter could accomplish this." Peng Yuyin deceived Dian Wei, who nodded silently. Thus, Peng Yuyin called upon Dian Wei to assist in tidying their military tent. Initially, Dian Wei was reluctant to allow Peng Yuyin to help, questioning how a commander could tidy up the tents of his subordinates. However, after Peng Yuyin playfully kicked him twice, Dian Wei ceased his protests. Half an hour later, Peng Yuyin had organized Dian Wei's tent according to modern military management standards. Observing the tidy tent, Dian Wei felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, having participated in the tidying up under Peng Yuyin's guidance. "Commander, look! The entire tent is as good as new, impeccably clean and orderly." Dian Wei chuckled, "But wasn't this all thanks to my efforts?" Peng Yuyin playfully kicked Dian Wei again and asked, "Did you manage to learn how to fold the blankets I just taught you?" Dian Wei replied with a grin, "I learned it. I never imagined blankets could be folded so neatly. All right, let us have them come in later to observe how to arrange their tents and fold their blankets." Every day, Yu Zhouzong and Li Hong must inspect the tents of each squad leader and then have them check their subordinates' tents, Peng Yuyin instructed. Dian Wei scratched his head, saying, "Commander, I don't understand why we, as grown men, need to put so much effort into keeping our tents spotless to Tiomi. As long as I can lay down and sleep, that's enough." Peng Yuyin playfully kicked Dian Wei again. Dian Wei, with his tough demeanor, seemed unfazed and chuckled. Peng Yuyin rolled his eyes and said, "This is called military decorum, that I need to distinguish you from those Boy Scouts. You are the elite among the elite. So everything must be done with precision." Dian Wei nodded in understanding, and the two set off for the training grounds. Half an hour earlier, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei had risen and coincidentally arrived at the military camp. Guan Yu was the first to speak. "Good morning, elder brother and third brother." Zhang Fei pouted. "Didn't second brother say yesterday at noon that we would drink to moisten our throats? Why then did the fourth brother get me drunk?" Liu Bei chuckled. "Good morning, second brother and third brother. Yesterday I was overwhelmed by the wine and only just woke up. How is the training going?" Guan Yu replied, "Fourth brother is truly a prodigy in military training. His methods are unprecedented and astonishing. In just one day, he has transformed those seasoned veterans into obedient soldiers." Liu Bei, taken aback, expressed his delight. "Is it truly so, second brother? You know me, I, Guan Yunchang, am a man of my word." "Those seasoned veterans are now following orders without question," Guan Yu affirmed. Liu Bei, overjoyed, grasped Zhang Fei's hand, exclaiming, "Second brother, quickly take me to see." Upon arriving at the training ground, they witnessed all the soldiers standing rigidly, their eyes brimming with fierce determination as they stared ahead. Liu Bei inquired of Guan Yu, "Second brother, what is happening? Why is everyone standing still?" Guan Yu, stroking his long beard, chuckled, "Elder brother, this is a method of training employed by fourth brother, known as standing at attention." Liu Bei mimicked Guan Yu, stroking his own mustache and muttering, "Standing at attention." Zhang Fei approached the crowd, waved his hand in front of one soldier's face, but received no response. He then poked the shoulder of another soldier. Yet again there was no reaction. Growing impatient, Zhang Fei tugged at the arm of a third soldier, only to find it unyielding. Frustrated, he exerted more force and finally succeeded in moving the arm. Delighted by his success, Zhang Fei burst into laughter, but the third soldier remained expressionless, returning his hand to his side. Zhang Fei huffed in annoyance and returned to Liu Bei's side just as Peng Yuyan and Dian Wei were returning. Liu Bei, accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, approached them with smiles. "Fourth brother, your method of military training is indeed remarkable. In just one day, these seasoned veterans can adhere to such discipline. It's truly impressive." Liu Bei began to flatter. Peng Yuyan chuckled. "Allow me to demonstrate to elder brother the principle of obedience." With that, Peng Yuyan shouted to the crowd, "At ease." The soldiers uniformly stepped out with one foot. Although they couldn't achieve perfect synchronization, their timing differed by no more than 0.5 seconds. "Attention!" The soldiers promptly stood upright. "March!" The sound of their footsteps echoed as they approached Peng Yuyan. Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were astounded. How could these soldiers become so obedient in just one day? Guan Yu, having witnessed the training the previous day, remained relatively unfazed. Though Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were quite satisfied, Peng Yuyan felt there were still many shortcomings. After all, they had only trained for a day, and such progress was commendable. "Halt!" The soldiers immediately came to a stop, standing at attention. "Today, I will teach you how to maintain military decorum, starting with tidying your living quarters. Next, company leader Dian Wei will instruct you. You are to heed his commands," Peng Yuyan announced. Dian Wei bellowed, "All troops, move out. Forward to the tents." And so, Dian Wei led the entire camp towards the tents. Liu Bei nodded with delight, casting a pleased glance at Peng Yuyan. Under Liu Bei's watchful gaze, however, Peng Yuyan's left sleeve slipped, revealing a low-quality wristwatch. The author has something to say. Chapter 20. Acquired the custom watch. Liu Bei leaned in to examine the watch on Peng Yuyan's wrist, increasingly fascinated by its exquisite craftsmanship. Not only was it made of gold and silver, but it also had 3 moving hands. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, curious about why Liu Bei was so fixated on fourth brother's wrist, approached and discovered the watch as well. They marveled at its details, their eyelids synchronizing with the ticking second hand. The 3 men were captivated by the watch's intricacies, growing more astonished and enamored with each passing moment. Sensing the close proximity of their heads, Peng Yuyan was startled and exclaimed, jumping back a step. Liu Bei, realizing his lapse in decorum, quickly reassured Peng Yuyan, "Fourth brother, do not be alarmed. It was my oversight that startled you. I apologize on behalf of second and third brother." Peng Yuyan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. What are you 3 doing so close? Is there something on my face?" Guan Yu inquired. "Fourth brother, what is that exquisite item on your left wrist?" Upon realizing they were referring to the watch, Peng Yuyan chuckled inwardly. After all, this modern timekeeping device, now obsolete, was a treasure in ancient times. He moved his left hand slightly, causing the 3 men's gazes to follow. When he shifted his hand to the right, their eyes moved accordingly. This amused Peng Yuyan, prompting him to chuckle. The 3 men regained their composure. And Zhang Fei exclaimed, "Fourth brother, stop teasing us. Quickly tell us what this treasure is." "This, my friends, is a watch, a timekeeping device that is incredibly accurate. Do you see these 12 symbols?" Peng Yuyan pointed to the 12 Arabic numerals on the watch face. "What do these symbols signify?" Liu Bei asked. "These are another form of expressing numbers. Starting from the top and moving in the direction of the hands, they represent 1, 2, 3 for 11, 12. We currently divide the day into 12 time periods, while this watch divides it into 24 hours. Peng Yuyan then explained the 24-hour system and how to read the watch, also mentioning that the watch requires a battery for power and that old batteries should not be discarded carelessly, but brought to him for replacement. The 3 men nodded in understanding. Liu Bei and Guan Yu appeared to comprehend fully, while Zhang Fei looked anxiously at Liu Bei and Guan Yu, seemingly thinking, "You 2 understood such a complex device?" Liu Bei, intrigued by the school of thought that could produce such a multifaceted talent as Peng Yuyan, inquired, "Where is your school located?" Peng Yuyan scratched his nose, pondering, "How could I possibly reveal that I come from a parallel world?" With a smile, he replied, "Our school is a place beyond the world, accessible only to those who come out but not to those who enter. I do not know its location. Liu Bei mused. Could it be that fourth brother school was founded by immortals, inaccessible to mortals? Does that mean my fourth brother is also akin to an immortal? Upon observing Liu Bei's peculiar expression, Peng Yuyan feared that Liu Bei might pursue some odd inquiries. Thus he spoke up. If my three elder brothers find delight in this wristwatch of mine, I shall gladly bestow it upon you. This, fourth brother, this item is exceptionally exquisite and quite costly. You should keep it for yourself. Guan Yu interjected, despite his own desire for the watch, as he was not one to prioritize wealth over righteousness. Peng Yuyan chuckled. Of course I shall retain my own, but in addition, I shall present 3 more watches to you. The trio was elated by his words, and Liu Bei excitedly inquired, will the watches you give to me possess the same elegance as this one from my younger brother? In response to Liu Bei's question, Peng Yuyan produced a black wristwatch from his pocket. However, it lacked the charm of the one adorning his wrist, embodying a minimalist design with a black strap complemented by a silver dial and hands. Upon seeing this, Liu Bei's expression soured. Contemplating that as the elder brother, it was disheartening for his watch to be less appealing than his younger siblings. Zhang Fei, however, paid no mind to such matters and swiftly snatched the black watch from Peng Yuyan's hand. Exclaiming with laughter, this one is also quite nice. As long as it tells the time, that suffices. Ha! I am grateful for the gift, fourth brother. Peng Yuyan seized Zhang Fei's wrist and remarked, third brother, you are wearing it incorrectly. Zhang Fei glanced down and, realizing the truth, promptly removed it to adjust. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Fei was distracted, Peng Yuyan snatched back the black watch, causing Zhang Fei to become flustered as he grasped Peng Yuyan's other hand. Pleading, does fourth brother no longer wish to gift it to his elder brother? With a smile, Peng Yuyan shook his head. Not at all, third brother. This watch is intended for all the soldiers in our camp. The ones I shall gift you will undoubtedly be far more exquisite than this black one. Liu Bei's spirits lifted as he asked, will they be akin to that of my younger brothers? Not at all. They will be uniquely tailored to each elder brother's characteristics, entirely one of a kind, with no replicas to follow, Peng Yuyan explained. The trio rejoiced at his words, showering Peng Yuyan with praises for his loyalty over monetary gain. Amidst their commendations, Peng Yuyan unveiled 3 customized watches, their shapes resembling the one he wore, though differing in intricate details. Liu Bei's watch featured shades of brown and yellow, with the base of the dial adorned with simple lines depicting a dual-edged sword. Guan Yu's watch was predominantly red and green, showcasing the design of the green dragon crescent blade on its base. Zhang Fei's watch was primarily black and gray, similarly depicting his signature weapon, the 8-section serpent spear. The 3 quickly recognized their personalized watches, eagerly donning them with expressions of sheer affection, akin to children receiving their long-desired toys, likely not to remove them even in slumber. Guan Yu stroked his beard and remarked, fourth brother, you have truly outdone yourself. The watches even bear the likeness of our weapons that I shall treasure this watch and care for it meticulously. Liu Bei, smiling yet silent, continued to caress the watch on his left wrist, occasionally puffing his breath to clean the dial, feeling it had become soiled. May I ask for a favor from my elder brother? Peng Yuyan inquired. Zhang Fei, wrapping his arm around Peng Yuyan, declared, what favor is there to speak of? We are all brothers. Your affairs are our affairs. Speak freely. Peng Yuyan presented the black watch, stating, I possess 783 black watches. Could you assist me in distributing them among the soldiers in the camp? Why, this is no trouble at all. Wait, I shall seek out Dian Wei immediately. Zhang Fei responded, thumping his chest, that in truth, the 3 had previously inquired about the source of Peng Yuyan's abundance. Yet he had deflected with laughter, and they chose not to press further at that moment. Cao Cao and Guo Jia rushed over, and upon noticing Cao Cao's urgency, Peng Yuyan inquired, Brother Mingda, what brings you here in such haste? Glancing at Peng Yuyan, Guo Jia recognized him as the valiant General Yunfei, who had made a daring escape from the encirclement of 100,000 troops. Observing Peng Yuyan's youth, Guo Jia mused. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. However, given the gravity of the situation, such sentiments were ill-timed. Otherwise, Guo Jia would have relished a deeper conversation with Peng Yuyan, perhaps sharing a drink. Guo Jia spoke, General Yunfei, a grave situation has arisen among the allied forces. Dong Zhuo has taken the family of Lord Yuan hostage to coerce him into submission. Upon hearing this news, Liu Bei exclaimed. "What, Brother Mingde, quickly, let us hasten to the assembly," as the weight of this revelation settled upon him. Peng Yuyin began to contemplate. This must be the scheme of Li Ru. However, in the original tale, it was Li Ru who suggested the plan leading to the downfall of Yuan Shao's household. Now, it appears to be merely intimidation. This leaves us with two possibilities. Either this parallel world diverges from the original romance of the Three Kingdoms in a manner that is to be expected, or it is because Ele Bu has been captured, and this tactic revolves around him. Thus, the group hurriedly arrived at the military tent, where upon entering, they observed Yuan Shao's jubilant demeanor. The others thought, "Did not your family fall into captivity? How can you appear so elated?" Just then, Ele Bu emerged from beside Yuan Shao, much to Zhang Fei's dismay, who bellowed, "The traitor has escaped. Come, let us seize him." Zhang Fei charged forward to apprehend Ele Bu. But Yuan Shao hurriedly intervened, calling out, "Brother Xuande, hold." He explained, "Dong Zhuo has leveraged my family to threaten me." Upon learning of this, Fengxian denounced Dong Zhuo's heinous actions and chose to switch allegiance, now declaring me as his adoptive father. Upon hearing Yuan Shao's words, Ele Bu bowed respectfully, stating, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father." Zhang Fei, witnessing Ele Bu's newfound allegiance, grew even more agitated and shouted, "You treacherous wretch, surely this is a ruse." Ele Bu, initially startled by Zhang Fei's accusation, quickly retorted, "You speak baseless slander." Zhang Fei continued to yell, "You, the traitor, are merely feigning submission. You intend to relay our secrets to Dong Zhuo, revealing our vulnerabilities." Ele Bu, initially concerned that Zhang Fei had uncovered their plot, felt momentarily alarmed. However, upon realizing Zhang Fei's assertions did not align with their strategy, he relaxed and ceased the argument. Turning to Yuan Shao, Ele Bu stated respectfully, "I pledge my unwavering loyalty to my adoptive father. I shall follow your commands in the forthcoming assault on Hulao Pass." Yuan Shao, filled with mirth, laughed heartily. "My son Fengxian possesses a truly magnanimous spirit." Xuande, with Fengxian's declaration, "Why do you not offer an apology?" Zhang Fei, filled with indignation, retorted, "Why should I apologize to this traitor?" Peng Yun interjected, "Third brother, it is a matter of 4 surnames. Swiftly apologize to this 4-surname traitor." After nudging Zhang Fei's back to signal him not to escalate the situation, Ele Bu clenched his fists, vowing to one day exact revenge on Peng Yuyin. Understanding Peng Yuyin's intent, Zhang Fei complied. Acknowledging, "This matter is indeed my fault. General Ele, please forgive me." His expression during the apology was one of distaste and reluctance. Yuan Shao proclaimed, "Since Xuande has apologized, let us now deliberate on our strategy to assault Hulao Pass." At this juncture, Guojia and Cao Cao approached Peng Yuyin, with Guojia inquiring, "General Yunfei, what is your perspective on Ele Bu's defection to our alliance?" Turning to Guojia, whose handsome visage bore signs of fatigue. Peng Yuyin mused, "Who is this?" A striking young man, albeit appearing somewhat worn. Could he be the renowned Guojia, known as Gong Xiao? Surprised, both Guojia and Cao Cao reacted to Peng Yuyin's recognition of Guojia, prompting Guojia to ask, "General Yunfei, you are aware of me?" Peng Yuyin replied, "I have indeed heard of the illustrious names of Guojia, Xie Zhicai, and Sun Yu among the strategists that I hold great admiration for your talents." Esteemed Gong Xiao, Guojia, pleased and flattered, thought to himself, "Am I truly that well-known?" Cao Cao, equally astonished by Peng Yuyin's high praise for Guojia, inwardly rejoiced at having discovered a gem. Guojia returned to the topic at hand, stating, "You flatter me, General Yunfei. What is your stance on this matter?" At this moment, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Sun Yu all gathered around, eager to hear Peng Yuyin's views. Peng Yuyin addressed Guojia, saying, "Ele Bu's character is one of pride. He is reluctant to remain subordinate for long. The 2 adoptive fathers he has chosen are merely for personal gain." Guojia nodded in agreement, asking, "Then why does Ele Bu now ally himself with Yuan Shao? Who is weaker than Dong Zhuo?" "It must be a ruse," Guojia replied. "Indeed. Dong Zhuo has in his employ a cunning strategist named Li Ru. This scheme to leverage Yuan Shao's family for coercion is likely his design." Given Li Ru and Dong Zhuo's natures, the direct assault on Yuan Shao's household would seem more probable. Yet now they resort to intimidation. Coincidentally, as Ele Bu chooses to defect, Peng Yuyin elaborated. Thus, You propose that Li Ru orchestrated El Bu's false surrender to conspire with him against the alliance? Guo Jia posited. Precisely. I had anticipated Li Ru would devise a plot to rescue El Bu. Yet El Bu's defection has thrown a wrench into their plans, Peng Yuyan concluded. Peng Yuyan sighed and said, Cao Cao stepped forward and remarked, Brother Yunfei, there is no need for excessive modesty. The possibility of El Bu's feigned surrender is a notion you proposed earlier. At this moment, Yuan Shao had already vetoed several plans above. Observing the fervent discussions among Peng Yuyan's group, he inquired, General Yunfei, have you devised an appropriate strategy? Peng Yuyan replied, I believe that General L possesses a deeper understanding of the situation at Hulao Pass. Perhaps we should allow him to present an attack plan to us all? Yuan Shao suddenly realized, I have El Bu, who is more familiar with Hulao Pass than anyone here. So why not consult the remarkable El Bu? Hearing this, El Bu was overjoyed. Just as he was about to doze off, someone offered him a pillow. After listening to the incessant chatter for a while, he had grown weary and was ready to step forward with his own counsel, only to have Peng Yuyan preemptively speak on his behalf, thus alleviating any suspicion regarding his feigned surrender. That El Bu then stood up and saluted Yuan Shao, saying, Adoptive father, the walls of Hulao Pass are tall and sturdy, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, the garrison is at its most vulnerable during the change of guards at dawn. The weakest point is the eastern gate. We could take advantage of the night to march in ambush, launching a full-scale attack at sunrise to breach Hulao Pass. At this, Sun Yu muttered nearby, Indeed, it is a scheme of feigned surrender. Previously, Cao Cao's forces had attacked Hulao Pass, granting them some knowledge of its terrain, which indeed favored ambushes at the eastern gate. That El Bu's assertions confirmed that Dongzhuo had likely already stationed troops there in ambush. Liu Bei's coalition had come to understand El Bu's plot of feigned surrender. While Yuan Shao and the other lords found El Bu's reasoning convincing, in fact, it was not difficult to conceive of El Bu's scheme. However, these ancient figures subconsciously held a belief that those renowned for their martial prowess were inherently loyal and honorable, as there had been such figures before them, like the king of Western Sea at this juncture. Yuan Shao proclaimed, Excellent, we shall adopt Fengxian's strategy, with General Yunfei leading the charge that we shall depart tonight. Chapter 22. I come to borrow Zhao Yun. Upon hearing Yuan Shao call for him specifically, Peng Yuyan inwardly raised a finger in defiance. You want me to lead the charge? Are you worried that Dongzhuo's ambush will not be sufficient to kill me? Yet he maintained a facade of utmost respect, replying, I shall not fail in my duty. Thus, Yuan Shao concluded the meeting, and Peng Yuyan's party returned to their camp, followed closely by Cao Cao and his group. Noticing Cao Cao's party's arrival, Peng Yuyan tilted his head and asked, What brings you here as well? Cao Cao chuckled, Since Benchu has appointed you as the vanguard, we should assist you in your endeavors. Earlier, Cao Cao had observed Peng Yuyan's admiration for Guo Jia and felt that he was indeed capable, that he hoped to foster a rapport between Guo Jia and Peng Yuyan, aspiring for Guo Jia to persuade Peng Yuyan to join his side one day. Guo Jia approached and clasped his hands, saying, Now that we are aware of Dongzhuo's plans, why not turn the tables on him? Indeed, that is precisely my thought, Peng Yuyan replied. Guo Jia grinned. Since Lord Yuan has requested we ambush tonight, why not set out immediately? Both Guo Jia and Peng Yuyan spoke in unison, exchanging smiles. Guo Jia once more clasped his hands and said, General Yunfei, I genuinely admire you. Peng Yuyan responded with a smile. You flatter me. However, before their departure, he added, I must borrow someone from Gongsun Zan. Please wait a moment while I attend to this. Thus, Peng Yuyan ventured alone to Gongsun Zan's military tent. At that moment, Gongsun Zan was still arranging his troops, instructing them to be vigilant, to seize opportunities for glory, and to retreat in the face of danger. Upon receiving word that Peng Yuyan had arrived, he summoned him into the tent. As Peng Yuyan approached Gongsun Zan, he clasped his hands and said, General Gongsun, we are to advance tonight, and I wish to borrow a person from you. Hearing that Peng Yuyan sought to borrow someone, Gongsun Zan felt a surge of delight. After all, Peng Yuyan was the vanguard general, and being associated with him promised shared glory. That he replied joyfully, Whom does Yunfei wish to borrow? Peng Yuyan responded, I have heard that you have a 100-man commander named Zhao Yun, also known as Zhao Zilong. I would like to borrow him. In truth, Peng Yuyan was uncertain whether Zhao Yun was indeed under Gongsun Zan's command in this parallel world, but he came to ascertain his presence. Gongsun Zan scratched his head, pondering. Is there such a person? He then inquired of his deputy. The deputy reported, Yes, we do have a young 100-man commander named Zhao Yun. Gongsun Zan thought to himself, why not select a higher-ranking officer? Choosing a mere 100-man commander might invite ridicule. Nevertheless, he decided that a 100-man commander would suffice for shared credit. He instructed his aide, take General Yunfei to find Commander Zhao Yun. The aide then escorted Peng Yuyan to Zhao Yun's location. From a distance, the aide pointed out Zhao Yun, saying, General Yunfei, that is Zhao Yun, you may take him, and I shall return to report to my lord. Peng Yuyan nodded and quickened his pace toward Zhao Yun. Upon reaching Zhao Yun, Peng Yuyan scrutinized him closely. The young man was quite handsome, and his physique was impressive. Zhao Yun, feeling uneasy under Peng Yuyan's gaze, spoke up, May I ask who you are? Peng Yuyan chuckled. I am Peng Yuyan, here to borrow your esteemed self for a task from General Gongsun. Upon hearing Peng Yuyan's name, Zhao Yun examined him in turn and smiled, clasping his hands. Ah, you are General Yunfei. Your remarkable feat of breaking through 10,000 troops by your own strength is well known to me. What would you have me do? After exchanging pleasantries, Peng Yuyan took Zhao Yun back to his camp, where they began discussing strategies to counter the ambush of the Shiliang army. Guo Jia pointed to a makeshift map and stated, Brother Yunfei, we have just analyzed the suitable ambush locations at the eastern gate of Hulao Pass. This is the sole passage into the fort, and both sides of the slopes are ideal for ambushes. Therefore, Dong Zhuo is likely to have set up troops on both sides. The left slope has more trees and underbrush, so we anticipate a larger force there, possibly 2,000 to 3,000 troops, which we shall handle. The right side will have fewer troops, at most 1,000. We will need your 1,000 men to deal with the 2,000 to 3,000 on that side. When you see the flames rising from our left, you will launch your attack on the right. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei are confident they can annihilate the right side with their 783 men. However, Peng Yuyan firmly rejected. No. My force comprises barely 700 men. And I have only trained them for a few days that we cannot confront them head-on, especially not under the cover of night. I must minimize losses. Zhao Yun, observing Peng Yuyan's protective attitude toward his troops, felt deeply moved and silently nodded in agreement. Guo Jia, facing a dilemma, said, General Yunfei, we cannot spare troops to aid you. We need sufficient forces to defeat the left side as well. Peng Yuyan nodded in understanding and suggested, there is no need for reinforcements. Instead, when you see our flames rising on the right, you can initiate your attack on the left. How does that sound? Although Guo Jia was uncertain of Peng Yuyan's intentions, he nonetheless nodded in agreement with his proposal. After the meeting dispersed, both sides began preparations for departure. Liu Bei approached Peng Yuyan, saying, Fourth brother, do you truly have a way to reduce our army's casualties? Our fewer than 800 men are our entire fortune. Peng Yuyan nodded, assuring him, Eldest brother, I indeed have a plan. Our resources are limited, and I would feel distressed by great losses. Thus, rest assured, I have my own clever stratagem. At that moment, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, now clad in their armor, approached. Peng Yuyan gathered the three brothers and said, Second brother, third brother, you have come at the right time. Let me outline my plan. Tonight, Zhao Yun and I will first disguise ourselves and infiltrate the Shiliang army to undermine them from within. You three brothers will lay in ambush and wait for the signal of fire before emerging to annihilate the Shiliang troops completely. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and replied, This plan is too perilous. Fourth brother, should you be discovered, it would be extremely dangerous. He cast a glance at Jia upon witnessing Peng Yuyan's unwavering resolve. The three companions ceased their attempts to persuade him, having spent considerable time together. They understood his steadfast character. Once Peng Yuyan made a decision, not even 10 horses could sway him. Thus, he pulled Zhao Yun aside to elaborate on his strategy, and the forces set forth that author's note. Chapter 23. The scheme of disguise and infiltration. The troop led by Peng Yuyan slowed their pace as they approached within 3 kilometers of the ambushed enemy. Proceeding cautiously to avoid detection by enemy scouts at that moment, Cao Cao and Liu Bei's armies diverged, each heading toward their respective ambush locations. When Peng Yuyan's contingent reached a point 500 meters from the enemy encampment, they halted to rest. It was then that Dian Wei approached, grinning foolishly, and presented his left hand adorned with a watch to Peng Yuyan. exclaiming, "Thank you, Commander, for this remarkable watch. I shall always follow your lead henceforth." Confused, Peng Yuyan inquired of Dian Wei, "Did you come all this way just to say that? This watch is for everyone, not just you." Dian Wei squinted at Peng Yuyan's watch, scrutinizing it for a moment before responding. Of course, of course. Once I've achieved merit, do remember to reward me with some wine, Commander." With that, he turned and hurried off, as if eager to report back. Peng Yuyan paid Dian Wei no mind and closed his eyes, preparing for a brief nap, knowing that a fierce battle awaited them that night. At that moment, a voice from the system announced, "New mission. Breach the Tiger Pass. Completion conditions. Eliminate the ambush forces and successfully breach the Tiger Pass. Mission reward, 3,000 system points." Upon accepting the mission, Peng Yuyan reflected, "I've spent nearly all my points on watches for these fellows, leaving me with just 126. That how shall I utilize these 3,000 points?" Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Dian Wei returned to Zhou Cang and Li Hong, who, upon seeing him, eagerly inquired, "So, how was it? Is the Commander's watch more impressive than ours?" Zhou Cang added, "Indeed, just the other day, when General Guan was teaching me martial skills, I beheld his watch, which bore the exquisite likeness of the green dragon crescent blade, seemingly crafted solely for him." Dian Wei chuckled. "Our Commander's watch is truly a masterpiece. Let me regale you with the details." As the clock struck 3 in the morning, both Zhao Yun and Peng Yuyan emerged from their tents. Previously, Peng Yuyan had gifted Zhao Yun a watch and had taken the opportunity to explain the 24-hour time system. This revelation left Zhao Yun in awe of its brilliance, and he felt deeply grateful for the gift. However, Peng Yuyan remained nonchalant, indicating that every soldier in their unit possessed one, subtly implying that Zhao Yun was now one of them. Zhao Yun discerned the underlying message but showed no signs of denial or disdain. Instead, he accepted it with pleasure. At that moment, he contemplated aligning himself with Liu Bei and serving under Peng Yuyan, as he had not been valued highly by Gongsun Zan. Peng Yuyan then convened Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, Zhou Cang, Li Hong, and Zhao Yun, stating, "Zhao Yun and I will infiltrate first at 4 a.m. You are to launch your attack." The others nodded in agreement, and Peng Yuyan, along with Zhao Yun, began to approach the enemy forces at that time. Half of the enemy troops were sound asleep, replenishing their strength for the battle at dawn, while the other half patrolled in groups of 30. Peng Yuyan and Zhao Yun trailed behind one such patrol, biding their time. The last two in the patrol conversed, since General L was captured. We've been relegated to this side, and the conditions here are nowhere near as favorable as when General L was present. It's quite frustrating. The other replied, "Stop complaining. Once we secure victory in this battle, General L will return." "True enough that we might as well take a break and sneak off to catch some sleep," suggested one. Agreed, but we must be quiet about it. Exchanging knowing glances, Peng Yuyan and Zhao Yun seized the opportunity. They swiftly dispatched the two soldiers, donned their uniforms, and concealed the bodies. Peng Yuyan opted not to mask his face, believing this to be the most natural approach. Initially apprehensive about being recognized, he recalled a discussion with Guojia, who concluded that the 100,000 troops surrounding him would be within the city, poised to strike at dawn, and that the others had not yet encountered Peng Yuyan, thus would not recognize him. The leader of the 30-man patrol, after completing a head count, noted 2 soldiers were missing and inquired, "Where are the last 2? The others shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Just then, the disguised Peng Yuyan and Zhao Yun jogged over, prompting the leader to scold. "What were you two doing?" Feigning terror, Peng Yuyan replied, "I just want to relieve myself with another brother, but we seem to have spotted someone approaching below. Are there still troops lying in wait down there?" The leader shouted, "This is bad. You two, go alert the others. The rest of you, follow me down to investigate." With that, he dashed down the slope, while Peng Yuyan and Zhao Yun ran toward the encampment. As they sprinted, Peng Yuyan shouted, "This is a disaster. A disaster." Zhao Yun, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle at the convincing performance of General Yun Fei, who had truly immersed himself in the role of a common soldier. At that moment, a commander approached, reprimanding, "What are you shouting about? What if the enemy hears you?" Peng Yuyan glanced up to see Zhang Liao, who had supported Elbu during the battle against the 3 heroes. He quickly lowered his head as Zhang Liao neared. Zhao Yun realized that Zhang Liao likely recognized Peng Yuyan, prompting him to exclaim, "Commander, a disaster has occurred. We saw an enemy squad eliminate our other 28 comrades and take their uniforms. They are now advancing toward us from below. Zhang Liao, astonished, shouted, "What? Relay the order! Rally the troops and charge down." At that moment, the 28 scouts were returning from their reconnaissance. The leader remarked, "How careless. Those two must have sent us off to slack off. There's no one down there." "Exactly," echoed another. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from the slope. The leader, alarmed, wondered, could it be the enemy is truly upon us? At that instant, Zhang Liao, riding in from the front, shouted, "Eliminate the group ahead. They are disguised enemies." The leader, taken aback, quickly raised his hands in surrender, shouting, "General Zhang, I am not an enemy. I am one of the allies," he called out while rushing toward Zhang Liao. A few others followed suit, but the remaining soldiers, in their panic, fled toward the ambush route. Those who surrendered were trampled underfoot, while Zhang Liao and his men continued their pursuit down the path. Meanwhile, on the opposite slope, several thousand Shiliang troops heard the commotion below and peered out into the night. Unable to discern whether the soldiers were foes or allies, they observed a large contingent galloping toward the east gate of Tiger Pass. Seeing this, a commander bellowed, "Loose the arrows! Quickly, loose the arrows! The enemy is here." In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down, decimating half of Zhang Liao's force. Realizing the trap, Zhang Liao exclaimed, "This is dire. We've been outmaneuvered. Those two are a threat." However, arrows continued to rain down upon them. Desperate, Zhang Liao yelled to the Shiliang troops on the slope, "We are allies. Do not shoot. Do not shoot." Yet his cries seemed futile as arrows continued to fly. Compelling Zhang Liao to shout a retreat and hastily retreat up the slope, that at this moment, Peng Yun and Zhao Yun, crouched atop the incline, observed the unfolding chaos below. Zhao Yun, filled with admiration for Peng Yun, mused on the rarity of one so adept in both literature and martial prowess, as few could reach such heights as Peng Yun. Checking his watch, Peng Yun noted the time was nearing. As the second hand struck 12, the watch indicated it was 4 a.m., and Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, Zhou Tsang, Li Hong, along with 780 men, surged toward Peng Yun's encampment, seeing his forces approach. Peng Yun and Zhao Yun ignited the enemy tents, illuminating the night with a brilliant blaze. Upon witnessing the flames, Liu Bei, after grasping the situation, dashed down the slope, while Cao Cao, alerted by the fire, launched an assault on the Shiliang troops on the opposite slope. Author's note. Chapter 24. The ambushed are ambushed. Zhang Liao galloped up the slope, encountering Peng Yun and his men advancing downhill. Recognizing Peng Yun and Zhao Yun clad in Shiliang uniforms, Zhang Liao suddenly comprehended the intent behind Peng Yun's actions. This was precisely the outcome Peng Yun desired, ensuring Zhang Liao's complete allegiance to him. With a fierce determination, Zhang Liao charged toward the 1,000-man army, intent on fighting to the last. However, the 1,000-man contingent merely passed by him without engaging, though Guan Yu exchanged a glance with Zhang Liao. As the 1,000-man army pressed forward into battle, only Peng Yun and Zhao Yun remained, locked in a mutual gaze with Zhang Liao. Sighing deeply, Zhang Liao addressed Peng Yun, "General Yunfei, you are indeed a paragon of both intellect and martial skill. Having seen through our stratagem, that I must admit my admiration. However, as a commander of the Shiliang forces, it is my duty to bring you down in battle. Prepare to face your fate." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Liao charged forth on horseback. Observing this, Zhao Yun spurred his steed to engage in a fierce contest with Zhang Liao. Meanwhile, Peng Yun stood by, keenly watching the duel, curious to see if this Zhao Yun from a parallel world had acquired the legendary 100 birds facing the Phoenix spear technique from Tong Yuan. Throughout their entanglement, Zhao Yun maintained the upper hand, leaving Zhang Liao, who had initially intended to compete with Peng Yun, utterly astonished that if even the general beside Peng Yun was so formidable, how much stronger must Peng Yun himself be? After a brief skirmish, Zhao Yun prepared to bring the battle to a swift conclusion that he unleashed 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique, successfully dismounting Zhang Liao. Witnessing Zhao Yun's prowess, Peng Yun felt elated. Originally contemplating recommending Zhao Yun to seek Tong Yuan as a mentor if he had not already done so. However, it now appeared unnecessary. Defeated and despondent, Zhang Liao addressed Zhao Yun, saying, "You have triumphed. Take my head as a trophy." Yet Zhao Yun sheathed the spear, replying, "General Peng has requested a friendly contest. It is not my intention to take your life." Zhang Liao, infuriated, retorted, "Peng Yuyin, how dare you humiliate me so?" Peng Yuyin, perplexed and somewhat irritated, countered, "If I slay you, you resent me. If I spare you, you are even more displeased. What exactly do you desire?" Zhang Liao declared, "A true man finds honor in dying on the battlefield. Today, you have bested me, yet chosen not to kill me. How is that not a humiliation?" Peng Yuyin felt his temper flare, incredulous at Zhang Liao's rigidity. "I respect you as a hero and refrain from taking your life. Yet you grow agitated. Would you prefer me to stab you twice to feel content? And what of Dong Zhuo, a treacherous and immoral man, yet you willingly serve under him? Are you not concerned that your name, Zhang Liao, will be forever tarnished in history?" Peng Yuyin's words left Zhang Liao speechless. That he had initially intended to argue that he served under Elbu, not Dong Zhuo, but soon realized that Elbu was Dong Zhuo's adoptive son, making his service effectively the same. Noticing Zhang Liao's silence, Peng Yuyin ordered Zhao Yin to bind him for further deliberation. At that moment, within the gates of Hulao Pass, Dong Zhuo and Li Ru were alerted by the sounds of battle outside. Promptly summoning all available personnel, Li Ru stepped forward, stating, "Prime Minister, scouts have just reported that our ambush troops outside the gates have engaged the Allied forces, that I suspect the Allies have advanced ahead of schedule." Dong Zhuo stroked his ample belly, nodding in agreement, and commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Cao Cao and Liu Bei had completed their necessary tasks. Those to be slain had been slain, and those to be captured had been taken prisoner. At this point, Cao Cao's forces had dwindled to just over 10,000, and excluding the guards for the captives, only 9,000 remained. Liu Bei's side fared slightly better, suffering only 24 fatalities and 31 minor injuries, with no serious wounds reported. After accounting for Dian Wei, Zhou Cong, and Li Hong, Peng Yuyin's remaining forces had dwindled to merely 750-9. At this juncture, Cao Cao approached Peng Yuyin with Guijia by his side. As Guijia neared, he clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "General Yunfei, your bravery and strategy are truly commendable. You dared to infiltrate the enemy camp unarmed and emerge victorious, a feat that merits great admiration." Peng Yuyin smiled in modesty, replying, "You flatter me, brother Fengxiao. Should we not return to the hillside? The time is nigh." Guijia chuckled. "Indeed, it is nearly time." The bystanders were left in bewilderment, though Sun Yu understood their exchange and nodded approvingly. He then suggested, "My lord, let us position 1,000 men here to feign battle, luring the enemy into our trap." The location he referred to was the entrance of the ambush site, with the exit leading to the eastern gate of Hulao Pass. Cao Cao grasped the strategy behind luring the enemy and inquired, "Could it be that Dong Zhuo's Xiliang army intends to emerge from the pass?" Sun Yu stroked his beard and smiled. "Precisely, my lord. We should hasten to the hillside for our ambush." "Not so fast." Peng Yuyin interrupted, "That I aim to keep the Xiliang army trapped here, with you, Mengde, stationed on the flanking hills while our 1,000-strong army cuts off their retreat." Cao Cao, concerned, asked, "Is your less than 1,000-strong force sufficient?" Guan Yu stepped forward, declaring, "Others may falter, but we shall not." Cao Cao nodded in appreciation and ordered 1,000 men to remain behind, simulating the sounds of battle, while the remainder returned to the hillside to lie in wait. By the time dawn approached, at approximately 5 in the morning, Dong Zhuo led the Xiliang army towards the battlefield. Upon hearing the cries of combat, he bellowed, "They are just ahead. All follow me." A heavy reward awaits for the annihilation of the 18 allied fools. The Xiliang forces crept into the ambush site, and once the vast army was in position, Cao Cao commanded the archers to unleash a volley of arrows. That a torrential rain of arrows fell upon the unsuspecting Xiliang troops, who were thrown into disarray. Dong Zhuo, in a state of panic, began to retreat, only to find his path blocked by a contingent led by 4 commanders, each marked by distinctive appearances, part of Peng Yuyin's 1,000-strong force. Zhang Fei was the first to charge forth, aiming directly for Dong Zhuo. Drawing near, he swung his 8-foot serpent spear towards Dong Zhuo's face. At that moment, a battalion of over 800 soldiers, equipped far better than their counterparts, surged forward to shield Dong Zhuo. This was none other than Gao Shun's elite unit, the Xiantaniing, with Gao Shun himself stepping in to intercept Zhang Fei's attack. Author's note. Chapter 25. The shock of various Lord Zhang Fei's spear was halted by Gao Shan, who exclaimed, "You are quite formidable, young man. Prepare to receive another thrust." Gao Shan hastily engaged, urging, "Prime Minister, flee quickly." Guan Yu brandished his blade, charging forward as well, wielding his green dragon crescent blade, declaring, "Traitor, you shall not escape." Liu Bei and Peng Yuyan followed suit, advancing alongside Guan Yu to apprehend Dong Zhuo. However, the Xiantaning proved their mettle, effectively obstructing their approach, thanks to the protection of over 200 soldiers from Gao Shan's unit. Dong Zhuo managed to break free and flee towards Hulao Pass. With Dong Zhuo's escape, the remaining soldiers of the Xiantaning fought with renewed fervor, overwhelming Peng Yuyan's troops, who began to falter in their defense. Although the individual strengths of Peng Yuyan, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, Zhou Cong, and even Li Hong surpassed those of the Xiantaning, the newly trained 1,000-strong army faltered, suffering significant losses. Seeing this, Peng Yuyan retreated momentarily. Switching his 1,000-mechanism staff to its dual-headed spear mode from his system space, he retrieved a sickle head and affixed it to one end. Now, the staff bore both a sickle and a spearhead, its form resembling a character. Wielding the sickle-headed 1,000-mechanism staff, Peng Yuyan charged against the Xiantaning. The soldiers, having never encountered such a weapon, were taken aback. Trained rigorously by Gao Shan, they had faced various weapons. Yet this long sickle was a first for them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, Gao Shan and the remaining 400 Xiantaning soldiers were captured alive. Dong Zhuo returned to the city, recounting the events to Li Ru, who grew increasingly alarmed, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "At this juncture, we must rely on General L." Dong Zhuo's spirits lifted slightly at this suggestion, replying, "Indeed, there is also my son, Feng Xian, that if he can coordinate with us, we may yet hold Hulao Pass and inflict considerable damage on the enemy." Thus, Dong Zhuo ordered his subordinates to commence fortifications in preparation for the impending battle. As dawn broke around 6 o'clock, Yuan Shao's allied forces finally arrived, with Yuan Shao at the forefront and El Bu at his side. Yuan Shao declared, "That Peng Yuyan, I want him to serve as our vanguard general. Yet he has fled the battlefield, and Lu Xuanda has managed to persuade Meng Da to retreat as well. What cowards they are, unlike my son Feng Xian, who possesses loyalty and valor." El Bu chuckled quietly, contemplating how he would soon claim Yuan Shao's head. Upon the allies' arrival, they discovered individuals engaged in tidying up the battlefield, that a closer inspection revealed the battle flags emblazoned with the characters for Chao and Liu, distinctly not those of the Shiliang army. All the lords of the allied forces were left bewildered, questioning why they had come to fight only to find others cleaning up the aftermath. At that moment, Cao Cao rode forth, laughing heartily, and called out to Yuan Shao, "Brother Benchu, you have arrived too late. Xuanda and I have already dealt with the ambushed Shiliang troops." Yuan Shao approached, flanked by El Bu, and inquired, "Meng Da, when did you arrive here?" Cao Cao replied with a grin, "We arrived just before dawn." You allies truly believed El Bu's slander, unaware that you had fallen into his trap. The Shiliang troops had been lying in ambush here all along. Fortunately, I saw through El Bu's scheme, and thus I joined forces with Xuanda to eliminate the Shiliang army. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Shao furrowed his brow into a frown resembling the character for River. Turning to fix his gaze upon El Bu, while subtly distancing himself from him on horseback, that El Bu, taken aback by the revelation, quickly devised a contingency plan and, with righteous indignation, inquired, "Can that traitor Dong be captured alive or slain?" Cao Cao shook his head in response, saying, "The cunning Dong has escaped back to the interior." Hearing this, El Bu was elated and respectfully bowed to Yuan Shao, declaring, "Adoptive father, to prove my loyalty, when we assault Hulao Pass, I shall personally behead the traitor Dong and present his head to you." Yuan Shao nodded, yet maintained his distance from El Bu, indicating that unless El Bu personally slayed Dong Zhuo, he would remain distrustful of him. Subsequently, Cao Cao began to elaborate on the situation at hand to the various warlords. They all felt a sense of trepidation regarding the actions of Peng Yuyan and Zhao Yun, who had infiltrated the enemy camp. Upon hearing how Peng Yuyan had incited the enemy to turn upon one another, and the subsequent ambush of Dong Zhuo's vast army, they could not help but admire Peng Yuyan's audacity and strategic acumen. Meanwhile, as Peng Yuyan was clearing the battlefield, Guo Jiao approached him, laughing heartily. "General Yunfei, You have achieved victory in this battle. May we share a drink together afterward? Wiping the sweat from his brow after retrieving the last fallen comrade's wristwatch. Peng Yuyan replied, "Of course, but first, we must seize Hulao Pass." Guijia nodded with a smile, then noticed the black wristwatch Peng Yuyan had taken down. Upon closer inspection, he saw the hands moving and grew curious. Asking, "Brother Yunfei, what is this item you have recovered?" Peng Yuyan, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "Here we go again, another round of explanation," but he then motioned for Zhao Yun to enlighten Guijia. Guijia was astonished, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Peng Yuyan's ingenuity, but he then looked down at the watch with hesitation. Sensing his intent, Peng Yuyan offered the black wristwatch to Guijia, saying, "This watch is a gift for you." Guijia hurriedly declined, stating, "General Yunfei, that is unacceptable. This watch is undoubtedly a masterpiece, and its production costs must be exorbitant. I cannot accept it." Peng Yuyan found himself speechless. The desire was plainly etched on Guijia's face. Yet he refused the very gift he craved. Ancient customs could indeed be troublesome. Thus, Peng Yuyan rolled up his sleeve to reveal his own watch, exclaiming, "This black watch is merely ordinary. The one I wear is truly precious." Upon seeing the watch on Peng Yuyan's wrist, Guijia instantly regarded the black one as less valuable, for the contrast between the two was stark. Taking the black wristwatch from Peng Yuyan, Guijia trembled with joy, prompting a chuckle from Peng Yuyan as he turned to tally the casualties. Cao Cao had nearly finished explaining the situation to the Allied forces, and everyone was eager to launch an assault on Hulao Pass. Meanwhile, Dong Zhuo remained oblivious, awaiting Elbu's timely rescue, unaware that Elbu was already contemplating how to sever his head. At author's note. Chapter 26. A strategic proposal for the assault on Hulao Pass. Peng Yuyan assessed the battle losses and found that only 450 of the original 1,000 soldiers remained. As for Dong Zhuo's army of 100,000, after accounting for those who had protected his retreat to Hulao Pass, 30,000 had been annihilated while 70,000 were captured. Once everything was in order, it was already 7 a.m. And Yuan Shao, growing impatient, began to assemble the troops for the assault on Hulao Pass. All, including Liu, Guan, and Zhang, had gathered in Yuan Shao's tent, but Peng Yuyan had yet to arrive. After a while, Peng Yuyan sauntered into the tent at a leisurely pace. Yuan Shao, irritated by Peng Yuyan's nonchalance, remarked, "General Yunfei, why the delay in our critical mission to assault Hulao Pass?" Peng Yuyan smiled and replied, "Why should we rush? It is Dong Zhuo who should be anxious." Although Yuan Shao felt a surge of anger at Peng Yuyan's demeanor, he refrained from expressing it, considering him a great contributor and not wishing to admonish him in front of others. Before Yuan Shao could speak, Peng Yuyan interjected, "If we were to attack the city in this manner, how many lives would we lose? Dong Zhuo still has 50,000 Shiliang troops remaining within the city, fortified by the advantages of defense. Even if we succeeded in breaching the gates, our losses would be substantial." Upon hearing this, the assembled warlords began to murmur, as none wished to sustain heavy losses. Yuan Shao, visibly displeased, impatiently retorted, "Then, General Yunfei, what do you propose?" "I suggest we withdraw 80 of our forces 2 miles back and commence the assault half an hour later," Peng Yuyan proposed. Yuan Shao, perplexed, questioned, "Our morale is high and the enemy's is low. We hold the advantage in numbers. Why would we retreat 2 miles? Yuan Shu, unable to tolerate Peng Yuyan's erratic suggestions, slammed his hand on the table and rebuked, "Nonsense, a mere 1,000-man captain, fortunate enough to achieve minor accolades, dares to speak so boldly. You sow discord among our ranks. Guards, expel this Peng Yuyan from our presence." Seeing Yuan Shu reprimand his fourth brother, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei felt a surge of anger and prepared to confront Yuan Shu. However, Liu Bei quickly intervened, preventing them from escalating the situation. Though they stood down, they silently vowed that if anyone dared to strike their fourth brother, they would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of Liu Bei's intervention. The guards hesitated, though they secretly admired Peng Yuyan for his prowess and culinary skills. They had already come to regard him as an idol, making them reluctant to heed Yuan Shu's command to expel him. When Yuan Shu noticed the guards' reluctance, he shouted in frustration, "What is this? Do you intend to rebel? Did you not hear my command?" At this moment, Cao Cao stepped forward to defuse the tension. "Brother Gong Lu, please calm down. Let us hear General Yunfei's explanation." Yuan Shu, seeing Cao Cao provide him an opportunity to save face, fell silent, fixating his gaze on Peng Yuyin, awaiting his response. Peng Yuyin, unhurried, stated, "What is there to rush? Dong Zhuo is not in a hurry. Consider this. Dong Zhuo currently has only 50,000 troops remaining. Can he afford not to be anxious? He is well aware that we are poised to assault Hulao Pass. If you were Dong Zhuo, would you expect us to attack the eastern gate?" Yuan Shu retorted, "Of course, that is what any sensible strategist would deduce. Precisely, if even Brother Gonglu can foresee this, how could Dong Zhuo not? Our intention is to assault the eastern gate, and Dong Zhuo will surely concentrate his forces there. Thus, if we withdraw 80 of our troops 2 miles back, leaving only 20 at the gate, what would Dong Zhuo think?" Peng Yuyin posited. Cao Cao interjected, "Dong Zhuo would assume we are attacking the other gates." Exactly. The longer we delay, the more convinced Dong Zhuo will be that we are targeting other gates. Therefore, it is he who should be anxious, not us, Peng Yuyin concluded with a grin. Elbu, standing beside Yuan Shao, contemplated, "Once I usurp Yuan Shao, I must first eliminate this Peng Yuyin. Not only does he rival my martial prowess, but his strategic insight is equally formidable. He will undoubtedly become a significant threat if allowed to remain." Upon hearing Peng Yuyin's scheme, Yuan Shao erupted in laughter. "Ah, I see. A splendid strategy, General Yunfei." Yuan Shao, not particularly wealthy himself, was keen to minimize losses. Thus he viewed Peng Yuyin's plan favorably. At this moment, the other warlords began to echo praises for Peng Yuyin's ingenuity, while Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei wore expressions of pride, as if to say, "Behold, this is my younger brother. He is truly exceptional." Cao Cao gazed at Peng Yuyin with admiration, his expression a blend of appreciation and mild exasperation. Guo Jia, however, was devoid of such concerns. He had long anticipated a victorious assault on Hulao Pass, and was already contemplating how to celebrate with Peng Yuyin over drinks. Thus, after the meeting concluded, Yuan Shao ordered the majority of the troops to withdraw 2 miles, leaving only a fraction stationed at the gates. Meanwhile, at Hulao Pass, Dong Zhuo was in a state of anxiety atop the city walls. Questioning Li Ru, "Why have the allied forces not yet advanced? Surely they are not concocting some treacherous scheme." Li Ru reassured him, "My lord, do not fret that we possess the advantage of fortification and are not without the means to fight, especially with General L on our side." Just then, a scout arrived with urgent news. "Report, the allied forces have begun to withdraw 80 of their troops." Dong Zhuo, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Ha! Heaven smiles upon me. This must be the doing of Fengxian. My son Fengxian is truly unparalleled." However, Li Ru's expression darkened as he cautioned, "My lord, I fear the allied forces may be diverting to attack other gates. The remaining 20 are likely a ruse." This statement fell like a bucket of cold water on Dong Zhuo, who quickly commanded his subordinates, "Hurry! Reinforce the other gates." Meanwhile, Peng Yuyin was soundly asleep, having exhausted himself the previous night and seizing the opportunity to catch up on rest. While others were busy scouting the situation at Hulao Pass, an hour later, the Allied forces launched their assault on Hulao Pass, where only 20,000 troops defended the eastern gate, as the remainder had been dispatched by Dong Zhuo to reinforce other gates. Realizing the dire predicament, Li Ru understood that all was lost. Dong Zhuo was doomed. Knowing his lord's temperament, he quickly fled, anticipating that Dong Zhuo would soon lash out in fury. As Li Ru escaped, Dong Zhuo roared in anger, "Li Ru has betrayed me." Thus, after a little over an hour, Hulao Pass fell to the assault, resulting in Dong Zhuo's capture. I end the fierce battle to conquer Hulao Pass. Elbu led the charge at the forefront. Upon witnessing Elbu's audacious advance, Dong Zhuo instructed the gates to be opened, hastily allowing Elbu entry. Consequently, Elbu unleashed a relentless massacre upon the Shiliang troops responsible for the gate, enabling the Allied forces to effortlessly seize Hulao Pass. At this juncture, Yuan Shao was seated in Dong Zhuo's residence, surrounded by various warlords. With a spirited demeanor, Yuan Shao declared, "Bring forth the traitor Dong Zhuo." The author comments, Chapter 27, The Great Filial Piety of L. Fengxian. Dong Zhuo was brought forth, tightly bound, his face still bearing an expression of incredulity. Yuan Shao then began to recite the decree for Dong Zhuo's punishment. In ancient times, the powerful Qin had a weak ruler. Zhao Gao wielded power, monopolizing court authority, instilling fear among the people, who dared not speak the truth. Ultimately, this led to the downfall of the Wang clan, the destruction of their ancestors. A humiliation that endures to this day, forever serving as a cautionary tale. Now, Dong Zhuo follows in these footsteps, his heart filled with tyranny and cruelty, his actions inhumane. The people yearn to drink his blood and devour his flesh. His crimes warrant extermination, his sins demand punishment. Yet at this moment, no one dares to rise against him. Alas, how tragic! With feigned tears, Yuan Shao continued. In this time of national peril, we raise the banner of righteousness, vowing to restore the Han dynasty, to eradicate traitors for the nation, and to alleviate the suffering of the people. Having captured this traitor, he must be executed to correct the perception of justice and restore peace to the realm. He commanded, "Bring forth the traitor Dong Zhuo for execution." Elbu hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Father-in-law, permit me to personally sever the head of this traitor." Yuan Shao agreed with a smile, thinking that if Elbu were to execute Dong Zhuo himself, it would signify his complete severance of ties with the traitor, ensuring his unwavering loyalty henceforth. Unfortunately, Yuan Shao was only partially correct. However, upon hearing Elbu refer to Yuan Shao as father, Dong Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling as though his very eyes were about to pop from their sockets, with an incredulous expression, Dong Zhuo exclaimed, "Feng Xian, my son, why do you call Yuan Shao father? Why do you betray me? Why call this villain your father? Why? What is the meaning of this?" Elbu swiftly silenced him with a punch, rebuking, "Silence, traitor Dong Zhuo. You once compelled me to call you father under the pretext of restoring the Han dynasty. Yet you are nothing but a treacherous scoundrel. I, Feng Xian, am ashamed to be associated with you." With that, Elbu dragged Dong Zhuo toward the execution grounds. Observing this, Peng Yuyin remarked softly, "Poor Dong Zhuo. Do not fret. Soon Yuan Shao will return to keep you company." Though Peng Yuyin spoke in a hushed tone, Guijia overheard and approached him, asking quietly, "Brother Yunfei, what do you mean by that?" Peng Yuyin thought to himself, "Is Guijia truly so sharp of ear that he could hear me despite my low volume?" He replied, "I have 16 words to summarize Elbu." "What's 16 words?" Guijia inquired. "Among men, Elbu. Among horses, red hair," Peng Yuyin stated. Guijia nodded in silent admiration of Elbu's unparalleled martial prowess. Peng Yuyin continued, "His halberd, the Fang Tian, is solely for piercing his father." Guijia burst into laughter, drawing the attention of everyone present. Embarrassed, Guijia quickly silenced himself but could not resist another chuckle. Seeing this, Cao Cao hurriedly covered Guijia's mouth to prevent him from further embarrassing himself in front of the crowd. It proved that human laughter is indeed contagious. Upon hearing Guijia's laughter, both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who had been engaged in their own conversation, joined in at that moment. Yuan Shu, feeling displeased, rebuked, "What is the meaning of such blatant laughter in public?" Peng Yuyin immediately raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, replying, "Mr. Yuan, we are professionals. No matter how amusing the situation, we shall not laugh." That he then glanced at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, adding, "Unless we cannot help it." Yuan Shu pondered, "This Peng Yuyin dares to address me as Mr. Am I truly so learned? Humph, I shall let you be this time." After a considerable pause, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei managed to suppress their laughter. But the effort was agonizing. Guan Yu's face, already red, grew even more flushed while Zhang Fei pinched his belly to stifle his laughter. Guijia even resorted to whistling to distract himself at the execution site. Dong Zhuo continued to plead for mercy. "Feng Xian, my son, quickly release me. I can offer you wealth and honor." Yet Elbu paid no heed to Dong Zhuo's words, and with a single strike of his halberd, he severed Dong Zhuo's arm, causing the latter to scream in agony. That Elbu then struck Dong Zhuo's mouth, shattering all of his teeth. At that moment, Elbu declared, "This arm I severed from you represents the tragic limits of my fate, once dependent on others, and the head I am about to take signifies the new boundaries of my heroic ambitions." With that, Elbu brought down his halberd, and Dong Zhuo's head flew from his body, landing on the ground amidst the soldiers' cheers of approval. Simultaneously, the system notified Peng Yuyin that his task was complete. That Elbu returned slowly to Dong Zhuo's residence, holding the severed head aloft. He tossed it onto the platform, and upon confirmation from Yuan Shao and the other warlords that it was indeed Dong Zhuo's head, a loud cheer erupted. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "Report, Alliance Leader! A message has arrived from Jingzhou." Yuan Shao took the letter, glanced at it, and sighed, saying, "Sun Wentai did not heed my counsel, and thus has met such a fate." The crowd was perplexed about who Sun Jian was, prompting Zhang Fei to approach Peng Yuyin and ask, "Fourth brother, your mind is sharp. Do you know what is happening with Sun Jian?" Peng Yuyin shook his head, replying, "What else could it be? Sun Jian is holding a hot potato, bringing upon himself a calamity. Since it is a message from Jingzhou, it implies that Liu Biao has eliminated Sun Jian in a bid for the imperial seal." Though his voice was low, it was audible to Liu Bei and Cao Cao, who were all astonished that Sun Jian had fallen victim to Liu Biao at that moment. Yuan Shao handed the letter to the other warlords below, slowly stating, "General Sun Wentai acquired the imperial seal, but did not surrender it to the allied forces, instead hoarding it for himself, leading to his demise at the hands of Liu Biao of Jingzhou." Upon hearing this news, everyone present was left in shock, particularly those who had heard Peng Yuyin's earlier insights. How could he possess such knowledge? Was he truly prophetic, or was he simply astute enough to deduce the truth? Yuan Shao subsequently hosted a banquet for everyone and requested that Peng Yuyin prepare the meal. Peng Yuyin agreed, preparing a grand feast, but afterward claimed he was too fatigued from battle and cooking to attend the banquet, and Yuan Shao acquiesced. Seeing Peng Yuyin's absence, Cao Cao and Liu Bei initially intended to leave as well. But the enticing aroma of the food compelled them to stay and feast before departing hastily. Zhao Yun returned to the side of Gongsun Zan. As a meritorious officer, he was entitled to dine at the table. While eating, Zhao Yun marveled at Peng Yuyin's culinary skills. Noticing Peng Yuyin's absence, he quickly finished his meal and joined Liu Bei and Cao Cao to visit him. As Cao Cao and Liu Bei approached Peng Yuyin's tent, the delightful scent of the food grew stronger. Upon arrival, they found tables laden with dishes, yet not a single person was eating. Everyone knelt neatly before the tables. Peng Yuyin led the way, holding the Qinji staff aloft. Addressing the fallen brothers, "Brave comrades, I, Peng Yuyin, have prepared a feast of fine wine and meat for you. Come back and partake before you continue on your journey. You are the true heroes of this victorious battle." Many of the soldiers were familiar with one another, some having grown up together, their bond strong. Listening to Peng Yuyin's words, they were moved to tears. The poignant scene also affected Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and others, who knelt on one knee in solidarity. Cao Cao lamented, "In these tumultuous times, where human life is as insignificant as grass, only Brother Yunfei values the lives of his subordinates so dearly." Zhao Yun, filled with resolve, clenched his fists tightly, determined to resign from Gongsun Zan's service and join Peng Yuyin's ranks. The author comments, Chapter 28. The four brothers settle in Shuzhou. After kneeling for half an hour, the crowd finally began to feast, indulging heartily in the meal. The soldiers, having never tasted Peng Yuyin's cooking, had only heard rumors about it. Initially, they deemed it mere gossip. After all, how good could a dish really be? Yet as they began to eat, they were astonished by the delightful flavors, each person eagerly sampling every dish, fearing they might miss out on something delicious. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and the surviving 600 from the front line were bound nearby. But only their feet were tied. Their hands were free. Despite being captives, Peng Yuyin generously provided them with food and drink, from the solemn tribute to the fallen soldiers to the present feast. These captives were deeply moved by the kindness shown. Peng Yuyin also graciously offered his finest distilled liquor to everyone, encouraging them to drink heartily, saying, "Drink up. Enjoy to your fill. There's more than enough." This feeling was akin to the exhilaration he felt upon receiving his paycheck before his time travel. He felt wealthy and generous. Those who had dined, including Cao Cao and Liu Bei, began to drink, relishing the accompanying snacks of boiled peanuts and salted chicken feet. Cao Cao, gnawing on a chicken foot and chewing peanuts, remarked, "Brother Yun, you didn't have such delightful snacks last time. I'm glad I came." Peng Yuyin shot him a glance, replying, "Why would I come empty-handed? I came with my hands full." Cao Cao was well aware of the ignominy associated with his parasitic behavior, with a mischievous chuckle. He continued to gnaw on chicken feet while indulging in wine. Wu Jia approached, raising his cup and smiling. "Brother Yunfei, I propose a toast to you, honoring three aspects. First, to literature, for its eloquence and strategy. Second, to martial prowess, for its skills and gallantry. and third, to artistry for its culinary and craftsmanship. Peng Yin reciprocated with a toast, laughing, "If that is the case, let us drink to our heart's content." "Erlai!" exclaimed Dian Wei, hastily grabbing a handful of boiled peanuts and stuffing them into his mouth as he raised his hand. Without delay, he bounded toward Peng Yuyan. Peng Yuyan commanded, "Erlai, fetch my dice cup and dice from beneath my bed. There are over 700 of them, so bring them all." Dian Wei replied with enthusiasm. "All right." He called to Zhou Cong and Li Hong. "Let us go and retrieve the dice and cup I frequently mention." Zhou Cong and Li Hong set down their chopsticks and followed Dian Wei to fetch the dice. These two had often heard Dian Wei speak of Peng Yuan's game, which he claimed to be a delightful drinking game, and they had long been curious to try it themselves. Upon hearing Dian Wei mention retrieving the dice, they abandoned their food entirely. After a while, the trio returned, carrying 3 boxes of dice and cups. Guojia inquired, "Brother Yunfei, what indeed is this dice game?" Peng Yuyan replied with a smile, "It is a drinking game, immensely entertaining." Zhang Fei chimed in, "Indeed, it is quite the amusement, especially when I am constantly intoxicated by fourth brother." Chow Chow, intrigued by this, approached, chicken feet clutched in both hands, and called for Sun Yu to join him. He was eager to see Peng Yuyan intoxicated and to inquire about his opinions while inebriated. Peng Yuyan thought to himself, "At the drinking table, there are no familial bonds. Since you wish to play, Chow Chow, do not blame me later." Thus, Peng Yuyan explained the game rules to Chow Chow, Guojia, Sun Yu, and Zhao Yun, leading them into the tent to roll the dice. Liu Bei, concerned for Peng Yuyan's safety amongst Chow Chow's company, followed them inside. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, aware of Peng Yuyan's superior dice-rolling skills, refrained from participating and sought out Dian Wei. Zhou Cong and Li Hong instead. Su Chu, Chao Run, and Xiao Dun, who had come merely for the food and drink, could not resist the allure of the game and soon joined in the merriment. As they heard Peng Yuyan's promise of abundant food and drink, the soldiers outside, fearing this opportunity might be their last, drank heartily, the clattering of dice resonating until the early hours of the morning. Guan Yu learned the essence of Peng Yuyan's dice techniques, deceitfully reporting numbers and causing all to succumb to intoxication. Observing the revelry, he proudly stroked his beard, only to realize that he alone would have to carry everyone back. This scenario was not unique to Guan Yu. Many soldiers found themselves in similar predicaments. Consequently, the following day, numerous tents witnessed groups of men sharing a single bed that on Peng Yuan's side, due to his exceptional skills and Liu Bei occasionally joining in the games. They managed to intoxicate Chow Chow, Guojia, and Sun Yu, leaving Chow Chow in a drunken stupor, engaging in wild antics that in a fit of drunkenness. Peng Yuan even taught Chow Chow to dance suggestively, much to the horror of Liu Bei, Zhao Yun, and Sun Yu, who shielded their eyes from the spectacle. Though they did not intoxicate Zhao Yun, he too enjoyed the convivial atmosphere, lingering long into the night before eventually making his way back to Gongsun Zan's camp in the dark. The next day, after everyone had gathered themselves, Yuan Shao announced the dissolution of the allied forces, and each individual departed with smiles and newfound treasures. Peng Yuyan suggested to Liu Bei that they accompany Tao Qian to Su province, to which Liu Bei readily agreed. Consequently, they sought out Tao Qian for permission to join him. Tao Qian welcomed them warmly, admiring Liu Bei's benevolence, and held great esteem for Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and especially Peng Yuyan. Thus, their forces accompanied Tao Qian to Su province to the city gates of Su province. Tao Qian inquired, "Xianda, do you have a place to stay in Su province?" Liu Bei shook his head. Tao Qian continued, "In that case, why not wait?" Peng Yuyan interjected, "Do we have a place to stay? It is a small gathering site of my former school," but he suddenly recalled that during their escape, he had drawn a luxurious mansion, which could now serve a purpose. Liu Bei, surprised, asked, "Fourth brother, is your school located in Su province?" Peng Yuyan shook his head, "No, it is merely a small gathering site." Liu Bei, ever curious about Peng Yuyan's school, eagerly wished to see the place he spoke of and respectfully addressed Tao Qian. "Tao Gong, since my fourth brother has a place to stay, we shall first settle in and visit you another day." Tao Qian smiled, "No need for formality. We can converse again at a later time, though we shall return to my residence now." After exchanging polite remarks, Tao Qian departed, while Peng Yuyan proceeded toward a secluded mountain in Su province. Upon reaching a discreet area atop the mountain, Peng Yuyan utilized the luxurious mansion provided by the system, and a magnificent abode rose before them. observing the system's notification that the mansion had been established. He announced to the group, "We shall arrive in just 5 more minutes. It is right ahead." The group quickened their pace toward the depths of the mountain, and upon sighting the modern mansion, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Peng Yuyin was equally awestruck, as the opulence of the mansion was beyond comprehension. The IT featured a private swimming pool, an open-air balcony, a barbecue area, a garden, a playground, dormitory buildings, and much more. Peng Yuyin had not anticipated such extravagance from the system. Liu Bei, trembling in disbelief, grasped Peng Yuyin's arm. "Fourth brother, is this truly the gathering place of your school? Such pristine glass for windows. Your school must be incredibly wealthy." The author has a note. Chapter 29, gradually exploring the mansion. Observing Liu Bei's naivety, Peng Yuyin naturally replied, "Indeed, let us settle in first. We shall inspect the dormitory. The main house will be for my 3 brothers and me. Dian Wei, for the sake of convenience and training, you and the soldier shall share the dormitory." Dian Wei, equally awestruck, was absorbed in exploring the luxurious area, oblivious to Peng Yuyin's words. "Erlai, Dian Wei," Peng Yuyin called out loudly. Dian Wei finally responded, grinning as he approached Peng Yuyin. Peng Yuyin playfully kicked Dian Wei's rear, asking, "Did you hear what I just said?" "Oh, I think I did not hear," Dian Wei admitted candidly. Irritated, Peng Yuyin kicked him again. But Dian Wei, accustomed to it, merely brushed off the gesture. Peng Yuyin reiterated, "My brothers and I will occupy the main house, while you and the soldiers will stay in the dormitory for training purposes." Dian Wei, beaming, replied, "Not a problem at all. A rough man like me can sleep anywhere, even on the ground." Annoyed, Peng Yuyin kicked him yet again and declared to everyone, "Let us go. Soldiers, let us inspect our dormitory." Leading the group to the dormitory area, they found a total of 24 fully modernized buildings, resembling a small community. Each building was designed in a U-shape, enclosed by a 5-meter-high wall, with a large gate in the center. Each floor housed 18 rooms, and astonishingly, each building boasted 24 stories. Each building was also equipped with 2 staircases and 2 elevators. For an ancient world devoid of skyscrapers, this was indeed a monumental structure. Zhang Fei gazed upward at the towering 24-story building, exclaiming, "Fourth brother, is your school a celestial one? How could such tall buildings be constructed?" Peng Yuyin, wishing to avoid a lengthy explanation, simply replied, "Let us go inside and take a look." As they approached one of the dormitory buildings, Guan Yu tapped the wall in awe, exclaiming, "This wall is remarkably sturdy. If used as a city wall, fourth brother, may I strike this wall with my sword?" he asked. Peng Yuyin nodded. Guan Yu drew his sword and struck the wall with great force, yet the wall remained unscathed. Liu Bei, astonished, inquired, "Fourth brother, what material is this wall made of?" "Cement," Peng Yuyin replied. "Did I ask this material available?" Liu Bei pressed, "Not at the moment, but I will produce it in the future," Peng Yuyin assured him. Liu Bei sighed in relief. Possessing a material known as cement would render his city walls nearly impervious, ensuring victory in future defense battles. Subsequently, Peng Yuyin led his 3 brothers and 3 captains into a dormitory, which resembled a well-appointed university-style 8-person room, complete with a cement floor, tiled walls, 2 large fans, an air conditioner, and 2 bright lights. That in the center of the room stood a large table, beneath which were tucked 8 stools. The chamber housed 4 bunk beds, accommodating a total of 8 individuals. Altogether, there were 4 spacious wardrobes divided into upper and lower sections, capable of storing numerous belongings. At the rear, there was a washroom and a balcony, the latter featuring a wash basin and a mop washing area, as well as a large window that offered a view of the outside world. The washroom itself was elegantly adorned with tiled flooring and walls, equipped with a squat toilet and bathing facilities. The hot water system appeared to require a water card for operation. Peng Yuyin opened the system panel and discovered an option for luxury residence settings. Upon exploring further, he found a plethora of management functions for opulent estates, including a dormitory water card. After admiring the dormitory, Liu Bei expressed his delight, stating, "This room is truly splendid. Now the soldier shall reside in comfort." Peng Yuyin then called out, "Dian Wei, Li Hong, Zhou Tsang, come here." The 3 approached, responding, "At your service." Peng Yuyin slowly began, "I would like to explain to you 3 how to utilize these amenities. This is the bathing facility, which requires the water card I am holding to operate. The following details are omitted for brevity. Remember the usage methods. and now you shall clarify these to the soldiers and guide them to their accommodations." The three were utterly astounded. Fans that could blow air conditioning capable of producing both hot and cold winds, and lights brighter than a dozen candles. Not only they, but also Peng Yuyan's three elder brothers were equally astonished. The notion that Peng Yuyan's school of thought was of celestial origin had firmly taken root in their minds. After digesting this information for a while, the three assured Peng Yuyan, "We guarantee we will accomplish this task." However, Dian Wei suddenly pondered aloud, "But Captain, what shall we do about the several hundred captives?" Peng Yuyan realized. "Indeed, I have yet to make arrangements for Zhang Liao and Gao Shun." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Let us assign them a separate building, with a few soldiers stationed at the entrance to ensure they do not exit for the time being." Zhang Fei quickly interjected, "Fourth brother, isn't that inappropriate? They are surrendered soldiers. How can they receive the same treatment as our soldiers?" Peng Yuyan replied, "We shall treat the captives generously. This is how it shall be done." Seeing that Peng Yuyan had made up his mind, the others had no choice but to acquiesce, for this was indeed his domain. Once the three exited, Dian Wei shouted, "Soldiers! Each room can accommodate 8 individuals. Form groups of 8 and select your rooms. Assemble here in 40 minutes, and I will explain how to use the equipment within your quarters." This was met with a chorus of cheers, followed by the cacophony of doors opening and footsteps ascending the stairs. The captives from the trap battalion, bound together nearby, looked on enviously. Upon arriving, they beheld towering buildings and had already begun to regard Peng Yuyan as a scion of the celestial realm, with some even believing him to be a deity incarnate. Their animosity had evaporated, replaced solely by obedience and reverence. As these captives continued to envy the soldiers, Dian Wei approached them, announcing, "Our Captain Peng has arranged for you to reside in such dormitory buildings. But you will be assigned to that separate structure over there." He pointed to the dormitory labeled Building 2. The captive's eyes widened in astonishment, and one bold individual ventured to ask, General Dian, can we truly reside in this celestial building?" Dian Wei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, our Captain Peng has decreed that you may enter. However, you must not leave without permission, and the captain refers to this as a dormitory building, not a celestial abode." Upon hearing Dian Wei's words, tears welled in the captive's eyes as he pleaded, "General Dian, I wish to serve under General Peng, that I swear I will never betray him. May I join General Peng's forces? I truly wish to work for him." Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and the other captives did not glare at the individual nor reprimand him as a traitor. Instead, they wore expressions full of hope, eager to hear Dian Wei utter the words, "You may." Chapter 30. Continuing the exploration of the dormitory, Dian Wei, however, could only smile helplessly, saying, "I am sorry, but the captain has instructed that you first take residence here, that I will relay your desire to join to our captain." The soldier from the trap battalion, with tears in his eyes, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, General," bowing deeply as he did so. Dian Wei waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formalities. I am not fond of this. Once you are ready, I shall lead you to Building 2. It is equipped with bedding and other essentials. 0.8 individuals per room. Choose your quarters wisely. Assemble here in 30 minutes for my introduction on how to use the equipment within your rooms." The soldier cautiously inquired, General Dian, how long is 30 minutes? Dian Wei snapped back to attention and exclaimed, "All right, you do not have watches." That he then removed his own watch and handed it to the soldier. Continuing, "This is a timing device given to us by our captain, called a watch. It is now 3:20 in the afternoon. When a minute hand points to the 10 symbol, all of you must gather here. Arrive early. Tardiness will not be tolerated." The soldier cradled the watch, gazing at the unfamiliar contraption, and asked, "General Dian, are you not concerned that I might damage this timing device? It seems so precious." Dian Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Our captain has said, should the watch break, you can simply request another from him. Besides, each person in our camp is one. It is not a rare item. The watches belonging to our captain and his 3 brothers are the truly extraordinary ones." All present, including Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, were taken aback by this revelation. They examined the watch closely, noting its exquisite craftsmanship, which clearly required meticulous attention to detail to achieve such an appearance. Not to mention the complex internal mechanisms that allowed it to function. Regardless of how one viewed it, the cost of such a watch was undoubtedly substantial. Yet in Peng Yuyin's camp, every soldier possessed one. This kindness from Peng Yuyin towards his subordinates left them in awe and further fueled the captive's aspirations of joining his ranks. Meanwhile, Peng Yuyin was with Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, still experimenting with the electronic devices in the dormitory. At that moment, the four were inside the dormitory, drawing the curtains, turning on the lights, and enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning. Liu Bei, seated on a stool, remarked, "Fourth brother, how does this device, known as air conditioning, produce such cool air? It is astonishing. Inside feels like winter while outside is summer, as if experiencing two seasons." Guan Yu, resting on the lower bunk, added, "Indeed, fourth brother, do share with us the principles behind these creations of your school." His inquiry was interrupted as Zhang Fei's foul foot dangled perilously from the upper bunk, prompting Guan Yu to swiftly evade. Guan Yu chastised, "Third brother, mind your feet while up there. You nearly kicked me." Zhang Fei, clutching a pillow from his perch, chuckled and replied, "Eldest brother, second brother, why don't we simply reside in this dormitory? It is so refreshing, with soft pillows and mattresses, far more comfortable than any bed I have ever slept on." Peng Yuyin, seated on the lower bunk opposite Zhang Fei, gazed at him with a smile. "Third brother, are you so easily satisfied? Fear not, what I provide for you will undoubtedly be the finest." These words warmed the hearts of the three brothers. And Peng Yuyin continued, "Understanding the workings of these creations from our school requires years of study." Liu Bei, skeptical, interjected, "Fourth brother, you exaggerate. I am intelligent enough to grasp it, just explain it to me." Peng Yuyin shook his head. "The principle of air conditioning is that once powered, the low-pressure vapor refrigerant within the cooling system is drawn in by the compressor, which compresses it into high-pressure vapor before discharging it to the condenser. While indoor air circulates continuously, lowering the temperature." Stop, I concede. The teachings of your celestial school are indeed profound. I am but a simpleton." Liu Bei quickly interrupted Peng Yuyin. With a gentle smile, Peng Yuyin glanced at his watch and declared, "Very well. The time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed, that we still need to distribute water cards, air conditioning remotes, and room keys." The three nodded in agreement, having witnessed all the equipment within the dormitory and knowing which items required remotes and water cards. After Peng Yuyin and his companions emerged, they made their way to the dormitory management room on the first floor, which was sizable enough to accommodate 3 dormitory rooms, with half of the space designated for storage. The four gathered their water cards, remotes, and keys from within. Upon seeing the keys, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were once again astonished. Peng Yuyin sighed, having grown accustomed to their expressions of wonder, that he explained, "The keys from our school are designed with such elegance. Simply insert them into the lock and turn left to unlock or right to engage the deadbolt." Liu Bei exclaimed in surprise. "How convenient! Truly befitting of a celestial school." Opening doors in ancient times was often a cumbersome task, requiring intricate maneuvers, so the simplicity of this locking mechanism left them all astonished. The four emerged, carrying 2 boxes of supplies, and found that it was almost time to gather. Outside, the soldiers of the camp stood in perfect formation, notably with the captives from the trap battalion also standing behind them. Observing the soldiers' orderly stance, the captives mimicked their posture, with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun following suit. Peng Yuyin, witnessing this scene, nodded appreciatively and instructed, "Dian Wei, you shall now explain to everyone how to use the equipment in the dormitory. Zhou Tsong and Li Hong, please proceed to the dormitory management office on the first floor of Building 2 to collect the water cards, remote controls, and room keys for that building. Dian Wei." Zhou Tsong and Li Hong responded in unison, "Yes." As Zhou Tsong and Li Hong went to retrieve the items, Dian Wei approached Peng Yuyin and inquired, "Captain, I've noticed every floor has an iron gate, but we cannot access it. Which key opens that gate?" "Which gate are you referring to?" Peng Yuyin asked. Dian Wei pointed towards the elevator and said, "That iron gate over there." Peng Yuyin chuckled and replied, "Ah, that's the elevator, not a room. Surely you haven't been running up the stairs to the 24th floor, have you?" Dian Wei nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I'm not afraid of the exertion. I consider it a form of exercise. The view from the 24th floor is splendid, giving one a sense of being atop the world. Most people prefer to reside in the higher floors." Peng Yuyin playfully kicked Dian Wei's backside while explaining the elevator's usage, including precautions and procedures for dealing with malfunctions. The onlookers were astounded by the extraordinary inventions of the celestial family. Surely this elevator, which effortlessly ascends 24 stories, is akin to a heavenly ladder. Observing their astonished expressions, Peng Yuyin mused to himself, I suspect I'll witness this reaction many more times today. Zhou Tsong and Li Hong returned just in time to catch the end of the elevator demonstration. Peng Yuyin began, I will distribute your military pay for this month shortly. In the future, you will need to pay for the water and electricity used in your dormitories, as well as recharge the hot water cards. I require someone to oversee this matter. Who among you will volunteer? The group was puzzled as to why there were fees for water, but they trusted the captain's judgment, believing there must be a valid reason behind it. I will. A voice rang out from the crowd. Peng Yuyin turned towards the source of the sound, recognizing the captive from the ambush battalion, who had been crying and pleading to work under him. Peng Yuyin approached and asked, You wish to serve me, do you? Keep in mind, you are currently a prisoner. Yet, the captive replied resolutely, I want to serve the general. I will not disappoint you, with a smile. Peng Yuyin stood at the forefront and declared, All captives of the ambush battalion, I am willing to release you. However, you must all undergo a month of labor reformation under my supervision. After that month, you will be free to go wherever you wish. At that moment, another soldier from the ambush battalion called out, Can we work under your command, General? Yes, Peng Yuyin replied without hesitation. The captives were filled with joy, their faces beaming with delight, some even shedding tears of happiness. Subsequently, Peng Yuyin arranged for the captives to reside in Building 2 and assigned 2 individuals to guard its entrance. The rest of the group set up outside the dormitory to prepare dinner. Peng Yuyin, meanwhile, led Lu, Guan, and Zhang towards the main house. If you find this novel enjoyable, a 5-star review would be most appreciated. The author has something to say. Chapter 31. The mansion is an illegal structure. The 4 arrived at the main house, which consisted of 4 levels, featuring a bathing area, a sauna, hot springs, and even a private cinema and KTV. However, these overly advanced amenities were still locked by the system and could not be utilized for now. As the 4 brothers entered, they were greeted by a grand foyer. Its walls crafted from golden silk Namu wood and its floor adorned with exquisite jade stones. One word encapsulated their reaction: opulence. Each was awestruck by the mansion's grandeur and elated at the prospect of residing in such a luxurious abode. Upon entering the bedroom, Peng Yuyin immediately recognized that the system had tailored this room specifically for him. The space boasted a figurine wall, a walk-in closet, a reception area, and an esports zone. Although the computers and equipment remained locked and merely served as decorative items for the time being, Zhang Fei, upon seeing the array of exquisite figurines, picked up a bikini-clad anime figure and exclaimed, Fourth brother, your figurines are magnificent, especially this lady, dressed so scantily. Previously, Peng Yuyin had been an avid collector, spending half of his monthly salary on figurines, merchandise, and cosplay outfits. Seeing Zhang Fei so carelessly handle his beloved figurines, he rushed over, forcefully swatting Zhang Fei's hand and urging him to set it down. Third brother, put it down, put it down. Peng Yuyin insisted. Zhang Fei, astonished by Peng Yuyin's attachment to these figurines, wondered why he was so generous with expensive items like watches and goblets, yet so protective of these small figures. Realizing the significance they held for Peng Yuyin, he carefully returned the figurine to its place. I apologize, fourth brother, I didn't realize how much you cherished these figurines. I won't touch them again, he said sheepishly. Relieved that Zhang Fei had returned the figurine, Peng Yuyin said, Let us proceed to explore your bedrooms. The group continued to inspect the other bedrooms, all of which were similarly customized by the system. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's rooms even included a small martial arts training area and an archery range. Truly extravagant. The 3 were overjoyed at such luxurious accommodations and hurriedly unpacked their belongings. As dinner time approached, everyone rushed to the dining area, including the captives from the ambush battalion, who were served at the entrance of Building 2 and not permitted to leave. Others gathered in front of Building 1 to collect their meals, resulting in a scene where many squatted on the ground, bowls in their left hands and chopsticks in their right, enjoying their food. As they dined, night fell as darkness enveloped the area. The streetlights throughout the mansion complex illuminated, prompting cheers of delight from everyone, who reveled in the experience of a night unplagued by darkness. Liu Bei approached Peng Yuyin and remarked, Fourth brother, this mansion is truly remarkable. It It remains so bright at night, it hardly feels like evening. What do you plan to call this splendid estate? Peng Yu-yin scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, it currently lacks a name. Guan Yu chuckled, Fourth brother, since this estate was left to you by your school, why not name it yourself? Indeed, indeed, Zhang Fei chimed in. Let us call it City of Eternal Light, Peng Yu-yin suggested. Liu Bei pondered this name, City of Eternal Light, an abode that never succumbs to the night. What a splendid name! At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Peng Yu-yan's mind. New task, explore the mansion. Task details. Explore all structures within the mansion area. To be completed by midnight. Task reward. System item delivery point X1, point redemption function. Upon hearing of the new task, Peng Yu-yin felt a rush of excitement. Another chance to earn points. But I've never heard of this reward. Regardless, I must complete the task first. It's only after 7, and I have several hours to finish. With that, Peng Yu-yin hastily took a few bites of his meal before assigning Zhou Cong and Li Hong to manage other tasks. While he and Jian Wei set off to explore the mansion, that it must be said, the mansion was truly vast, almost comparable in size to a university. The estate featured a large power station area, occupying a quarter of the total area, though this power station was safeguarded by the system and would not malfunction. Peng Yu-yin emphasized to Jian Wei that no one was to approach the power station. With violations punishable by military LAWAS, they continued their exploration. They encountered a fully automated water recycling system, which required no dedicated maintenance, extremely convenient. Next, Peng Yu-yin and Jian Wei toured the cafeteria, armory, granary, recreational facilities, and more. Finally, at 11:30, they completed their tour of the entire mansion. Jian Wei, still brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, Captain, this City of Eternal Light truly has it all. I never imagined such a lavish place could exist in the world. Peng Yu-yin smiled. Believe me, I too am astonished. This estate left to me by my school is beyond anything I've ever seen. Simultaneously, he reflected, this is the life of the affluent. Just then, another system notification chimed in Peng Yu-yan's mind. Task completed. Explore the mansion. Rewards received. System item delivery point X1, point redemption function. Without hesitation, Peng Yu-yin opened the reward to examine it closely. The system item delivery point allowed him to generate items extracted from the system at any designated location, even if the delivery point was miles away, as long as he clicked to generate it within the system. The corresponding items would manifest. The point redemption function enabled him to convert his existing wealth into points at a rate of 1 tael of silver for 1 point. Filled with joy, Peng Yu-yin realized a potential loophole. How few points a glass goblet costs. If I sell it, I could easily exchange it for tens of thousands of taels, which means I could use money to generate more money, potentially amassing billions. Elated, he began to dance with delight. Billions, a lifetime's worth of wealth. However, the subsequent message on the system panel doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water. This system will autonomously determine that only money earned through business ventures by the host can be redeemed for points. Peng Yu-yin's enthusiasm dwindled, but after a moment of contemplation, he thought, I possess insights that are over 1,000 years ahead of my time. Any business I undertake will surely be profitable, be it in food, clothing, shelter, or entertainment. Surely, any venture I embark upon will yield remarkable profits. Upon reflecting on this, Peng Yu-yin began to feel a surge of joy once more. Originally, Jian Wei intended to escort Peng Yu-yin back to the main residence. But due to the late hour, Peng Yu-yin instructed Jian Wei to return to the dormitory while he made his way back to the main house alone. As he approached the main residence, he noticed soldiers on night duty conversing with a few individuals outside the main gate. Peng Yu-yin walked over and inquired, What is the matter? Before the soldier could respond, the leader of the group outside exclaimed, This is my territory. How dare you build such a high wall without my permission? Get out. This construction belongs to me. Peng Yu-yin addressed the individuals outside. Please do not be hasty. Allow me to ascertain the situation first. He then turned to the soldier on duty and asked, Which company are you from? What is your name? Please recount the events to me. The soldier began to explain that this land originally belonged to the Chun family from Shuzhou. Today, the Chun family servants came to the mountain to gather firewood and discovered that the once lush area had transformed into a vast wall. However, the wall was so tall that they could not see inside, and the main gate was completely sealed. There was a small door on the main gate, both of which were tightly shut. During the day, the situation was not apparent, but once the streetlights illuminated the area at night, the outsiders were further astonished and curious about what lay within. Thus, the servants summoned Chen Deng, stating that the place was brightly lit at night, resembling daytime. Chen Deng came to take a look, and upon seeing the guards at the entrance, he commenced a discussion, leading to the current predicament. After grasping the situation, Peng Yuan nodded, and Chen Deng remarked, "Now you understand. This is my family's land. You must vacate immediately. I wish to take residence here." Peng Yuan retrieved a glass wine cup, akin to those he presented to other lords, from the system and handed it to Chen Deng, saying, "Is it the Chen family, then? Please accept this exquisite glass cup as a token of my regard. I shall visit your esteemed residence within 3 days." Chen Deng, upon seeing the glass cup, recognized its considerable value and thought to himself, "Such pure glass as a gift. It seems this person is quite discerning." Grinning, Chen Deng accepted the cup and clasped his hands together, saying, "Since you are so gracious, we shall take our leave for today. I will await you at my estate." "That of course," Peng Yuan replied. Subsequently, Chen Deng, accompanied by several servants, descended the mountain, lanterns in hand. Along the way, he occasionally admired the glass cup, even breathing onto it and carefully wiping it with his sleeve, indicating his fondness for the gift. Peng Yuan patted the soldier on the shoulder, stating, "In the future, when faced with such matters, do not attempt to resolve them alone. Report to me first." The soldier stood upright and saluted, replying, "Yes, Captain." Following this, Peng Yuan retired to his quarters, for he was indeed quite fatigued from the day. The next morning at 7:00, Dian Wei led the troops in training, as Peng Yuan had scheduled a weighted run for them, encircling the Grand Estate for 15 kilometers. Naturally, breakfast was mandatory before such exertion. This was a rule Peng Yuan had established. 3 meals a day were required, with no allowance for 2. That initially, Liu Bei believed that 3 meals a day wasted military rations, which could otherwise last 3 days, but now only suffice for 2. Peng Yuan explained that unless in exceptional circumstances, adhering to 3 meals daily could significantly enhance the soldier's physical condition. Liu Bei pondered this and concluded that exchanging food for the soldier's strength seemed a worthwhile trade. Thus he acquiesced. Dian Wei first led everyone to the dining hall for breakfast, which was overseen by several soldiers supervising the captured enemies. Naturally, these individuals were also responsible for preparing the meals. Gao Shun, donning a disgruntled expression, was porridge-making, grumbling, "What a disgrace it is for a man of stature to serve as a cook." Despite his complaints, Gao Shun was not ungrateful. After all, Peng Yuan had provided them with such fine accommodations and even salaries, allowing them to live better than many common folk. Thus, Gao Shun's grievances were merely that grievances, without any intent to protest or act out. Zhang Liao took on the role of steward, managing the internal affairs and daily maintenance of the mansion. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei had already risen and made their way to the dining hall, while Peng Yuan remained in a deep slumber. For a person of modernity such as Peng Yuan, being awake at 7 o'clock would only imply one scenario. He had stayed up all night. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in the throes of sleep at that hour that I end the dining hall. The soldiers began to complain about the unpalatable porridge. Upon hearing their grievances, Gao Shun grew displeased, brandishing a cooking ladle and rushing out in an apron, waving the ladle at the soldiers. "How can you claim it is bad? When we were marching, we had nothing to eat, and now you dare to complain." Some soldiers retorted, "You, a captive, dare to voice such complaints. If I were the captain, I would have executed you long ago." "Indeed, we are fortunate to have our captain. Had it been another commander, you would have met a grimmer fate. They showed no gratitude. Our captain provides you with lodging, and you are still discontented with your tasks." At this moment, Zhang Fei placed his 3 bowls of porridge aside, approached, and bellowed, "What is all this noise? My 4th brother provides you with shelter out of kindness, and yet you dare to complain. My brother hasn't even said a word against you. Keep it up, and I'll increase your training regimen." Upon hearing Zhang Fei threaten to intensify their training, the soldiers quieted down. They knew the gravity of his words. A 15-kilometer weighted run had already taken half their breath away. Increasing the burden might leave them gasping for air. Gao Shun huffed in annoyance and returned to the kitchen. Zhang Fei carried the 3 bowls of porridge to sit beside Liu Bei and Guan Yu. The 3 took a sip and found it nearly impossible to swallow. Alas, Their palates had been spoiled by Peng Yuyin's culinary skills. However, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, they endured and finished a bowl of the porridge. After consuming the porridge, Zhang Fei hurried to Peng Yuyin's room, knocking vigorously on the door. "Fourth brother, open up. There's trouble. Serious matter." Hearing the commotion, Peng Yuyin jumped out of bed, hastily opening the door, pondering. Could it be that the Qin family has come again? Did I not give him a glass cup yesterday? Why are they back? Upon opening the door, Zhang Fei grinned widely and announced, "Fourth brother, there is a crisis." "What crisis?" "You've arranged for those captives to work. And the porridge made by Gao Shan is utterly inedible. You must prepare a couple of dishes for me." Fuming, Peng Yuyin retorted, "For such a trivial matter, you dare disturb my beauty's sleep. I refuse to cook for you." With that, he slammed the door shut and returned to bed to resume his slumber. Outside, Zhang Fei stood momentarily taken aback by Peng Yuyin's morning irritability before slinking away in defeat. Peng Yuyin finally arose at 11 o'clock, gradually making his way to the bathroom, pondering, should I perhaps find someone to assist me with washing my face and brushing my teeth? As he stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Fei, who approached with hearty laughter. Seizing Peng Yuyin by the shoulders, "Fourth brother, you have finally awoken. Quickly prepare breakfast. Third brother is famished." The foul odor of Zhang Fei's breath wafted towards Peng Yuyin, nearly causing him to regurgitate last night's leftovers. He retched slightly and exclaimed, "Goodness! Third brother, have you not used toothpaste? Why does your breath smell so foul? Did I not equip your room's bathroom with toothbrushes and toothpaste?" Zhang Fei, puzzled, asked, "Toothbrush and toothpaste? What are those?" Peng Yuyin led Zhang Fei to his bathroom, pointing at the toothbrush and toothpaste. "This is what I meant. Did I not ask second brother to teach you how to use it?" Zhang Fei, feeling wronged, replied, "Second brother did not instruct me." Sighing, Peng Yuyin said, Second brother must have forgotten, and no matter. I shall demonstrate how to use it. Brush twice a day. It will prevent dental ailments." That he then proceeded to brush his teeth in front of Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei observed the process and declared, "Simple. I shall do it now." With that, he grabbed the toothbrush Peng Yuyin had just used and prepared to brush his teeth. In a panic, Peng Yuyin rushed to stop him. "Third brother, that is my toothbrush." Fourth brother, it's nothing. I am not picky. I am." Peng Yuyin vehemently prevented Zhang Fei from using his toothbrush. After much effort, Peng Yuyin finally persuaded Zhang Fei to abandon the notion of using his toothbrush. The two exited the main house, once again encountering the duty soldier conversing with individuals at the entrance. Peng Yuyin and Zhang Fei approached, just as the security personnel came running over. Peng Yuyin inquired, "What is the matter? Have the Chun family returned?" The soldier, standing at attention, reported, "Captain, many people have come today, expressing a desire to tour the premises." Peng Yuyin pondered, could Chen Deng have informed others? "Who are these notable figures from Shuzhou?" "Not at all, Captain. They are merely ordinary folk or scholars." Upon hearing this, Peng Yuyin fumed, "Curse it! Chen Deng, you have played me for a fool. How could you have failed to mention this?" Yet one cannot entirely blame Chen Deng. The true culprits were, in fact, his servants, since witnessing the brilliantly illuminated city that never sleeps last night, the servants have returned, spreading tales of its brightness far and wide, from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. Now many are aware of the existence of this city. Drive them all away. This is my home, not a marketplace. Why does everyone wish to come here for a stroll?" Peng Yuyin exclaimed in irritation. Subsequently, he and Zhang Fei made their way to the dining hall, where they found it was nearly 12:30. That upon arriving at the food counter, Peng Yuyin inquired of Gao Shan, "Brother Gao, what dishes do we have for lunch today?" Gao Shan scratched the back of his head, apologetically responding, "I'm sorry, General, but we've run out of food." "What? Are you suggesting that I must cook myself?" Peng Yuyin exclaimed, "No, General Peng, it's not that. We've even run out of raw ingredients, so you wouldn't be able to cook even if you wanted to," Gao Shan lamented. Peng Yuyin furrowed his brow and asked, "Isn't Zhang Liao responsible for procuring the ingredients?" "Where is he?" Gao Shan pointed towards the dormitory building and said, "Wen Yuan is currently over there, dealing with issues related to water card recharges." With a sigh, Peng Yuyin and Zhang Fei walked towards the dormitory building. Upon reaching, they were greeted by a cacophony of chatter and found the queue stretched all the way to the entrance, with Dian Wei among those waiting. Peng Yuyin approached and pulled Dian Wei out, demanding, "What on earth is going on during our break time?" Dian Wei replied helplessly, Captain, the captives assigned to recharge everyone's water cards have made mistakes. Some were overcharged while others undercharged. That MY301 card was mistakenly credited with only 31. Peng Yuyan felt a headache coming on. How could these people complicate even the simplest tasks? He thought it best to descend the mountain and find some servants to handle these matters. Upon entering the dormitory management room, he saw Zhang Liao and several captives from the Xianjin camp desperately flipping through ledgers. Peng Yuyan strode over, snatched the ledger from Zhang Liao, and began to inspect it. Zhang Liao, already frustrated, was further irked when someone took his ledger. Just as he was about to protest, he looked up and saw it was Peng Yuyan, instantly deflating. Zhang Liao cautiously inquired, General Peng, what brings you here? Peng Yuyan retorted, if I hadn't come, you would have created a monumental mess for me. Look at this. He pointed to the ledger and exclaimed, what on earth is this entry for 50,000 won? This recharge machine allows a maximum recharge of 5,000 won per card within a month, yet you've recorded 50,000 won. In this, 10 won. The minimum recharge for a water card is 30 won. Did you pocket the extra 20 won? Rubbing his temples, Peng Yuyan contemplated for a moment before calling out, Dian Wei. Inform my elder brother and second brother to assist with these issues, that I will descend the mountain with my third brother to find some servants. Yes, Dian Wei replied. Third brother, let us depart, Peng Yuyan said to Zhang Fei. They exited the management room. Zhang Fei sighed, alas. Fourth brother, these captives are utterly incompetent with even the simplest tasks, that we should place them back in the military camp. Peng Yuyan agreed. Indeed, we shall have them join the military camp in a few days. But first, let us descend the mountain for a meal. We have yet to eat. They made their way down. The first establishment they encountered was a brothel. Peng Yuyan pondered. Having been in this ancient world for some time, he had yet to see what a brothel looked like, so he and Zhang Fei entered. The madam, upon seeing them, immediately greeted them with a smile, coyly saying, Ah, two gentlemen together. Rest assured, we have all sorts of delights here. Peng Yuyan was taken aback by the madam's tone. It was overly theatrical, and he felt a sudden urge to silence her. Zhang Fei, upon hearing the madam refer to them as father and son, became enraged and shouted, Do you not know how to speak? This is my brother. The madam quickly apologized. Oh dear, my mistake. What would you two gentlemen like? Zhang Fei demanded, Bring us the finest food and drink. We haven't eaten yet. The madam, delighted, immediately ordered the best dishes without consulting the menu, knowing they were likely big spenders. However, Peng Yuyan was indeed not short on funds at the moment, having made a small profit from glassware. Nonetheless, if he were to frequent the brothel daily, it would soon become insufficient. After their meal, Zhang Fei sought the company of 5 brothel girls, but Peng Yuyan was uninterested. He did not favor engaging in such activities. Instead, he asked the madam, Madam, do you have any untouched maidens? Understanding his request, the madam instructed him to wait a moment. After a while, she returned with 8 exceptionally beautiful young girls. Upon seeing them, Peng Yuyan felt a pang of sympathy. A modern man. He found it difficult to witness such exploitation. The youngest among them was merely 12, while the oldest was 16. They were just at the age of high school, yet forced into such a life. And it was evident that they bore scars from their experiences. The madam continued, These are all our untouched maidens, guaranteed to be pure. Would you like to? Before she could finish, Peng Yuyan raised his hand to silence her. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled and stated, I will purchase a few of them. The madam thought to herself, This young man is charming and handsome, yet it seems he is also a lecher. Indeed, men are all the same. The girls, upon hearing that Peng Yuyan wished to buy them, felt fear, but upon catching a glimpse of his handsome visage, their cheeks flushed. The madam fanned herself and asked, How about 20 guan per girl? Including today as food and entertainment, I can offer you all for 200 guan. Peng Yuyan interrupted, producing 20 taels of gold and placing them on the table. In this parallel world, the currency exchange rate is 1 tael of gold, 10 taels of silver, 10 guan of copper coins, 10,000 won of copper coins. The madam was overjoyed, confirming the gold repeatedly to ensure its authenticity before happily asking, May I know where your residence is? I can send these girls to you. Peng Yuyan thought it acceptable. After all, many were already aware of the city that never sleeps, so losing one more person wouldn't matter. He replied, At the city that never sleeps on the mountain behind. The madam exclaimed in shock, What? You are the immortal of the city that never sleeps. Seeing her reaction, Peng Yuyan wondered if the madam had heard of the city. What was this nonsense about being an immortal? He replied honestly, the city that never sleeps indeed belongs to me, but I am not an immortal. The madam, however, assumed he was merely concealing his true identity, saying, "Oh, I understand. Last night I saw a brilliant light shooting into the sky from the mountain. When I went to look this morning, indeed, there was a grand walled area with a plaque reading city that never sleeps at the gate." Peng Yin thought, the plaque of the city that never sleeps? That must have been something my elder brother took care of. After I mentioned the name, he must have hurried to arrange for it. Peng Yin told the madam, "That's enough. You needn't send anyone to deliver the girls, that I have matters to attend to, and I will return in a couple of hours to collect them." Though the madam insisted on sending the girls to him, Peng Yin politely declined, and she eventually acquiesced, turning her attention to other guests. Peng Yin turned to the 8 girls and asked, "You all know how to handle household chores? Wash clothes and cook, right?" All 8 of them nodded. They had endured hardships from a young age and were indeed capable of such tasks. Seeing their affirmative nods, Peng Yin felt reassured. His intention was to bring them back to help maintain the city that never sleeps. He feared they might not even manage simple chores, making them less capable than Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. He continued, "Please wait here while I finish my business, and I will take you back to the city that never sleeps." At that moment, the oldest girl, who was 16, spoke up, "Sir, are you an immortal? I saw the light from the mountain last night, and they say those who live in the city that never sleeps are all immortals." Peng Yin gently patted her head, smiling kindly as he replied, "I am not an immortal. I am a good person here to take you away from this place. Please wait for me to come back for you." "All right." The girl blushed at his warm gaze and nodded shyly. Just then, Zhang Fei emerged, looking fresh and rejuvenated. Peng Yin then led Zhang Fei towards the Qin residence, asking for directions along the way. Upon arriving, the servants immediately recognized Peng Yin and rushed to welcome him, exclaiming, "Peng Xianren, your esteemed presence graces us. Please step inside." Peng Yin sighed. It seemed that this title of immortal would not be easily shed anytime soon. Amidst the warm reception from the attendants, the 2 individuals arrived at the reception hall of the Qin residence. One of the attendants approached Chen Gui and reported that Peng Yin had arrived. Chen Gui instructed the attendant to promptly invite Peng Yin inside. Upon Peng Yin's entrance, Chen Gui hastily set aside the brush he had been using for calligraphy and stepped forward with a welcoming smile, exclaiming, "General Yunfei has arrived. Please take a seat." Peng Yin thought to himself, "How does this old man know me? Could he possibly be among the 18 warlords?" The circumstances were as follows. Let us rewind to last night. When Chen Gui was pacing about in his home, occasionally inquiring with the attendants about any news regarding Chen Deng, that it was deep into the night, and Chen Deng, accompanied by several attendants, had yet to return from the mountains. Chen Gui's concern was palpable until Chen Deng finally returned, his laughter ringing through the air. Chen Gui, in a fit of anger, called out, "Why have you returned so late? Do you not realize how worried your father was? And you dare to laugh?" Unfazed by Chen Gui's reprimand, Chen Deng thought to himself that once he produced the exquisite glass wine cup, his father would have no choice but to treat him with reverence. Ignoring Chen Gui's scolding, he presented the glass wine cup, waving it before his father's eyes. Chen Gui, captivated by the glass wine cup, snatched it from Chen Deng's grasp and scrutinized it closely. Before erupting, "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you steal Lord Tao's glass wine cup?" Upon hearing that Tao Qian had returned, it was only natural for him to have paid a visit. Tao Qian had also showcased the glass wine cup gifted to him by Peng Yin, which Chen Gui had admired deeply. Thus, when Chen Deng revealed a similar glass wine cup, his reaction was predictable. Clearly taken aback by his father's intense reaction, Chen Deng hurriedly explained, "Father, I did not steal it. It was given to me by the person occupying our land in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Chen Gui's ire dissipated, transforming into laughter. "This glass wine cup is indeed a priceless treasure. I have never seen such pure glass before." Today, Lord Tao mentioned that only one person in this world possesses such a treasure, and that is the formidable General Peng Yin, who vanquished Dong Zhuo. Then, are you saying that the person occupying our land is none other than Peng Yin? Chen Deng inquired. "It must be him. A person of Peng Yin's caliber is destined for greatness. My son, remember this. Do not oppose Peng Yin in the future. We must become his allies. Only then will the Chen family flourish." The Chen clan shall become the foremost family in Shuzhou, perhaps even in the entire Han dynasty, Chen Gui declared. Nodding in agreement, Chen Deng acknowledged his father's wisdom and added, "Father, I visited that place today, and it was indeed extraordinary, Dedo." "What do you mean by that?" Chen Gui asked. "His gates are sturdier than city walls, and there is a small door on the main gate. The walls rise 2 zhang high, impervious to blades and spears. Beside the main gate, there is a small pavilion where a guard stands watch. Moreover, at night, the inside is brilliantly illuminated. The light is bright as day, far exceeding that of candles, rendering the night nearly non-existent," Chen Deng elaborated. "Such marvels truly exist. Then let us visit General Yunfei together tomorrow." Chen Gui expressed his astonishment. "Father, there is no need. General Yunfei has stated that he will personally come to our residence within 3 days." Chen Deng replied, "Excellent. We shall await General Yunfei's arrival here." Chen Gui rejoiced. Thus, we arrive at the present scene, where Peng Yuyan, witnessing Chen Gui's warm welcome, politely returned the gesture with a bow. Chen Gui, with a smile, remarked, "There is no need for formalities. General Yunfei, that I have long heard of your and General Zhang's illustrious reputations." That he then turned to the attendant, instructing him to fetch the young master. Before long, Chen Gui emerged with a beaming smile. The Chen father and son began conversing with Peng Yuyan, while Zhang Fei, trusting in his younger brother's abilities, busied himself with pastries and fruits. Chen Gui presented the exquisite glass wine cup gifted by Peng Yuyan, saying, "This glass wine cup is indeed a rare treasure, and it is the first time in my life that I have encountered someone as magnanimous as General Yunfei." Peng Yuyan clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, "You flatter me, Chen Gong, that I am simply someone who cherishes friendship and extends sincerity to my friends. However, should I encounter betrayal, I will unhesitatingly retract my goodwill and ensure that the betrayer regrets their actions." Understanding the underlying message in Peng Yuyan's words, that the Chen family should choose their allegiances wisely, Chen Gui chuckled. "I too wish to forge a friendship with General Yunfei." Peng Yuyan raised his teacup in a toast to Chen Gui and drank deeply. Having never tasted ancient tea before, Peng Yuyan nearly spat it out, but managed to swallow it, all the while internally lamenting the unpalatable nature of ancient tea. Ancient tea was boiled, with ingredients such as goat's milk, ginger, and even salt included. It was more akin to a broth than tea, and infinitely less enjoyable. Subsequently, Chen Gui produced a land deed, explaining that since he had no use for the land, he would gift it to Peng Yuyan as a token of friendship. Chen Gui handed over the deed, but Peng Yuyan, seeking assurance, requested the presence of government officials as witnesses. Before long, officials arrived, and Peng Yuyan drafted 3 copies of the land transfer contract. The officials, along with Chen Gui and Peng Yuyan, confirmed that all terms were satisfactory, signing and sealing the documents, with each party retaining a copy. With the contract and deed in hand, Peng Yuyan, accompanied by a content Zhang Fei, made his way to the slave market. Chapter 35. Tao Qian visits the city of eternal night. Peng Yuyan and Zhang Fei arrived at the slave market, where Peng Yuyan inquired, "Third brother, were the servants at home purchased from the slave market?" Zhang Fei proudly thumped his chest. "Of course, most of them were dead as they entered the market." Peng Yuyan observed numerous individuals kneeling before various slave stalls, with a significant number being children. This sight prompted a deep sigh from Peng Yuyan. They stopped at one stall, where Zhang Fei asked the vendor, "What skills do these slaves possess?" The vendor replied, "Esteemed guest, these slaves are strong men capable of serving as attendants, performing labor, or even serving as an outlet for frustration." With that, the vendor kicked one of the men harshly, who merely grunted in response, displaying no sign of anger, evidently accustomed to such treatment. Peng Yuyan shook his head, expressing his disinterest in mere laborers. He knew he could not redeem all those in such conditions. "Do you have any who have served as stewards?" he inquired. The vendor pondered for a moment before responding, "Currently, we do not have any former stewards available." "Are you looking for someone clever and capable?" Peng Yuyan nodded, and the vendor, understanding, instructed, "Please wait a moment." That he then called out to the back, "Bring over the last batch we collected." Soon a large group of slaves was led forward, standing in a line before Peng Yuyan. The vendor began explaining. These individuals were formerly the attendants of an official, each with over 10 years of experience as servants, that we even have a cook among them. And these two, he then pulled 2 young girls, both in their teens, from behind, saying, "These are concubines seized from a farmer's household, untouched and pure. But sadly, their master met his end before he could enjoy their company. As he spoke, the vendor roughly pinched one of the young girl's cheeks, adding, "Look at her delicate features. Purchasing her as a concubine would be a fine choice, keeping you warm at night." Peng Yuyin raised his hand, saying, "Stop, stop. If you wish for me to buy, do not lay your hands upon them. How many are there in total? I will purchase them all." The vendor's eyes lit up. He realized he had a significant client. "Esteemed guest, these two girls are indeed charming. Each is priced at 20 guan, while the remaining 58 men are priced at 15 guan each. What do you think?" he asked, reaching for his abacus to tally the costs. Peng Yuyin interjected, "No need to calculate. The total is 910 guan. Third brother, pay the sum." The vendor, astonished by Peng Yuyin's ability to calculate so swiftly, thought to himself, "I haven't even finished my calculations, and he has already arrived at the answer." The vendor continued to fumble with his abacus, while Peng Yuyin watched with bemusement. After a moment, the vendor confirmed, "It truly is 910 guan. Your calculating prowess is remarkable, esteemed guest." Wiping the sweat from his brow, the vendor was astounded. Zhang Fei tossed a bundle of money towards the vendor, proclaiming, "My fourth brother is a man of many talents. A true prodigy. This mere feat of calculation is but the tip of the iceberg." The vendor, opening the bundle to reveal gold, bowed and nodded to Zhang Fei, saying, "Indeed, I underestimated you, esteemed guest. Do you not need to count it?" Peng Yuyin asked that, "No, there is no need, that I trust your character, esteemed guest. Should you require more slaves in the future, do remember to seek me out," the vendor replied. The seller replied, and thus dispatched several individuals to ensure the shipment of this batch of slaves was delivered to Peng Yuyin's residence. While he meticulously counted the gold behind them, they passed by a brothel. Peng Yuyin decided to take in the 8 young maidens, and a grand procession made its way toward the city that never sleeps. Upon reaching the entrance, they fortuitously encountered Tao Qian, who was accompanied by his son Tao Shang, as they prepared to pay a visit. Upon seeing Peng Yuyin return, Tao Qian stepped forward with a smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "General Yunfei has returned. Is this the acquisition of servants?" "Indeed, Tao Gong," replied Peng Yuyin. "Didn't my elder brother mention he would visit your esteemed residence on another day? What brings you here today?" Peng Yuyin continued courteously, "I have heard much about the celestial lineage of General Yunfei. Today, the entirety of Shuzhou is abuzz with discussions about the city that never sleeps, that I, too, wish to witness firsthand the grandeur of this renowned establishment." Upon arriving at the entrance, I could already feel the majesty of the city. Tao Qian chuckled, "There is no need for such formality. Please come in for a discussion." After speaking, Peng Yuyin instructed the gatekeeper to open the main entrance, leading the entire entourage into the city that never sleeps. The slave traders escorting the slaves were left in awe by the luxurious spectacle within, their jaws agape for several minutes before they finally collected themselves and descended the hill. The 58 young men purchased by Peng Yuyin gazed wide-eyed, having previously thought that the household they served was quite opulent. Yet in comparison to the city, it paled in insignificance. The 10 young maidens cast starry-eyed glances at Peng Yuyin. Tao Qian and his son Tao Shang also took a moment to regain their composure, with Tao Qian eventually stating, "Indeed, General Yunfei is a disciple of a celestial lineage. Today, witnessing your esteemed residence is a revelation. Even the windows are crafted from such pristine glass, and oh wonder, General Yunfei remains unfazed when bestowing exquisite glass wine cups to various lords." Peng Yuyin replied, "There is no need to call me General here. Tao Gong. Simply refer to me as young Master Yunfei. Let us retire to the reception hall for further conversation, and perhaps you and your son could join me for dinner later. I shall personally prepare the meal." Upon hearing that Peng Yuyin intended to cook himself, it was not Tao Qian who felt more pleased, but his son Tao Shang, that he had long heard his father speak of Peng Yuyin's culinary skills, likening them to a divine chef, a connoisseur of fine cuisine. He had been eager to sample Peng Yuyin's dishes. Although Tao Qian also wished to savor the meal prepared by Peng Yuyin, he politely remarked, "There is no need for young Master Yunfei to trouble yourself. Let the servants prepare something simple." With a wry smile, Peng Yuyin responded, "If only we had someone who could cook. Among the newly hired individuals is indeed a chef, and by cooking myself today, I can teach them a thing or two that once they learn, I shall no longer need to toil in the kitchen." Zhang Fei chimed in, licking his lips. "Indeed, Tao Gong, you needn't dissuade him. I have longed to taste my fourth brother's cooking as well. At that moment, a rhythmic sound emanated from the ground. Tao Qian turned to see Li Hong and the soldiers of the third company marching in perfect formation. Witnessing such a disciplined army, Tao Qian's admiration for Peng Yuyan transformed into profound reverence that a talent of such caliber surely could not be denied greatness, and Peng Yuyan had truly mastered every skill he possessed. Tao Qian pondered within himself, not only whether he could train an army to such a scale, but also reflecting that he had never even imagined it. Witnessing Peng Yuyan's myriad of exceptional abilities filled him with deep admiration. The slaves, too, began to comprehend that they were in the service of a wealthy, handsome, and talented master who was also quite amiable. Their desire to serve him surged, wishing fervently to toil in his fields, even to the point of wishing to strike down the oxen plowing the land, so they might take on the burden of tilling the 10 acres themselves. Tao Qian slowly said, "Young Master Yunfei, I wish to bow to you." With that, he clasped his hands and performed a deep bow toward Peng Yuyan. Seeing this, Peng Yuyan hurriedly supported Tao Qian, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, Tao Gong? Such gestures are unnecessary and would only serve to embarrass a junior." Tao Qian, aided by Peng Yuyan, gradually rose and stated, "In my lifetime, I have never held such admiration for anyone, yet for young Master Yunfei, I am wholeheartedly in accord." Zhang Fei, witnessing this, felt immense joy and pride for his fourth brother. Just then, Li Hong and the soldiers of the third company arrived before Peng Yuyan. "Attention," Li Hong commanded. The soldiers of the third company obediently stomped their feet in unison, halting before Peng Yuyan. "Salute the company commander," Li Hong ordered. "Company commander." "Good." The soldiers shouted in unison, and they saluted Peng Yuyan with remarkable spirit. The vigor and precision of the soldiers' actions filled Tao Qian with applause and admiration. Peng Yuyan then instructed Li Hong to notify Liu Bei and Guan Yu to join him for a meeting with Tao Qian, and also to summon Dian Wei and Zhou Cong to replace the captured soldiers in the vanguard camp. Chapter 36. The recovery of Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. Tao Qian, Liu Bei, and Zhang Fei engaged in conversation in the reception hall, while Peng Yuyan escorted the 8 chefs to the kitchen. The chefs, upon entering the hotel-grade kitchen, were instantly filled with excitement, more thrilled than they had been by the sight of the glass windows of the city or the tall dormitories. Eager to prepare a feast of 3 dishes and a soup. Gao Shun, meanwhile, was busy cooking alongside several captured soldiers from the vanguard camp. Upon seeing Gao Shun slicing vegetables, Peng Yuyan approached and exclaimed, "By the heavens, Gao Shun, your pork slices are thicker than my fingers." Noticing that Gao Shun had wrapped his left index finger in cloth, it appeared he had inadvertently cut himself while preparing the ingredients. Peng Yuyan patted Gao Shun on the shoulder, his expression a mix of disbelief and humor. "Gao Shun, how is your aim with that spear of yours?" Gao Shun replied earnestly, "Impeccably precise." "Then perhaps you should use your spear for cutting vegetables. Your knife skills leave much to be desired." Gao Shun, understanding that Peng Yuyan was jesting about his culinary skills, bashfully scratched his face. "You need not cook any longer. Let the newly hired chefs take over. I will teach them how to prepare the dishes." Gao Shun nodded, removed his apron, and followed the guard back to the dormitory. Peng Yuyan then turned to the 8 chefs, saying, "From this moment forth, your daily task will be to prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for everyone in the city that never sleeps." At this, one of the burly chefs asked, "Young master, do we only have 3 meals a day?" "Indeed, 3 meals a day. Now I will teach you how to use the kitchen tools." Peng Yuyan explained that he began instructing the chefs on the use of the stove, the range hood, and the tap water. Leaving them utterly astonished at the convenience of modern cooking, a bearded chef then inquired, "Young master, which of these is the salt?" "I just checked, and it seems we are out of salt." Peng Yuyan pointed to a container of seasoning. "That one, that this salt is even finer than official salt." The bearded chef exclaimed in shock. Peng Yuyan, growing impatient with such exaggerated reactions, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such astonishment. Just focus on cooking. You will receive a salary every month with meals and lodging provided." The burly chef trembled as he asked, "Why, young master, will you really pay us?" "Of course. I will start with 10 taels a month. It may seem modest, but as the economy of Shuzhou improves, I will raise your wages. There will also be bonuses from time to time," Peng Yuyan assured them. Upon hearing this, all the chefs spontaneously knelt and bowed their heads to Peng Yuyan, exclaiming, "10 taels! I have never had so much money in my life." The burly chef declared, "Young master, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. From this day forth, we shall follow you faithfully." Sighing, Peng Yuyan replied, "First, observe how I cook and learn from me. After lunch is finished, you will all stay in the dormitories you passed on your way here. There are enough rooms for all 8 of you to share. Today, I will teach you how to prepare a few simple stir-fried dishes. You have yet to see this cooking technique, so pay close attention." Thus, Peng Yuyan took the pork that Gao Shun had previously sliced and refined it into thin strips. Although he deliberately slowed his movements, the chefs were still astounded by his exceptional knife skills. Next, he chopped scallions, prepared the sauce, and explained the proportions and purposes of each seasoning as he added them. Finally, he heated the oil, added the pork strips, and incorporated the seasonings, resulting in a fragrant dish of fish-fragrant shredded pork that, as the aroma wafted through the air, the chefs were further enthralled by Peng Yuyan's culinary prowess. Having never encountered such delicious food in their lives, "Give it a try," Peng Yuyan encouraged. Receiving his permission, the chefs each took a pair of chopsticks and quickly devoured the entire plate of fish-fragrant shredded pork. Having tasted the dish, the chefs were now completely devoted to Peng Yuyan's culinary skills, viewing him as a divine chef descended from the heavens. Subsequently, Peng Yuyan prepared several dishes for Liu Bei and Tao Qian, sending a few individuals to deliver them while also informing Liu Bei that he would not join them for dinner just yet, as there were still other matters to attend to. Then came the chef's practice time. Though they struggled with flipping the wok, their efforts were commendable. Peng Yuyan sampled their dishes and found them to be quite good, nearing half of his own standard. Later, he purchased a cookbook from the system's marketplace and handed it to the burly chef. Just as he was about to leave, the burly chef called out, "Young master, we cannot read." Peng Yuyan suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, "Oh right, how could I have forgotten this?" At that moment, the burly chef interjected, "My lord, I can read. My mother taught me how to recognize characters when I was a child." Peng Yuyan let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Then please take good care of this recipe book. Our 3 daily meals will rely on you from now on." The burly chef, mimicking the salute he had seen from the 3 soldiers earlier, bowed to Peng Yuyan and declared, "I promise to complete the task." He looked quite imposing. Peng Yuyan chuckled in jest before leaving the mess hall. After departing the mess hall, Peng Yuyan arrived at Dormitory Building 1, where he observed the newly arrived servants diligently learning how to charge water cards and manage the handover with the captured soldiers. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. The servants, who were checking the account books, spotted Peng Yuyan approaching and rushed to kneel before him, bowing repeatedly while tears flowed from their eyes. The lead servant spoke up, "Thank you, my lord, for providing us with such good conditions, food, accommodation, and wages. We, as your slaves, have no way to repay you, but we pledge to go through fire and water for you in the future." Having witnessed a similar scene in the mess hall, Peng Yuyan quickly waved his hands. All right, just take good care of the Nightless City. The boss will not treat you unfairly." That he then proceeded to Building 2, where as soon as he entered, Gao Shun and Zhang Liao, accompanied by a group of men, knelt on one knee in unison. Zhang Liao spoke, "General Yunfei, we have troubled you. We are sorry." Peng Yuyan replied slowly, "Those of you who wish to stay may continue serving as soldiers. Those who do not wish to stay can leave now." Zhang Liao and Gao Shun clearly did not expect Peng Yuyan to let them go, and they exclaimed in unison, "General Yunfei, you are really letting us leave?" Peng Yuyan, however, impatiently retorted, "If you want to leave, then leave quickly. I shall not keep you." Gao Shun scratched his head and asked, "General Yunfei, are you not afraid of letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Peng Yuyan kicked Gao Shun's rear and said, "If you want to leave, hurry up. What tiger returning to the mountain? If it were external enemies like the Xiongnu or Goguryeo, I naturally would not let you go so easily. But you are all my fellow countrymen, and since you have not committed any offenses, I have no reason to keep you locked up. Keeping you here would mean I have to provide for your food, clothing, and shelter, and you are unwilling to work for me. So why should I support you? Wouldn't it be better to allocate that budget for your sustenance to the soldiers in my camp who risk their lives for me?" Gao Shun and Zhang Liao were left speechless, silently walking side by side towards the gate of the Nightless City. Just a few dozen meters later, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun turned back with serious expressions, asking Peng Yuyan, "General Yunfei, may I ask what you are fighting for?" Annoyed at their return, Peng Yuyan retorted, "Why have you come back to ask this? Are you leaving or not?" Zhang Liao bowed and pleaded, "Please, General, this question is very important to us. We fight for a world without war." Peng Yin responded, "Then I am honored." Zhang Liao and Gao Shun immediately knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, "We are willing to follow General's lead." Chapter 37. A maid to warm my bed. Peng Yin placed his hand on the shoulder of the kneeling Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, saying, "Don't call me General. Call me Camp Leader." Zhang Liao and Gao Shun exchanged glances and chuckled. "We are willing to serve you, Camp Leader Peng." Subsequently, Peng Yin divided the remaining 400 or so captured soldiers from the assault camp into the 4th and 5th companies, led by Zhang Liao and Gao Shun respectively, and arranged for them to undergo training alongside Dian Wei and his troops. After completing these tasks, the day gradually turned to dusk, and the streetlights of the nightless city began to illuminate one by one. Tao Qian had finished his dinner and was preparing to return to his residence, with Liu Bei escorting him through the main entrance. Gazing at the brightly lit nightless city, Tao Qian finally understood why it was called the Nightless City. Looking at the lights of the Nightless City, he was filled with hope for the future of Shuzhou. As Liu Bei led Tao Qian down the mountain, Peng Yin leisurely returned to his quarters to rest. Feeling exhausted after a long day of activities, as soon as he entered his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, turned on the air conditioning, and covered himself with a thin blanket, resembling a salted fish lying on the bed. With his hands behind his head, Peng Yin gazed at the chandelier on the ceiling, pondering that it was time to engage in some business, as his previous earnings were quickly running low. Just as he contemplated what kind of business to pursue, he suddenly felt something moving beneath the blanket. Reaching out to touch it, he encountered something soft and squishy, accompanied by a faint sound, which startled him into jumping off the bed. "What the hell? Who's under my blanket?" Peng Yin exclaimed in alarm. Emerging from the blanket was a young girl, who knelt on the floor, repeatedly apologizing. "I deserve to die. I frightened you, my lord. Please punish me." Peng Yin approached her slowly, lifting her chin to gaze at her youthful, delicate face that he recognized her as the 16-year-old girl he had purchased from the brothel. Gently withdrawing his hand, he inquired, "How did you end up in my bedroom? Did I not arrange for you all to have your own quarters?" With tears welling in her eyes, the 16-year-old girl explained, "My lord, they said we were bought by you, so we need to warm your bed every night." Upon hearing this, Peng Yin's expression darkened. He thought to himself that this would be tantamount to taking advantage of an underage girl. In modern times, wouldn't he be handcuffed for this? "I do not require you to warm my bed. I will not share a bed with any girl unless there is mutual affection," he clarified. The 16-year-old girl felt even more wronged upon hearing his words, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Is it because I am not pretty enough for you, my lord?" Peng Yin's expression soured further at her words. He mused that girls always seem to overthink things that's not the case. "You are quite beautiful, but I just do not like to force anyone," he reassured her. Helping her to her feet, he continued, "What is your name?" Replying to "my lord, I am called Li Lizzie," the girl answered. Peng Yin thought to himself, her name is the same as the princess of Chonglu from the Tang dynasty a few hundred years later. No wonder she looks so radiant. He then said to Li Lizzie, "Go gather the others. I need to arrange matters in the main quarters." That Li Lizzie appeared uneasy, fidgeting as she replied, My lord, the others have gone to serve Lord Guan and Lord Zhang." Upon hearing this, Peng Yin quickly took Li Lizzie's hand, intending to head to the rooms of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to summon them. However, he found that they had not yet returned to rest and were still in the living room. Drinking, Zhang Fei exclaimed, "Second brother, let me tell you, apart from fourth brother, no one can beat me at dice." Guan Yu laughed. "Third brother, you are mistaken. Have you forgotten who got drunk in the past few rounds?" Zhang Fei retorted, "Those times don't count because fourth brother wasn't there. This time, let me show you who truly is the second best at dice. For once for you." Believing he had secured the win, Zhang Fei assumed Guan Yu must drink. However, to his surprise, Guan Yu stroked his long beard and confidently declared, "Add one more." This placed pressure on Zhang Fei, who already had 3 ones and was hesitating on whether to stick with his role or not. "Third brother, add another." Peng Yin approached with Li Lizzie. Upon hearing Peng Yin's suggestion, Zhang Fei immediately grew emboldened, shouting, "I will add one more." 6 ones. Guan Yu shook his head, smiling as he opened the dice cup, then raised his cup to drink in one gulp. Guan Yu had 3 ones, and Zhang Fei also had 3 ones, perfectly summing to 6 ones, which meant Guan Yu had lost the round. Zhang Fei laughed heartily, exclaiming, I won. I have beaten second brother. Li Lizzie gazed at Peng Yuyan with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Although she did not understand the game of dice, it was evident that Zhang Fei had been at a disadvantage. Only to win thanks to Peng Yuyan's intervention, showcasing his prowess. Second brother, I have beaten you. Now I am the second best at dice. Zhang Fei laughed heartily. Guan Yu nodded indulgently. Zhang Fei rushed over and gave Peng Yuyan a bear hug. Having drunk some wine and in high spirits, he exerted nearly all his strength in the embrace, nearly squeezing Peng Yuyan to death. Peng Yuyan wriggled out of Zhang Fei's bear hug, coughed a couple of times, and said sternly, Second brother, third brother, I have a request. Seeing Peng Yuyan's serious expression, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei felt that he was about to address something significant, and they both focused their attention on him. Peng Yuyan stated, Second brother, third brother, could we please not force the maids of the nightless city to warm beds or engage in similar activities? Guan Yu burst out laughing and poured a glass of wine, saying, I thought fourth brother was going to raise a serious matter. The entire nightless city belongs to you, and I am only able to enjoy its beauty thanks to your generosity, that if this is such a minor request. What reason do I have to refuse? Zhang Fei chimed in, Exactly. I feel the same way. Feeling warmth in his heart at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's responses, Peng Yuyan smiled slightly as Guan Yu approached with the poured wine, saying, Fourth brother, look, there is still so much wine left. Second brother and third brother cannot finish it all. Peng Yuyan replied with a faint smile, All right, tonight let us brothers drink together. Let it be four of us. He added to this moment. Liu Bei returned from escorting Tao Qian. Zhang Fei stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, Brother, you're back. Ha, how splendid. It's perfect timing for us four brothers to enjoy a drink tonight. Peng Yuyan then turned to Li Lizzie and gently said, Lizzie, please send back the maids from the brothers' chambers for now. I shall attend to matters tomorrow. Su Xiu met Peng Yuyan's gaze but quickly lowered her head, blushing and mumbling a soft acknowledgement before departing. That night proved to be yet another harsh one for Zhang Fei at the hands of Peng Yuyan, and as expected, Zhang Fei would undoubtedly struggle to rise the following day. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Peng Yuyan awoke. Upon hearing the sounds of his rising, Li Lizzie, who had been waiting outside, knocked on the door. Peng Yuyan invited her in, and she began to assist him with his morning routines. After he had finished, Peng Yuyan instructed Li Lizzie to summon all the maids present in the main residence and issued a decree. Henceforth, all maids would be referred to as servants, with Li Lizzie appointed as the head servant to manage all within the main house. Upon hearing this command, all the servants cast envious glances at Li Lizzie, who shyly lowered her head under their scrutiny. Chapter 38. The generous Mi Zhu Peng Yuyan disbanded the group of servants. Having already resolved to open a supermarket, as it would offer a diverse array of goods and facilitate a straightforward operation. After establishing the supermarket, he intended to start a newspaper to promote his business daily, achieving two objectives at once, while also controlling public opinion and collecting advertising revenue. Thus, Peng Yuyan descended the mountain alone, coincidentally encountering Tao Qian and his sons, along with Qin families Qin Gei and Qin Ding, as well as the Mi siblings, Mi Run and Mi Fong, visiting the city of eternal night. Seeing them approach in a grand procession, Peng Yuyan felt a wave of annoyance. Didn't the old man Tao just come to mooch a meal yesterday? Why is he back today with a whole entourage? Why not bring the entire clan along? As Qin Gui approached, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, young Master Yunfei, I have come today to visit the city of eternal night. Are you welcoming us? Peng Yuyan forced a smile and returned the gesture. Of course, you are most welcome. Please enter to my elder brother is at home. I, however, have pressing matters to attend to at the mountain, so I regret that I cannot host you all. Mi Fong stepped forward and inquired, What brings you down the mountain, young Master Yunfei? Oh, I am conducting a market survey to find a suitable location for a grocery store. May I ask who you are? Peng Yuyan replied. Tao Qian stepped forward to introduce. This is Mi Fong from the Mi family, and beside him is his sister, Miss Mi Run. Mi Run shyly performed a courtesy to Peng Yuyan, who took a moment to appraise her, thinking to himself how fortunate his elder brother was to have such a beautiful future wife, whose beauty rivaled that of Li Lizzie with an added air of nobility. Mi Run, feeling flustered under his gaze, lowered her head, while Mi Fong coughed a couple of times, prompting Peng Yuyan to realize he had been remiss in his manners. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others. Mi Fong chuckled, Aware that while he might not understand the concept of a market survey, he grasped that Peng Yuyin's intention was to open a grocery store. Thus, he said, "Young Master Yunfei, my sister is well versed in the prime locations of the commercial district. If you do not mind, she could accompany you." Upon hearing her brother's suggestion, Mi Rin's head sank lower, obscuring her expression, but undoubtedly filled with shyness and anticipation. Peng Yuyin thought to himself, "That won't do. I can't just take my elder brother's future wife that I, after all, am the champion of pure love. Seizing someone else's beloved is akin to Cao Cao's behavior, which has no association with me, Peng Yuyin." He quickly clarified, "I merely believe that Miss Mi and my elder brother would make a perfect match. Thus, I was observing her without any intention to offend." Though Peng Yuyin's explanation was made, the others interpreted it as a sign of shyness and still attempted to push Mi Rin towards him. Ultimately, after Peng Yuyin's firm refusals, they relented and led Mi Rin toward the main residence of the City of Eternal Night. Peng Yuyin sighed in relief and quickened his pace down the mountain. Upon reaching the commercial street, he spotted a spacious corner shop with great potential for expansion, which immediately caught his eye. Unfortunately, the establishment was already occupied by a fabric shop. Peng Yuyin planned to discuss with the owner about leasing the premises that as he stepped through the threshold, a shop assistant approached with a bow, cheerfully asking, "What kind of fabric can I assist you with? Is it for clothing or trousers?" Peng Yuyin waved his hand and replied, "I am looking for your shop owner." The assistant, elated, hurriedly dashed upstairs, knowing that a direct inquiry usually signified a lucrative business opportunity. Before long, a distinguished individual descended from the second floor, clearly the shop owner. Upon recognizing Peng Yuyin, he hurried forward, bowing deeply and greeting. "Young Master Yunfei, it is an honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Peng Yuyin scratched his head, pondering, "Who is this? Why does everyone seem to know me? Am I really that famous?" Despite his confusion, he responded courteously, "May I inquire who you are?" The shop owner explained, "Young Master Yunfei, I am Mi Zhu, the elder brother of Mi Feng, that my sister and brother have gone to visit the City of Eternal Night with Tao Qian, and I believe you have already encountered them." Peng Yuyin nodded and inquired further, "Have you met me before?" Mi Zhu replied, "Yesterday, when young Master Yunfei and your esteemed elder brother descended to hire servants. I was present alongside Chen Deng, who informed me that you are young Master Yunfei." Realizing this would facilitate matters, Peng Yuyin straightforwardly stated, "I wish to lease this premises to establish a grocery store named Supermarket, selling unique products from the City of Eternal Night." Initially, he intended to engage Mi Zhu in further discourse, aiming to persuade him within an hour to sell the shop to him. However, Mi Zhu broke the mold of expectation, abruptly declaring, "Pack up and close the shop. We are transferring this establishment effective immediately." Peng Yuyin was taken aback. Just like that, they hadn't even discussed the price yet. Mi Zhu's decisiveness was both impressive and bewildering. The store was bustling with customers who, upon hearing of the closure, began to grumble. Nevertheless, when Mi Zhu announced that each would receive a free piece of fabric, their complaints turned to smiles as they departed. Once the customers had cleared out, Mi Zhu led Peng Yuyin to the reception room, where they settled down with cups of tea to discuss the transfer. Peng Yuyin remarked, "Well, Mi Zhu, please state your price for the shop." However, Mi Zhu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Young Master Yunfei, wealth is but a fleeting matter. Our family head has decreed that we shall fulfill any request from brothers Lu Xuanda and Peng Yunfei. The Mi family wholeheartedly supports you. Since you desire this shop, we shall simply gift it to you." Peng Yuyin's gaze towards Mi Zhu grew complex. While he understood that in the historical narrative, the Mi family had contributed significantly to Liu Bei's endeavors, the magnitude of such generosity in this parallel world seemed exaggerated. He clasped his hands in appreciation, saying, "Mi Zhu, you are indeed magnanimous. I am truly in admiration that do not mention it," Mi Zhu replied modestly. Subsequently, Peng Yuyin exchanged a common crystal ball, typically valued at just a few coins, from the system store, and he presented it to Mi Zhu, stating, "Mi Zhu, this is a crystal ball, a piece of art from our school. I offer it to you as a token to take home and cherish." Yet Mi Zhu shook his head, responding, "I have already stated that the shop is being gifted to young Master Yunfei, and thus I cannot accept any compensation." Though captivated by the alluring crystal ball, he refrained from accepting it, determined to express his sincerity to Peng Yuyin. Peng Yuyin, however, smiled and said, I enjoy making friends and believe in showing sincerity to those I regard as friends. I have seen your sincerity, Miju, so I must also extend my own, that if you do not accept it, I shall be quite displeased." Hearing this, Miju gladly accepted the crystal ball. Soon after, Peng Yuyin began to renovate the shop extensively, with Miju assisting him in the process. Chapter 39. The completion of the City of Eternal Night supermarket in the following days. Peng Yuyin diligently descended the mountain each day to oversee the renovation of the shop. Meanwhile, the City of Eternal Night continued to welcome guests from the Tao, Mi, and Chen families. Indeed, from that day forth, these families incessantly brought their relatives to the City of Eternal Night, young and old alike, visiting daily without fail. This relentless influx left Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei utterly speechless, as they truly brought their entire families along. Such visits necessitated constant smiling and chatting, and while a visit or two could be tolerated, the daily arrivals became overwhelming. Consequently, Peng Yuyin suggested that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei join the military training, thereby alleviating the burden of entertaining these guests. Initially, both were reluctant, questioning why they should not simply enjoy the cool comfort of home instead. Later, Peng Yuyin resorted to both coaxing and deceit, asserting that training could bolster a soldier's loyalty, enhance physical strength, and even enable one to defeat the formidable El Bu with a single punch. Subsequently, both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu joined the training regimen in the military camp, leaving Liu Bei in dire straits, having to manage this unruly bunch daily. The situation was exacerbated by the presence of children, whose incessant noise at home became quite bothersome. Eventually, Peng Yuyin decided to open a swimming pool and a sauna within the nightless city. The swimming pool was designed according to modern water park standards. For the older individuals like Tao Qian and Chen Gei, it was manageable, but for the children and others like Tao Shang, Chen Ding, Mi Fong, and Mi Run, it proved to be an irresistible temptation. These individuals would often spend their days immersed in the pool upon arriving at the nightless city. Liu Bei, along with Tao Qian, Chen Ding, and the heads of the Mi family, would regularly visit the sauna for spa treatments. Due to Peng Yuyin's concerns about the potential misconduct of outsiders towards his household maids, he mandated that the maids were only to serve family members. Thus, these family heads began to bring along personal attendants for massages during their visits. In the ensuing days, Liu Bei and Mi Run gradually became acquainted, with Mi Run often providing massages for Liu Bei during their spa sessions. Peng Yuyin grew curious about the audacity of these individuals, who seemingly preferred visiting others' homes rather than staying in their own. Tao Qian candidly explained that the heat made their homes less comfortable than the air-conditioned nightless city, which also boasted a pool and sauna, making it far more pleasant than their residences. Upon hearing this, Peng Yuyin realized, "Oh, so you lot are treating my home like a summer resort, are you? If I had a lodging service, you might never return home for the entire summer." 2 weeks later, Peng Yuyin's supermarket was completed. IT was aptly named the Nightless City Supermarket, with a sign prominently displayed above the entrance. The entrance featured modern sliding blast-proof glass doors, divided into entry and exit points. And immediately inside were shopping carts and baskets. The supermarket was designed with 2 levels, connected by a slope rather than stairs for the convenience of shoppers pushing carts. As for elevators, they were unnecessary in the Nightless City, which lacked such amenities. The flooring was tiled with high-quality ceramic, and the walls followed suit, imparting an air of sophistication. The shelves were crafted from solid wood, durable and sturdy. The storage area was expansive, housing a system goods dispensing point resembling a large ice cream machine, which occupied 2/3 of the space. Miju surveyed the newly decorated supermarket with an indescribable sense of accomplishment, having contributed significantly to its establishment. He respectfully addressed Peng Yuyin, stating, "When Master Yunfei's establishment opens, I shall be the first customer." Peng Yuyin nodded, replying, "We shall await your esteemed presence." Then on that day, recruitment notices filled the streets of Shuzhou, seeking attendance for the Nightless City Supermarket, specifying applicants aged between 14 and 30, with an emphasis on both genders. The offered salary was 3 taels of silver per month, with 8 days off, a shift system alternating between morning and evening. An interview scheduled for the following noon at the former Mi family cloth shop. The citizens of Shuzhou stirred with excitement at the prospect of a monthly salary of 3 taels, alongside 8 days of rest. Moreover, the allure of working for the Nightless City, which many had visited at night, added to the appeal. Rumors circulated among the populace that Liu Bei's four brothers were reincarnated immortals and that the soldiers in training were akin to celestial troops, which greatly facilitated Liu Bei's recruitment efforts. Many able-bodied men believe it wiser to enlist with the Nightless City rather than wait to be conscripted by other factions. Furthermore, those who successfully joined and later returned home during their leave spoke of the Nightless City as a paradise, fueling the fervor among the local men to enlist. However, the Nightless City also imposed certain requirements for recruits, such as passing health screenings and ensuring no criminal records in their family for 3 generations. This eliminated a number of candidates, leaving many disappointed. Thus, when they learned of the supermarket's recruitment drive, their interest was piqued that in just one day, over 2,000 eager applicants rushed to the interviews, leaving Peng Yuyan astounded at the overwhelming response. Faced with the daunting task of interviewing such a large number, he devised a plan to have Mi Zhu assign a team to rate each applicant's appearance, as one must at least possess a pleasing countenance to serve as an attendant. The highest and lowest scores would be discarded, with the average determining the top 100 for interviews with Peng Yuyan. The first to arrive was a rather self-satisfied individual, appearing to be a scholar. Peng Yuyan thought to himself, scholars in this era tend to be a bit arrogant, lifting their chins high as if to look down upon me. That he announced, "Next, what, you haven't even asked me a question. And you're calling for the next?" The applicant exclaimed in surprise. "You are here to apply for the position of attendant, yet your demeanor towards the employer is already lacking. How can you expect to treat customers well? Please leave." Next, Peng Yuyan maintained his impassive expression. The applicant, now flustered, stood up from the interview seat, exclaiming, "I Hung, have come all the way from Jingzhou upon hearing the illustrious name of the Nightless City. I refuse to speak with you. Summon your leader, Peng Yuyan." Upon hearing this name, Peng Yuyan recognized him as the notorious Ni Hung, famed for his sharp tongue. "You think you can work as an attendant here?" "Not a chance." He replied, "That I do not wish to employ you. Please leave." That Ni Hung, now infuriated, thought to himself, "How dare this minor figure dismiss me, a renowned scholar, as if I were unworthy of respect? This is simply outrageous." He began to hurl insults, proclaiming, "The rat has skin, but a person lacks decorum. A person without decorum, what purpose do they serve?" His tirade continued, aimed at denouncing Peng Yuyan's lack of manners and respect. Though Peng Yuyan could not fully comprehend Ni Hang's words, he understood that he was being berated. Having once been a formidable player in the chat realm of Zhuan, he would not let Ni Hung insult him without retort. Drawing upon his past prowess in verbal combat, he unleashed a barrage of insults at an astonishing speed, gradually drowning out Ni Hang's voice, ultimately leaving him gasping for breath. That Ni Hung was taken aback, realizing he had been bested in this exchange. How could this Peng Yuyan's insults be so powerful? Such simple words carry immense weight, delivering a devastating psychological blow. Chapter 40. Confronting Ni Hung and the arrival of Yang Xiu. Ni Hung slumped to the ground, pointing at Peng Yuyan as he muttered, "The illustrious General Yunfei of the Nightless City dares to utter such vile language." Peng Yuyan, however, dismissed him, saying, "Are you truly in a position to criticize me? You, the self-proclaimed master of insults, have been left bloodied by my words. That I ask this the extent of the famed Ni Hung. Truly pathetic." Fuming, Ni Hung decided to resort to underhanded tactics, believing he could provoke Peng Yuyan without fear of reprisal. He stood up, leaning threateningly close to Peng Yuyan's face, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he began to speak. Peng Yuyan reacted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap to Ni Hang's cheek, bellowing, "Why are you getting so close? I am not interested in your advances." Ni Hung was stunned, never having expected Peng Yuyan to strike him. However, he soon rationalized it was due to their secluded surroundings. Thus, he defiantly turned his back on Peng Yuyan, facing the door to the interview room, taunting, "If you have the courage, hit me again in front of everyone." Peng Yuyan was incredulous at this demand, chuckling at the absurdity. Rising to his feet, he delivered a swift kick to Ni Hang's backside, sending him tumbling out of the interview room. The commotion within drew the attention of those outside, who had heard the exchange of insults, including Peng Yuyan's quip about Ni Hang's alleged preferences. Suddenly, Ni Hung stumbled out, followed closely by Peng Yuyan. A figure clad in white, resembling a scholar, rushed to assist Ni Hung. Pointing an accusing finger at Peng Yuyan, the scholar remarked, "Yunfei, how can you lay hands on a defenseless scholar?" As the crowd began to gather, Ni Hung feigned a triumphant expression before wailing, "Oh no! Peng Yuyan of the Nightless City has resorted to violence. Fellow townsfolk, Come witness this travesty. Upon witnessing Ni Heng's antics, Peng Yuyin's expression darkened as he approached him menacingly, causing Ni Heng to flinch. However, he soon regained his bravado, taunting, "What's this? The esteemed general of the Nightless City dares not strike me in front of so many witnesses. Do you have the guts?" With that, Ni Heng thrust his face closer to Peng Yuyin's, challenging him. "Come on, hit me." Bang! Ping Yyyn struck Ching across the side of his face with a powerful punch, causing him to collapse to the ground, startling those nearby who were attempting to assist him. Unfazed, Ping Yyyn continued to lift his foot and stomp relentlessly on Ching, who lay on the ground howling in agony. After a moment, Ping Yyyn ceased his assault and addressed the gathering crowd, saying, "You all heard it. He asked me to hit him. And thus I did. I have never encountered such a request in my life." Ching, clutching his waist as he lay on the ground, slowly spoke. "Ping Yyyn, you have struck me today. Just wait, I shall compose an article to criticize you harshly." The mention of writing an article suddenly sparked an idea in Ping Yyyn's mind. Of course, Ching is renowned for his eloquence in writing critiques. I could establish a newspaper and have him pen articles of denunciation. With this thought, Ping Yyyn approached Ching with a smile, intending to assist him, which startled Ching, who feared another beating, that he began to regret mentioning his plan to write an article against Ping Yyyn. Trembling, Ching exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do not come any closer." Ping Yyyn promptly helped Ching to his feet, exclaiming, "So, it is the illustrious Ching, the esteemed scholar. My apologies. I had no idea that you, my dear brother, harbored an affinity for Longyang. You should have mentioned it earlier. I assure you I can find a few robust companions to indulge your tastes. I understand your preferences, but you mustn't take liberties with me." Upon hearing this, Ching attempted to retort, but he noticed Ping Yyyn tightening his grip and fearing another assault. He swallowed his words, realizing he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. The surrounding crowd, hearing Ping Yyyn's remark about Ching's inclination for Longyang and his implication of impropriety, began to distance themselves from Ching, including the scholar who had helped him to his feet. Noticing the white-clad scholar stepping back, Ching inquired, "DZ, why do you distance yourself from me?" Upon hearing this name, Ping Yyyn felt a flicker of familiarity, desperately searching his memory. Shi was known by the name DZ. Realizing the identity of the individual before him, Ping Yyyn's demeanor brightened as he set Ching down and approached Shi. Sensing the shift, appeared somewhat flustered. Ping Yyyn immediately embraced him, saying, "Hello, DZ, my handsome friend. I am Ping Yyyn, though they affectionately call me Yn Gu." Shi, taken aback by the embrace, stammered, "Yn Gu, hello." Ping Yyyn smiled. "Ah, greetings. I often pen delightful articles myself. My abode is quite spacious. You're most welcome to visit and stay overnight if you tire of wandering. It would be no trouble at all." Upon hearing this, Shi cast a furtive glance at Ching, who, noticing Shi's gaze, felt compelled to concede. Nodding silently in acceptance, Ping Yyyn playfully instructed 2 soldiers to escort Ching and Shi to the City of Eternal Night, ensuring they were accommodated in a spacious residence, and that 2 guards were assigned to supervise them. As long as they remained within the city, they would be well fed and entertained, with access to the swimming pool and bathing facilities. For the remainder of the day, Ping Yyyn conducted interviews, eventually hiring 15 men and 15 women as attendants. That evening, he intended to seek out Shi and Ching for a conversation. But the 2 were so entranced by the wonders of the City of Eternal Night that they paid him no mind, exploring the city on their own. The soldiers monitoring them informed Ping Yyyn that Shi was particularly fond of the swimming pool slides. Having quickly befriended the younger generations from the To families upon arrival, Ping Yyyn smiled in satisfaction. This was precisely what he had envisioned. The modern entertainment options were a revelation. And once Ching and Shi grew accustomed to their surroundings, they would surely wish to remain. Over the next 3 days, Ping Yyyn dedicated himself to training the 30 attendants, while Ching and Shi gradually became acquainted with Li Bi, Tio Chi-in, and others. Hearing that Li Bi was Ping Yyyn's elder brother, they eagerly sought to lodge complaints against him, with Ching even shedding tears. Consequently, Li Bi brought Ping Yy in before the two, chastising him for their benefit, which finally satisfied them. It was undeniable that Li Bi possessed remarkable talent for building alliances. In just 3 days, both had resolved to offer their services to him. Perhaps it was due to the thrashing he had received from Ping Yn that Nh's once proud demeanor had softened considerably. Ping Yn planned to stock the supermarket in the City of Eternal Night with essential items, starting with a modest selection to familiarize the attendants with the products. The initial offerings included wristwatches, towels, and shampoo, items already familiar to the denizens of the city, yet a novelty to those from outside. The wristwatch was particularly unique. Wink with tongue sticking out. Ng Yn insisted that once the batteries expired, they must be replaced with new ones. After meticulously explaining the usage of the wristwatches, towels, and shampoo to the attendants, Ping Yn generously gifted each one a wristwatch, a towel, and a bottle of shampoo, moving them to tears. This was especially true for a young woman named Ling, whom Ping Yn had promoted to manager. Coming from a destitute background, Ling was only 15. Having lost her mother during childbirth and her father to war, leaving her with only her grandmother for company. Fortunately, Ling displayed exceptional learning ability and a diligent work ethic, earning Ping Yn's esteem and promotion. After work, Ping Yn hummed a cheerful tune while riding back to the City of Eternal Night. Along the way, he encountered a face he would never forget, a young woman. Seemingly around 15 or 16, brushed past him as he beheld her visage. Ping Yn's eyes glazed over, his lower eyelid twitching, his expression one of shock and terror, his breath quickening. That face belonged to the girl he could never forget, the one who evoked both love and hatred within him. How could she be in this world? Was it merely a resemblance? Chapter 41. The protagonist's tragic past. Ping Yn vowed he had not been mistaken. He shouted the name of the girl that haunted his thoughts. Hu Xinwei. Yet, there was no response. Upon realizing the girl remained silent, his heart swelled with joy, tinged with disappointment. He believed that the regrets of his past life could finally be fulfilled in this realm. He turned his horse towards the girl, calling out, "Excuse me, young lady. Wait a moment." Upon hearing the call from behind, the girl turned to face him, and as he gazed upon the unforgettable face once more, his heart soared. Dismounting, he stood beside her, who scrutinized him in return. Ping Yn wiped his hand before extending it towards her, saying, "Greetings. I am Ping Yn, and I wish to make your acquaintance. May I ask your name?" His outstretched hand received no response. The girl merely smiled, performed a courteous bow, and replied, "Greetings, young master. I am Hu Xinwei." Ping Yn's eyes widened in astonishment, memories flooding back to him, the unendurable past resurfacing in his mind, that he could scarcely believe that, after a millennium and 2 worlds apart, there existed someone with the same appearance and name. What a remarkable coincidence! If it were not mere chance, then it could only imply one thing. This girl was the one he had longed for. Stammering, Ping Yn found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, each word feeling like an insurmountable challenge, as though the scene before him were an illusion, akin to a dream. Is it really? Is it you? He faltered. The girl, startled by his stammering, quickly supported him, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Young master, are you unwell? Do you require assistance from a physician?" Tears welled in Ping Yn's eyes. He could hardly believe that the girl before him was indeed she, and he had never before encountered such a caring expression directed towards him. His emotions swirled chaotically: joy, sorrow, excitement, pain, anticipation, disappointment, hope, and despair, all intertwining within him. A complexity too great for his body to bear, leading him to faint on the spot. Before Ping Yn traversed into this world, he had been an unequivocal failure, a fact evident from any perspective. He had suffered from a condition he deemed the most dreadful affliction on earth. Depression. The do not be misled into thinking that depression merely entails feeling down. It can even distort one's senses. Many who feign depression believe it to be a badge of coolness, garnering sympathy from others. Yet, for those who truly endure it, the pain is profound, to the extent that living is worse than dying aptly describes their existence. In his past life, Ping Yn was powerless, unable to withstand the pressures of family, relationships, and academics. Within his family, he was a focal point, having been raised by his grandmother from a young age. Peng Yuyin, endowed with exceptional intelligence from a tender age, consistently excelled academically throughout his formative years. His relatives harbored high hopes for him, especially considering that his parents had divorced prior to his birth. Thus, he grew up with considerable support from family members. Although his father resided nearby in the same city and would occasionally visit, and during winter and summer vacations, Peng Yuyin would spend time with his mother's new family. The affection he received from his parents was painfully scarce. Upon entering high school, the grandmother who had raised him passed away, leading to a dramatic decline in his academic performance in his immature world. His grandmother had been the sun illuminating his existence. With her passing, that sun was extinguished, causing his inner world to gradually crumble, a crumbling that urgently called for restoration. Peng Yun's parents and relatives possessed limited education, with the highest level attained being junior high. Due to their narrow perspectives, they expressed concern for the younger generation in rather unconventional ways. Frequently reprimanded for his academic struggles, Peng Yuyin found himself in heated arguments with his parents, leading to the complete disintegration of his emotional well-being. Eventually, a transfer student named Hou Zhini joined his class. While not particularly radiant or exceptionally beautiful, she possessed an appealing appearance and often graced Peng Yuyin with her pure smile, which he found profoundly healing. Through their brief interactions, he discovered that Hou Zhini was an art student, yet struggled academically in core subjects, which he needed to improve in order to pursue higher education. Upon learning this, Peng Yuyin became fervently dedicated to his studies, surprisingly finding joy in his relentless efforts. With newfound motivation and emotional support, his grades improved dramatically, particularly in biology, where he astonishingly attained the highest score in the school. As his academic prowess flourished, he began tutoring Hou Zhini, often using study sessions as an excuse to spend time together in the library. Gradually, he developed feelings for her, and it seemed she reciprocated his affection. To outsiders, it appeared as though the two were entering into a relationship. However, Peng Yuyin soon transformed into a devoted admirer, undertaking numerous selfless acts for her. Their homes were separated by a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. And when Hou Zhini sent a message at midnight expressing hunger, he would take a taxi to fetch her snacks, neglecting the fact that he was a student with limited funds and often found himself walking back home alone under dim streetlights for over an hour and a half. Such acts of devotion continued, and from an outsider's perspective, he resembled a selfless admirer, expecting nothing in return. Then one day, Hou Zhini abruptly ceased all communication with him, leaving Peng Yuyin bewildered and unaware of any wrongdoing on his part. Regardless of his attempts to reach out, she remained distant, and their relationship gradually deteriorated. Not long after, she publicly announced a relationship with one of Peng Yuyin's close friends, shattering his world and leaving him feeling akin to a discarded toy. Abandoned after losing its novelty, he clung to the hope that his exemplary academic performance, particularly in biology, might salvage the situation. Regrettably, he soon realized that he was not the only high achiever in his class, and his once celebrated biology grades began to be surpassed by others. Despite his efforts, he could not keep pace with the rising tide of competition. His declining grades became apparent to his parents and relatives. They noticed his deteriorating mental state as well. Yet Peng Yuyin lacked the courage to confide in them about his struggles. He yearned merely for a sympathetic acknowledgement of his pain. Instead, he was met with disappointment and reproach, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Under the weight of such pressures, his world became devoid of color. Not merely metaphorically, he found that he could no longer perceive the faces of those around him. His hearing began to fade, as if conversations were muffled by water, and even the simple act of listening became an exhausting endeavor. His senses continued to deteriorate. He could no longer taste food, and often found his meals excessively salted. Once, he even failed to notice a bleeding injury on his hand until someone pointed it out. Following a visit to the hospital with his mother, he was diagnosed with severe depression, while his parents mourned his condition in silence. They recognized that he would need to find his own way through this darkness. Given his state, attending classes became impossible, leading to a temporary suspension from school during the crucial first half of his senior year, extending for 8 long months. During this time, he lost all desire for food, games, or any activities, merely existing in a haze of despair, often staring blankly at the river from a bridge for entire days. In this period of profound suffering, he stumbled upon anime, which offered him a glimpse of the compassion shared among characters, rekindling a sense of warmth within him. Gradually, he immersed himself in this newfound passion, which helped him rediscover his senses. 2 months before the college entrance exams, Peng Yuyin returned to school, only to learn that Hou Zhini had broken up with her boyfriend and was now seeking help from the top student in their class. He felt a sense of relief, recognizing that he no longer desired her attention or harbored fantasies of a romantic relationship. He understood that these 2 months represented the final opportunity for them to cross paths. For after the exams, the likelihood of their lives intersecting again was virtually non-existent. The day of the college entrance exams arrived, and Peng Yuyin achieved a score of over 480, securing admission to a modest vocational college. As he prepared to leave for a city far from his father, the usually frugal man unexpectedly handed him a sum equivalent to a month's wages, 1,800 yuan. Clutching the money on the bus, tears streamed down his face, realizing how disappointed he had made his parents. However, university life proved challenging. Just 6 months in, his mother required surgery for a stomach ailment, necessitating financial support. Peng Yuyin suggested leaving school to work, as the cost of tuition and living expenses was a burden on the family. His mother, however, insisted he focus on his studies and assured him she would manage the costs, determined to help. Peng Yuyin fabricated a story and traveled over 1,500 kilometers away from home to begin a life of independence, returning only once a year, until the sudden twist of fate that transported him to another world. His life had been marked by failure. This unexpected journey reignited his hope for life. That author's note: do not confuse the author with the protagonist. This is not the author's story. It is the protagonist's. Chapter 42. The concern of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Peng Yuyin slowly opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of his bedroom. Lying on his bed, beside him, Li Lizzie, who had been keeping vigil, exclaimed joyfully, "Young master, you are awake. You are awake." She then dashed out of the room to share the news with others. Simultaneously, Guan Yu, who had been dozing on the nearby sofa with his head propped on his hand, stirred awake at the sound and hurried to Peng Yuyin's side, his eyes brimming with joy upon confirming that Peng Yuyin had truly awakened. Guan Yu cautiously seated himself beside the bed, adjusting his long beard, and gently inquired, "Fourth brother, you are awake. Do you feel unwell?" Still groggy from sleep, Peng Yuyin sat up excitedly and asked, "Second brother, where is that girl? Is she here? Have you found out where she lives?" Fourth brother, Guan Yu hurriedly interrupted. "Calm down, fourth brother. You mean the girl who brought you back? She saw you faint and called for the doctor, then accompanied him to bring you home. Then where is she now?" "Second brother, please tell me." Peng Yuyin remained agitated. Seeing his brother's fervor, Guan Yu shook his head, falling silent. "Second brother, please tell me." Frantic with anxiety, Peng Yuyin continued to press for answers. Guan Yu sighed, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "Fourth brother, why are you so fixated on that young lady? Second brother, this is a lifelong regret of mine. You may not fully comprehend, but I must see that girl." "Where is she, second brother?" Peng Yuyin exclaimed with fervor. Guan Yu, feeling helpless, replied, "Fourth brother, that young lady has departed, leaving no contact information or address. She hurriedly left after bringing you here." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Peng Yuyin's face. He was engulfed in anguish, having believed that in this world, he was destined for success, capable of achieving anything and earning the praise of all. Yet now he realized the folly of his assumptions. He had once more misplaced his affections, and this world offered no reprieve. Guan Yu embraced Peng Yuyin, holding him dearer than a blood brother. "Fourth brother, share your pain. We will devise a way to help you." He comforted. "Second brother, you don't understand. You truly cannot grasp what I've experienced, nor can you empathize that I know you wish to assist me. But let me be alone for a while," Peng Yuyin said, covering his face. Guan Yu understood that his fourth brother needed time to collect himself, so he silently withdrew from Peng Yuyin's room. As the door closed, the sound of Peng Yuyin's anguished cries pierced through, causing Guan Yu's heart to ache. As Guan Yu descended the stairs, he encountered Zhang Fei, who was bringing a man in his 40s upstairs. Upon seeing Guan Yu, Zhang Fei excitedly inquired, "Second brother, has fourth brother awakened?" Guan Yu cast a complex glance at Zhang Fei, offering no response. Zhang Fei, sensing a surge of emotion, exclaimed, "Second brother, could it be that fourth brother has passed away?" Guan Yu shook his head, his voice trembling as he replied, Third brother, fourth brother has indeed awakened, but his ailment is one of the heart. He needs a little time. Upon hearing that Peng Yin was awake, Zhang Fei immediately wished to visit him, dragging the middle-aged man along without hesitation. Guan Yu grasped Zhang Fei's shoulder firmly. Third brother, give fourth brother some space. Let him be alone for a while. Zhang Fei waved Guan Yu's hand away, declaring, My fourth brother has awakened. I must see him. Second brother, do not hinder me. With that, Zhang Fei led the man into Peng Yin's room. Guan Yu raised his hand and then let it fall, choosing not to intervene further, but he understood Zhang Fei's feelings. Had he been in Zhang Fei's shoes, he too would have rushed to see Peng Yin. Upon reaching the doorway of Peng Yin's room, Zhang Fei heard his brother's sobs and hesitated before knocking. With a pained expression, he turned to the man he had brought, asking, Zhongjing, do you think fourth brother's condition is serious? Is there a risk to his life? The man beside him was indeed Zhang Ji, also known as Zhang Zhongjing, one of the three great physicians of the late Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Zhongjing replied slowly, as General Guan has stated, young Master Yunfei's condition is a matter of the heart. I can prescribe some remedies to assist in his treatment, but ultimately, it is dependent on his own state. Hearing the conversation outside, Peng Yin ceased his weeping and called out, Third brother, who are you speaking with outside? Please come in with the physician. Zhang Fei pushed open the door, pulling Zhang Zhongjing into the room. Upon seeing the weary expression on Peng Yin's face, he felt an indescribable sadness. Peng Yin, noticing Zhang Fei holding Zhang Zhongjing's hand, forced a smile and jested, Third brother, why are you holding another's hand? Do you perhaps have a fondness for men? Zhang Fei chuckled and replied, Fourth brother, this is the physician, but not just any physician. He is the renowned Zhang Zhongjing. I feared he might leave, so I held on to him. Otherwise, we would have no capable doctor to treat you. Startled by the mention of Zhang Zhongjing's name, Peng Yin's spirits lifted momentarily. However, he quickly shifted his focus to inquiring about Hou Zhenyi's whereabouts. Recalling that Guan Yu had mentioned she had accompanied Zhang Zhongjing when he brought him back. Physician Zhang, do you know the whereabouts of the young lady who accompanied you when you brought me back? Peng Yin asked. Zhang Zhongjing shook his head regretfully. I am afraid I do not know her. She mentioned that she was merely passing through Shuzhou and would leave after a day's stay. Elated, Peng Yin rose to his feet, noticing that the sky outside had yet to brighten. Let us go. We shall descend the mountain and search for her now. Fourth brother, you have been unconscious for 5 days. That young lady is long since departed. Zhang Fei doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Peng Yin's expression immediately fell, and he turned to Zhang Zhongjing, asking, Do you know where she might have gone? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and casually replied, While I do not know her destination, I observed that she headed in the direction of Hanzhong. This ignited a flicker of hope in Peng Yin. If she was indeed headed for Hanzhong, it provided a direction for his search. Once he had stabilized Shuzhou, he resolved to journey towards Hanzhong in pursuit of her. At that moment, Liu Bei entered with a bowl of chicken soup. Followed by Guan Yu and Li Lizzie, Liu Bei, with a warm smile, said, Fourth brother, I heard you have awakened, so I had the servants prepare a bowl of chicken soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. He then spooned some soup and blew on it before offering it to Peng Yin. After taking a sip, Peng Yin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Delicious! Who made this chicken soup, brother? It tastes wonderful. Liu Bei replied with a grin. This was personally prepared by your promoted head maid, Li Lizzie. She has diligently learned from the 8 cooks to ensure that we, the 4 brothers residing in the main residence, have delicious meals. Peng Yin smiled at Li Lizzie, who shyly lowered her gaze when their eyes met. Brothers, I am well now, but I intend to fortify Shuzhou first, and once it is settled, I will set out towards Hanzhong to find her. Peng Yin declared. Although Liu, Guan, and Zhang wished to offer their counsel, they understood Peng Yin's character and refrained from speaking to Li Lizzie. Biting her lip and summoning her courage, said, Young master, let me accompany you on your journey. Chapter 43. In comparison to Zhang Zhongjing's medical skills, the suggestion from Li Lizzie surprised everyone. Peng Yin responded, Lizzie, if you accompany me, who will take your place as head maid? Moreover, we may encounter dangers along the way, such as bandits. I would need to protect you, which could be quite troublesome. Yet Li Lizzie resolutely insisted, I am the young master's property, that if danger arises, you need only abandon me. Peng Yin shook his head, saying, Do you think I am that kind of person? Li Lizzie was about to say more, but Peng Yin cut her off. Enough, it is still too early to discuss this, that I have said that I will first develop Shuzhou. And then I will set out. We can address this matter then. Seeing Peng Yuyin's firm stance, Lizzie fell silent, lowering her head. Stepping outside the main residence, Peng Yun glanced at the time. It was 5:40 a.m. But he stretched leisurely, relishing the moment, that he then began inspecting the various aspects of the nightless city. Aside from the previous batch of individuals he had purchased, he had also sent people to acquire numerous servants. The total number of servants in the nightless city had now reached an impressive 900. These servants were all professionals. Peng Yuyin found no issues during his inspection, unlike the problems that had arisen during the shifts of Zhang Liao and Gao Shan. Each servant was diligently fulfilling their duties, and their work was commendable. The number of soldiers in the military camp had swelled to 30,000, with many drawn from across the nation, attracted by the burgeoning reputation of the nightless city. The military camp had now been organized into 3 divisions, led by Peng Yuyin, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, respectively. Each division comprises 10,000 troops, with Jian Wei and Gao Shun serving as brigade commanders under Peng Yuyin, while Zhang Liao and Zhou Cang hold the same rank under Guan Yu, and Li Hong commands under Zhang Fei. This formidable army has also acquired a resounding name, the Shu Army. After inspecting the conditions of the sleepless city, inquiries were made regarding the local supermarket, which continues to perform admirably in sales. That it was only on the first day that many patrons hesitated to enter, deeming the prices exorbitant, resulting in lackluster business initially. Subsequently, the supermarket manager, Yu Ling, devised a clever strategy by displaying a sign that indicated the prices and uses of the goods, allowing passers-by to view them without fear of entering and encountering unaffordable items. Upon hearing of Yu Ling's innovative approach, Peng Yuyin couldn't help but commend her with a thumbs up, marveling at how such forward-thinking marketing strategies could emerge from ancient minds. The sales of towels were robust, while shampoo sales lagged. However, wristwatch sales soared, as many regarded this timekeeping device favorably. Peng Yuyin categorized the watches into standard and luxury versions, with numerous aristocrats and affluent merchants opting for the luxury variant, resulting in almost every wealthy individual in Shuzhou owning one within mere days. Those without a luxury watch hesitated to claim their wealth. Peng Yuyin returned to the main residence's living room to prepare for breakfast. He found Zhang Zhongjing seated opposite him. Now that his mind had settled, Peng Yuyin recognized the immense significance of Zhang Zhongjing's expertise and decided to take advantage of it. Lizzie served 5 bowls of wontons onto the table, and the group began to enjoy their meal. Suddenly, Peng Yuyin inquired, "How long does the esteemed Dr. Zhang plan to stay?" Zhang Zhongjing chewed a few bites of wonton before swallowing and replied, "Young Master Yunfei, I shall depart once I finish eating." Peng Yuyin continued, "Why the rush? Wherever you go, you are healing the sick, and Shuzhou is no different." Zhang Zhongjing stroked his chin and said, "Young Master Yunfei, I specialize in difficult and obscure ailments, which is why I travel far and wide. The number of such patients in Shuzhou is limited." Peng Yuyin chuckled. "Dr. Zhang, your focus on perplexing illnesses is surely to enhance your medical prowess, is it not?" Zhang Zhongjing nodded in agreement. Peng Yuyin then provocatively asked, "Would you care to compare our medical skills?" The room fell silent, with Zhang Zhongjing, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei all taken aback, while Lizzie eagerly fixed her gaze on Peng Yuyin. They all pondered, "What is happening? You were brought back by him, and now you wish to compare medical skills." Observing their expressions, Peng Yuyin laughed. "A physician cannot treat oneself. Why not engage in a live comparison?" Zhang Zhongjing thought to himself, "Surely, Peng Yuyin cannot have lost his mind, daring to compare skills with me." And he shook his head, saying, "Young Master Yunfei, let us forego this idea." At that moment, Liu Bei interjected, "Dr. Zhang, as fortune would have it, Yang Xiu has recently fallen ill with a fever. Perhaps you could examine him after your meal." Liu Bei hoped to retain Zhang Zhongjing for Peng Yuyin's sake, knowing the latter possessed a wealth of knowledge, and was curious to see if Peng Yuyin truly had medical expertise. Upon hearing of the illness, Zhang Zhongjing, as a healer, felt compelled to assist. Thus, after their meal, they proceeded to Yang Xiu's quarters. Upon entering, a chill enveloped them. Peng Yuyin grabbed the air conditioning remote and exclaimed, "Goodness! And Iheng has it set to turbo mode." Yang Xiu is feverish, yet the temperature is so low. Is he trying to freeze Yang Xiu to death? Zhang Zhongjing, having experienced the modern comforts of the sleepless city, was unfazed by the air conditioning and quickly deduced that Yang Xiu's fever was linked to it. Just as he was about to speak, Peng Yun beat him to it that I hung, you fool. Yang Xiao is suffering from a fever, and you have the air conditioning set so low. Peng Yun scolded, and I hung retorted, you, a mere novice, speak as if you know suffering. It is scorching hot. If we do not turn on the air conditioning, we shall perish. Why not join the troops and train under the sun, so you can tan like your brother? Zhang Fei scratched his head, wondering why he was caught in their argument. Peng Yun replied, look at how old Dezu has become. Such cold air will only worsen his condition. If he cannot endure and passes away, you will be the one to carry his coffin. And what is worse, if it is determined that your air conditioning caused his demise, Dezu will seek vengeance. Imagine waking in the night to find Dezu squatting in your toilet, only to rush back to bed and discover him lying beside you. Liu Bei intervened, enough, enough. Let us focus on assessing Dezu's condition. With Liu Bei's words, I Hung fell silent, turning his head away that in truth. He and Peng Yun had already reconciled, yet I Hung still harbored a grudge for being bested by him, leading to frequent banter between them. Disregarding I Hung, Peng Yun observed Zhang Zhongjing as he approached Yang Xiao, feeling his forehead and taking his pulse. Indeed, it is a fever that I have a prescription here. Take it to procure the necessary medicine, and he shall recover within 3 to 5 days. That I Hung, standing by, clasped his hands and remarked, as expected of Dr. Zhang, this is true professionalism. Afterward, he cast a triumphant glance at Peng Yun, having overheard the earlier conversation about the comparison of medical skills. Seeing I Hang's smug demeanor, Peng Yun smirked, then spent 5,000 points in the system shop to acquire mastery in medicine, generously funded by the supermarket's profits. He then retrieved a mercury thermometer from his pocket and instructed Yang Xiao to place it under his arm. The others, including Zhang Zhongjing, were puzzled by Peng Yun's actions. For 10 minutes, he bombarded Yang Xiao with questions regarding his symptoms, whether he was coughing, experiencing a runny nose, had phlegm, or felt pain in his lower back. After 10 minutes, Peng Yun checked the thermometer, noting a concerning temperature of 38.3 degrees Celsius. Yang Xiao was indeed burning with fever. He promptly produced several fever-reducing tablets for Yang Xiao to take. Yang Xiao examined the capsule-shaped medicine, hesitating. Peng Yun reassured him, fear not, I would never harm you. Everything in the sleepless city is extraordinary, including this medicine. Yang Xiao considered this and, taking the capsules with warm water, Peng Yun cheekily declared, well then, we can prepare for the banquet. And I Hung, go prepare the arrangements. This startled Yang Xiao, who shot upright, his lips trembling in fear. Peng Yun chuckled, I am merely jesting. Worry not. You shall be well within the hour. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished at the prospect of such rapid recovery that I Hung scoffed. Peng the novice, you are merely boasting. The author has a word. Chapter 44, taking Zhang Zhongjing as a disciple. Those present were skeptical that Peng Yun's medicine could cure Yang Xiao so swiftly. Yet he insisted on waiting an hour, so they settled in the dormitory. 40 minutes later, Yang Xiao slowly opened his eyes after taking the medicine. He had fallen asleep, but now he sat up, shaking his head. He realized the pain had subsided, and upon feeling his forehead, he discovered it was no longer burning. This revelation filled him with wonder. Could there truly be such an effective remedy, as the others gathered around to check on him? And I Hang asked, Dezu, how do you feel? Is your head still aching? I knew this Peng the novice was a quack. I shall descend the mountain to fetch you some medicine. My head seems to no longer ache, and my body feels less weak. Yang Xiao replied, what? The exclamation did not come from I Hung, but from Zhang Zhongjing, a seasoned physician. He had encountered countless herbs, yet he had never witnessed such rapid efficacy. This surpassed his understanding. Zhang Zhongjing appeared momentarily dazed, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fever-reducing tablets Peng Yun had provided, contemplating what plants could yield such medicinal properties. The group stared at Zhang Zhongjing, and after a moment, he regained his composure and said, Young Master Yunfei, do you still possess that miraculous medicine? May I take a look? Upon hearing Zhang Zhongjing refer to the medicine as miraculous, Yang Xiao grew excited and interjected, oh, thank you, young Master Yunfei. Does this miraculous medicine mean I shall live for 100 years and ascend to immortality? Peng Yun handed Zhang Zhongjing a capsule-shaped fever reducer and glanced at Yang Xiao, saying, dream on. The onlookers gathered around Zhang Zhongjing, scrutinizing the fever reducer for quite some time, yet they could discern nothing remarkable about it. Its shape and color were slightly unusual, but it hardly resembled their preconceived notions of miraculous medicine. Zhang Zhongjing squeezed the capsule, causing its plastic shell to crumple, that he continued to apply pressure until the capsule split open, scattering the powder within. Could this be the essence of the medicine? Zhang Zhongjing mused, dipping his finger into the powder and tasting it. Yuck! It's bitter! Zhang Zhongjing exclaimed. Seeing their prolonged examination, Peng Yin interjected to clarify, the powder is bitter. It is encased in the capsule for ease of consumption. Once swallowed, the capsule dissolves in the stomach, delivering the medicine directly. Zhang Zhongjing, as if he had opened the gateway to a new world, respectfully bowed to Peng Yin and remarked, "This time, I must concede the competition." Peng Yin chuckled. "Since you have lost, does that not mean you must fulfill a request of mine?" "Naturally," Zhang Zhongjing replied with utmost reverence. Without hesitation, Peng Yin declared, "Kneel before me as your master, and I shall teach you to cure the vast majority of complex ailments. Moreover, relocate to the city of Eternal Night and thereafter remain in Shuzhou." Zhang Zhongjing hesitated slightly, responding, "To take young Master Yunfei as my mentor is indeed my intention. I have no objections to moving to the city of Eternal Night, which is like a paradise that it would be an honor for me to reside there. However, if I were to remain in Shuzhou indefinitely..." Noticing Zhang Zhongjing's concerns, Peng Yin reassured him, "Do not fret, Zhongjing, I understand that your wanderings are for the purpose of healing the sick. But have you considered this? When you are away, a critically ill patient may seek your aid, yet you would be absent. What then becomes of that patient?" Zhang Zhongjing fell in a deep contemplation. "In the future, I shall establish a medical academy in Shuzhou, with you as the dean. The academy will be divided into an educational wing and a treatment wing. You will teach in the educational section and provide care in the treatment section, responsible for instructing medical students in their craft and addressing ailments that ordinary physicians cannot resolve. Patients will come directly to the academy for treatment, ensuring that no one is left without a healer. Once your students are dispersed throughout the Central Plains, think of how many lives could be saved from illness. What renown will the academy achieve? And how will the name of Zhang Zhongjing be celebrated by the world?" Upon hearing Peng Yin's words, Zhang Zhongjing was moved and immediately knelt to pay his respects, proclaiming, "Disciple Zhang Ji pays homage to master. Not only Zhang Zhongjing, but also Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Ai Heng and Yang Xiu were equally captivated by Peng Yin's proposal. Who does not yearn to leave a mark in history?" Peng Yin then produced 3 books: Biology, Chemistry, and Medicine, from the basics to advanced levels. He handed these volumes to Zhang Zhongjing, stating, "Once you have perused these texts, you will become the mightiest physician in the world, second only to me." Zhang Zhongjing's mouth fell agape at the sight of the book covers, which were modern and adorned with colorful illustrations, exquisitely crafted, akin to a high school textbook. With trembling hands, he opened the book, feeling the crisp, white pages and inhaling the scent of freshly printed ink. The text was arranged with precision, uniform in size, accompanied by vibrant illustrations. The sheer quality of these books was a tremendous shock to someone from ancient times, who revered books as treasures. Zhang Zhongjing handled the volumes with utmost care, fearful of soiling them, even with the slightest crease. Onlookers held their breath, captivated by his reverent handling of the books. After finishing one, tears streamed down Zhang Zhongjing's face as he bowed multiple times to Peng Yin. The latter was taken aback, wondering why such excitement over merely 3 books, that if I were to present you with illustrated editions of Jin Ping Mei, would you then enshrine me? Once Zhang Zhongjing had finished bowing, he solemnly expressed, "I am profoundly grateful to Master for bestowing these treasured books upon me. I shall cherish them 100-fold. These books are now my family heirloom." With that, he removed his outer garment and wrapped the 3 books tightly, cradling them close to his chest. Peng Yin, amused by Zhang Zhongjing's exaggerated reaction, smiled and said, "Very well, you may proceed to the management office on the 1st floor of Building 3 to complete your registration." Zhang Zhongjing nodded, still clutching the books. Peng Yin added, "As for you, and Ai Heng and Dezu, I have tasks arranged for you." Then Ai Heng retorted, "I am not insane. You are the one who is insane." "All right then." The mentally unhinged Ai Heng and Dezu, "I have assignments for you." Peng Yin reiterated, and Ai Heng replied, "I intend to establish a newspaper, which you two will oversee." A newspaper. They echoed in unison. A newspaper is a team that manages a publication containing articles, anecdotes, and recent events, intended for the general populace. Peng Yin elucidated. Liu Bei was the first to react, saying, "If the number of citizens purchasing our newspaper is high, then we could potentially control public opinion." "Precisely," Peng Yuyan affirmed. The astute individuals present gasped at the implications. Controlling public opinion is a powerful tool, allowing one to occupy a moral high ground from which to critique others. But if the newspaper is priced too high, the common folk will not be able to afford it, Yang Xiu remarked. "Then we shall set a lower price. It is quite simple." Peng Yuyan replied nonchalantly. Then Hung scoffed derisively. "Lowering the price is not so straightforward. Paper costs a significant amount, and printing is also expensive. Just these two expenses alone are considerable, not to mention transportation and other costs." Realizing this, Peng Yuyan responded, "Oh, is that the case? I possess knowledge of papermaking and printing techniques that can substantially reduce costs." Hung was about to dismiss Peng Yuyan's claim as mere boasting, but remembering his recent embarrassment, he held his tongue. The author notes, Chapter 45, Hung and Yang Xiu establish a newspaper. Liu Bei was astonished to discover that Peng Yuyan possessed knowledge of both papermaking and printing techniques. However, this astonishment was short-lived, as Liu Bei reflected on the wonders of the City of Eternal Night and found it unsurprising that Peng Yuyan wielded such knowledge. A moment later, Liu Bei's surprise returned as he realized the significant implications, saying, Fourth brother, do your papermaking and printing techniques surpass those currently held by the aristocratic families, and are they more cost-effective?" Peng Yuyan nodded. "Certainly my methods are superior and more economical than those presently employed. Otherwise, why would I share them?" Yang Xiu gasped, understanding that the Yang family, being one of the four prominent families, derived its power from its control over scholars. He recognized that Peng Yuyan's advancements in papermaking and printing could undermine the very foundation upon which the aristocratic family stood. The aristocrats relied on two pillars: wealth and talent, as the saying goes. The emperors may change, but the aristocracy remains steadfast. In ancient times, the aristocracy held sway over most scholars, ensuring that most officials in the court hailed from noble families. This unity made them unafraid of emperors, confident that as long as they remained united, no emperor would dare dismiss them all. Moreover, books were expensive in ancient times, and so were writing materials. Thus, the aristocracy's control over literati was solid. However, if Peng Yuyan's papermaking and printing techniques entered the market at low prices, the number of individuals able to afford books would increase, resulting in a surge of literati and diminishing the aristocracy's grip on power. Yang Xiu, still apprehensive, voiced his concerns. Young Master Yunfei, will these techniques be restricted solely to the newspaper? If so, I can accept that. Peng Yuyan replied, For now, yes, but I may consider selling some books produced in the City of Eternal Night in the future. Yang Xiu sighed in relief, content as long as the aristocracy retained control over their esteemed literature. Yet he overlooked the fact that the books from the City of Eternal Night would be of unparalleled quality. Liu Bei envisioned the freedom he would experience as an emperor without the interference of the aristocracy. Hung, today you and Dezu shall select a building in the dormitory to serve as the office. Replace the beds with desks and chairs crafted by the carpenters. The newspaper will operate from there. Peng Yuyan then produced a notebook, continuing, This notebook contains my methods for papermaking and printing, along with specifications for the furniture. Yang Xiu and Hung were perplexed, wondering how Peng Yuyan had concealed so many books in his clothing. While Liu, Guan, and Zhang had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, that Hung questioned, Are you truly entrusting us with these papermaking and printing techniques? Are you not concerned we might disclose them? Trust is essential. I believe in your capabilities to manage the newspaper successfully. Peng Yuyan said, patting Hung's shoulder. Hung, incredulous, gazed at Peng Yuyan. Despite their occasional banter, their relationship had improved, yet he never expected such trust from Peng Yuyan. In his heart, Peng Yuyan mused, Go ahead, do your worst, that if you dare betray me, I will simply accumulate more points and request the system to provide a production line. Let us see how well you can replicate it. Soon after, Hung and Yang Xiu embarked on their newspaper endeavors, while Zhang Zhongjing returned to his dormitory, engrossed in the books, likely skipping lunch. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei headed to the military camp, while Peng Yuyan intended to descend the mountain to resolve matters regarding the medical academy. However, he also planned to partake in a lottery, having not done so in quite some time. With the City of Eternal Night's market flourishing and ample points accumulated, he could indulge in the lottery, hoping for a stroke of luck. Thus, Peng Yin opened the system shop and began a tenfold draw. The system interface was constantly flashing with text, and the items from the first 10 draws were 300 pounds of potatoes. Journey to the West, proficiency in musical instruments, proficiency in music, Wing Chun, already owned, exchange for 3,000 points. Strength enhancement, Xiang Yu, proficiency in medicine, already owned, exchange for 5,000 points. 50,000 smallpox vaccines, and 100 construction proficiency templates. Upon seeing the results, Peng Yin exclaimed, "WYYYYYYYYY! I actually drew a Dio figurine. This is absolutely exhilarating." Indeed, this anime enthusiast was most thrilled about obtaining the figurine, after indulging in his excitement over the figurine for a while. Peng Yin glanced at the other items he had drawn. 300 pounds of potatoes, easily exchanged in the system shop, utterly useless. Journey to the West was decent. It could be printed and sold. Proficiencies in musical instruments and music were not immediately necessary, that he already possessed Wing Chun and proficiency in medicine. Strength enhancement. Xiang Yu was still useful. He could later unleash a beating on Elbu. The smallpox vaccine was a valuable asset. In the event of an outbreak, it could be used to save the populace. As for the construction proficiency templates, what on earth could that be? Proficiency is proficiency. What does this template signify? With intrigue, Peng Yin clicked on the introduction, which filled him with joy. The construction proficiency template could enable builders to comprehend the use of modern construction materials like cement. And it would ensure 100 loyalty from those who utilize the template to Peng Yin. Closing the system panel, he joyfully ran down the mountain. As he passed by the Nightless City supermarket, he noticed the foot traffic inside was rather sparse, which dampened his spirits. Upon entering the supermarket, Yu Ling hurried out to greet him. "Why are there so few customers today?" Peng Yin inquired directly. Yu Ling sighed resignedly. "Well, my lord, during the initial days of opening, the place was bustling with patrons, especially those buying watches. Now that everyone has a watch, and towels aren't frequently replaced, most customers currently come in just to purchase shampoo." Peng Yin propped his chin on his hand, pondering that it was time to stock some new items. That he opened the system shop to browse, concluding that it would be best to stock food. However, if snacks were to be included, the packaging waste would pose a hassle, especially since there were no public trash bins and litter was scattered everywhere. Thus, he opted to list 3 items: vegetables, potatoes and tomatoes, and fruits, a watermelon. After clicking to purchase and generate, a series of sounds emanated from the supermarket's warehouse. Peng Yin pointed towards the warehouse and said to Yu Ling, "Go take a look. New products have been generated." Upon hearing that new items had arrived, Yu Ling excitedly rushed towards the warehouse, and after a while, she emerged with the 3 items. She placed a watermelon on the ground and, holding up a potato, asked, "My lord, what is this?" "This is the potato, the ingredient for the sour and spicy shredded potatoes you eat." Peng Yin replied. As an employee of Peng Yin, Yu Ling enjoyed the benefit of free meals. With a small cafeteria located on the 2nd floor, meaning all employees of the Nightless City supermarket had tasted stir-fried dishes. So this is what it looks like. "And what about this?" Yu Ling asked. Lifting the tomato. "This is a tomato, also known as a lycopene," Peng Yin explained. "So this is the tomato for my favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes," Yu Ling exclaimed with delight. "And this big fellow?" she inquired, cradling the watermelon. "This is a watermelon, a type of fruit that can be eaten it's perfect for quenching thirst and cooling off in summer. It's simply delicious," Peng Yin responded. Chapter 46, Su Chu, the watermelon lover. Upon hearing it was something edible, Yu Ling excitedly asked, "My lord, may I eat one?" Peng Yin chuckled and said, "Can you eat such a large one? Go fetch a couple more, cut them up, and share with everyone." Soon, a group of staff members at the Nightless City supermarket began enjoying watermelon. When customers entered, some staff members rushed over to greet them without even wiping their mouths. Curious about the watermelon juice on their lips, a customer asked, "Excuse me, what are you eating? Where can I buy it?" One of the staff members brought over a piece of watermelon for the customer, saying, "This is watermelon, and it will be available at our Nightless City supermarket soon. It's sweet and delicious. Please give it a try." The customer, not hesitating, took a bite, the sound of the juice slurping in his mouth as he quickly finished a piece. Not satisfied, he asked eagerly, "Do you have more watermelon? I'd like to buy some." The staff member wiped his mouth clean, shook his head, and replied, "It's not available yet. You'll have to ask our boss for the exact date." He pointed towards Peng Yin, who was sitting at a corner table enjoying watermelon. Most people in Shuzhou recognized Peng Yin, and this customer was no exception, that he approached politely and said, "Ah, young Master Yin Fei, may I ask when the watermelon will be available?" Upon hearing the voice, Peng Yin turned to see that the customer was Mi Zhu. He casually handed a watermelon to Mi Zhu. Chewing on a piece as he said, "Ah, it's Mi Zhu. Do try this watermelon. It's absolutely delightful. After you finish, take a couple home to enjoy slowly." Mi Zhu accepted the watermelon, saying, "No need, young Master Yin Fei. I'll buy this watermelon myself. How much do you intend to sell it for?" Peng Yin pondered for a moment and replied, 31 per pound, sold by weight. Mi Zhu was astonished that such a sweet and delicious watermelon was being sold at such a low price, deepening his admiration for Peng Yin. Subsequently, Peng Yin had the watermelon cut into small pieces and placed at the entrance for passers-by to sample for free. Soon, a steady stream of customers arrived, all praising the watermelon and inquiring when it would be available for sale. The staff members, wearing professional smiles, replied that it would be tomorrow, that if all goes as expected, the conversations among the citizens of Shuzhou in the coming days would predominantly revolve around the watermelons from the Nightless City supermarket. Meanwhile, Peng Yin sat inside, munching on watermelon while chatting with Mi Zhu, sharing his aspirations of establishing a medical school. This deeply moved Mi Zhu. He had never encountered someone so dedicated to the well-being of the country and its people. Mi Zhu set down his watermelon, bowed deeply to Peng Yin, and said, "Young Master Yin Fei, this is indeed a noble endeavor. Once the medical school is established, our Han dynasty will no longer be plagued by disease. Please let me know if there is anything you need. My family will fully support this cause. I am currently seeking a piece of land to establish the medical school, and it should not be too far from populated areas, lest the common people find it difficult to seek medical aid." Peng Yin stated that I know of a piece of land that meets young Master Yin Fei's requirements. It belongs to the Tao family. You may discuss purchasing it with Tao Gong to establish the medical school, Mi Zhu suggested. After about half an hour, a commotion erupted outside the supermarket. Wei Yuling entered to report that someone was causing trouble, insisting on eating multiple portions despite the limit of one per person. Peng Yin nodded in acknowledgement and stepped outside to assess the situation. Upon his arrival, he saw a burly man arguing with a staff member. "I am not refusing to pay. I just want to eat a few more," the man declared, each hand holding a piece of watermelon. "You can buy it when it's available tomorrow. Today is a tasting event. Each person is limited to one," the staff member insisted, tugging at the man's arm. Peng Yin chuckled upon witnessing this scene. He recognized the burly man as Su Chu, a renowned general under Cao Cao. Standing beside Su Chu were Cao Cao and Guijia, leisurely enjoying their watermelon. Peng Yin strolled over with a hearty laugh. "Mingda, Feng Xiao, Zhong Kong. Long time no see." Su Chu, noticing Peng Yin's arrival, shrugged off the staff member's grip and said, "See, your benefactor knows me. Hurry up and bring me a few more pieces of watermelon." The staff member stood there, caught in a dilemma, but Peng Yin waved him off, signaling him to return to the store. Cao Cao finished his watermelon and approached Peng Yin, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Brother Yin Fei, it's been a while. I've long heard that the Nightless City in Shuzhou is like a paradise, and the goods at the Nightless City supermarket are truly extraordinary. Seeing them today, it certainly lives up to its reputation." Peng Yin remained silent, his expression one of alarm as he glanced at Cao Cao's hand resting on his shoulder. Noticing Peng Yin's gaze, Cao Cao looked down at his hand, realizing he had just eaten watermelon and had yet to wipe his hands, leaving a smear of watermelon juice on Peng Yin's clothing. Cao Cao quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly, "Brother Yin Fei, my apologies. I'm just so delighted. Ha ha ha." Peng Yin pursed his lips and said, "Brother Mingda, please bring Su Chu and Guijia along. Come visit me at the Nightless City." Thus, the group returned to the Nightless City. Liu Bei, upon seeing Peng Yin had brought Cao Cao along, wore a slightly displeased expression but still greeted Cao Cao politely. The four of them sat in the living room chatting when Su Chu suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, I want to go swimming." As Su Chu entered the vibrant night city, he immediately spotted the members of the Tao Mi and Chun families frolicking in the swimming pool. Observing their unrestrained joy on the slide, he felt an irresistible urge to join in. Cao Cao, visibly displeased, admonished, "Su Chu, you ruffian. We are here as guests today. Sit down at once." However, Peng Yin, waving his hand dismissively, interjected, "Mingda, Do not be so irate that if Su Chu wishes to play, let him do so, with a quick glance at Cao Cao, who subtly nodded. Su Chu gleefully dashed towards the pool like an exuberant child. The author has a note. Chapter 47, Guofeng Xiao, is to bring 10 that watching Su Chu dash away in high spirits. Cao Cao smiled indulgently. He then scrutinized the main hall's furnishings, filled with regret for not having seized Peng Yuyin from Liu Bei's grasp earlier. Guojia, however, took the situation in stride. Initially, when they first entered the night city, his expression had been even more exaggerated than Cao Cao's, but soon he wore a knowing look. Cao Cao remarked, "It is said that the night city of Shuzhou is akin to a paradise." I hesitated to believe it. However, upon witnessing it today, I find their words utterly preposterous. This night city is undoubtedly a celestial palace. Guojia chuckled. Unaware of our long journey, how does Brother Yunfei intend to entertain us? Peng Yuyin, rising and playfully nudging Guojia, quipped, "Spa. I will take you for a spa treatment." Both Cao Cao and Guojia looked perplexed. Spa? Guojia, the old lecher, secretly delighted, thought to himself that Peng Yuyin's earlier gesture might have hinted at a horde of maidens to attend to them. Guofeng Xiao, demand 10. Peng Yuyin led them to the changing room outside the bathing and sauna area, instructing Cao Cao and Guojia to change into shorts and bathrobes. Cao Cao, still puzzled, moved at a snail's pace, while Peng Yuyin and Liu Bei had already donned their attire with ease. This sight only heightened Guojia's excitement, as he believed his earlier assumptions were indeed correct. Hastily changing, Guojia rushed into the bathing and sauna area, flinging aside the curtain and shouting, "I want 10. To his dismay, he was met with the sight of several elderly gentlemen reclining on water beds, indulging in the gentle ministrations of maidens. Upon hearing Guojia's exclamation, all eyes turned towards him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Soon Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Peng Yuyin entered. Stifling laughter, Peng Yuyin addressed the elderly gentlemen, saying, "Gentlemen, these two are my friends, Cao Cao Mingda and Guojia Fengxiao. I have brought them here for a spa experience today." Chen Gui, reclining on a waterbed, clasped his hands and replied, "A pleasure to meet you." Continuing to suppress his laughter, Peng Yuyin patted Guojia's shoulder and said, "Feng Xiao is experiencing a spa for the first time and is understandably excited. Please forgive him." "Aha!" Guojia, feeling the weight of Peng Yuyin's mockery, lowered his head awkwardly and whispered, "You could have been clearer about what we were here for." "I thought it was..." Leaning in, Peng Yuyin whispered back, "Did you think it was that sort of affair? Haha, there's a brothel at the foot of the mountain. You might want to try it tonight." Guojia, now thoroughly mortified, sought to change the subject. "Brother Yunfei, is the massage they are receiving really called a spa?" Clearing his throat, Peng Yuyin responded, "Indeed. Now someone summon Madame Mi and 2 maidens to assist my brothers Mingda and Feng Xiao with their spa treatment." Since Mi Run was already betrothed to Liu Bei, there was no issue in calling her Madam. After a moment, Madame Mi and 2 maidens from the Chen family entered to begin the spa treatment for the 3 men. Taking advantage of the moment, Peng Yuyin approached Tao Qian, who was still relishing the gentle touches of the maidens. With a teasing tone, Peng Yuyin remarked, "Yes, do apply more pressure. The meat will be more tender when cooked." Tao Qian waved his hand, signaling the maidens to pause. Then, with their assistance, he sat up slowly, smiling, "Young Master Yunfei, please do not jest with an old man. I sense you have matters to discuss." "Indeed, Tao Gong. I wish to establish a medical academy." "Are you aware of this?" Peng Yuyin inquired. "That I am aware. I have already heard about it from Xuanda," Tao Qian replied. "The site for the academy must be convenient for the people. Otherwise, it would be impractical for them to seek medical help. That I have identified a suitable piece of land, but Mi Zhu mentioned it belongs to you, so I hope to discuss purchasing it from you." Peng Yuyin continued. Tao Qian chuckled, stretching leisurely. "Ah, I thought you had a serious matter to discuss. That I cannot sell you that land. It is unsuitable. That I have a better location for you to establish the academy." "Oh, what location does Tao Gong refer to?" Peng Yuyin inquired. "The Tao residence. The location perfectly aligns with your requirements. Would it not be better to demolish the Tao residence to build your academy than the plot you have in mind?" Tao Qian suggested, smiling. Those around were astonished by Tao Qian's generosity, willing to relinquish his own home to support Peng Yuyin's vision. Peng Yuyin, equally taken aback, quickly protested, "That is out of the question, Tao Gong. If you give me your residence, where will you live?" With a sly grin, Tao Qian replied, "If I give you the Tao residence, Do you truly believe this vast night city cannot accommodate my humble family? Realizing Tao Qian's cleverness, Peng Yuyan chuckled, thinking to himself, so, this old fellow has long coveted the night city, that he bowed respectfully to Tao Qian, stating, the night city welcomes you and your family, Tao Gong. Chow Chow. Whispering to Guijia, remarked, this Tao Qian is quite generous. To support Yunfei in establishing that medical academy, he is willing to forfeit his own home. Guijia, still enjoying the maiden's massage, replied with his eyes closed. If our lord encountered someone like Brother Yunfei, would you offer your residence in exchange for a place in the night city? Chow Chow pondered for a moment before responding. Naturally, even if I did not reside in the night city, I would still support Yunfei. Guijia chuckled. Indeed, that is the charm of Brother Yunfei. What he brings is truly magnificent, so much so that it feels as if he is bestowing upon us treasures from the heavens. Chow Chow nodded in agreement, falling silent as he continued to enjoy his massage. As the spa session concluded and mealtime approached, Liu Bei turned to Peng Yuyan and said, come, fourth brother, let us fetch Yun Chang and Ida to dine. They are still at the military camp. Peng Yuyan nodded, and Chow Chow, Guijia, and Su Chu expressed their desire to accompany them. Peng Yuyan found no objection, and upon looking at Liu Bei, who also nodded, the group made their way toward the training grounds. The training grounds were expansive, spanning 2 kilometers, featuring modern synthetic tracks and a central patch of artificial grass that on either side, there were grandstands, with a podium located in the middle of one. As Peng Yuyan ascended the podium and took the microphone, he bellowed, all troops, attention, march in step to the front of the podium. Before Chow Chow, Guijia, and Su Chu could fully comprehend the impact of the microphone's amplification. A battalion split into 3 columns, marching in perfect unison towards the podium. The sight startled Chow Chow, Guijia, and Su Chu, evoking a sense of urgency within them, with synchronized steps that echoed across the ground. Each soldier's face bore a fierce determination. Had it not been for Chow Chow's trust in Peng Yuyan, he might have suspected an ambush. Stand at ease. With the command issued, the troops halted sharply before the podium. Chow Chow felt a surge of envy. Such an elite force left him certain that his own tiger and leopard cavalry could not rival them. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, discipline and order. What a splendid unit! I, Chow Mingda, declare this the strongest battalion. Moreover, Brother Yunfei's commanding voice, amplified by the sound-transmitting technique, resonated with authority and intensity. Truly a remarkable army. Chow Chow's words dripped with envy upon hearing Chow Chow's praise. Liu Bei's chest swelled with pride. Chapter 48. Su Chu versus Peng Yuyan in combat. Count off. Peng Yuyan commanded. After the troops reported their numbers, Dian Wei jogged to Peng Yuyan's side, announcing, reporting, Commander, the total number of troops expected is 425, with 34,421 present. Please provide further instructions. Who are the missing individuals, and why are they absent? Peng Yuyan inquired. Reporting, Commander. The absentees include the 2nd Division Commander Guan Yu, the 3rd Division Commander Zhang Fei, as well as the 1st Division's 1st Regiment Commander Gao Shun and the 2nd Division's 2nd Regiment Commander Zhang Liao. They are currently inspecting the barracks, Dian Wei explained. Peng Yuyan nodded, though Chow Chow was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Peng Yuyan had acquired El Bu's former subordinates, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. The method of counting personnel was indeed novel and efficient, allowing for a swift tally of absentees. Chow Chow sighed. Brother Yunfei's training methods are truly unprecedented, that I believe Gao Shun's elite troops were unmatched. Yet here stands an even more formidable force. Yunfei is truly extraordinary. Peng Yuyan waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me, Mingda. Today, everyone has worked hard. This evening, everyone is permitted to drink, except those on duty. Alcohol can be retrieved from the storeroom. No excessive intoxication. Tomorrow morning, there will be training again. Peng Yuyan shouted at the audience below. Due to the constraints of decorum, the crowd refrained from loud cheers. Yet their expressions of joy were unmistakable. Some, having indulged in white liquor, were delighted at the prospect of relishing such exquisite spirits once more. Others, who had never tasted it, were equally thrilled to finally experience the so-called heavenly brew. Once Guan Yu and Zhang Fei returned, Peng Yuyan gathered a few individuals in the living room to roll dice and drink, but Zhang Fei adamantly refused to drink with him. Consequently, Peng Yuyan exchanged several crates of Qingdao beer, bottled in glass, from the system shop and had them brought into his bedroom. The sight of the crates left everyone agape, with Zhang Fei's expression particularly amusing as he stared blankly at the boxes of beer. Zhang Fei, while others were astonished that each bottle was made of glass, Zhang Fei was simply shocked by the sheer quantity of alcohol. Once he regained his composure, Zhang Fei, trembling, said, "For fourth brother, you can't possibly expect us to drink all this tonight, can you? This beer looks yellow. It can't be stronger than white liquor, right?" Peng Yuyin, seeing Zhang Fei's shaking hands, chuckled. "Rest assured, third brother, this beverage is called beer. It's not strong. Drink with confidence." Zhang Fei gazed at Peng Yuyin, wearing an expression that suggested he believed not a word of it. Noting Zhang Fei's incredulous look, Peng Yuyin shook his head and remarked, "Since you doubt me, let me demonstrate." He brought the bottle to his lips, but suddenly remembered something and pulled it away, declaring, "Let me show you a trick. Dragon swallowing water." With that, he lifted the bottle, inverting it, and began to pour, watching as the liquid swirled into his mouth. This spectacle drew applause from Zhang Fei and Su Chu, who were both impressed. Now convinced, Zhang Fei extended his arm, giving a thumbs up to Peng Yuyin, exclaiming, "Awesome." This was a phrase he had learned from Peng Yuyin. As the drinks flowed and everyone grew slightly tipsy, they had all made 1 or 2 trips to the restroom. Zhang Fei had gone 4 or 5 times. At that moment, Cao Cao placed his hand on Su Chu's shoulder and addressed Peng Yuyin. "Brother Yunfei, this is my general, the fierce Su Chu. He is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. I would like him to spar with you." Brother Yunfei, to gauge their differences. Upon hearing this, Su Chu seemed displeased and retorted, "Who knows who will win or lose? Brother Yunfei, do you dare to compete?" Peng Yuyin smiled and rolled up his sleeves, positioning himself in the center of the living room, stating, "Wing Chun." Peng Yuyin response, Su Chu approached, removed his outer garment, and clasped his fists. "Please." Su Chu then leaped forward, throwing a punch at Peng Yuyin, who crossed his arms to block. Following that, Su Chu launched a series of punches, but Peng Yuyin expertly deflected or dodged each one. Growing frustrated, Su Chu exclaimed, "Brother Yunfei, stop dodging. Fight back." Peng Yuyin shook his head, thinking, "Since this is your request, I cannot be blamed." In a flash, Su Chu threw a side punch toward Peng Yuyin's midsection. Peng Yuyin swiftly blocked it with both wrists against Su Chu's wrist and elbow. Su Chu quickly retracted his fist and aimed a headbutt at Peng Yuyin, who immediately crossed his arms to defend. Seeing his ata, Peng Yuyin remarked that Guojia, still immersed in the recent words of Peng Yuyin, had yet to react when Cao Cao interjected. "Indeed, it is of utmost importance. A wise emperor can lead a nation towards prosperity, while a misguided one can only bring about its decline. Thus, it is not the emperor that is paramount for the nation, but rather the leaders. What I desire is the dissolution of imperial power. I seek an emperor devoid of hereditary claims, one who is chosen based on merit." Peng Yuyin continued. Guojia replied, "Brother Yunfei, your aspirations are commendable, yet amidst the relentless turmoil of war, every lord stands as an adversary. Whoever possesses the military might can claim the title of emperor. Whether before or after unification, the military strength of the lords remains a significant challenge. This statement holds truth. Those with military power can ascend to imperial status. Therefore, once I unify the realm, I shall decree that no lord or noble family may maintain private armies. And those who defy this will face punishment." Peng Yuyin stated, "Guojia, your grand ambitions can only be realized post-unification. Until that time, you must confront and eliminate these lords. You err in this regard." "Brother Fengxiao," Peng Yuyin countered, "the lords are not my enemies. If they obstruct the unification of the nation, they may at most be deemed sinners. Our true enemies lie yonder." He gestured towards the direction of the Xiongnu. "I earnestly wish for these lords to unite against external foes, rather than engage in infighting amongst themselves. However, such a scenario seems implausible. For me, my enemies are solely those outside the Central Plains. Hence I have instructed Su Chu to remember those 28 words before he embarks on his martial training, that I yearn to fortify our nation, to ensure prosperity for our people, that they may have enough to eat and wear, and that their lives may brim with hope. Once these objectives are achieved, I can live peacefully in my city that never sleeps." The heartfelt words of Peng Yuyin emanated from a profound sense of patriotism, deeply ingrained within him, inspired by a grandfather who had passed away before his birth, a martyr in his own right. Those present could not help but admire Peng Yin's grandiloquent declarations. Such selflessness was unparalleled in the realm. Upon concluding, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Cao Cao, Wu Jia, and Su Chu all raised their cups in unison, toasting to Peng Yin, who reciprocated the gesture. After hearing Peng Yin's impassioned speech, both Liu Bei and Cao Cao began to alter their perspectives regarding the title of emperor. For it was this night, through Peng Yin's words, that the trajectory of history in this parallel world began to subtly shift. After finishing their drinks, Peng Yin began to recite poetry. If I were a bird, I should sing with a hoarse throat. This land battered by storms, this river that eternally surges with our grievances, this wind that blows relentlessly in fury, and that gentle dawn from the woods. Then I would die, my feathers decaying in the soil. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love for this land runs deep. Peng Yin recited a renowned modern poem, unlike ancient poetry, which might elude the understanding of the uneducated. This modern piece resonated even with martial men like Zhang Fei and Su Chu, who grasped its surface meaning. Yet, its deeper significance required thoughtful contemplation to truly appreciate. Cao Cao pondered over the lines and exclaimed, "What a splendid verse! Were it penned as a song, it would be even more perfect." The opening line encapsulates Brother Yun Fei's genuine love for the land. Imagining himself as a bird, tirelessly soaring over the central plains, Wu Jia added, "Such straightforward expressions evoke a poetic ambience, particularly the concluding line, 'Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love for this land runs deep.' Is this a literary form of your own creation?" Brother Yun Fei, Peng Yin nodded, "One might say so." Cao Cao clasped his hands together. "Might you compose this new poetic form and present it to me, Brother Yun Fei?" Chapter 50. What is Tiger Fool Su Chu? Peng Yin waved his hand. "Bring forth the four treasures of the study." Emerging from the shadows, Li Lizzie appeared with the four treasures, while simultaneously, Peng Yin exchanged for mastery of Wang Shiji's calligraphy within the system. As he unfurled the pristine white paper designated for calligraphy, Gu Jia murmured, "This paper is astonishingly pure." Hearing Gu Jia's remark, Peng Yin replied, "If you fancy it, feel free to take a few rolls with you when you leave." Cao Cao and Gu Jia nodded with delight, thinking, "Brother Peng is generous. May he enjoy good health." Subsequently, Peng Yin effortlessly crafted a set of calligraphy, producing 2 copies, one to keep at home and one to gift to Cao Cao. As Peng Yin began to write, an aura of a calligrapher enveloped him, causing all present to hold their breath. The flowing, graceful calligraphy he displayed, along with the exquisite characters imprinted on the paper, left everyone wide-eyed in awe. With a flourish, he concluded, and Li Lizzie, standing nearby, covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Peng Yin. Cao Cao and Gu Jia trembled as they held the edges of the paper. Savoring the beauty of Peng Yin's calligraphy, Cao Cao's lips quivered as he stammered, Is this calligraphy truly a gift from you, Brother Yun Fei?" "Indeed, it was intended as a gift for you," Peng Yin affirmed. "Descendant of the literary star, Brother Yun Fei, you must surely be a manifestation of the literary star," Gu Jia exclaimed, even more dramatically than Cao Cao. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei reveled in the beauty of Peng Yin's calligraphy, paying no heed to Gu Jia's claim of him being a celestial literary figure. Even if Peng Yin were indeed such a star, he would still be their fourth brother. Surely, he cannot be a descendant of the literary star. "Brother Feng Shao, you are being overly dramatic," Peng Yin chuckled. After a few jests, the group resumed their dice games and drinking. Peng Yin leaned in to whisper to Cao Cao, "Minda, you have acquired a fine warrior in Su Chu. His loyalty is unquestionable. Even if you commanded him to strike you, he would do so without hesitation." Cao Cao smiled and shook his head. "Brother Yun Fei, you exaggerate too much. While I believe he would follow any command I give without question, how could he possibly strike me?" With a mischievous grin, Peng Yin replied, "If Minda does not believe me, we can wager. You may command Su Chu to strike you, and the loser must drink 10 cups of wine." Having heard tales of Su Chu's honesty and obedience, Peng Yin was eager to see if the legendary Tiger Fool truly lived up to his reputation. Cao Cao, eager to prove Peng Yin wrong, declared, "Su Chu present." Su Chu responded, "Strike me." Cao Cao commanded. "Understood," Su Chu said, immediately setting down his cup and moving closer to Cao Cao to, "Su Chu, wait." "Ah." Not the face. You ruffian. A moment later, Chow Chow sat at the table with a black eye, drinking in silence, vowing never to bet with Peng Yuyen again. The others, aside from Su Chu, stifled their laughter, thinking how truly honest and obedient Su Chu was. He did whatever he was told. Finally, Peng Yuyen understood why Su Chu was called Tiger Fool. Had the term Tiger Fool existed in ancient times, Su Chu would undoubtedly bear that title. Aside from this amusing interlude, the evening continued with everyone enjoying themselves, the banquet lasting until the early hours of the morning before finally dispersing around 3 o'clock. After arranging guest rooms for Chow Chow, Guijia, and Su Chu, Peng Yuyen leisurely returned to his chamber. Upon entering his room, he noticed the light was still on, wondering if he had forgotten to turn it off. However, upon seeing that the light in the bathroom was also lit, he immediately grew cautious. "Who is in the bathroom?" Peng Yuyen called out. Though no one responded, a sound of bare feet on the floor echoed from within. Confident that he had indeed heard the sound, Peng Yuyen cautiously grasped the dagger hanging on the wall, holding it tightly as he shouted again. "Whoever is in my bathroom, come out immediately. Otherwise I shall enter. I am highly skilled in martial arts, and you cannot defeat me." Despite his threats, silence reigned in the bathroom, broken only by the sound of a woman quietly sobbing. Surprised, Peng Yuyen wondered how a woman could be in his bathroom. Making a decision, he resolved to enter, activating his time-stopping ability, Star Platinum. "The world." Peng Yuyen recited the time-stopping incantation, and subsequently, the flow of time ceased and in the 2 seconds preceding the halt, he pushed open the sliding door of the restroom. This simple action consumed 2 seconds. Following this, he spent another 2 seconds entering the restroom. Upon entering, he was met with a scene that left him astounded. Li Lizzie stood by the bathtub, which was filled with hot water, wearing a bathrobe and wiping away her tears as Peng Yuyen grappled with his astonishment. The final second of the time freeze elapsed, and time resumed its course. Although time had returned to its normal flow, Li Lizzie continued to dab at her tears, oblivious to Peng Yuyen's presence. Eventually, it was Peng Yuyen who broke the silence, saying, "Lizzie." Upon hearing his voice, Li Lizzie lifted her head and rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. This unexpected gesture elicited a reaction from Peng Yuyen, yet he suppressed his feelings and gently patted her head, asking, "What are you doing in my bedroom's restroom? Who has wronged you? Why did you sneak in here to bathe?" With tears streaming down her face, Li Lizzie shook her head and replied, "The servant. The servant was purchased by the young master and ought to serve him, but the young master does not allow it." Observing her distress, Peng Yuyen pondered, could this young girl truly have developed feelings for him? Yet, he dismissed the thought, surely not. How embarrassing would it be if he had misinterpreted the situation? Was it possible that the prevailing master-servant mentality of this era was influencing her? With a hint of insecurity, he cautiously inquired, "Lizzie, you wouldn't have feelings for me, would you?" Li Lizzie fervently nodded in response to Peng Yuyen's question, exclaiming, "Though it is forbidden, the servant harbors feelings for the young master, so please allow me to serve you." Peng Yuyen sighed and confessed, "Lizzie, I have already taken a liking to another girl." Yet, Li Lizzie tightened her embrace, almost hysterically insisting, "I do not care. All I wish is to serve the young master. Please just agree to it." Hearing her words, Peng Yuyen found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle. Ultimately, his desires overruled his rationality, and he accepted Li Lizzie's affection. Looking at her, he proposed, "Lizzie, will you marry me?" Her eyes sparkling with tears, Li Lizzie asked, "Will the young master truly take Lizzie as his concubine?" "No, I wish to take you as my wife," Peng Yuyen stated earnestly. Author's note. Chapter 51. Peng Yuyen is to be wed. The following morning, Peng Yuyen summoned everyone residing in the main residence, including Chow Chow and his associates, as well as the generals Dian Wei and Zhou Tsang. As the assembly wondered what significant announcement Peng Yuyen had to make, he took Li Lizzie's hand and stepped before them. Seeing the two together, Liu Bei approached and asked, "Fourth brother, what is this?" In a loud voice, Peng Yuyen declared, "Everyone, I intend to marry Li Lizzie and plan to hold the wedding in 3 days that I hope you all will attend." Tao Qian stroked his white beard and chuckled. "Congratulations, young Master Yunfei. However, it would be wise not to make a grand affair out of marrying a concubine." "Thank you, Tao Gong, but I do not wish to take her as a concubine. I intend to marry her as my wife." Peng Yuyen replied nonchalantly, "What?" The others, except for Chow Chow, who were unfamiliar with Li Lizzie, exclaimed in astonishment. Tao Qian was the most animated, exclaiming, "Young Master Yunfei, this cannot be." Cao Cao waved his sleeve and stepped forward, saying, "What is there to be concerned about? I observed the young lady diligently attending to young Master Yunfei during our drinking last night, indicating that they truly love one another. What could be wrong with that?" Chen Ge shouted, "Cao Amon, what do you understand? That woman is a maid bought back from the brothel by young Master Yunfei." Upon hearing that Peng Yin intended to marry a maid, the assembly fell silent. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances before departing together, while Liu Bei sighed and also left, hands clasped behind him. Tao Qian hastily grasped Liu Bei's arm, asking, "Xuanda, why are you leaving with your second and third brothers? Where are you going?" "Where else? Preparing for the wedding?" Liu Bei replied flatly. "Xuanda, how can you agree to this? This matter is of great significance," Tao Qian insisted. Liu Bei shook his head, sighing, "We have known fourth brother for several years. We understand his character. Once he has made a decision, it is as if 10 horses could not pull him back. That it is better to ensure his wedding proceeds smoothly." With that, Liu Bei exited the main residence, while Tao Qian remained unconvinced, approaching Peng Yin once more, asking, "Young Master Yunfei, have you truly made this decision? Are you certain you wish to marry this maid?" Peng Yin waved his hand, saying, "Tao Gong, my mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion." Tao Qian, still not convinced, shouted at Li Lizzie, "You, a mere maid, dare to have young Master Yunfei marry you? Where do you find such audacity?" Li Lizzie, frightened, lowered her head, unable to meet Tao Qian's gaze. Observing this, Peng Yin shielded her with his arms and replied, "This is my decision. I ask you not to make things difficult for Lizzie." Thus, Peng Yin departed the main residence with Li Lizzie, leaving Tao Qian behind to mutter to himself. Chen Gui approached Tao Qian, attempting to console him, saying, "In light of this, Tao brother, it would be best not to insist further." Tao Qian sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "I wish to entrust Xuzhou to young Master Yunfei, but now he intends to marry a maid. How could this be proper?" The onlookers were once again taken aback, not expecting Tao Qian to be so forthright. Not only had he gifted Peng Yin a residence, but he was also willing to bestow the entirety of Xuzhou upon him. A grand gesture of trust and generosity. To that moment, Guijia stepped forward, stating, "If that is the case, I have a plan that would allow young Master Yunfei and Miss Li Lizzie to marry without concern for her status." Tao Qian's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Oh, what clever scheme is this? Please share it quickly." Guijia leaned closer to Tao Qian and whispered, "Why by Bu?" Upon hearing Guijia's proposal, Tao Qian laughed, "Excellent. What a splendid idea." 3 days later, the day that was to be filled with joy for Peng Yin and Li Lizzie was marred by inclement weather, with torrential rains falling for 3 consecutive days, culminating in a flood disaster. Fortunately, Xuzhou City fared relatively well, with most citizens safely accommodated, save for a few displaced individuals, over 8,000 of whom Peng Yin took in, providing shelter in the dormitories of the nightless city. However, the surrounding area of Xiaopei was not as fortunate, with thousands rendered homeless. Thus, Peng Yin set out personally to assist in the flood relief efforts. Accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he arrived at Xiaopei with a contingent of rescue troops. Liu Bei did not accompany them, as his absence would leave the nightless city without a leader. As rain continued to fall from the heavens, Peng Yin and his entourage donned rain gear suited for flood rescue. That 1,000-strong rescue team boarded small boats, tirelessly navigating the floodwaters of Xiaopei in search of survivors. Thanks to their relentless efforts, after 2 days and nights of hard work, they successfully rescued over 24,000 individuals. Outside a tent, Peng Yin was directing the distribution of food supplies to the citizens when a commander approached to report. "Report, sir. Did we not say that we are a rescue team? You should address me as the rescue team leader." "Yes, reporting to the rescue team leader. We are running low on supplies. We have less than 3 days' worth of food remaining." Hearing this, Peng Yin planned to find a means to procure more supplies, but several soldiers and commanders knelt before him and declared, "Leader, we can do without food. Please distribute our rations to the citizens." "Indeed, leader. I am not hungry." "Leader, please give the order to distribute our food to the people." Peng Yin was left speechless. He could simply exchange for more supplies through the system. Yet amidst his bewilderment, he felt a swell of gratitude. Truly, whether in ancient or modern times, there exist individuals with a fervent desire to serve the people. Before he could respond, the surrounding citizens began to kneel and weep. That an elderly woman cried out, "Thank you, young Master Yunfei. We are all now refugees, and during this time of turmoil, no one cares for our plight as commoners. Only young Master Yunfei remembers us, coming all the way from Shuzhou to rescue us. He has shown us boundless kindness. We cannot allow the soldiers' rations to be cut any further." As one person wept, many followed suit, with even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's eyes glistening with tears. Peng Yuyan shouted, "There is no need to say any more. We will endure this flood disaster. I will find a way to resolve the food issue." Seeing that the crowd continued to weep, he recalled a method to soothe their spirits: singing. Music has always had the power to calm the heart, and since he had drawn the talent for music, it would serve him well in this moment. Peng Yuyan asked, "Does anyone have a pipa? Please lend it to me." From the crowd, a woman raised her hand and said, "Young master, I have one." The lady, after speaking, took her pipa and approached Peng Yuyan. Through their conversation, it was revealed that she was the flower crown of the Xiaopei brothel, having secured her position through her exceptional skill with the pipa, which she regarded as her means of sustenance, and thus carried with her at all times. Chapter 52. Peng Yuyan surprisingly becomes a sage. Peng Yuyan accepted the pipa from the brothel's flower crown and plucked its strings gently a few times, then cleared his throat. All eyes were fixated on him, including those of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who, despite having known him for so long, were unaware of his ability to play the pipa. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Peng Yuyan took a deep breath and began to play a slow prelude with an unusually contorted hand motion. The citizens and the rescue troops around him were immersed in the music. Subsequently, Peng Yuyan accelerated the prelude, using the sound of his feet striking the ground as a rhythmic accompaniment, swiftly performing the piece. The song he chose to perform resonated profoundly with the situation at hand, being an ancient tune specifically addressing the calamity of floods, titled "Against the Waves of Time." As he began to sing, he intoned, "China, for millennia, the rivers and lakes flow eastward, nurturing the land of 9 provinces, yet calamities persist without cease. That in ancient times, the edicts guided the waters, but to achieve greatness, one must not linger at the gates. To dominate, one must ensure the people's welfare, with a might that rivals the heavens. For thousands of years, we built embankments to fend off floods. In times of disaster, the land is strewn with the dead. A near-death experience for many. Though unheard, the roaring waters still echo, a crimson tide." Upon completing the prelude, as he approached the climax, Peng Yuyan paused, allowing the audience to absorb the moment in silence. Then he continued, "Indeed, as the ancient saying goes, the highest virtue is like water, balancing yin and yang, swallowing the vast lakes and seas, nurturing the heartland since time immemorial, yet fraught with peril, unpredictable in moods, bringing calamities to all corners, causing untold suffering to countless lives. Yet with strength and unity, we shall resist. Even if we endure thousands of years of turmoil, we shall never concede." As he finished, the pipa fell silent, and he slowly surveyed the crowd. The listeners remained captivated by his song, lingering in a trance, while a few scribes continued to jot down the lyrics fervently. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, and one individual shouted, "Indeed, so what if there are floods? How many floods have we endured from ancient times to the present? We shall never concede. We shall never concede. We shall never concede." In unison, the citizens and soldiers of the rescue team erupted in cheers. Peng Yuyan's performance uplifted the morale of both the rescue team and the populace, igniting a renewed determination to combat the floods. Guan Yu approached, placing a hand on Peng Yuyan's shoulder with tears in his eyes, and said warmly, "Fourth brother, I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary talents in both music and song. What other abilities do you possess that I am unaware of?" With a smile, Peng Yuyan replied, "There are many." Zhang Fei slapped Peng Yuyan's other shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness, fourth brother, your song has ignited my passion. Is there anything you cannot do, from music to chess, from literature to painting? Sing it again. I wish to hear it once more." Peng Yuyan nodded and said, "Patience, third brother. This piece has a second half." He plucked the strings of the pipa, and the surrounding chatter gradually quieted with the sound of the strings. Peng Yuyan continued to sing, "The great tides of the world, rising and falling, changing masters, enduring the cycles of glory and shame. Yet the rivers remain unchanged, toiled and burdened, yet grumbling fills the roads. In life and death, the common people suffer. The vast land of China, inheritor of Yin and Huang, like the rivers that sustain the lifeblood, the children of the realm, compose a battle song that resonates deeply, standing tall in the east. Some lyrics reference later historical anecdotes, which Peng Yin modified. As the song concluded, it resonated deeply, prompting the crowd to applaud fervently, praising Peng Yin as a paragon of both martial and literary prowess. The phrase "in life and death, the common people suffer" struck a chord with the populace, elevating Peng Yin to a status akin to that of a sage in their hearts. As the performance ended, a few lyricists approached, inquiring, "Young Master Yunfei, may I ask the name of this piece? Who composed it?" With a hint of pride, Peng Yin replied, "This piece is titled Against the Waves of Time, entirely composed by myself." The listeners, filled with admiration, knelt and bowed, expressing, "Young Master Yunfei cares for the people and is accomplished in both martial and literary arts, that we thank you on behalf of all the citizens present." Peng Yin waved his hand dismissively, sending them on their way. He then turned his attention to resolving the issue of food supplies and planned to gather a few individuals to accompany him in search of provisions. In truth, Peng Yin intended to conjure the food himself, with others merely assisting in the transport. He addressed the rescue team, saying, "Brave soldiers, you have toiled for 2 days. I need a few strong individuals to join me in the search for food." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei chimed in, "Fourth brother, we are not weary. Let us accompany you." Peng Yin shot them a glance, saying, "Do I not know whether you are tired? Over the past 2 days, you too have rescued over 1,000 citizens. Take a moment to rest. I shall summon others with some strength to accompany me. I shall go. I shall go." Many strong men in the crowd raised their hands in response. Spotting a familiar face among the crowd, Peng Yin called out, "Zilong, is that you?" Indeed, the familiar figure was Zhao Yun, who excitedly replied, "General Yunfei, it is I. It is I." Zhao Yun waved his hands as he squeezed through the crowd to reach Peng Yin. "Who?" asked Zilong. "How did you end up here? Were you not serving under Gong Sunzan? Let us discuss on the way. First, we must gather a team," Zhao Yun replied. Peng Yin nodded, and after assembling a dozen strong men, they set off in search of food. Through their conversation, Peng Yin learned that after returning home, Zhao Yun had requested to resign from Gong Sunzan service just 2 days later. Gong Sunzan, who had intended to use Zhao Yun for his own gain, did not value him highly. When Zhao Yun submitted his resignation, Gong Sunzan did not make it difficult for him, granting him some travel money and allowing him to leave. Zhao Yun made his way. He inquired about Peng Yin's whereabouts and learned of the events in the city without night, thus heading towards Shuzhou. Coincidentally passing through Xiaopei, he planned to rest for a night when the floods unexpectedly broke out, forcing him to delay his journey. Before Peng Yin's arrival, Zhao Yun had been tirelessly aiding the citizens. It was only upon Peng Yin's arrival that the pressure of relief efforts eased. When Zhao Yun witnessed Peng Yin personally coming to combat the floods, he felt an overwhelming excitement, believing that his decision to ally with Peng Yin was the wisest choice of his life. Furthermore, after hearing Peng Yin's stirring rendition of Against the Waves of Time, Zhao Yun's admiration for him elevated to a level of reverence, as the pinnacle of martial and literary accomplishment was indeed awe-inspiring. Peng Yin led Zhao Yun and several strong men to a cave, where he discreetly exchanged for a batch of food from the system's marketplace, then announced to the group that he had found provisions. Soon, they transported the supplies back to the disaster relief tents in several batches. Having successfully addressed the food issue, Peng Yin decided to settle the 33,000 refugees in the dormitory area of the city without night, intending to allow them to return and rebuild their homes once the floodwaters receded. Due to the large number of people, each dormitory housed at least 18 occupants, with a total of 8 bunk beds accommodating 2 individuals each. The central table could also provide space for 2 or 3 more. Despite the tight quarters, the dormitories were spacious enough, and the sturdy upper and lower bunks ensured that 18 individuals could reside together without excessive crowding. In fact, one dormitory housed an astonishing 30 people, primarily due to the presence of children, as 4 young ones could comfortably share a single bed. Among the newcomers to the city without night, a common misconception prevailed. Many believed the city to be a celestial palace, and that Peng Yin was a divine being or a descendant of the immortals. The refugees were no exception, holding Peng Yin in the utmost esteem. almost wishing to offer incense in his honor. Were Peng Yuyin to discover this, he would undoubtedly be bemused, thinking, I have yet to depart. Why are they already offering me incense? Chapter 53. The Wedding After the Wedding, Tao Qian, in a gesture of gratitude, instructed his aides to account for the casualties incurred during the flood relief efforts. Revealing that 11 brave souls had perished to honor their sacrifice, he designated a vast area on a nearby mountain as a martyr cemetery, where those who had laid down their lives for the nation and its people would be interred, while those without remains would have symbolic tombs erected in their memory. The heroic deeds of the Nightless City rescue team in Xiaopei had already become renowned throughout the land, and the melody of Peng Yuyin's song Reversing the Waves for 1,000 Autumns was sung far and wide. Although no one could manage to sing it in its entirety, the lyrics alone inspired endless admiration. Upon returning to the Nightless City, Peng Yuyin prepared to wed Li Lizzie. However, he found it rather peculiar that the relationship between Tao Qian and Li Lizzie appeared to be exceptionally amicable. Scratching his head in confusion over the sudden warmth between them, he soon overheard Li Lizzie address Tao Qian as Uncle Ancestor, which illuminated the nature of their newfound rapport and revealed Tao Qian's thoughtful intentions. This was a strategy suggested by Guojia, facilitating Li Lizzie's designation as a distant relative of Tao Qian. Though the authenticity of this connection remained unverified, it conveniently aligned with the fact that Tao Qian had a sister who had passed away, thus granting Li Lizzie the identity of a granddaughter. With the status of Tao Qian's granddaughter, Peng Yuyin could now pursue his marriage to Li Lizzie with propriety, that he could not help but admire Tao Qian's approach. Recognizing the importance of social standing in ancient times, Tao Qian's willingness to elevate Li Lizzie, a woman of humble origins, to the status of his granddaughter moved Peng Yuyin deeply. Approaching Tao Qian, he bowed deeply, expressing, I am truly grateful to you, Tao Gong, for your concern regarding my affairs. Tao Qian, stroking his graying beard, chuckled, No need for such formality. It is my pleasure to assist you, young Master Yunfei. Today marks the joyous occasion of your union with my granddaughter, and I now present you with her dowry. With that, he unveiled a bundle held by a servant, from which he produced the seal of the Shuzhou governor. Handing it to Peng Yuyin, he declared, I appoint you, young Master Yunfei, as the governor of Shuzhou. Peng Yuyin was utterly taken aback by Tao Qian's generous gift, and Liu Bei and Cao Cao, who stood nearby, were equally astonished by the bestowal of an entire city. Although Peng Yuyin had harbored aspirations of becoming the governor of Shuzhou, he maintained a facade of politeness, returning the seal to Tao Qian with a respectful, Tao Gong, this dowry is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. I am an old man with no one suitable to assume the weighty responsibilities of the governorship, Tao Qian replied. Young Master Yunfei is both learned and martial, deeply concerned for the welfare of the people. I have complete faith in entrusting Shuzhou to your capable hands. With a smile, he pushed the seal back toward Peng Yuyin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Peng Yuyin accepted the seal and bowed deeply once more. I sincerely hope to witness the flourishing of Shuzhou under your stewardship in my lifetime, Tao Qian murmured to himself. The wedding ceremony of Peng Yuyin and Li Lizzie proceeded smoothly, with a grand banquet held in the playground of the Nightless City to celebrate with the citizens of Shuzhou. The tales of the Nightless City had reached many, yet few had the opportunity to behold its splendor until this day. The common folk were guided by soldiers to the venue. They marveled at the main residence, dining hall, dormitories, and playground, all of which left them in awe. A multitude of citizens received the invitation to attend Peng Yuyin's wedding, flocking to the Nightless City. Their gifts varied widely, from scholarly paintings of joyous themes to humble offerings such as a chicken, while some impoverished individuals presented embroidered pieces or small bags of millet. Others simply came to partake in the festivities, bringing nothing more than potatoes or tomatoes purchased from local markets, or, in some cases, arriving empty-handed. However, Peng Yuyin had previously announced that gifts were unnecessary and that their presence to enjoy the feast sufficed, leading to indifference toward those who came without offerings, albeit with some disapproving glances from others. Despite Peng Yuyin's insistence on foregoing gifts, many earnest citizens felt compelled to present something to him, lest they feel embarrassed entering the Nightless City without an offering. Their eagerness stemmed from two primary reasons. First, Peng Yuyin's exemplary reputation, as he allocated 20% of the Nightless City supermarket's profits to charitable causes, providing clothing, food, and bedding to the less fortunate. Second, The sheer opulence of the nightless city left them feeling inadequate without a token of appreciation. Peng Yuyin and Li Lizzie stood at the entrance, warmly greeting each incoming guest, most of whom offered heartfelt blessings to the couple. However, a number of flirtatious young women entered, casting coy glances at Peng Yuyin, which left him feeling quite awkward as he forced a smile in response. Whenever such a young woman approached, Li Lizzie would sulk beside him, visibly jealous. The day, which should have unfolded seamlessly, was marred by an uninvited guest. Yuan Xiao had dispatched El Bu as his representative to attend Peng Yuyin's wedding. And upon seeing El Bu, Peng Yuyin's expression darkened. That Li Lizzie, unfamiliar with El Bu, found him rather imposing, noting his masculine demeanor but deeming her husband far more gentle in comparison. That as El Bu entered, he waved his hand, instructing a dozen soldiers accompanying him to bring in 3 chests of silver. With a smile, El Bu clasped his hands together and said, "My adoptive father is preoccupied with affairs of state and has sent me to attend General Yunfei's wedding. These 3 chests of silver are a gift from him." That Li Lizzie scrutinized El Bu, having heard tales of his prowess. She mused, so this so-called greatest warrior in the land is merely tall and strong. After all, he was captured by my husband, so perhaps he is not all that impressive. Her thoughts were solely occupied with Peng Yuyin. While El Bu maintained a polite demeanor, Peng Yuyin sensed that his intentions were far from benign. Thus, he offered little more than a curt acknowledgement before dispatching over 50 men to escort El Bu and his entourage to the playground. He also specifically instructed the soldiers from Shu to keep a watchful eye on El Bu's actions and report any details back to him. Chapter 54. The wedding ceremony commences soon after. Yang Xiu and Niheng arrived with their own gifts. The press had been successfully established and awaited Peng Yuyin's command to commence operations, while Zhang Zhongjing presented the completed medical academy, ready for Peng Yuyin's review. Once all guests had been received, Peng Yuyin proceeded to the playground to commence the wedding ceremony, with Liu Bei serving as the officiant at his own request. Seated at the high table beside Peng Yuyin was Guan Yu, whose red face added a festive air to the proceedings, while Li Lizzie sat next to Tao Qian. Liu Bei raised the microphone and proclaimed, "Good afternoon, everyone." The sound of his voice echoed through the nightless city, and while the refugees and soldiers residing there were accustomed to the microphone and showed no surprise, the other citizens and El Bu were taken aback, with a few children even bursting into tears at Liu Bei's sudden exclamation. Liu Bei glanced awkwardly at the crowd, prompting Peng Yuyin to take the microphone and reassure them, "Fear not. This is merely a device for amplification. Known as a microphone, it poses no danger. That in the future, I will recruit a group of students to study this remarkable technology." With this explanation, the learned individuals in the audience silently resolved to join the nightless city to learn this extraordinary skill. Once the crowd grasped the nature of the microphone, Peng Yuyin returned it to Liu Bei, who began to elaborate further. Liu Bei's eloquence led Peng Yuyin to wonder if he had once been a host in the modern world before returning. The ceremony continued with a series of customary wedding rituals, akin to those one would encounter at others' weddings. After completing the high table segment, Peng Yuyin and Li Lizzie offered toasts at the tables of influential figures in Shuzhou, beginning with the Tao family. Peng Yuyin raised his cup in salute to the gathered Tao family members, who reciprocated the gesture, and they all drank simultaneously. Tao Qian smiled, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Yunfei. Treat my granddaughter well." Peng Yuyin bowed respectfully, replying, "Indeed, indeed." Tao Shang, standing nearby, added with a grin, "Cousin, marrying young Master Yunfei is truly a stroke of good fortune. You must take good care of him." Li Lizzie shyly nodded, and soon after, the Chun family, the Mi family, and 2 other noble families, the Chao family and the Chung family, arrived. It was the first time these 2 families had visited the city that never sleeps, and upon witnessing its opulence, they naturally held great respect for Peng Yuyin. When they reached Cao Cao's table, he joyfully raised a toast to Peng Yuyin, sincerely wishing him and his spouse well. Guijia discreetly patted Peng Yuyin on the backside, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile, saying, "Remember to conserve your energy during the day. Tonight, Brother Yunfei still has." With that, Guijia gave Peng Yuyin a knowing look that only men could understand. Finally, Peng Yuyin and Li Lizzie took their seats at their own table, where Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, raising their cups in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your wedding, 4th brother. Dian Wei, Zhang Liao, Gao Shan." Li Hong, Mi Hung, Yang Xiao, and Zhang Zhongjing also raised their glasses, echoing congratulations to the city lord on his wedding. These individuals were now aware of Peng Yuyin's appointment as the inspector of Shuzhou. After a while of dining at their table, Peng Yuyin inquired about Elbu from Dianwei. The soldiers tasked with monitoring Elbu reported that he had shown nothing suspicious during his journey, aside from a curious glance at the city that never sleeps, and appeared to be enjoying himself quite thoroughly. Dianwei remarked, observing Elbu closely. Turning his head, Peng Yuyin saw Elbu devouring a salt-baked chicken with his left hand and a roast duck with his right, wolfing them down while interspersing sips of white liquor. Noticing someone watching him, Elbu glanced over at Peng Yuyin, prompting Zhang Liao and Gao Shun to quickly shield their faces with their hands. Peng Yuyin raised a middle finger at Elbu, who mistakenly thought Peng Yuyin was summoning him, and thus set down his chicken and duck, approaching with two companions, wearing a cheerful expression that Elbu proclaimed. I never imagined that General Yunfei's city would be so lavish. He then scrutinized Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, causing them considerable discomfort. What brings you two traitors here? I thought you were dead, Elbu remarked. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun lowered their heads in embarrassment. After all, their betrayal of Elbu to ally with Peng Yuyin was undeniable. However, Zhang Fei was not pleased. Today marked the joyous occasion of his fourth brother's wedding, and he had no desire for Elbu to cause a disruption. Thus, he banged the table and stood up, bellowing, What do you intend to do, you three-surname family slave? At this moment, Li Lizzie, feeling frightened, tugged at the hem of Peng Yuyin's garment, to which he grasped her hand, offering a reassuring gaze that Elbu spread his arms wide and arrogantly declared, Did I not say? I am here on behalf of my adoptive father to attend General Yunfei's wedding. Surely, you wouldn't be unwelcome to my adoptive father, would you? The 1,000 troops you started with were granted to you by him. Zhang Fei was seething, but at a loss for words, as he was no expert in navigating political relationships. Peng Yuyin glared at Elbu and stated, If you truly came to celebrate and partake in the festivities, I would naturally welcome you. However, if you intend to cause trouble, I shall expel you at once. Elbu slammed his fist on the table, shouting, What is this? Are you repaying kindness with enmity? My adoptive father bestowed 1,000 troops upon you, and this is how you treat your benefactor? Star Platinum. The world, without further ado, Peng Yuyin initiated a time stop. Although the suspension lasted only 5 seconds, it was ample time for Peng Yuyin to deliver a thorough beating to Elbu. Useless, 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 he roared, landing blow after blow upon Elbu's face, which contorted grotesquely due to the strikes. The time freeze elapsed, and Elbu was sent flying from the force of the assault. The entire table looked on in astonishment as they witnessed Peng Yuyin's ability to halt time for the first time, including the equally shocked Li Lizzie. Though Peng Yuyin had previously displayed this power before her, she had thought he had merely approached her unnoticed. Now, all present could witness his capabilities firsthand, including Cao Cao, Guojia, and Su Chu, who were observing from a nearby table. Cao Cao set his cup aside and turned to Guojia, saying, This brother Yunfei is indeed a celestial being. Today, it has been thoroughly revealed. Guojia nodded thoughtfully, taking a sip of his drink that Su Chu, with his mouth agape, stared at his master. Peng Yuyin glared at the bloodied Elbu, who lay sprawled on the ground, and shouted, The city that never sleeps does not welcome you. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain here permanently. Elbu, dazed from the unexpected blows, could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. He shouted to Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. You two traitors, come back with me. I will allow you to lead troops once more. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun wore expressions of inner turmoil, caught in a struggle between their past loyalties and their current paths. Dianwei and Li Hong, seated beside them, watched with concern, having developed a strong camaraderie through their extensive training together. Chapter 55. The revelation of a celestial being. Those who had accompanied Elbu rushed over to help him to his feet. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, did you not hear me? I command you to return with me. Elbu continued to shout. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun remained conflicted, their inner turmoil echoed by their comrades nearby. Peng Yuyin approached, placing a gentle hand on their shoulders and softly said, Follow your hearts, that if you wish to leave, then go. If you wish to stay, then remain. Reassured by Peng Yuyin's words, the two exchanged determined glances. Nodded in unison, and walked side by side towards Elbu. Dian Wei, Li Hong, and others sighed, pondering how they would meet on the battlefield in the future. Peng Yuan sat down, dejectedly gnawing on a salt-baked chicken wing. Elbu, noticing their return, felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that at least these two had some conscience. Moreover, their return would serve to humble Peng Yuan, which Elbu found amusing. The two knelt before Elbu, clasping their fists. Seeing this, Elbu smugly stated, "I am pleased you have returned." However, they spoke in unison. "Although General L treated us well before, we have now decided to pledge our allegiance to General Peng. We hope for your understanding." Hearing their heartfelt words, Dian Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but Elbu was infuriated, bellowing, "You two traitors!" He then kicked towards Zhang Liao and Gao Shan. The two did not evade. Feeling guilty for betraying Elbu, they braced themselves for his punishment. Star Platinum. The world. Peng Yuan's voice rang out as he swiftly positioned himself before Elbu, blocking the kick aimed at Zhang Liao and Gao Shan. "This is my city that never sleeps. You have no right to wreak havoc here. Return and inform Yuan Shao that within a month, I, Peng Yuan, the lord of the city that never sleeps and Shuzhou, will demand his life." Peng Yuan shouted angrily at Elbu, startled by Peng Yuan's sudden appearance, dared not retaliate further. Thus, in front of everyone, he retreated, leading his soldiers away in defeat. Following Elbu's departure, analyzed that upon witnessing the multitude kneeling in reverence, Peng Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of pride. Nevertheless, displaying his ability to manipulate time in front of such a crowd was undoubtedly inviting trouble from Elbu. Unable to restrain himself, Peng Yuan resorted to using his power. However, after some contemplation, he realized that since he intended to alter this world, the title of immortal could prove to be quite advantageous. Hence, he ascended to the podium, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Since my identity has been revealed today, I shall embrace it. Indeed, I am an immortal. I have descended to bestow blessings upon humanity." The murmurs from the audience grew increasingly louder. Peng Yuan gestured for silence and continued, "However, I am the last immortal in this world, for the heavenly palace has perished in an instant." The clamor below escalated to a deafening crescendo. Peng Yuan hurriedly declared, "Silence, everyone. Please calm down." The noise gradually subsided, but he proceeded, "Though the heavenly palace has fallen, as the final immortal, I shall impart to you mortals the skills you can master. For instance, everything in the city that never sleeps can be replicated. If one is willing to learn, capable of learning, and determined to learn, anyone can create a second city that never sleeps." As several bombshell revelations were dropped, the audience buzzed with excitement. Peng Yuan added, "However, these matters can be discussed later. Today is my joyous occasion, so let us indulge in feasting and merriment." The wedding continued as per tradition, and by nightfall, Peng Yuan had consumed a significant amount of wine alongside Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, and I Heng, Yang Xiu, Cao Cao, Guijia, and others. Slightly inebriated, he staggered back to his bedroom. Initially, the group intended to engage in some playful antics, but Peng Yuan declared such behavior to be a vulgar custom. Thus they quickly departed. Upon entering the chamber, Li Lizzie, still concealing her face with a fan, remarked, "Young master, shouldn't we recite a poem before the bridal chamber?" Peng Yuan chuckled, "I am not particularly adept at poetry. I shall sing a song instead." He retrieved a guzheng from the wardrobe, an instrument he had recently exchanged from the system shop. Strumming a few strings, he inhaled deeply and began to sing. "This night, the moon is not the finest, yet I must settle for gentle conversation. I do not mind the richness of rouge, nor the beauty of peach blossoms. Lovers have traversed through the ages, awaiting a call, bowing to heaven and earth. Only then can it be deemed complete. Flowers must adorn the branches, so as not to betray the mortal realm. Beyond the outer chamber, that fleeting glance is braver than a dream. I need not search alone, through tranquil gardens, to encounter the youth who plays the zither in my remaining days. Joyful, I ask not of the heavens, for 100,000 spring breezes caress my heart. Regardless of the banks of Jiangnan, or the jade gates of Yanglu, the snow-capped Tianshan stretches 1,000 miles that I reach out to hold it, pouring a drink to celebrate. Please, grant me a smile. The dashing do not question the heavens. As white clouds shroud the hall of eternal life, as long as we are together, with hair as white as the first meeting, In spring, we shall feast once more, as two swallows nest upon the beams. Even in the most ordinary moments, every flavor shall be savored, unchanging for 10,000 years. Peng Yuyin's rendition of Unquestioned Heavens resonated beautifully with the ambience. Hearing his voice, Li Lizzie began to weep. Li Lizzie exclaimed, "Oh!" Peng Yuyin approached, gently removing the fan that obscured her face, and comforted her by stroking her head. Suddenly, Li Lizzie confessed, "My lady, it seems I am unworthy of you." Peng Yuyin embraced her, perplexed, and asked, "Why would you think such a thing? You are an immortal, while I am merely a mortal maid, unworthy to wed you. Moreover, ever since that night I fear that marrying you will bring you even more misfortune. As I have witnessed the calamities that have befallen you since then, from floods to troubles with El Bu," Li Lizzie lamented. Peng Yuyin understood her feelings all too well, having experienced the anguish of unrequited love himself. A torment that could render one senseless, that he wished for Li Lizzie to avoid such suffering. Furthermore, through her devoted service, he had developed feelings for her, though he had been oblivious to them, due to his own insecurities regarding love. It was only after Li Lizzie had bared her heart that he finally acknowledged his own feelings and accepted her. Chapter 56. Why be an immortal foolish girl? What does it matter who is worthy? I wish to marry you. Should I care for the opinions of others? I am an immortal. Do you think I fear the troubles you speak of? Peng Yuyin reassured her. What about that woman named Hou Zhini? Will you marry her too? Li Lizzie inquired that if I manage to find her, I certainly will. Peng Yuyin replied nonchalantly. Then when you marry her, I shall call her big sister. Li Lizzie said, dazed. Foolish girl, she may not even be older than you. Peng Yuyin chuckled. Then I shall still call her big sister. Very well, as he spoke. Peng Yuyin gently laid Li Lizzie down and removed her garments on the night of their wedding, with the spring breeze rekindling their passion. The couple did not sleep until dawn, resulting in them missing lunch to be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Peng Yuyin rose slowly with Li Lizzie's assistance, observing her trembling legs and unable to contain his laughter. Li Lizzie, noticing his gaze upon her legs, shyly turned her face away, murmuring, "It's all because of you last night. Call me husband, not young master." Peng Yuyin asserted, beginning to, "Young master, no, we just," Li Lizzie protested. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Peng Yuyin finally got out of bed, while Li Lizzie remained, panting heavily, as if she had just emerged from water. As Liu Bei encountered Peng Yuyin exiting the room, he chuckled and clasped his hands, saying, "Good morning, immortal Peng. You seem quite lively this early." Peng Yuyin swatted Liu Bei's hands away, saying, "Brother, spare me the mockery. From now on, just call me fourth brother. It feels too awkward to be addressed as immortal." The esteemed name of Peng Yuyin as a celestial being serves a practical purpose. The ancients held a profound reverence for deities, and this title enables Peng Yuyin to accomplish numerous tasks with relative ease. Although Peng Yuyin perceives these undertakings as beneficial for the development of the Central Plains, the rigid feudal mindset prevalent among the ancients casts a less favorable light on the matter. For instance, one might recall the figure of Li Hongzhang, who at one point resolved to send 30 children abroad for advanced education. Yet, it took an inordinate amount of time to gather these 30 youngsters. The common folk viewed the act of sending their children to foreign lands to study under Western devils as a betrayal of their ancestors, an affront to the teachings of their forebears. Consequently, they had to resort to seeking out impoverished children, promising them food, lodging, and travel expenses. Initially, the impoverished families were quite tempted by this offer, but upon hearing tales of Western savages who would flay children for display as grotesque curiosities, they were swiftly dissuaded. Ultimately, Li Hongzhang and his associates had to tirelessly engage in persuasion, promising benefits, and enduring considerable hardship to assemble a group that a notable example is the railway magnate Zhang Tianyu, whose enrollment required substantial effort on Li Hongzhang's part to convince the parents that in another instance, Li Hongzhang deemed that the lengthy process of transporting troops was excessively time-consuming and laborious, prompting him to propose the construction of a railway. He presented this idea to the court, asserting its immense significance for connecting various regions and bolstering internal security. However, staunch traditionalists emerged to counter his proposal, arguing that the locomotive was a disruptive novelty that contradicted the principles of their nation. Some claimed that railway construction would encroach upon farmland, burden the populace, and disturb the harmonious forces of nature, even suggesting that it would attract further invasions due to increased wealth. Eventually, these opponents abandoned rational discourse, resorting to moralistic attacks, invoking the wisdom of Confucius and Mencius, declaring that anyone who pursued railway construction was a traitor to Li Hongzhang soon realized that attempting to reason with these obstinate individuals was futile. Thus, he began fabricating justifications, likening railway construction to the mythical wooden oxen and flowing horses, both conceived to facilitate trade and benefit the populace, that he endeavored to soothe these dissenters with elaborate rhetoric. Akin to appeasing children. When all else failed, Li Hongzhang resorted to clandestine efforts, initially utilizing mules and horses to haul trains, and only gradually transitioning to locomotives as oversight diminished. The train depicted at the beginning of the renowned film Let the Bullets Fly was, in fact, pulled by horses. Peng Yuyin, however, did not wish to engage in such childish persuasion, opting instead to invoke his celestial title. This allowed him to position himself on a moral high ground, effectively warding off those who might impede the advancement of the Central Plains. After exchanging some light-hearted banter with Liu Bei, Peng Yuyin proceeded to lunch, while Liu Bei retreated to the opulent library to read. Yesterday marked a momentous occasion, as Peng Yuyin inaugurated the library, albeit with access currently restricted to individuals he was somewhat familiar with, including Cao Cao, Guijia, Enai Heng, Yang Xiu, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, Zhou Cang, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Li Hong. Naturally, Liu Bei was eager to indulge in reading, as the library boasted a diverse collection, though books concerning future histories were temporarily absent. However, volumes on ethics, politics, biology, physics, and chemistry were readily available. The military personnel had little time for reading, but Enai Heng and Yang Xiu had been engrossed since last night in the political and ethical textbooks recommended by Peng Yuyin. Of course, Peng Yuyin encouraged Liu Bei to delve into these books to better equip himself for governance, prompting Liu Bei to prepare to immerse himself in the library whenever he was not eating or sleeping. After lunch, Peng Yuyin promoted another maid to the position of head maid, designating Li Lizzie to attend solely to his needs, while also summoning someone to assist the still slumbering Li Lizzie. Just as he was about to step outside, he encountered Cao Cao, Guijia, and Su Chu, who were laden with bags, seemingly ready to depart. Mengde, Feng Xiao, Zhong Kong. Are you preparing to leave? Peng Yuyin called out. The three men, just about to mount their horses, turned at the sound of his voice that Su Chu approached and bowed, saying, I heard from the maid at the master's residence that the master had a late night. So we didn't want to disturb you. Please forgive my abrupt departure. Peng Yuyin waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. But why do you have so many belongings? It seems you didn't arrive with this much luggage. As he spoke, Peng Yuyin walked over and patted the package on Guojia's horse, causing a book to tumble out. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the title Jinping May emblazoned across the cover. In a colorful edition. This moment was decidedly awkward, and Guijia sheepishly scratched his head. Peng Yuyin playfully swatted Guijia's backside, exclaiming, You old lecher! Why are you carrying such books? Guijia retorted. I don't only have these, look at these. With that, he produced a few middle school textbooks on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. So you've also pilfered from my library. Peng Yuyin feigned anger. In reality, he held no objection to their reading these books. Rather, he encouraged them to study diligently, hoping they would eventually come to work for him. Moreover, he knew that the library's contents would regenerate within a day. So he harbored no concerns about their disappearance. Guijia, feeling somewhat bashful, said he, Is it really stealing if it's for the sake of learning? Chapter 57. Cao Cao sets off for Su Chong. Not at all. Take what you need. I am not like those aristocratic families. Books are treasures, and I am more than willing to share them with my friends, Peng Yuyin replied. However, you should take care of your health. Feng Xiao, you look rather worn. Did you bring the health supplements I provided? Upon hearing Peng Yuyin's concern, Guijia felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. I have them all. I will definitely take them as you instructed. That's wonderful, my disciple. Peng Yuyin called to Su Chu, who responded, I'm here, master. You've only been here a few days, and now you're leaving. I've barely had the chance to teach you much. Peng Yuyin remarked, patting Su Chu on the shoulder. Master, it's all right. Just a few days under your tutelage have been enlightening, Su Chu declared, thumping his chest. Peng Yuyin then produced a book on Baji Quan and handed it to Su Chu, saying, Disciple, keep your distance from me. I can't teach you much. Take this manual. It contains all the techniques of Baji Quan. Even in my absence, you must diligently practice to protect your home and country." Su Chu accepted the manual with gratitude and bowed, saying, "I will heed your teachings, master." Peng Yuyan then turned to Cao Cao, saying, "Mengda, the journey is long. Be sure to take care on the road." Cao Cao embraced Peng Yuyan warmly, saying, "Brother Yin Fei, fret not, for Su Chu is with me. Yet I wonder how long it will be until we meet again." Peng Yuyan's mind raced, and he suddenly proposed, "Mengda, why not let me construct a road?" "A road?" Cao Cao inquired, puzzled. "Yes, a road better than the official ones," Peng Yuyan exclaimed excitedly. Observing Cao Cao's bewilderment, he continued, "I wish to build a highway from Shuzhou to Suchong, utilizing the same materials as the walls of the Nightless City, ensuring it is perfectly smooth and level. Just think, once this road is completed, it will make our meetings far more convenient." Su Chu, hearing this plan, enthusiastically chimed in, "Excellent, excellent." However, Cao Cao shouted, "What is so excellent about it? You, a mere warrior, have no idea how much money and manpower it takes to build a road." Peng Yuyan patted Cao Cao's back, saying, "Mengda, calm down and listen to me. Once I construct the road, who will it belong to?" "Naturally, it will belong to my brother Yun Fei," Cao Cao replied. "Then, since I built this road, is it not reasonable for me to collect tolls?" Peng Yuyan countered. Both Cao Cao and Guojia's eyes lit up, with Guojia eagerly exclaiming, "Does that mean it could become a lucrative business over time?" "Indeed. And Mengda, I want you to share in the profits," Peng Yuyan exclaimed, pulling Cao Cao into a friendly embrace. Cao Cao regarded Peng Yuyan with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, asking, "Share in the profits? Do you want me to provide labor for you?" Peng Yuyan shook his head, saying, No, I will construct the road myself, recruit my own workers, and collect the tolls myself." Now thoroughly confused, Cao Cao pondered, "If you're doing everything, then what profits am I to share?" Peng Yuyan, noticing the blend of joy and confusion on Cao Cao's face, erupted in laughter. After wiping the tears of mirth from his eyes, he explained, "Mengda, consider this. Don't travelers need rest along the way? Don't horses need to graze? Don't people need meals? If they wish to spend the night, they require accommodations." Cao Cao caught on, saying, "Brother Yin Fei means to have me construct an inn along the road? Not just one, but several. Moreover, it will be a service area, providing more than just lodging. These areas will cater to weary travelers, offering local specialties, food, supplies, and more." Peng Yuyan elaborated. "Wouldn't that yield a substantial profit?" Cao Cao exclaimed with delight. "Mengda, the benefits of road construction extend far beyond that." Peng Yuyan chuckled, patting Cao Cao on the shoulder. "There is more money to be made?" Cao Cao's excitement grew. Peng Yuyan couldn't help but marvel at how Cao Cao seemed so eager to seize opportunities for profit. Thus, Peng Yuyan began to elucidate. Not only that, as the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Once the roads connecting Shuzhou and Xuchong are established, the development of Shuzhou will inevitably lead to the prosperity of Xuchong as well. For instance, my Nightless City Supermarket and the Nightless City Medical College could easily establish branches in Xuchong. Upon hearing of the myriad benefits Peng Yuyan proposed for himself, Cao Cao nearly fainted from excitement. Observing Cao Cao's animated reaction, Peng Yuyan playfully pinched Cao Cao's philtrum with one hand while using the other to help him regain his composure. With a mischievous grin, Peng Yuyan said, "Brother Mengda, do not become overly excited. Take a deep breath." Cao Cao, somewhat dazed, followed Peng Yuyan's advice and began to breathe deeply. Subsequently, he grasped Peng Yuyan's hand and expressed, "Yun Fei, I truly do not know what to say. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. My goal has always been to improve the lives of the people in the Central Plains. These gestures are merely a matter of reciprocity," replied Peng Yuyan nonchalantly. After giving Peng Yuyan a heartfelt bear hug, Cao Cao declared, "Brother Yun Fei, take care. We shall meet again soon. I still need to come to Xuchong to open branches for the supermarket and the medical college." With a smile, Peng Yuyan responded, "Indeed." Cao Cao nodded, mounted his horse, and was followed by Guojia and Su Chu as they departed. As Cao Cao had ridden but a few paces, he turned back and called out, "Yun Fei, I shall await you in Xuchong." Peng Yuyan waved cheerfully, and Guojia and Su Chu followed suit. Giddy up, the trio rode off into the distance. Upon returning to the main residence, Peng Yuyan organized his upcoming tasks. First, he would assume his role in Shuzhou and issue several decrees. Subsequently, he would delegate the governance of Shuzhou to Liu Bei for him to gain some experience, as both he and Cao Cao were the most suitable candidates for leadership in the Central Plains. Second, he planned to visit the medical college and identify an appropriate time for its inauguration. Third, he intended to tour the newspaper office and determine a suitable moment for it to commence operations. Fourth, he aimed to introduce new merchandise to the Nightless City supermarket. Fifth, he would oversee the construction of the road to Xuchang. Finally, he resolved to deal with Yuan Xiao. Yes, that seems prudent. Let us first address the affairs of Shuzhou and the newspaper office. Especially since Liu Bei, Yang Xiu, and N.I. Hung are all in the library, Peng Yin mused. The library of Nightless City was quite opulent. Upon entering, one was greeted by a grand V-shaped staircase leading up to the bookshelves on the second floor, complete with skylights and comfortable reclining chairs. There was even a small bar at the entrance offering tea and pastries, which led Liu Bei to often summon a chef to prepare refreshments during his visits. Upon arriving at the library, Peng Yin found the large-bearded chef preparing caramel pudding at the bar, and he approached quietly, as he had mandated the library to maintain silence, and the chef responded in kind. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the chef, Peng Yin approached the trio and inquired, "What do you think of this library, brother De Zhu and N.I. Pengzi?" Since arriving in Nightless City, N.I. Hung had indulged in an unregulated diet, frequently consuming high-fat, high-calorie, and high-protein foods without proper timing, resulting in a slight gain in weight. Thus, Peng Yin had affectionately nicknamed him N.I. Pengzi. Chapter 58. Peng Yin goes down the mountain to handle affairs. N.I. Hung ignored Peng Yin, taking a sip of milk tea while continuing to read. Yang Xiu offered a respectful nod in response, while Liu Bei closed his book, taking a piece of cake, and softly remarked, "Fourth brother, why didn't you open this library sooner? I only just realized how enjoyable reading can be, and the selection of books here is truly exceptional." Having grown accustomed to the cuisine of Nightless City, the trio was not surprised by the food. Rather, they were astonished by the library's opulence, the packaging of the books, and the sheer variety available. "Brother, I have matters to discuss with you. Let us go to a private room," Peng Yin suggested. Thus, Peng Yin and Liu Bei entered a private room in the library, sitting opposite one another. Peng Yin began, "Brother, I have given it some thought, and I believe it would be better for you to handle the affairs of Shuzhou." Liu Bei, puzzled, replied, "Fourth brother, you are the administrator of Shuzhou. It should be your responsibility to manage it. Brother, you will eventually handle even greater matters of state, so it is essential for you to gain some experience with Shuzhou first." Peng Yin explained. Liu Bei quickly understood and responded, "If that is the case, then I shall take charge of Shuzhou for you." "Excellent. However, brother, first address a few matters. Listen to my instructions." Peng Yin then advised Liu Bei to initiate several urban management initiatives. First, establish garbage collection points and place public trash bins along the streets, encouraging citizens not to litter, and arrange for street cleaning every 3 days, providing remuneration for the workers. Next, form a city management department responsible for maintaining the city's appearance, also ensuring they are compensated. Finally, retire the older soldiers from the Shu army to serve as inspectors for internal security, replacing any dishonest or corrupt officials and retaining the remainder as auxiliary staff. Liu Bei expressed some uncertainty regarding the 3 proposals, but nodded in agreement that he was not concerned about financial matters, as the Nightless City supermarket was already quite profitable. Indeed, customers traveled great distances to purchase items such as watches from the Nightless City supermarket, with many buying in bulk. Regarding this practice of reselling, Peng Yin turned a blind eye, knowing that the logos on the watches still served as advertisements for Nightless City. After their discussion, Liu Bei returned to his study to strategize the implementation of these policies. Following his consultation with Liu Bei, Peng Yin sought out N.I. Hung and Yang Xiu, requesting them to accompany him to the newspaper office the next day. They readily agreed. Subsequently, he visited Zhang Zhongjing's quarters. Zhang Zhongjing, along with N.I. Hung and Yang Xiu, had moved into the main residence. Although his room lacked the opulence of the 4 brothers, it was still considerably better than an average household in modern times. Arriving at Zhang Zhongjing's door, Peng Yin noticed it ajar and strode in confidently that he found Zhang Zhongjing engrossed in a book, sketching something alongside his reading. As Peng Yin leaned in to see, he realized that Zhang Zhongjing was illustrating the structure of an animal cell. Peng Yin tapped Zhang Zhongjing on the shoulder, startling him. "Oh!" Zhang Zhongjing exclaimed, and upon recognizing Peng Yin, he calmed down. "Master, is there something you wish to discuss with your disciple?" Zhang Zhongjing inquired, regaining his composure. Peng Yin rested his chin on his hand and replied, I indeed have something to discuss. Tomorrow I plan to visit the newspaper office first. Then I would like you to show me the medical college. Of course, master. I also have a question to ask you, Zhang Zhongjing said. What is it? Peng Yin asked. The book mentions a tool called a microscope that can observe cells. Do we have microscopes in Nightless City? Zhang Zhongjing inquired. Yes, come find me later to collect one, Peng Yin responded. Thus, they arranged to meet for dinner to retrieve the microscope, planning to visit the newspaper office first and then the medical college the following day. That evening, Peng Yin spared the beleaguered Li Lizzie a night pass without incident. The following morning, Liu Bei set out early to attend to state affairs. Peng Yin and Zhang Zhongjing, under the guidance of An Heng and Yang Xiao, made their way to the newspaper office. Upon arrival, Peng Yin conducted a brief inspection and found no significant issues. Both men were following Peng Yin's directives for the renovation and departmental organization. The staff had been assembled, but operations had yet to commence as Peng Yin had not yet issued his orders. After surveying the premises, Peng Yin nodded in satisfaction and said to An Heng and Yang Xiao, Well done, you have done remarkably. We can commence work today. That I will grant each of you a 10% stake, and we will dilute another 10% to distribute among the other management personnel. Shares? What are shares? An Heng queried. This is why I advise you to read more and eat less. Clearly, you are gaining weight but not wisdom, Peng Yin teased. Ignoring An Heng's sulky expression, Peng Yin continued. In simple terms, each of you will receive 10% of the newspaper's net profits. The remaining 10% will be distributed among the other management members. Yang Xiao nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. Both Yang Xiao and An Heng did not place great importance on money, as their expenses were minimal. Moreover, their living and dining needs were provided for by Peng Yin, leaving little for them to purchase. The common goods available could not compare to the offerings of Nightless City, which made them unworthy of their investment. By the way, the dividends from these shares will be distributed annually, and you will still receive your monthly wages. Ensure that the finance department accurately accounts for all profits and maintains meticulous records. Any contractual agreements must involve a government representative during the signing, with 3 copies made. 1 for us, 1 for the other party, and 1 for the government. Subsequently, Peng Yin, after explaining a myriad of matters, led the bewildered Zhang Zhongjing towards the medical college. Upon their arrival, Peng Yin experienced a sense of familiarity, as this medical institution had been constructed based on the design of his high school, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Together, Peng Yin and Zhang Zhongjing conducted a thorough inspection of the premises. Aside from the laboratories, which were devoid of equipment, all other educational facilities were adequately furnished, including the blackboards and chalk that Peng Yin had provided. The absence of materials in the laboratory was primarily due to Zhang Zhongjing's lack of practical experience, thus precluding any student practicals for the time being, an issue that Peng Yin intended to address later. Upon entering the consultation area, they found it well equipped, appropriately divided into internal and surgical departments. The only drawback was the limited number of physicians, with each specialty having only 1 practitioner, necessitating that these doctors endure a demanding schedule of 24-hour on-call duty. Nevertheless, the benefits were substantial, including provisions for meals and accommodation, along with generous remuneration, which encouraged the physicians to accept such grueling hours. Furthermore, these practitioners were generally adept in multiple specialties, allowing for a rotation system during the night, ensuring adequate rest. After resolving these matters, Peng Yin instructed Zhang Zhongjing to commence operations in the consultation area, leaving the issue of student enrollment for later discussion. That he then proceeded to the bustling supermarket in the Nightless City. Reflecting on the need for additional stock, Peng Yin decided to introduce a selection of books, including an adapted version of Journey to the West, thoughtfully emblazoned with the phrase "produced by the Nightless City" on each cover. Additionally, he stocked household items such as bedding, pillows, sofas, chairs, and dining tables, categorizing them into 4 tiers: blue, purple, red, and orange, where the higher the tier, the more luxurious and costly the items became. The blue tier was affordable for the average citizen, offering significantly greater comfort than their current furnishings, while the purple, red, and orange tiers catered to those with a bit more wealth, particularly the latter 2, which were priced to maximize profit. With the supermarket stocked, Peng Yin swiftly turned his attention to the pressing issue of road construction. That he visited the newspaper office, which had just commenced operations, with various departments working diligently. Peng Yuyin approached an Ai Hong and Yang Xiao, requesting them to print recruitment advertisements for road construction, which were promptly distributed throughout the city. Within an hour, these advertisements adorned the streets and alleys, attracting a crowd of onlookers who exchanged curious glances. One person could no longer contain their curiosity and exclaimed, "Is there anyone who can read? Come and tell us what it says." Just then, a scholarly figure approached and read aloud, "The Lord of the Nightless City. Governor of Shuzhou, Peng Yuyin intends to construct a highway from Shuzhou to Xuchang. The road will be level and constructed with materials identical to those of the Nightless City walls. To complete this endeavor, several laborers are needed. Strong individuals with road construction experience will be given priority, with provisions for 3 meals a day and a monthly salary of 10 taels. Registration location: in front of the Nightless City supermarket. 10 taels a month. I haven't earned that much in a year," exclaimed another. "And they provide 3 meals a day. I barely have 2 meals at home." A road made with the same materials as the city walls will be incredibly smooth and sturdy. Travel to Xuchang will be much quicker in the future. "Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Lord Yunfei. Hey guys, let's go sign up. Where is everyone running off to? Wait for me." Thus, in a single day, Peng Yuyin recruited a substantial number of laborers for the road construction. That very day, he provided them with cement, instructing them on its use, and planned for them to commence work the following day, assuring them that materials could be obtained from the Nightless City supermarket. Having attended to all matters of the day, Peng Yuyin was preparing to return home when he was approached by Chen Deng. "Young Master Yunfei, please hold on," Chen Deng called out. Turning back, Peng Yuyin replied, "Ah, Chen Deng, what brings you here?" Chen Deng stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Young Master Yunfei, I wonder if you have considered bringing the culinary delights of the Nightless City to the outside world." "What do you mean? Speak plainly. We are all on the same side," Peng Yuyin encouraged. Taking this as an invitation to be direct, Chen Deng continued, "Young Master Yunfei, I wish to partner with you to open a restaurant. You would take the lead, but I would like to base the menu on the recipes from the Nightless City." Peng Yuyin interjected, "You want to open a restaurant? That sounds splendid. Let us earn money together. Those who prosper first can help those who follow. Together, we shall strive for a better life. Does this mean you agree?" Chen Deng asked, his face lighting up with joy. "Indeed, I agreed at AS for the profit sharing. I shall take the larger share, 60% for me, 30% for you, with the remaining 10% reserved for the treasury of Shuzhou, to be used in times of disaster relief. That I have already thought of a name for the establishment, the Nightless City Tavern. I will provide you with a design for the decor. If you do not understand it, seek counsel from an Ai Hong or Yang Xiao, and then recruit a few chefs to learn from the big bearded man." "That is truly wonderful. Thank you, young Master Yunfei." Chen Deng expressed his gratitude, aware of the profitability of the Nightless City supermarket. With the supermarket thriving, he was confident the tavern would flourish as well. Even a modest share would yield a handsome profit for his family. Peng Yuyin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As I mentioned, we are all comrades here. There is no need for formalities that I have always been sincere with my friends." With a series of issues resolved, only 2 matters remained: the recruitment for the medical college and the elimination of Yuan Shao. The recruitment for the medical college was straightforward, as Peng Yuyin had already instructed an Ai Hong and Yang Xiao to print the enrollment advertisement in the first issue of the newspaper. Next on his agenda was dealing with Yuan Shao. The mere thought of Yuan Shao reminded Peng Yuyin of El Bu, and he seethed at the memory of Yuan Shao sending El Bu to disrupt his wedding. The more he contemplated it, the angrier he became, and soon he was preparing to gather his men to confront Yuan Shao. Upon returning to the Nightless City, Peng Yuyin headed straight for the military camp, where he found the soldiers engaged in weight-bearing running exercises. That he spotted Zhao Yun and Dian Wei leading the charge at the front, and he waved them over. The two, panting heavily, halted but did not remove their burdens. "What's up, young Master Yunfei?" they gasped. Peng Yuyin, now holding numerous titles: Governor of Shuzhou, Lord of the Nightless City, Commander of the Shuzhou Army's 1st Division, owner of the Nightless City Supermarket, owner of the Nightless City Newspaper, and owner of the Nightless City Tavern, allowed his close acquaintances to address him as boss, as it felt endearing. Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Zhang Liao, and others comfortably called him boss in a familiar manner. "That I wish to take 2 individuals with me to Jizhou. And I thought of you too. Would you be willing to accompany me?" Peng Yuyin proposed. "Of course. But what do you need to go to Jizhou for?" Zhao Yun inquired, since Zhao Yun had been tasked with maintaining order during Peng Yuyin's wedding. He had not witnessed the altercation with El Bu, nor heard Peng Yuyan declare his intent to take Yuan Shao's life. Dian Wei, taking a few deep breaths, chimed in, "Didn't we tell you? The boss dealt with El Bu back then. But he also mentioned wanting Yuan Shao's head within a month, so I presumed that's why he is heading to Jizhou now." "Precisely," Peng Yuyan replied coldly. Dian Wei's excitement was palpable. "Boss, when do we set off? For now, you two should take a wash, pack your belongings, and change into suitable attire in preparation to depart with me," Peng Yuyan instructed. "Understood, boss." The two hurried off to the dormitory to prepare. Moments later, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who had been trailing behind in the weight-bearing run, approached, still bearing their burdens. "Fourth brother, what is the matter? Why did you let Zilong and Eli leave so suddenly?" Guan Yu asked. "Oh, second brother, third brother, I'm heading to Jizhou, and I've asked Zilong and Eli to accompany me," Peng Yuyan explained. While continuing to run, Guan Yu absent-mindedly stroked his long beard. Since discovering that shampoo and conditioner could be used to groom his beard, he had made it a daily ritual to wash his beard, ensuring it remained smooth and well-kept, akin to having used fine hair products. "Fourth brother, you're going to deal with Yuan Shao, aren't you?" Guan Yu inquired, to which Peng Yuyan nodded affirmatively. Zhang Fei, with his boisterous demeanor, declared, "That one T do. I can't entrust you to Zilong and Eli alone. I'll go with you, along with second brother." Peng Yuyan shook his head. "There's no need for you both to trouble yourselves. You must oversee affairs within the camp that I'm going to eliminate Yuan Shao. Not to wage war in Jizhou, that a larger group would only draw unnecessary attention and make us a bigger target." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, each placing a hand on "What are you doing in broad daylight?" "My lord?" Li Lizzie shyly leaned her head against Peng Yuyan's chest and murmured, "Your lord is heading to Jizhou, and I specifically came to inform you," Peng Yuyan replied, gazing at Li Lizzie in his embrace. Upon hearing that Peng Yuyan was going to Jizhou, Li Lizzie immediately raised her head and exclaimed, "What? My lord is going to Jizhou for what purpose? Yuan Shao is in Jizhou. He sent Lu Bu to disrupt our wedding. I must ensure he is thoroughly defeated." Peng Yuyan spoke calmly. "Could you perhaps refrain from going?" Li Lizzie still worried for Peng Yuyan's safety. "Worried for me? Fear not. Your husband shall return safely." With that, Peng Yuyan planted a kiss on Li Lizzie. "How despicable!" "It's still daytime," Li Lizzie shyly murmured, her delicate feet playfully intertwining. "Your lord can hardly wait until nightfall," he declared, tossing Li Lizzie onto the bed before pouncing upon her an hour later. Peng Yuyan emerged from the bedroom, tidy and refreshed, carrying his belongings that he soon encountered Liu Bei, who was jogging toward him, holding up his robe to avoid tripping. "What is the rush, brother?" Liu Bei inquired. Peng Yuyan replied, "I am in a hurry, having neglected to take my leave formally. I beg for your forgiveness." Liu Bei, placing a hand on Peng Yuyan's shoulder, affectionately said, "Dear brother, the journey to Jizhou is long, and I have nothing to send you off with." As he spoke, Liu Bei produced a jade pendant from his sleeve, intricately carved with the character for Liu. "This is our family heirloom, a protective talisman that I bestow it upon you now. Wear it for your safe return." Liu Bei gently placed the pendant around Peng Yuyan's neck, leaving him profoundly touched. That it was evident that this jade piece was of considerable value and had some age to it, having been a constant companion to Liu Bei since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. It was clear that Liu Bei cherished this heirloom deeply, and today he gifted it to Peng Yuyan, showcasing his affection for his fourth brother. Whether it was due to Peng Yuyan's influence or the alternate world they inhabited. Since arriving in Shuzhou, Liu Bei had not displayed the petty nature often attributed to him, that he genuinely cared for his three brothers and treated the common folk of Shuzhou with kindness. "Brother, this is your family treasure. I cannot accept it." Peng Yuyan hastily attempted to remove the pendant. Liu Bei halted his actions, saying, "We, the four brothers, have sworn brotherhood. We are family, since it is a family heirloom. What is wrong with passing it on to my own brother? You have allowed me to reside in this grand city. How could a mere talisman be any trouble? Brother, I shall surely take Yuan Shao's head and return swiftly." Peng Yuyan vowed, "That I only wish for your safe return. I do not come back missing limbs, especially your third leg. How would you explain that to my sister-in-law?" Liu Bei jested, playfully reaching for Peng Yuyan's third leg. Peng Yuyan deftly evaded, chuckling, "Hee brother. Do not jest, and I shall take my leave. Shuzhou and the Nightless City will be in your capable hands. Rest assured, with me here, all shall be well." Liu Bei smiled. With that, Peng Yuan shouldered his pack and went to join Zhao Yun and Dian Wei. The three mounted their horses, carrying their belongings, and galloped away from the city of Shuzhou, heading straight for Jizhou. Along the way, they encountered workers repairing the roads, who greeted Peng Yuan, and he waved back from atop his horse. Meanwhile, in Shuzhou, the nightless city supermarket was bustling with business, with many customers purchasing copies of Journey to the West and furniture in a small tavern. A refined gentleman perused a book, savoring a sip of liquor. He exclaimed, "The new products from the newly appointed magistrate of Shuzhou are truly exceptional. This edition of Journey to the West is splendid. Moreover, the craftsmanship is exquisite, with uniformly sized text and clear layout, and it is a mere 301. The tavern owner chimed in, "Indeed, even the liquor you are drinking is produced by the Nightless City, sourced directly from our tavern." Upon hearing it was from the Nightless City, the gentleman savored it further, then remarked, "No wonder. The quality is undeniable. That I assume your tables and chairs are also from the Nightless City supermarket. They are quite comfortable. Indeed, it appears you are from out of town, under the governance of young Master Yunfei. The people of Shuzhou have ample food and clothing. The products from the Nightless City are all of exceptional quality. The future of Shuzhou is destined to flourish. You should consider relocating here to enjoy the prosperity," the tavern owner suggested. Just then, shouts echoed from outside. "Selling newspapers!" The first edition from the Nightless City newspaper. Both the gentleman and the tavern owner turned to see a middle-aged man with a satchel slung over his shoulder, waving a newspaper. "Good sir, what is this newspaper?" he inquired. "This is a publication from the Nightless City newspaper, containing news and interesting stories, as well as announcements and articles," the news vendor explained, handing him a copy to peruse. The gentleman took the newspaper, glancing through it briefly, and ran his fingers over its surface. "How much for this newspaper?" "I shall purchase 10, he declared. "Calm down. The contents are identical in each copy. We only release a new edition every 2 to 3 days, with different content in the next issue," the vendor clarified. Once the gentleman understood, he composed himself and said, "Then, I'll take one," that he handed over the money while receiving the paper. The vendor continued his calls as he moved along the street. The gentleman unfurled the newspaper to read, while the tavern owner leaned in to see. The paper contained various recent news items, such as the opening of the Nightless City Tavern, with dishes identical to those within the Nightless City, and reports on unusual cases encountered by the authorities, advising the populace to abide by the LAW. As they continued reading, they came across information regarding the recruitment of students for the Nightless City Medical Academy. Chapter 61. The shock in Yuan Shao's camp. Yuan Shao sat atop a platform, resting his forehead on his hand, his expression dark. That Liu Bu had just returned, embellishing his report on the situation in the Nightless City. Yuan Shao was not naive. He recognized the exaggeration in Liu Bu's account, yet he still believed that most of the responsibility lay with Peng Yuan. Originally, Yuan Shao had sent Liu Bu to investigate the Nightless City to facilitate its conquest. He had heard of the Nightless City's prosperity and had previously dispatched someone to procure a batch of goods, including watches, towels, and shampoo, which he enjoyed. He knew that the Nightless City offered far superior products compared to standard supermarkets. Thus, he entertained the notion of attacking Shuzhou. However, upon hearing Peng Yuan's declaration that he would take Yuan Shao's life within a month, Yuan Shao felt a wave of anxiety. He was well aware of Peng Yuan's martial prowess and feared Liu Bu's claims regarding Peng Yuan's instantaneous movement technique. Yuan Shao addressed those present. "What are your thoughts on this Peng Yuan affair?" So you stepped forward and advised, "My lord, there is no need for concern. We merely need to bolster our defenses." The claim made by Peng Yuan that he will take your life within a month is utterly absurd. Yet, having heard of his celestial prowess and his ability to traverse distances in an instant, even my son, the unparalleled Feng Xian, would find himself outmatched. Yuan Shao remained apprehensive that Liu Bu stepped forward to defend himself, stating, "Father, last time it was merely my carelessness, compounded by their home field advantage. However, should he dare to approach this time, I will ensure his annihilation." "Ha ha, indeed. What nonsense is this about being a celestial being? Can he truly soar through the heavens and evade the earth? It is but a trivial skill of instantaneous movement. One wonders where he acquired such sorcery. As long as we enhance the scrutiny of those entering the city and fortify the defenses of Jizhou, he shan't even breach the city gates. What use is his instantaneous movement then?" Suyu declared with audacious laughter. Yet he had proclaimed that he would take my life within a month. Yuan Shao articulated each word with deliberate caution, harboring a profound sense of crisis regarding Peng Yuyin. Even Jing Ke once vowed to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. Rest assured, my lord, should Peng Yuyin dare to set foot in Jizhou, I shall ensure he meets his demise here, Su Yu asserted confidently. Excellent. Su Yu, I entrust this matter entirely to you. My son Fengxian, you must cooperate fully with Su Yu. Yuan Shao's mood lightened considerably, as he commanded with delight. Yes, Su Yu and Elbu responded in unison. By the way, Fengxian, how fares the observation of Wuye City? Yuan Shao inquired. Father, I have surveyed Wuye City. Its walls are approximately 2 zhang high and exceedingly sturdy. Impervious to blade or sword, Elbu replied, eliciting cold sweat from those present. Fengxian, is it truly so formidable? You are not deceiving your father, are you? Yuan Shao asked with a hint of hope. Father, I swear. It is indeed so. Moreover, the interior of Wuye City. What of the interior? Is it particularly opulent? Yuan Shao pressed eagerly. Did I struggle to find the words to describe the interior? It is not merely luxurious. It is extraordinarily lavish. The windows and railings of the residences are crafted from the purest crystal. Their soldiers reside in what they term dormitory buildings, with windows made of glass, each floor approximately 1.5 zhang in height. And each building contains 24 stories. There are in total 24 such buildings. Elbu concluded, his words somewhat hesitant. What such towering edifices exist? How on earth did he achieve this? Yuan Shao exclaimed in astonishment. The assembly, merely listening, felt their spirits dampened by such overwhelming grandeur, something they could scarcely fathom. Fengxian, do share with your father what else you have encountered. Yuan Shao's voice quivered with anticipation. Elbu recounted his experiences in Wuye City to the gathering. And with each word, the attendees grew increasingly fearful of Peng Yuyin, a figure endowed with such formidable capabilities. After Elbu's account, Yuan Shao slumped onto his throne, struggling to articulate. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on Wuye City? Su Yu stepped forward once more, stating, My lord, the opulence of Wuye City bodes well for us. Upon hearing Su Yu's counsel, Yuan Shao straightened with excitement, asking, Oh, Su Yu, what leads you to this conclusion? Su Yu smiled. Given the splendor of Wuye City, when it becomes ours, we shall find great comfort within. Since Peng Yuyin is so audacious as to approach Jizhou, once we eliminate him here, we shall present his severed head to attack Shuzhou. The troops of Shuzhou, upon seeing Peng Yuyin's head, will surely experience a significant drop in morale, allowing us to seize Shuzhou with ease and take residence in Wuye City. Elbu added confidently. Indeed, I shall lead the charge. Yuan Shao, elated by Su Yu's analysis, proclaimed with glee, Ha, splendid. When I reside in Wuye City, all these treasures shall rightfully belong to me. Ha ha. Su Yu is indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 62. The Banquet of Hegemony. Peng Yuyin and his 2 companions rode slowly to within 3 kilometers of Jizhou, where Yuan Shao's scouts spotted them and hurried back to report. Upon receiving the news, Yuan Shao was delighted. Peng Yuyin explained that Yuan Shao had begun to feel conflicted, exclaiming, What a pity it would be to tear such fine paper. Fear not, leader Yuan, for there will be more splendid items to burn and send your way in the future. Peng Yuyin almost let slip a secret, hastily correcting himself. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao was overjoyed, yet he cautiously tore at the paper wrapping, striving to preserve its integrity. Upon unwrapping the package and opening the box, he discovered a type of incense that could be purchased cheaply online, designed to create a mesmerizing flow of smoke resembling cascading water when ignited and placed atop a ceramic hill. Yuan Shao first took out the ceramic hill, examining it with increasing delight. Peng Yuyin interjected, Leader Yuan, there is also a packet of incense and a lighter inside, intended for use with this hill. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao beckoned to General Yunfei, saying, Hurry, demonstrate it for me. Peng Yuyin stepped forward, igniting the incense with the lighter and placing it atop the miniature mountain. The smoke billowed forth from the base of the incense, gently flowing down the ceramic river, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. The assembled officials and generals widened their eyes in astonishment, having previously heard from Elbu about the wonders of the Nightless City. But only now, witnessing it firsthand, could they not help but be amazed. Yuan Shao, seeing the flowing sandalwood smoke, was even more elated, exclaiming, "This incense is splendid. The ethereal mist envelopes me, and the scent of sandalwood is intoxicating. Moreover, this lighter is far superior to a traditional fire starter. How many times can it be used?" Yuan Shao turned to Peng Yuyan. "Leader Yuan, once the lighter's fuel is exhausted, it will be finished, but it can be used many times." Peng Yuyan replied. Yuan Shao, filled with joy, grasped Peng Yuyan's hand, saying, "Ah, General Yunfei, you need not call me Leader Yuan anymore. That is a thing of the past. Just refer to me as Brother Benchu. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Yuan Shao glanced at the food laid out before Peng Yuyan and his companions, declaring, "Someone, quickly bring hot food for General Yunfei and his companions. Their meal has gone cold." Elbu, upon hearing this, intended to intervene, but Tian Feng stopped him, shaking his head. Reluctantly, Elbu retreated, grinding his teeth in frustration. Observing Yuan Shao's actions, Peng Yuyan deduced that the food must have been poisoned, having presented a gift. Yuan Shao was in high spirits and did not contemplate taking his life. Yuan Shao continued to smile at Peng Yuyan, saying, "General Yunfei, this misunderstanding must be resolved. No, I sent my son, Feng Xian, to the Nightless City solely to congratulate you on your marriage. However, you cannot harm my son, nor can you threaten my life. This is where you have erred." Yuan Shao spoke candidly, watching closely for Peng Yuyan's reaction. Peng Yuyan, displaying his acting prowess, responded with a puzzled expression. "Indeed, I did engage with General L, but I never claimed I would take Brother Benchu's life." Yuan Shao, noticing that Peng Yuyan exhibited no trace of panic, was filled with doubt, beginning to question if Elbu had perhaps spoken out of turn. Before Yuan Shao could voice his thoughts, Elbu stepped forward, shouting at Peng Yuyan, "Nonsense! I heard you say you would take my adoptive father's head within a month. All the soldiers accompanying me heard it too." Dian Wei slammed the table, retorting, "You are the one talking nonsense. At my lord's wedding, you lacked the sense to behave, and my lord merely dealt with you. When did he ever speak of harming Leader Yuan? You, with your baseless claims?" Peng Yuyan clearly stated he would take my adoptive father's life. Elbu began to falter in his speech. "Feng Xian, step back," Yuan Shao commanded angrily. "Yes," Elbu replied, feeling aggrieved as he stepped back. After reprimanding Elbu, Yuan Shao donned a smile once more, addressing Peng Yuyan. "It seems this is a misunderstanding. I will clarify this matter. Did you come to Jizhou solely to present me with gifts?" Peng Yuyan waved his hand, stating, "That is one reason. But there is another. Are you aware of the Nightless City supermarket, Leader Yuan?" Yuan Shao replied with a smile, "Of course. I use the towels, watches, and shampoo from your Nightless City supermarket. After using the shampoo, my hair is smooth and itch-free. Moreover, look, I purchased the luxury version of the watch." As he spoke, Yuan Shao rolled up his left sleeve to reveal the watch he wore. Peng Yuyan nodded, saying, "Recently, the Nightless City supermarket has released new products. Brother Benchu could send someone to check them out. I shall send someone to procure them shortly," Yuan Shao affirmed with a grin. "But what connection does your visit to Jizhou have with the Nightless City supermarket?" "I have come to Jizhou to establish a branch of the Nightless City supermarket," Peng Yuyan stated nonchalantly. "How splendid!" Yuan Shao exclaimed joyfully. "Bringing the Nightless City supermarket to Jizhou means I won't have to send people all the way to Shuzhou for purchases." Peng Yuyan embraced Yuan Shao, causing those nearby to ready their weapons. But Yuan Shao waved them down, indicating all was well. Peng Yuyan then declared, "Brother Benchu, I wish to collaborate with you on this venture, and we shall split the profits evenly." Yuan Shao, hearing this, was even more delighted. Seizing Peng Yuyan's hand and exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Yunfei is truly a person of deep sentiment, placing little value on wealth. I must have misunderstood you. This truly is unwarranted. I shall drink to that, with that." Yuan Shao lifted his cup and downed it in one go. "By the way, Brother Yunfei, does your wine feature in the supermarket?" Yuan Shao inquired. Peng Yuyan slapped his forehead, saying, "I completely forgot. It is only available at the tavern. I neglected to stock it in the supermarket at a tavern. You open a tavern as well?" Yuan Shao asked. "Yes, I have opened a tavern. Let us also establish a branch of the Nightless City Tavern in Jizhou. We shall again split the profits evenly," Peng Yuyan proposed. Without hesitation, Yuan Shao filled another cup and drank it down, his face aglow with joy. "Brother Yunfei, do you have a place to stay in Jizhou? If you do not mind, bring your 2 companions to stay at my residence for a few nights," Yuan Shao offered, patting his chest. Seeing Yuan Shao treating Peng Yuyin so well, El Bu felt a pang of discomfort. Su Yu, however, had a thought and smiled. "Very well. I shall impose upon you." Peng Yuyin graciously replied, "And no imposition at all. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Consider my home your own," Yuan Shao declared heartily. After the banquet, Peng Yuyin seized an opportunity to clarify the reason for their visit to Jizhou with Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, to avoid any inadvertent slip of the tongue, that he then instructed the two to engage in casual conversations, frequently speaking ill of El Bu while praising Yuan Shao, signaling any important matters discreetly. Upon arriving at Yuan Shao's residence, he arranged for the three to have the grandest and most luxurious guest room. While Yuan Shao retreated to the main hall to discuss Peng Yuyin's affairs with El Bu, and Su Yu, El Bu remarked, "Adoptive father." Peng Yuyin has indeed stated. Yuan Shao interrupted him. "Let us set that matter aside for now. Do you all believe Peng Yuyin's visit to Jizhou is sincere, or does he harbor ulterior motives?" Su Yu stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. Placing Peng Yuyin in your residence is indeed a masterstroke. Keeping him under our watchful eye. However, I suspect he may have ulterior motives. His actions today seem to be aimed at lowering your guard." Yuan Shao rested his head in thought, then ensure he is monitored around the clock. "If he intends to harm us, let him wait until he has established the supermarket and tavern before we act." "Understood," Su Yu replied. Thus, Su Yu arranged for personnel to surveil Peng Yuyin and his companions. As soon as his men arrived at the adjoining wall to listen in, they heard Dian Wei lamenting, "My lord, is El Bu not the worst? He even deceives his own adoptive father." Zhao Yun chimed in. "Indeed, my lord. It is a shame he possesses unparalleled martial skills, yet his character does not match his prowess." Peng Yuyin waved his hand, saying, "Enough of this. Let us not forget our purpose in Jizhou, to establish the supermarket and tavern. Brother Benchu has treated us exceedingly well. We must expedite the opening of both to ensure he has additional income that in the following days." Peng Yuyin and his companions busied themselves with the preparations for the supermarket and tavern, occasionally feigning praise for Yuan Shao while disparaging El Bu. All their discussions were reported back to Yuan Shao, who increasingly grew fond of Peng Yuyin while distancing himself from El Bu. Chapter 64. El Bu's Self-Destruction and Unjust Accusations. El Bu, realizing that Yuan Shao was gradually distancing himself, understood this was detrimental to his interests. One day, during a meal, he summoned several soldiers who had accompanied him to the nightless city. Upon seeing El Bu bring in so many people, Yuan Shao, fearing rebellion, slammed the table and shouted, "You wretched son! What do you intend to do?" El Bu, sensing Yuan Shao's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "Adoptive father, you are mistaken. These are the soldiers who accompanied me to the nightless city." Yuan Shao confirmed with a glance that indeed, they were the same individuals. Peng Yuyin realized that El Bu intended to confront him. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, he perceived El Bu's actions as a path to self-destruction. Yuan Shao remarked, "I am dining with Brother Yunfei. Why have you summoned these men here? Hasten to expel these individuals." El Bu clasped his fists and explained, "Father, I must demonstrate to you that all I have stated is indeed the truth. These soldiers are the witnesses." Turning to the soldiers behind him, El Bu exchanged a knowing glance, prompting them to speak in unison. "Indeed, my lord. It was Peng Yin who publicly declared his intent to take your life. My lord, we all heard it with our own ears." Yuan Shao, witnessing their earnestness, found their incessant chatter somewhat irksome and waved his hand for silence, retreating into contemplation. Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, observing the situation, prepared themselves for battle. Seeing Yuan Shao in such a state, Peng Yuyin spoke up. "Brother Benchu, what troubles your mind? I am pondering whether they have spoken falsely." Yuan Shao instinctively replied, only to realize his misstep, but he quickly corrected himself. "Of course, I harbor no doubts regarding your words, Yunfei. It is merely, I am somewhat disoriented at present." Peng Yuyin placed both hands firmly on Yuan Shao's shoulders, startling him into looking at Peng Yuyin. With a booming voice, Peng Yuyin declared, "Brother Benchu, what ails you? We are brothers. Brothers by different fathers and mothers. I even address you as elder brother. Speak to your younger brother about any troubles, and he shall assist you." At this display, Yuan Shao nodded slightly, receiving his affirmation. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Peng Yuyin. In the blink of an eye, he approached one of the soldiers and seized him by the throat. Previously, Peng Yuyin had discovered that even while silently reciting the time-stopping incantation, he could halt time for 5 seconds, allowing him to approach the soldier undetected. Although El Bu had witnessed Peng Yuyin's ability to stop time, encountering it once more left him with a sense of trepidation, instinctively causing him to step back. This was also Yuan Shao's first encounter with Peng Yuyin's time-stopping ability, filling him with fear tempered by an inexplicable trust. Peng Yuyin tightened his grip on the soldier's throat, exhaling heated breaths as he demanded, "Did you truly hear me declare my intent to kill Brother Benchu?" "Why, yes, no. It is true," the soldier stammered, visibly intimidated by Peng Yuyin's sudden appearance and fierce demeanor. Peng Yuyin thundered, "Is it or is it not? Speak clearly." The soldier trembled, momentarily rendered speechless by fear. Yuan Shao, observing from the side, inquired nonchalantly, "What is your name?" "Why, yes, my lord. I am Su Cheng," the soldier managed to utter with great difficulty. With a sardonic smile, Peng Yuyin replied, "Ah, Su Cheng, as long as you speak the truth, Brother Benchu will certainly advocate for you and your family. Speak. Were you coerced into saying this, or is there veracity to the matter?" Peng Yuyin then softened his tone, saying, "Be careful not to err, Su Cheng." Leaning closer to the soldier named Su Cheng, only he could perceive the threat etched upon Peng Yuyin's face. Su Cheng, trembling, knelt on the ground, his eyes wide and fixed upon the floor. After a moment, he prostrated himself before Yuan Shao, exclaiming, "My lord, spare me. It was General L who coerced me to say this. It was General L who threatened me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao's face contorted with rage as he glared at El Bu, who in turn angrily kicked Su Cheng to the ground. Seizing a blade from a guard, El Bu fell silent, for he understood that no matter what he said, Yuan Shao would not believe him. Observing El Bu's silence, Yuan Shao shook his head and commanded, "Bring forth El Bu and secure him under strict watch." Once El Bu was imprisoned, although his freedom was curtailed, he was still treated well with ample food and drink. That on the 3rd morning of his confinement, Su Yu arrived at El Bu's cell, bearing fine wine and sumptuous meat. "Feng Xian," Su Yu called out to El Bu, who, having been reclining, instantly sat up upon hearing Su Yu's voice, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Brother Xin. Have you come to visit me with such delightful provisions?" Su Yu placed the offerings before El Bu and stated, "Feng Xian, I believe in you. Presently, our Lord has been blinded by the deceit of Peng Yuyin. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him swiftly." "What wisdom do you possess, Xiong?" El Bu inquired. "Naturally, I have a plan," Su Yu replied with confidence. "Though, pray, share it with me." El Bu urged eagerly, "It is quite simple. We need not employ any elaborate strategies. Under the cover of night, we shall use a sedative to incapacitate Peng Yuyin and his companions." Then Su Yu gestured with his hand as if to slice a throat. "Is it truly that straightforward?" El Bu asked, puzzled. "Indeed it is. Peng Yuyin is surely relying on his perceived value to our Lord for profit, believing he is beyond retribution. Now is the moment he will let down his guard. Often, the simplest methods yield the most effective results." Su Yu explained calmly, "Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. Yet if we eliminate Peng Yuyin tonight, will my adoptive father not hold me accountable?" El Bu expressed his concern. Su Yu chuckled, "Certainly, our Lord will be displeased. However, once his anger subsides, he shall not hold it against you. You are a treasure to him, and he would not act harshly towards you." "How can you be so certain, Zhu?" El Bu continued to voice his worries. "Because today our Lord has instructed me to release you. Consider it. You have committed such a grave offense. Yet after merely 2 days, you were set free. Thus, eliminating Peng Yuyin will likely result in only a week of confinement at most. And then all will be well." "Ha ha," Su Yu laughed heartily. Filled with joy, El Bu poured 2 bowls of wine, raising one in toast to Su Yu, declaring, "Xian, I toast to you." That evening, while Peng Yuyin was in a deep slumber, he was abruptly roused by a system notification. "New task. Escape from Yuan Shao's manor. Task details. Leave Yuan Shao's manor. Time limit, 10 minutes. Task reward, mastery of stealth and assassination skills." Awakened by the system's voice, Peng Yuyin was puzzled as to why such a task would be issued at such an hour. In days, he stumbled out of Yuan Shao's manor and onto the street. Shortly thereafter, the system announced, "Task complete. Escape from Yuan Shao's manor. Reward, mastery of stealth and assassination skills." Curse system, Peng Yuyin muttered, irritated that he was disturbed in the middle of the night for such a trivial task. He then grumbled as he made his way to the restroom, pinching his nose as he began to relieve himself. Afterward, he slowly returned to his guest room, prepared to resume his slumber, only to discover that Zhao Yun and Dian Wei were missing. Approaching their beds, he felt the warmth of their blankets, indicating they had only recently departed. As he searched, Peng Yin stumbled upon a note that read, "Your two fierce generals have been captured by me. If you wish to see them alive, come alone to the cloth factory, 2 miles north of Yuan's manor. Do not inform anyone of this matter, or else." Upon reading the note, Peng Yin realized that trouble had befallen him, and he silently thanked the system for allowing him to evade a calamity. Just as Su Yu had indicated, Peng Yin had relied on his financial contributions to Yuan Shao, believing himself safe. Yet he now recognized his miscalculation. Stowing the notes safely in his pocket, he hastened directly to the cloth factory. Meanwhile, Elbu questioned Su Yu, "Xing, why must we use these two as hostages to compel Peng Yin to come to us?" Rather than awaiting his return to confront him together, Elbu's singular focus was on Peng Yin's demise, indifferent to the morality of his tactics. After all, it was Peng Yin who had initially employed underhanded methods to frame him. He was merely returning the favor. Su Yu replied thoughtfully, "If we were to do so, the uproar would be too great and would surely alert our lord. Additionally, given Peng Yin's swift movements, we might not be his match in combat." Elbu nodded, acknowledging Su Yu's foresight as he had implemented 2 layers of insurance, strategically positioning their forces in advance. Su Yu smiled. "Naturally, one must consider all possible scenarios. Should we eliminate these 2? Elbu asked, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he pointed at Dian Wei and Zhao Yun. "That would be unwise. These hostages are essential to prevent Peng Yin from utilizing his extraordinary speed." Su Yu replied coolly that Elbu expressed admiration. "Your foresight is commendable, Su Yu, that I am impressed." The cloth factory was heavily fortified, with a total of 3,000 guards stationed. Every potential entry point was patrolled by multiple squads, each consisting of 15 men. Elbu and Su Yu observed the situation from atop the factory while keeping a watchful eye on Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, who were bound tightly and gagged. As Peng Yin approached the cloth factory, the system prompted him with a new task. Infiltrate the cloth factory. Task details: successfully infiltrate the cloth factory. Task reward: ability to mimic any voice. Upon accepting the task, Peng Yin exchanged resources for a bow and arrow, aiming at Elbu, who was conversing with Su Yu atop the watchtower. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided against making a move, realizing it would be wiser not to stir alarm. Regardless of whether he succeeded in striking Elbu, it would be disastrous if the remaining guards executed his captives. Peng Yin retreated to a distance from the factory. Finding a tall tree to climb, he exchanged more resources for a telescope, a pair of hidden blades, and various other assassin's tools, donning a cloak suitable for nocturnal operations. From his elevated position, Peng Yin scrutinized the factory's layout and troop distribution, formulating a plan for infiltration. Upon reaching the eastern wall of the factory, he utilized his time-stopping ability. From his earlier observations, he noted several thick patches of grass beneath the eastern wall, ideal for concealment. Though the area was also the most heavily patrolled. Every minute or so, a patrol would pass, leaving little opportunity for movement. Nonetheless, Peng Yin devised a solution in the span of 5 seconds during his time stop. He scaled the wall and safely crouched in the tall grass without attracting any attention. Just then, a patrol passed by, led by a commander who announced, "All right, Mr. Su has instructed that each squad must inspect these patches of grass." "Follow me." One squad member grumbled. "Why didn't we clear these grass patches beforehand? What a hassle." The commander smacked the complainant on the head, retorting, "What do you know? We had no time for such tasks upon our arrival. We began fortifying immediately. To clear all this grass would take at least 40 to 50 minutes. Mr. Su has made it clear we lack that luxury. With security so tight here, not even a fly could enter. How could anyone possibly infiltrate?" The disgruntled squad member continued to grumble. "Stop complaining and get to checking. Just poke the spear in a few times to show we did our job," the commander ordered. Thus, the entire squad advanced towards the grass where Peng Yin lay concealed. The commander prodded the grass with his spear, finding it unoccupied, and prepared to inspect the next patch. However, as he turned to check another area, he heard a sound of someone collapsing. The commander quickly turned back, nearly colliding with the hidden blade that Peng Yuyin had extended from his sleeve, blood dripping from its edge. Reacting swiftly, the commander leaned back. And Peng Yuyin pressed the blade against his throat, signaling for silence with a finger to his lips. Understanding the situation, the commander dropped his weapon and nodded in trembling acquiescence. Peng Yuyin then instructed him to help dispose of the bodies before the next patrol arrived, while also exchanging attire and armor with one of the deceased. Using his time-stop ability a few more times to expedite the process, the system notified him of task completion. Task complete. Infiltrate the cloth factory. Reward, ability to mimic any voice. After claiming his reward, Peng Yuyin turned to the commander, walking alongside him as he inquired, "Now, tell me about the troop placements here." The commander, voice quaking, stammered, "Our reporting, General Peng. We have a total of..." Peng Yuyin waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me the trivialities. Tell me about the situation inside the factory, where my two brothers are, and how your squad conducts its patrols that I in response to General Peng." "Our patrol team operates on a shift basis, requiring a 15-minute respite in the lounge after each round of patrol. That Mr. Su asserts that this is to ensure we are well-rested and ready to confront you. Each team, upon completing a round without issues, is to tug the rope in the lounge, signaling that no anomalies were detected. This rope leads to Generals L and Su. Every window and the shadows by the large doors inside the fabric factory are under constant scrutiny. And should anything intrude, it will be met with immediate gunfire. Additionally, Mr. Su has mandated that upon encountering you, General Peng, we must report the situation with a loud shout. Your two brothers are on the rooftop." Alongside Mr. Su and General L, that the leader spoke as he walked, relaying the information accurately. Peng Yuyin nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" In response, the leader stated, "I am Song Yong. Take me to the lounge." Peng Yuyin instructed indifferently. As they arrived at the lounge entrance, Peng Yuyin and Song Yong entered, whereupon Song Yong addressed the other three patrol teams resting inside. Shift change, it's our time to rest." One of the leaders from another patrol, awakening from a nap, yawned and remarked, "With such a tight defense, how could Peng Yuyin possibly dare to come?" Song Yong pondered. "Not only does he dare to come, but he stands right before you. Let us go. It's time for patrol." Another leader instructed his team that he then turned to Peng Yuyin and Song Yong, asking, "Where are the rest of your team?" Having prepared an excuse, Song Yong replied, "They were chatting while patrolling, and in the midst of their conversation, they decided to compete in size, insisting on a group of over 10 to head to the restroom together. They'll be back shortly." The leader of the other team chuckled, clearly convinced by this explanation, and said with a grin, "They'll surely feel inferior upon seeing me." After saying this, he led his team out. Just then, Peng Yuyin was counting the numbers, noting that there were precisely 45 individuals, 3 teams in total, that he promptly activated time stop. During this halted moment, Peng Yuyin swiftly threw forth 45 small throwing knives, every blade freezing mere inches from each person's brow. When he released the time stop, the knives simultaneously pierced the foreheads of each individual, and the 3 teams fell without even a whimper, all perishing instantly. Chapter 67. Elbu challenges Peng. Song Yong stood in stunned silence, gazing at this spectacle with eyes filled with an indescribable fear akin to witnessing a demon. Peng Yuyin tapped Song Yong on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. "What are you waiting for? Go pull the rope," Peng Yuyin urged. With a look of defeat, Song Yong hurried to tug the rope before returning to Peng Yuyin's side. "In 3 minutes, pull the rope with all your might to draw the attention of Su Yu and Elbu," Peng Yuyin instructed. "And you?" Song Yong asked, "Do not concern yourself with me. Just complete this task. Once you do, act according to the situation, and I assure you, your safety will be guaranteed." Peng Yuyin replied, "Do you truly trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might inform General L and Mr. Su? Do you have any other options? If Elbu and Su Yu discover that you aided me, do you think they would forgive you?" Peng Yuyin countered. With a resigned sigh, Song Yong responded, "All right, I promise to fulfill the task assigned by General Yunfei." After this, Peng Yuyin made his way to the center of the factory, gradually approaching a window to initiate time stop once more. During this frozen moment, he leaped inside, swiftly dispatching 2 soldiers lurking in the shadows. Continuously activating time stop, he cleared out the soldiers on the first floor. Meanwhile, Song Yong glanced at his watch. 3 minutes had passed, prompting him to frantically tug at the rope, seeing the rope's erratic movements. Su Yu exclaimed, "This is bad. Something has gone awry." Quickly, to the lounge. Su Yu and El Bu left 100 men to guard Dian Wei and Zhao Yun, then descended to the first floor. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of carnage, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood that El Bu, witnessing the aftermath, roared, "How on earth did he get in here?" Su Yu, spotting the corpses strewn about, warily scanned the surroundings, fearing that Peng Yuyin might emerge from any corner. However, at that moment, Peng Yuyin had already scaled the outer wall to the rooftop, arriving at the location where Zhao Yun and Dian Wei were held captive. Upon seeing Peng Yuyin come to their rescue, Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, their mouths gagged with ragged cloth, began to cry out. The 100 guards assigned to them noticed Peng Yuyin and rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Peng Yuyin, akin to the Grim Reaper, wielded the side-shaped Qinji staff extracted from his system space, mercilessly reaping the lives of the guards. Hearing the commotion from the rooftop, Su Yu shouted, "This is a diversion. Feng Xian, we must return." As Peng Yuyin surged toward Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, a halberd suddenly obstructed his path. It was El Bu and Su Yu who had arrived, having reached the stairway before Peng Yuyin due to their proximity. El Bu glared fiercely at Peng Yuyin, declaring, "Peng, I challenge you to a duel." Peng Yuyin scoffed dismissively. "You overestimate your abilities." That El Bu then thrust the halberd against Zhao Yun's throat. Warning: during the duel, you are prohibited from using your instantaneous movement technique. Otherwise, their lives will be forfeit. Once again, Peng Yuyin laughed derisively. "You truly underestimate yourself." That I in a fit of rage, El Bu swung the halberd towards Peng Yuyin, who adeptly blocked with the scythe form of his Qinji staff. Peng Yuyin deflected the halberd, attacking El Bu with a downward slice. That El Bu hastily brought the halberd to bear, but lacking experience against such a weapon, he found himself at a disadvantage. As El Bu positioned the halberd horizontally, he soon realized it would not suffice. As the scythe's blade still threatened to pierce his skull, he quickly shifted his body back and pushed the halberd forward just enough to narrowly evade the scythe's blade. At that moment, the Qinji staff hooked onto the halberd, and Peng Yuyin seized the opportunity to pull back, attempting to wrest the weapon away from El Bu. Unyielding, El Bu resisted, straining to retain grip on his weapon. Suddenly, Peng Yuyin thrust forward with renewed force. The scythe's dual-edged blade met El Bu's chest, tearing through his armor. Although El Bu was not injured, his armor was compromised, necessitating a more cautious approach in the ensuing battle. As the conflict raged on, El Bu found himself increasingly beleaguered under the relentless assault of Peng Yuyin's scythe. This was to be expected, akin to playing a game against a new hero. Even a seasoned player must grapple with the unfamiliarity of a fresh challenge. With each clash, El Bu's doubts intensified. Could it be that even without his instantaneous movement technique, he was no match for Peng Yuyin? Should Peng Yuyin be aware of El Bu's thoughts, he would surely mock him. After all, he had recently acquired the power of the king of Western Shu. How could El Bu hope to rival that? The two battled for over 150 exchanges, during which Su Yu dispatched several reinforcements to assist El Bu, only to see each one fall, with some even succumbing to El Bu's own halberd. Thus, Su Yu refrained from sending further assistance, recognizing that sending ordinary soldiers into such a divine confrontation was tantamount to sacrificing them. As Peng Yuyin sensed the tempo of El Bu's attacks slowing, he seized a moment to hurl a throwing knife toward the ropes binding Dian Wei. The ropes severed, granting Dian Wei his freedom. Instantly, Dian Wei sprang into action, delivering a devastating blow to a nearby guard, who fell lifeless to the ground. Dian Wei sought to draw his weapon and cut Zhao Yun free, but more guards, following Su Yu's orders, charged towards him. Left with no choice, Dian Wei engaged, utilizing the corpses of the fallen guards as makeshift weapons, swinging them to fend off the approaching threat. Realizing that the situation was untenable, Su Yu drew his sword and pressed it against Zhao Yun's neck, loudly demanding, "Peng Yuyin, drop your weapons." Both Dian Wei and Peng Yuyin turned their attention to Su Yu, who was threatening Zhao Yun's life. Zhao Yun glared at Su Yu, filled with rage, but was powerless to act. Witnessing this, Dian Wei immediately relinquished his weapon, prompting the guards to seize him. Yet Peng Yuyin remained locked in battle with El Bu. Showing no intention of disarming, Su Yu shouted once more, "Peng Yuyin, surrender your weapon. Otherwise, his life is forfeit." Peng Yuyin retorted, "Look how ferociously El Bu fights. How could I possibly disarm?" Su Yu then turned to El Bu, commanding, "Feng Xian." El Bu, unwilling to concede, huffed in defiance, but ultimately stood alongside Su Yu, demanding, "Surrender your weapons." However, Peng Yuyin did not relinquish the Qinji staff that he gestured uniquely with his left hand towards Zhao Yun. A gesture that Zhao Yun recognized, signifying affirmation and assurance. Zhao Yun understood that Peng Yuyin's gesture was intended to instill faith in him, but he nodded gently in response, prompting Peng Yuyin to slowly advance towards Elbu and Su Yu. Staff in hand. Chapter 68. The useless fist. Upon witnessing that Peng Yuyin had not set down his weapon, but was instead approaching him, Su Yu began to panic, shouting, "Peng Yuyin, if you take another step forward, his life is forfeit." Peng Yuyin calmly replied, "Currently, only Zilong poses a threat to me. Should you kill him, there will be no one left to pose a danger to me that if you release him now and surrender. I assure you, I will spare your life." That in a stunning reversal, the tables had turned. What was once Su Yu's threat against Peng Yuyin had transformed into Peng Yuyin's threat against Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at Dian Wei and prepared to place the blade against Dian Wei's neck, hoping to intimidate Peng Yuyin. Yet, Dian Wei discerned Su Yu's intent, exerting his strength to break free from the grasp of the burly men holding him. Choosing to trust in Peng Yuyin's ability to save Zhao Yun, Dian Wei began to hurl the guards restraining him down the stairs one by one, without a backward glance, seeing the situation deteriorate. Elbu intended to rush forward to intercept Peng Yuyin, but Peng Yuyin was already Guan Yu. After pondering for a moment, remarked, "Elder brother, I too believe it would be prudent to first bring the Han Emperor here and ensure his comfort. We can discuss matters further upon the return of the fourth brother. Given his disposition, he will surely not take offense." Moreover, prior to his departure, the fourth brother clearly stated that all affairs of the Nightless City and the entirety of Shuzhou were to be entrusted to you, elder brother. Therefore, let us not linger in hesitation. Let us resolve this matter and allow me and the third brother to fetch the Han Emperor. Very well, it shall be as you say, that I shall rely on the two of you. Liu Bei sighed. Not at all a burden. Now, elder brother, we shall prepare to depart, Guan Yu declared. Meanwhile, in Jizhou, Yuan Shao sat atop the dais, his expression darkened. At that moment, a soldier approached with a report. "My lord, we have located General Peng and his companions. They are resting at an inn in close proximity to the Nightless City Tavern, which is currently under renovation." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that as long as they had not departed, all would be well. "You may leave," he instructed. "Yes, my lord." He then turned to his advisors. "Esteemed talents, what do you propose regarding my negotiations with Brother Yunfei?" Tian Feng interjected. "This oversight indeed falls upon us that I suggest that the Lord personally extend an apology to General Peng and offer him some incentives to win him over." Yuan Shao nodded. Sighing, "It appears that we have no other choice. But who shall I send to invite General Peng?" "I am willing to take on this task," Tian Feng replied. "Very well, it shall be a labor of love," Yuan Shao remarked, rubbing his forehead. Meanwhile, within the confines of the inn, the three individuals had risen. Dian Wei inquired of Peng Yuyin, "What shall we do next?" "We await Yuan Shao's invitation," Peng Yuyin replied. "But we have severely injured his general, Elbu, and killed his advisor. How could he possibly extend an invitation to us?" Zhao Yun questioned, perplexed. With a smile, Peng Yuyin responded, "Though Yuan Shao may be foolish, he is not devoid of reason. This incident was orchestrated by Elbu and Su Yu without his knowledge. Thus, he will not hold us accountable. Furthermore, he still requires my assistance in generating revenue." Zhao Yun and Dian Wei nodded, seemingly comprehending. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Zilong, investigate Elbu's current whereabouts. But remember to remain undetected. Evil One, you shall oversee the staffing issues at the supermarket and tavern." "Understood." Both Zhao Yun and Dian Wei affirmed. As they each embarked on their respective tasks, Peng Yuyin reclined upon the inn's bed, nonchalantly humming a tune. Before long, the sounds of conversation drifted from outside the door. As the innkeeper spoke, "This is the room. The guest is inside." "Very well. You may attend to your business. I shall approach him myself," came the reply. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door, heralding the arrival of Tian Feng as the envoy, General Yunfei within. Tian Feng inquired cautiously. Feigning anger, Peng Yuyin retorted, "No, begone. General Yunfei, last night's incident was indeed our fault. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The Lord has prepared a banquet in your honor," Tian Feng implored politely. Upon hearing Tian Feng's words, the door was thrust open with great force, Peng Yuyin, refusing to meet Tian Feng's gaze. Bellowed, a banquet, a feast at Hongmen. Get out. If you do not leave, I shall take your life. General Yunfei, our lord is genuinely remorseful and wishes for you to attend the banquet. Tian Feng maintained his courteous demeanor. To hell with your banquet. I was sleeping soundly last night, only to awaken in the middle of the night to relieve myself. And upon my return, I found my two brothers missing. Had I not arisen, I too would have been captured. If I had fallen into the hands of Elbu and Su Yu, I would be dead by now. Peng Yuyin fumed. Brother Yunfei, I assure you, Tian Feng began, but was abruptly interrupted by Peng Yuyin. Did I tell you this? Were you not conspiring to have me assassinate Yuan Shao within a month? Very well. I shall do so. You may return and inform Yuan Shao that within a week, if I have not killed him, I will take my own life. When that time comes, you may come to collect my remains at the city walls. Though it was all a performance, Peng Yuyin spoke with such fervor that he struggled to catch his breath. Tian Feng stepped forward, soothing Peng Yuyin's chest, and humbly said, General Yunfei, why must you be so enraged? I swear before the heavens that my lord was entirely unaware of last night's events, that Elbu and Su Yu acted without his knowledge. And as a consequence, Elbu has been punished with a year of confinement and a 3-year salary deduction. After listening to Tian Feng, Peng Yuyin turned to face him, seemingly calming down. Did I recognize you? You are Tian Feng, correct? He queried. Indeed, that is I. Tian Feng affirmed that I have heard that Tian Feng under Yuan Shao's command is a man of integrity. Since you have sworn an oath, I shall trust in your character. Peng Yuyin replied slowly. Thank you for your trust, General Yunfei. Tian Feng bowed respectfully. Looking at his watch, Peng Yuyin said, It is currently 1:30 in the afternoon, that I shall forego the luncheon and return for the evening banquet instead. You should return early to report. Very well, General Yunfei. I shall take my leave. Tian Feng responded. Author's note. Chapter 70. Yuan Shao attempts to placate Peng Yuyin upon returning to Yuan Shao. Tian Feng recounted his conversation with Peng Yuyin. Hearing Tian Feng's report, Yuan Shao slammed his fist onto the table in anger, exclaiming, How outrageous! Though this matter was indeed my oversight, how can he dare speak of taking my life? Once Yuan Shao had calmed slightly, Tian Feng spoke. My lord, it is entirely normal for General Yunfei to react in such a manner. Were he to remain unperturbed, that would be the true anomaly. Raising his gaze to Tian Feng, Yuan Shao inquired, Oh, what do you mean by that? Your Excellency, General Yunfei, arrived in Jizhou bearing gifts, intending to share profits from the tavern and supermarket. Such sincerity would surely please you. Yet he was met with an assassination attempt by your own men. Were you in his position, you too would likely be enraged, Tian Feng articulated respectfully. Yuan Shao nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, upon reflection, I realize I have placed Brother Yunfei in a difficult position. Dispatch a message. Tonight, let us feast and entertain Brother Yunfei with the finest food and drink, Yuan Shao commanded. Peng Yuyin glanced at his watch. Several hours remained, so he decided to indulge in a brief nap, reveling in the comfort. After nearly 2 hours of slumber, Zhao Yun returned. Elder brother awakened, he urged, nudging the slumbering Peng Yuyin. Zilong has returned. What did you discover? Peng Yuyin mumbled, still drowsy, that Elbu has been placed under house arrest. Zhao Yun reported that I am aware of that. Tian Feng informed me that you know where he is confined. Peng Yuyin asked, burying his head in the covers, that I have ascertained that Elbu is being held in the second room of the rear courtyard of Yuan Shao's residence, recuperating from his injuries. His recovery will take approximately a month. Zhao Yun explained that it is nearly November. A month more? I had hoped to return to the Nightless City in time for the Spring Festival. Peng Yuyin lamented, burying his head deeper into the bedding. Elder brother, what is the Spring Festival? Zhao Yun inquired, puzzled. The Spring Festival Gala, abbreviated Astruan, is an event I plan to host annually in the Nightless City. It will feature performances and entertainment. Next year will mark our first New Year celebration in the Nightless City, as well as its inaugural Spring Festival Gala, so I wish to make it exceptional. Peng Yuyin elaborated, I see that it sounds like the Spring Festival Gala will be a lively affair. Zhao Yun mused, resting his chin on his hand. Indeed, it shall be a grand celebration. I will open the Nightless City to the citizens of Shuzhou, so they may partake in the festivities. Peng Yuyin declared. Elder brother, your words only heighten my anticipation for the Spring Festival. Zhao Yun responded eagerly. That is why I wish to return promptly, but El Bu insists on a month for his recovery. It is truly vexing. How fragile can he be? Furthermore, I have no desire to assist in his healing personally, so I must simply wait. Peng Yuyin complained to be by the way. Elder brother, I was curious as to why we must wait for El Bu to recover before taking action. Zhao Yun queried that I had devised a plan that will serve two purposes. Peng Yuyin whispered conspiratorially to Zhao Yun. Listen closely. Subsequently, Peng Yuyin instructed Zhao Yun to join Dian Wei in recruiting personnel for the supermarket and tavern, while he himself would attend Yuan Shao's evening banquet. Initially, Zhao Yun and Dian Wei insisted on accompanying him, expressing concern for his safety. However, Peng Yuyin employed his time-stopping ability once more in their presence, stating, "You two are my saviors. Why worry for my safety?" This left the two men speechless, and thus, Peng Yuyin set off to the banquet alone. Upon arriving at Yuan Shao's residence, Peng Yuyin did not even spare a glance at the guards but strode right in. The guards, intending to stop him, hesitated upon recognizing his face. They dared not impede this harbinger of calamity. Yuan Shao, upon seeing Peng Yuyin's arrival, approached with a smile, taking his arm. "Brother Yunfei, you have come. Ah, it is all a misunderstanding. Today we shall indulge in merriment and drink, leaving the past behind. That ha ha ha." Peng Yuyin still wore an unwelcoming expression, and if one were to act, they ought to do so convincingly. Yuan Shao, upon encountering Peng Yuyin's apparent lack of courtesy, did not take offense. Rather, he sought to placate him first before proceeding with any business. My dear brother, I must apologize for the oversight regarding the matters of Feng Xian and Ziyuan. I am grateful to you for teaching them a lesson, which should serve to remind Feng Xian and Ziyuan alike, Yuan Shao said, his tone soothing. With a broad grin, Yuan Shao poured 2 cups of wine and approached Peng Yuyin, one of the cups being the exquisite glass goblet gifted to him by Peng Yuyin. "Behold, this is the beautiful glass goblet you presented to me before the gates of Hulao Pass. I cherish it dearly and bring it out for esteemed guests," he remarked. Seeing Yuan Shao's humble demeanor, Peng Yuyin relaxed slightly and replied, "Brother Benchu, let us not dwell on last night's events, that I merely hope you will pay closer attention to your subordinates in the future. I would not wish to find myself unexpectedly harmed by one of my own." "That of course," Yuan Shao replied, eager to appease him. During this banquet, Peng Yuyin agreed to share half the profits with Yuan Shao, emphasizing that this profit would belong solely to him. Yuan Shao accepted with a smile. Peng Yuyin also took the opportunity to instruct Yuan Shao on how to roll the dice and gifted him several sets of dice and cups, leading to a jovial atmosphere throughout the evening. The festivities concluded and the clock struck midnight. Peng Yuyin exited Yuan Shao's residence and found Zhao Yun and Dian Wei standing like stone statues at the entrance, awaiting his return. Peng Yuyin chuckled inwardly, thinking how these two were overly concerned. The following morning, Zhao Yun and Dian Wei led over 100 staff members, both men and women, to meet with Peng Yuyin. These individuals, hailing from restaurants or supermarkets, required his personal training, allowing them to meet their esteemed boss. Upon Peng Yuyin's arrival, all present, regardless of gender, shared a singular thought. What a handsome man! Some of the more flamboyant women even threw flirtatious glances in his direction. Though Dian Wei, the epitome of masculinity, swiftly intervened, silencing their advances with a stern look, the alluring women rolled their eyes in unison at Dian Wei's interruption. Peng Yuyin surveyed the group, pleased to see that they all met his standards of appearance. He had instructed Zhao Yun and Dian Wei to recruit individuals who were either attractive or appeared amiable and honest. They adhered to this directive, gathering a mix of youthful and charming faces alongside older, healthy-looking individuals with kind expressions. In the subsequent days, Peng Yuyin successfully trained this group while simultaneously receiving the goods transported from Shuzhou. Thus, the grand opening of the Nightless City Supermarket, Jizhou Branch and Nightless City Restaurant, Jizhou Branch commenced. On the opening day, Yuan Shao participated in the ceremony alongside Peng Yuyin, his face adorned with an exuberant smile, dressed in a vibrant red robe as if celebrating a wedding, creating a festive atmosphere. Peng Yuyin selected a manager and an assistant manager from the employees of both the supermarket and restaurant to oversee operations and report back to the main branch in Shuzhou. The profit distribution was arranged as follows. Yuan Shao would receive 40, Peng Yuyin 40, 10 would be allocated for the management team, and the remaining 10 would be used to support the needy. Although Yuan Shao initially felt uneasy about the diminished profit share, Tian Feng reassured him that this was a windfall, as they contributed neither capital nor labor, given the current booming business of the supermarket and restaurant. A 40 share was indeed substantial. After Yuan Shao personally assessed the flourishing business of both establishments, his spirits lifted considerably. A month later, Peng Yuyin requested Yuan Shao to send someone to collect the profits from that month. Initially, Peng Yuyin intended for the distribution to occur at year-end. However, upon reflection, he realized Yuan Shao's time was limited, and thus he decided to allow Yuan Shao to enjoy this share of dividends before his passing. He mused on whether these profits could be converted into ghostly currency and what the exchange rate might be. Upon receiving the dividend of 600,000 taels, Yuan Shao was overjoyed and promptly allocated 400,000 taels to recruit soldiers and expand his forces. El Bu, having been released from house arrest, was recuperating from his injuries. Yuan Shao resolved to host another grand banquet that evening to celebrate the first round of dividends, inviting Peng Yuyin to join and intending for El Bu to apologize to him during the feast. As El Bu packed his belongings in the courtyard, a servant approached him, announcing, "General El, the master summons you." El Bu nodded and followed the servant to Yuan Shao's chamber. The bed curtains were drawn, obscuring Yuan Shao's face, but El Bu could discern his bulky form beneath the covers. Kneeling respectfully, he said, "Father, you called for me?" Yuan Shao yawned, his voice laced with fatigue. "I was preoccupied with thoughts of the supermarket and restaurant dividends last night. Unable to sleep, and have only just caught up on some rest. Feng Xian," he continued, "I would like you to apologize to Peng Yuyin during the banquet. Do you have any objections? Your decision is my command." "Father," El Bu replied earnestly. "Haha, I know you harbor some discontent, which is precisely why I am instructing you to eliminate Peng Yuyin tonight." Yuan Shao's voice took on a menacing tone. "Father, why would you wish to kill Peng Yuyin?" "Were you not?" El Bu inquired, puzzled. "Feng Xian, consider this. The profits from the restaurant and supermarket alone amount to 600,000 taels. Imagine the total if we claimed the entire share," Yuan Shao explained. El Bu furrowed his brow, but eventually nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, Father. What must I do?" "Quite simply, tonight I will feign drunkenness and require Peng Yuyin's assistance to return to my chamber. You shall slip away from the table early. Conceal yourself behind the door, and when Peng Yuyin enters, you will strike him down unexpectedly." Yuan Shao commanded with conviction. "Understood. I grasp your intentions." El Bu's eyes gleamed with a desire for vengeance, as he had long harbored a grudge. "Very well. You may take your leave for now and execute the plan tonight," Yuan Shao said slowly. "Yes, I shall take my leave," El Bu replied, departing from Yuan Shao's room. Once El Bu was out of sight, Yuan Shao sat up from beneath the covers, revealing none other than Peng Yuyin, who had cleverly used his ability to mimic any voice, a reward from a previous task, to impersonate Yuan Shao. Thus evading suspicion at the banquet, Yuan Shao instructed El Bu to apologize to Peng Yuyin. To everyone's astonishment, El Bu exhibited a remarkably sincere attitude, respectfully toasting Peng Yuyin and offering various apologies. Had Peng Yuyin not been aware of the plot, he might have been deceived. Feigning disbelief, Peng Yuyin played along. Shortly thereafter, El Bu feigned discomfort from his old injuries and excused himself from the table, leaving no one the wiser. Yuan Shao, in high spirits, cheerfully declared, "Today's feast has brought me immense joy, but alas, I find myself unable to consume more wine. Let us conclude for the evening, as I wish to retire." With Yuan Shao's pronouncement, even those who had not yet had their fill were compelled to disperse. Peng Yuyin offered his assistance to Yuan Shao, saying, "Brother Benchu, allow me to help you back to your chamber." "Very well. Let my brother Yunfei assist me," Yuan Shao exclaimed, patting Peng Yuyin's shoulder, though it was Peng Yuyin who supported Yuan Shao. A dozen loyal guards trailed closely behind them. As they arrived at Yuan Shao's chamber, he continued to babble drunkenly. "Let me tell you, Brother Yunfei, you are truly genuine. 60,000 taels, and you give it without hesitation." "Indeed, Brother Benchu, you should retire early," Peng Yuyin replied with a cunning smile. As Yuan Shao opened the door to his chamber, El Bu sprang from behind the door, aiming a sword at Peng Yuyin's head. "Die!" El Bu shouted. In an instant, Peng Yuyin activated his time-stopping ability. During this suspended moment, he adjusted the angle and trajectory of El Bu's thrust, redirecting the sword toward Yuan Shao's heart. When time resumed, El Bu lunged forward, and as he reveled in the thought of vengeance, he was met with the shocking sight of his sword piercing Yuan Shao's chest. The impact jolted Yuan Shao awake, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at El Bu. Master, the loyal guards, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in alarm. Yuan Shao choked, blood spilling from his lips as he struggled to raise his arm, pointing a trembling finger at El Bu while bellowing, "You unfilial son!" Before he could utter another word, his vision darkened, and he fell silent. Peng Yuyin continued to play his part, exclaiming, Brother Benchu, wake up!" El Bu remained in shock, muttering to himself, "How could this be? How could I have struck my father? I was supposed to kill Peng Yuyin." Before El Bu could utter a word, his personal guards surged forward. Two of them supported Yuan Shao's lifeless body, while the others brandished their swords, lunging at El Bu with cries of vengeance for their lord. The guards roared furiously. Chapter 72. The arrogant security of the newspaper office. El Bu snapped back to reality and immediately raised his sword to deflect a strike from one of the guards. He had contemplated slaying Yuan Shao to usurp his position, but not here, not at this moment. Subsequently, El Bu dashed outside, aware that he could not explain the situation. So many witnesses had observed the scene. He swiftly mounted his steed, red hair, seized the Fengtian Huaji, and fled Yuan Shao's residence. That El Bu has assassinated the lord and made his escape. Capture the treacherous El Bu. The news of Yuan Shao's demise spread, plunging the entire Yuan Shao residence into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Yin tossed a torch into Yuan Shao's quarters, casting a glance at the inferno consuming Yuan Shao's estate before turning to depart. As Peng Yin stepped out of the Yuan residence, Zhao Yun and Dian Wei awaited him at the entrance, holding 3 horses and wearing smiles that betrayed their amusement at the spectacle. "These 2 rascals," Peng Yin chuckled to himself. "Let us return to the inn." That night, numerous events transpired, yet they bore no consequence for the trio. They blissfully drifted into slumber at the inn. The following morning, a knock resounded at the door of Peng Yuyin's room. "Who is it?" Peng Yuyin, slightly irritable from sleep, bellowed. "General Yunfei, it is I, Tian Feng." "What is it?" Peng Yuyin inquired as he opened the door. "May I come in to speak?" Tian Feng smiled. "Come in." Peng Yuyin gestured, yielding a path for him, unconcerned that Tian Feng might harbor any ill intentions. After all, Tian Feng's nature was not one of hostility, and a single individual posed no significant threat. Tian Feng knelt before the table, eyes closed as he spoke. The events of last night were orchestrated by General Yunfei, were they not? "Indeed," Peng Yuyin admitted candidly, stifling a yawn. Tian Feng opened his eyes, scrutinizing Peng Yuyin in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a straightforward admission. "That I am quite surprised by your openness. Are you not afraid I might lead troops to apprehend you?" Tian Feng queried. "Regardless, my objectives have been accomplished. Yuan Shao is dead, and El Bu's reputation lies in tatters. That I fear not your potential pursuit, for no matter how many men you bring, we shall depart from Jizhou unscathed." Peng Yuyin replied, "Haha, truly befitting of General Yunfei, such audacity. However, I have not come today to oppose you. Rather, I wish to accompany you to the city of eternal night in Shuzhou and behold its true visage. Would you be willing to take this old man along?" Tian Feng proposed. After pondering for a moment, Peng Yuyin responded, "That is agreeable, but not at this time. Oh, what do you mean by that?" Tian Feng inquired. "You must assist me in stabilizing Jizhou. It shall become my domain. That I shall construct a highway from Shuzhou to Jizhou, significantly reducing travel time. Once Shuzhou flourishes, so too shall Jizhou," Peng Yuyin asserted. Tian Feng, astonished by the prospect of such an efficient route, quickly reconciled his surprise upon realizing it was the brainchild of Peng Yuyin. After a prolonged silence, Tian Feng finally spoke. "The sons of the Lord are indeed troublesome. But never mind, I shall agree to your terms." Once Tian Feng solidified his resolve to stabilize Jizhou, he would ascend as its leader. Yet, having served Yuan Shao previously, his immediate control over Jizhou, following Yuan Shao's demise, would burden him with the stigma of usurping power after the Lord's death. After wrestling with his thoughts, Tian Feng ultimately chose to assist Peng Yuyin, motivated by his admiration and respect for him. "Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Tian. Given Yuan Shao's death, the promised dividend shall no longer apply. I will allocate 20% of the profits from the supermarkets and taverns in the city of eternal night to you. Manage Jizhou well, and do not worry about the blame. I will help you navigate that issue," Peng Yuyin declared. Tian Feng was taken aback by Peng Yuyin's words. While the profits did not overly concern him, The matter of public perception weighed heavily on his mind. What manner of influence does Peng Yuyan possess to manipulate public opinion? Could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that he is indeed a celestial being? Though bewildered and astonished, Tianfeng resolved to proceed, reassured by Peng Yuyan's meticulous foresight that I shall fulfill General Yunfei's request. Tianfeng affirmed, nodding. Just call me young Master Yunfei. I am merely a nominal commander in the military, rarely partaking in training. Peng Yuyan chuckled. 7 days later, the trio returned to Shuzhou. Upon arrival, Peng Yuyan did not head directly to the city of Eternal Night. Instead, he made his way to the newspaper office. As he approached the entrance, a security guard barred his way. Who are you? Unauthorized persons are not permitted to enter the newspaper office. To be gone, the guard declared arrogantly. Lounging on a folding stool with his legs crossed. Previously, Peng Yuyan had instructed Ai Heng and Yang Xiu to station a guard at the entrance to deter any unwelcome intrusions. When the newspaper office first launched, they had been too preoccupied to arrange for security, and only after Peng Yuyan's departure had the guard been appointed. Peng Yuyan chuckled softly, leaning closer to the guard to ensure he could see his face clearly. Am I not permitted entry? He asked. Who are you? You need an appointment to enter, understand? The guard replied, growing impatient. Seeing that the guard did not recognize him, Peng Yuyan remained unperturbed and calmly replied, very well. Then please go inside and inform Ai Heng and Yang Xiu that I wish to meet with them. The guard bristled at this suggestion, indignantly retorting, our General and I and General Yang are both exceedingly busy individuals. How could someone like you expect to meet them at will? Dressed in modest attire, Peng Yuyan and his companions were mistaken for mere country bumpkins visiting the newspaper office. Just go in and report. Tell them Peng Yuyan has come to visit, Peng Yuyan stated, his patience beginning to wane. Ditto, you think you can pretend to be our City of Eternal Night's young Master Yunfei? Let me tell you, young Master Yunfei has long departed for Jizhou. Though you may be somewhat handsome, you pale in comparison to young Master Yunfei. You are far too inexperienced to impersonate him. The guard scoffed. What did you say? Jian Wei could no longer contain himself, shouting at the guard. Zhao Yun's expression soured as well. He deemed the guard's insolence intolerable. What are you shouting about? If you keep it up, I will summon the entire security team to give you a thrashing. Do you think I became the captain of this security team for nothing? The guard boasted arrogantly. Come forth, Peng Yuyan commanded. Present. Dian Wei replied, beat him. Understood. Thus, Dian Wei advanced and delivered a series of blows to the arrogant guard. The guard, seizing the opportunity, activated the alarm, summoning the entire security team. As the security team arrived, they witnessed Dian Wei attacking their captain with a stool and rushed to intervene. However, a few among them recognized Peng Yuyan and, upon seeing him at the entrance, disregarded their captain's plight and hurried toward him. Chapter 73. I returned to the City of Eternal Night, seeing the approaching guards. Zhao Yun positioned himself protectively in front of Peng Yuyan, ready for confrontation. Yet before the guards could reach Peng Yuyan, they all knelt, exclaiming in unison, Welcome, young Master Yunfei. The other guards who had been rushing toward Dian Wei halted, turning their attention to Peng Yuyan. Peng Yuyan waved his hand, signaling Dian Wei to cease his assault. Dian Wei delivered one last hefty blow to the captain before returning to Peng Yuyan's side. The captain, witnessing this, yelled at the guards kneeling before Peng Yuyan. What are you staring at? Get up and attack them. They are imposters. Then, turning to the guards still kneeling, he barked, Why are you kneeling? Get up. He is just a country bumpkin pretending to be someone important. Attack them. The guards who did not recognize Peng Yuyan found themselves in a dilemma, uncertain whether to act. Meanwhile, those who were familiar with Peng Yuyan remained kneeling, completely ignoring their captain's orders. What is happening? Yang Xiu strode over, having heard the alarm. Yang Xiu had come out to investigate the commotion. Peng Yuyan playfully remarked, General Yang has arrived. The captain, seeing Yang Xiu's approach, scrambled to his feet, crawling over to Yang Xiu's feet while lamenting. General, it is him. He not only masqueraded as young Master Yunfei to intrude upon the newspaper office, but also assaulted a fellow officer. Yang Xiu regarded Peng Yuyan with eyes filled with ire. The captain reveled in Yang Xiu's expression, believing he had sealed Peng Yuyan's fate. Yang Xiu, fuming, approached Peng Yuyan, then placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, You truly are something. You return and do not even send word in advance. I could have come to welcome you. The captain stood dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Did this country bumpkin truly warrant such a personal reception from General Yang? Fear gripped him. Perhaps this man was indeed the genuine young Master Yunfei. Peng Yuyan laughed. General Yang, it is not that I did not wish to see you. It is that someone would not allow me to do so. Still calling me General Yang. That title is one you've bestowed upon these employees. Among ourselves, let us dispense with such formalities. It feels rather awkward. Pray tell, who is so lacking in discernment as to prevent me from seeing you? Yang Xiu lamented. Peng Yuyan gestured towards the security chief sprawled on the ground and remarked, "It is he indeed. How on earth did this individual ascend to the position of security chief?" Yang Xiu surveyed the security chief and replied, "I am at a loss. Let us have human resources terminate his employment forthwith, and perhaps also dismiss those who recommended him." The security chief's pupils dilated in shock. Despite his reputation as a ruffian, he had only attained his position due to the influence of his uncle. A supervisor. Losing his job was one thing, but if his uncle were implicated as well, it would spell doom for him. His family would certainly not spare him their wrath. Consequently, the security chief rushed forward, clasping Peng Yuyan's leg while pleading, "Young Master Yunfei, I implore you to show mercy. I have elderly dependents and young children." Peng Yuyan regarded the security chief with palpable disdain and retorted, "Your salary was intended to enable you to perform your duties, not to flaunt your authority, that if you cannot fulfill your responsibilities, then let another take your place." With that, Peng Yuyan shook off the security chief's grasp. The chief continued to wail and lament, but Peng Yuyan, dismissive of his pleas, strode past him alongside Yang Xiu. Zhao Yun, following behind, wore a similar expression of contempt, while Dian Wei, passing by, nonchalantly kicked the security chief. Upon arriving at the newspaper office, they found N.I. Hung engrossed in his writing, oblivious to what he was composing. Peng Yuyan approached with purpose and queried, "What is it that you are writing?" N.I. Hung. N.I. Hung looked up in surprise, setting aside his pen to stand and greet with a smile. "When did you return?" N.I. Hung, are you genuinely pleased to see me? Weren't you constantly bickering with me before?" Peng Yuyan teased. N.I. Hung replied, "Since your return today, I have granted my bickering privileges a 2-day hiatus." With a chuckle, Peng Yuyan turned his attention to N.I. Hung's manuscript. It was evident that N.I. Hung possessed a certain flair. His insults carried an intellectual weight. Unlike Peng Yuyan, who resorted to the crude insults characteristic of a later era, N.I. Hung's barbs, though impactful, were far more cultured. Yet it seemed that his target was Zhang Fei. The manuscript noted that Zhang Fei had dropped his chopsticks on the floor, picked them up, wiped them off, and continued to eat, with nary a thought for etiquette.